On a morning campus, the slanting sunlight fell upon the glass windows of the teaching building, reflecting a piercing glare. Beihou parked his bicycle in the shed, locked it, and then walked toward the teaching building. Along the way, students passed by him in small groups. Some were chatting and laughing, some walked with heads bowed, scrolling on their phones, and one still clutched an unfinished bun in his hand. Everything seemed no different from usual. Yet Beihou noticed that the mood today seemed slightly off. A few girls were gathered beside a flower bed, whispering to one another, their expressions tinged with worry. A boy walked past them, heard a few words, stopped in his tracks, and leaned closer to ask something. Then his expression also changed. Beihou's ears twitched slightly as he caught a few key words. Missing, hasn't come back for several days. His steps slowed. Su Qingdai. He had heard this name before. She was a second-year student, said to be exceptionally pretty. Because her family was poor, people called her the commoner school beauty. Beihou did not have a deep impression of her. Only when they occasionally brushed past each other on campus would he glimpse a fair, clean face and a pair of quiet, tranquil eyes. Howie. Howie. A rough voice sounded from behind, accompanied by thudding footsteps, as though a wild boar were charging down the corridor. Without turning his head, Beihou already knew who it was. Mao Shuzhao. A student from class 6 of the second year, nicknamed Mao Niu. At 1.88 meters and 220 kg, his whole body was packed with corded muscle, standing there like a wall. This guy had once been a notorious troublemaker at school. Of fights and brawls were everyday occurrences with him, and teachers would get headaches just hearing his name. Until he met Beihou. That had happened last semester. For some inexplicable reason, Mao Shuzhao had gone to Beihou's class to cause trouble, only to be lifted by the neck with one hand and pinned against the wall by Beihou like a chick being picked up. From that moment on, Mao Shuzhao completely submitted. He introduced himself to everyone as under Howie's command, practically wishing he could carve the words Beihou's little brother onto his forehead. Beihou could not be bothered to pay him much attention, but this guy clung to him like a stubborn plaster, impossible to shake off. How, you're finally here. Mao Shuzhao ran up to stand in front of Beihou, panting heavily, a fine sheen of sweat on his forehead, clearly having sprinted all the way. Beihou glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Something up. Yeah, something big. Mao Shuzhao leaned and lowered his voice, his expression uncharacteristically serious. Our son Huaxia from the neighboring school has been coming over to our school a lot lately, looking for people. Beihou frowned. He had heard of this son Huaxia as well. A small gang leader from the neighboring Yujang Middle School, with a sharp rat-like face, hence the nickname Huaxia the Rat. That fellow was no good sort. He dabbled in every kind of petty scam and theft. He had been taken to the police station several times already, only to be given a stern lecture and released each time. Who is he looking for? Beihou asked. Students, of course, specifically the kind whose families don't keep a close eye on them, kids who can stay out all night without anyone questioning it. Those who go with him each get 500 yuan, Mao Shuzhao said. He claims it's for some sort of activity, food and lodging all covered, and they get money afterward as well. Beihou's frown deepened. And then, Mao Shuzhao swallowed and lowered his voice even further. Several students from our school have gone with him already, but they've been gone for days and still haven't come back. Beihou grew serious. How many? From what I found out, at least 5. 3 boys and 2 girls, Mao Shuzhao continued. All of them the type whose families usually don't keep a close watch. After they left, no one could reach them by phone, and they haven't replied to any messages. It's like they evaporated into thin air. Beihou's gaze darkened. Gone for several days, phones unreachable, messages unanswered. This was not, even if they had gone off to some activity, it was impossible for there to be no news for so many days. Has anyone called the police? They have, Mao Shuzhao replied. He nodded. The parents of the missing students went to the police station to file a report. The officers have opened a case, but they still haven't found anyone. It's as if those kids just vanished. Beihou fell silent. Vanished. In his jurisdiction, 5 people vanishing into thin air. 2 words surfaced at once in his mind. Yao, a demon creature. People do not simply disappear. Either they leave on their own, they are taken away by someone, or they are taken by something. And that last possibility fell squarely within his responsibilities. Who exactly are the ones missing? Beihou asked. Mao Shuzhao counted on his fingers. Li Haoran from class 3 of the second year, Zhang Zishuan from class 2 of the first year, Zhao Pengfei from class 2 of the third year, Lin Xiaowan from class 5 of the second year, and, he paused, a strange note entering his voice, and Su Qingdai from class 1 of the third year. Beihou's eyebrows lifted. Su Qingdai, he confirmed. The commoner school beauty. Yeah, that's her, Mao Shuzhao sighed. If she weren't among the missing, this whole matter probably wouldn't have spread at all, he added with a sigh. Her deskmate is very close to her, Mao Shuzhao continued. When she noticed that Su Qingdai hadn't come to class for several days and couldn't reach her by phone, she went to Su Qingdai's home. Only then did she learn from the family that Su Qingdai hadn't been home for days either. That's when they called the police. Gu Beihou nodded slightly as he digested this information. 5 students missing within the past 3 or 4 days, all of them having left with a guy called Sun Haozi, each promised 500 yuan. It sounded like an ordinary scam, or perhaps some pyramid scheme recruitment ploy. Yet, Gu Beihou's intuition told him that things were far from that simple. 500 yuan was not a small sum for high school students, but not enough to be an overwhelming temptation. To make them willingly follow for several days without returning home, there had to be some stronger lure lurking behind it. Money? Unlikely. Threats? Kidnapping? More likely it was a demon creature at work. If that was truly the case, then those missing students might already. All right, you don't need to worry about this, he said. He told Mao Shuzhao, I'll look into it later. Don't say that, Howie. Mao Shuzhao grew anxious. I told you this because I want to go with you when you look for them. Remember to call me when you go looking for them. Gu Beihou glanced at him. The one Madarateite giant stood there looking at him with expectant eyes like a golden retriever waiting for its owner to throw a frisbee. What would you go for? To get in the way? I can fight. Mao Shuzhao thumped his chest, producing a dull, heavy sound. You know this, Howie. When it comes to fighting, Mao Niu has never backed down. If something really happens, I can help. Gu Beihou looked at him expressionlessly, thinking that if they truly encountered a demon creature, Mao Shuzhao wouldn't even be enough to wedge between its teeth. But he did not say it aloud. We'll see, he said, waving his hand as he turned and walked toward the classroom. Howie, how you have to call me? Mao Shuzhao shouted after him. Gu Beihou did not look back. He only raised his hand and waved casually. When Gu Beihou walked into the classroom, the atmosphere inside was noticeably different from usual. Several girls were huddled together, chattering away, their faces a mix of worry and excitement. The boys appeared more composed, yet they were also discussing in small groups, occasionally sneaking glances in Gu Beihou's direction. Gu Beihou ignored them and walked straight to his seat. His exclusive spot was in the last row by the window. Yan Lingyu was already there. She sat on the aisle side, an English magazine spread open on the desk, as she lowered her head, reading with serious focus. Her high ponytail was tied up neatly, a few loose strands hanging by her ears. Sunlight poured in through the window, gilding the side of her face with a faint halo. Gu Beihou sat down beside her and tossed his school bag onto the desk, producing a dull thud. Yan Lingyu lifted her head, saw him, and nodded with a gentle smile. Morning. Her voice was soft and clear, like morning dew falling onto a leaf. Gu Beihou glanced at her, but said nothing. He opened his bag, took out his textbooks, spread them on the desk, then lay down on his arms, preparing to catch up on sleep. Yet just as he lay down, he suddenly lifted his head again and turned his face to look at Yan Lingyu in profile. By the way, what day did you arrive in Yujang? The question came far too abruptly. Yan Lingyu froze for a moment, even forgetting to turn the page of the English magazine in her hands. She tilted her head, thought for a while, then said approximately, 3 days ago. 3 days ago. Gu Beihou's pupils narrowed slightly. 3 days ago was exactly when the first student disappeared. This girl had arrived in Yujang 3 days ago, had come to his school 3 days ago, and in that very same span of 3 days, students in his jurisdiction had begun to vanish. Could that be a coincidence? He did not believe in coincidence. Gu Beihou fixed his gaze on Yan Lingyu, his eyes sharp as blades. Deep within his pupils, a streak of silver-white lightning flashed soundlessly by. Yan Lingyu was just lowering her head to flip through the magazine when she suddenly seemed to sense something. She lifted her head blankly, her gaze locking straight onto Gu Beihou. Her eyes were crystal clear, like 2 mountain springs, without the slightest impurity. She tilted her head, looking at Gu Beihou in curiosity. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Gu Beihou held her gaze for 2 seconds. Then he lifted an eyebrow, withdrew his eyes, and lay back down on the desk, closing them as if to rest. No. His muffled voice came through the crook of his arm. Just looking around. Yan Lingyu blinked and did not press further, lowering her head again to continue reading the magazine. Lying on the desk with his eyes closed, Gu Beihou's mind, however, was constantly turning. In that brief moment, just now, he had once more used the power of Thunder Spirit to probe Yan Lingyu's aura. There had been no reaction at all. If she were a demon creature, no matter how well she concealed herself, the Thunder Spirit power would have caused the demonic chi within her to ripple, like tossing a stone into a still lake that must inevitably stir up ripples. But there was nothing. The surface of the lake remained as calm as a mirror. Either she truly was not a demon, or her concealment methods were so advanced that even Thunder Spirit power could not detect them. It was the latter possibility that weighed down Gu Beihou's heart. For the entire day, Gu Beihou was almost always asleep in class. It was not that he did not wish to listen, but he was simply too exhausted. He had slept less than 3 hours the previous night, and the battle last night had consumed a massive amount of spiritual power. Waves of fatigue surged over his body like the tide impossible to hold back. The teachers had long since grown accustomed to Gu Beihou's classroom state, but no one bothered to discipline him. The homeroom teacher Li Wan even deliberately lowered her voice while teaching, afraid of waking him. Yin Lingyu, on the other hand, remained energetic all day. She listened attentively in every class, her notes written neatly and meticulously, and after class, she would even take the initiative to ask the teachers questions. With his head on the desk and eyes half squinted, Gu Beihou watched her. This girl's adaptability was astonishing. It was only her second day after transferring, yet she had already blended seamlessly with the rest of the class. During breaks, there was always some girl running over to chat with her, asking which celebrities she liked, what shoe size she wore. Endless streams of gossip questions. Yin Lingyu never seemed annoyed. She answered every question earnestly, her smile sincere, her gaze clear, without the slightest hint of perfunctoriness. In just a single day, she had transformed from the new transfer student into the class's cherished favorite. The boys' gazes at her had shifted from initial amazement to a careful, almost reverent admiration. Wen Yixiao no longer came to seek out Gu Beihou, but the look she gave Yin Lingyu was a complex mixture of jealousy, hostility, and unwillingness. It was like a needle steeped in poison pricking into Yin Lingyu's back. Yin Lingyu seemed completely unaware of it, or perhaps aware yet unconcerned, and continued chatting merrily with those around her. When the bells signaling the end of the last afternoon class rang, the day's lessons finally came to a close. The students burst forth like birds freed from their cages, chattering as they packed their bags and streamed out in twos and threes. Gu Beihou rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and stretched lazily. He turned his head toward Yin Lingyu. Yin Lingyu was packing her school bag, unhurried in her movements. She stacked her textbooks and notebooks neatly, placing them into the bag one by one before pulling up the zipper. The entire process orderly and precise. "New girl," Gu Beihou said. Yin Lingyu lifted her head. "HM, do you still need me to walk you home?" Yin Lingyu looked at him in slight surprise, blinked, then broke into a smile, her eyes curving into two pretty crescent moons. "Why are you being so proactive today?" Gu Beihou replied without a change in expression. "I accidentally made you fall yesterday. Walking you again today will count as compensation." "No need." Yin Lingyu waved her hand with a cheerful smile. "I'm not going straight home today. I've got something to do." Gu Beihou frowned slightly. Something to do? She was a newly arrived transfer student, unfamiliar with the city and knowing hardly anyone here. What could she possibly have to do? He did not press her, merely nodded. "All right." He picked up his school bag, stood up, and walked out of the classroom. Yin Lingyu did not follow him. After leaving the teaching building, Gu Beihou walked a few steps toward the school gate before turning into a small side path. This path led to the back of the teaching building and was rarely used, a blind spot in the school's field of view. Leaning against the wall, he took out his phone from his pocket and idly scrolled through it. Then he lifted his head, his gaze slipping past the corner of the building toward the front entrance. He was waiting for Yin Lingyu to come out. He wanted to see what exactly this girl who had something to do intended to do. After about 10 minutes, Yin Lingyu emerged from the teaching building, school bag on her back. She did not head toward the school gate. Instead, she circled around the teaching building and walked in the direction of an old, rundown laboratory building. Narrowing his eyes, Gu Beihou followed her in absolute silence. His footsteps were so light they barely made a sound on the ground. His presence was completely suppressed. Unless someone deliberately probed for him, they would never notice he was there. This was the basic skill of a demon hunter, concealing one's aura. Yin Lingyu walked ahead with light, lively steps, her ponytail swaying behind her, giving the impression that she was in a very good mood. She crossed the sports field, skirted around a flower bed, and walked straight toward the laboratory building. The laboratory building was the oldest structure on campus, built in the 1980s, its outer walls a dull gray, and its iron window frames rusted. Many of the corridor lights were broken. Even during the day, stepping inside felt eerie and gloomy. Aside from laboratory classes, few people ever came here. Yin Lingyu entered the building, her figure disappearing into the dim corridor. Gu Beihou quickened his steps and followed. As he stepped into the laboratory building, his nostrils flared slightly as he tried to catch the lingering scents in the air. The faint fragrance that clung to Yin Lingyu was still present, like an invisible thread guiding him forward. She had gone upstairs. Gu Beihou ascended the stairs, his footsteps still feather-light. Second floor, third floor, fourth floor. She had stopped at the top. Standing at the landing between the fourth and fifth floors, he lifted his head to peer into the fifth floor corridor. At the end of the corridor was a door leading to the rooftop terrace. That door had long been kept locked. The school, fearing accidents, had secured it from the outside with a heavy iron lock. Yet at this moment, Gu Beihou could hear sounds coming from beyond the door. Several voices, both male and female, were speaking about something on the other side. He furrowed his brows, listening intently. He didn't catch much else, but he distinctly heard the words capture and Su Qingdai. Gu Beihao's pupils suddenly constricted. Su Qingdai. Are they discussing the missing students? He took a deep breath, a thought flashing through his mind. Yan Lingyu was on the rooftop talking with a group about the missing students. Could it be? Gu Beihao's expression changed. Could Yan Lingyu be the monster, and the students on the rooftop are the ones she captured? She pretended to come to school, but in reality, she was scouting for prey, luring them to the rooftop after school today. With this thought, Gu Beihou no longer hesitated. A large rusty iron lock hung on the gate, secured tightly. Gu Beihou didn't look for a key, nor did he not. He stepped back half a pace, and then kicked the door with all his might. Boom! The iron door made a deafening noise, flying inward along with the frame. The iron lock was torn off by the immense force, tumbling in midair before crashing onto the ground, with a clatter bouncing twice before rolling into the corner. The door bolt flew out, crashing into the wall and leaving a deep dent. Gu Beihou rushed onto the rooftop, his gaze sharp as he quickly scanned the entire area. Then he froze. On the rooftop, 4 or 5 people crouched on the ground, forming a small circle, studying a map spread out before them. They held pens and rulers marking several locations on the map with a red pen, with a few notebooks and mobile phones scattered nearby. Yan Lingyu was also squatting among the crowd, holding a red pen and pointing at a certain spot on the map while speaking. The loud crash of the door startled everyone. A girl screamed, dropping the pen from her hand. What the hell is going on? A boy jumped up abruptly, almost stepping on the map. Another person was so frightened that they sat down, eyes wide, as they stared towards the door. Everyone turned their heads to look at the figure that had burst in. Gu Beihou stood at the door, 1 foot on the flying door panel, sunlight streaming in from behind him, casting a long shadow. His expression shifted from fierce to dumbfounded. Gu Beihou. A girl in the crowd recognized him, her voice trembling. Gu Beihou recognized this girl. Feng Hui from their class sat in the 3rd row, usually quiet and reserved. What are you doing here? Feng Hui said, clutching her chest, still shaken. That just now scared me to death. Gu Beihou did not answer her question. His gaze swept across the rooftop before landing on Yan Lingyu. Yan Lingyu was also looking at him, her expression transforming from surprise to confusion, then to a kind of helpless amusement. Classmate Gu. She stood up, brushing off the dust from her uniform. What are you doing here? I was just about to ask you the same thing. Gu Beihou's voice carried a hint of undeniable embarrassment. What are you doing here? Feng Hui snapped back to reality, standing up to explain. We are discussing how to find the missing students. She pointed to the people around her. These are all members of our detective club. We agreed to gather after school to investigate the missing case, and Yin is a new addition. She just agreed to join us today. Gu Beihou. The corners of his mouth twitched, an urge to find a hole to burrow into rising within him. So what he thought was a monster capturing people was actually just a normal activity of the detective club. He kicked down a door just for this. Are you okay? Yan Lingyu approached, tilting her head to look at him. That kick. The door flew away. Your foot hurt. Not hurt. Gu Beihou replied expressionlessly. Then why does your face look so bad? Yan Lingyu glanced at him, then at the kicked down door, biting her lip to suppress a laugh. So Feng Hui cautiously spoke up. Classmate Gu, are you here to look for someone? Gu Beihou paused for 2 seconds, then nodded. Yes, I heard about the missing students and came to check it out. He told a lie he couldn't say. I suspect the new student is a monster, so I followed her. Could he? Feng Hui's eyes lit up instantly. Not just Feng Hui, the eyes of everyone on the rooftop brightened. The most formidable figure in the entire school. Who doesn't know the title of Young Master of the Underworld? With him around, at least there would be some assurance of safety. Classmate Gu. Feng Hui exclaimed excitedly, would you like to join us? Gu Beihou raised an eyebrow. Join you? Yes. Let's go find the missing students together. Feng Hui nodded vigorously. We've been researching for several days, pinpointing a few possible locations, and we're planning to go find them tonight. If you could join us, that would be fantastic. A few students nearby nodded along, their eyes filled with anticipation. Gu Beihou glanced at Yan Lingyu. Yan Lingyu was looking at him with a smile, her clear eyes reflecting the sunset's glow and his shadow. Didn't you say you had something to do? Gu Beihou asked. Is it this? Yes, Yan Lingyu replied matter-of-factly. Helping classmates is everyone's responsibility. Gu Beihou fell silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll join you. He thought about it. This was actually on one hand, he could continue observing Yan Lingyu to see if she truly had any issues. On the other hand, if it truly involved monsters, he could handle it immediately, preventing more people from being harmed. Great. Feng Hui was so happy she almost jumped. Long live Young Master. A boy shouted excitedly. With Young Master here, I feel much safer. Another boy patted his chest. Gu Beihou ignored their excitement, walked over to the map, and squatted down to take a look at the markings. What locations have you pinpointed? Feng Hui hurriedly moved closer, pointing to the red dots on the map to explain, look, this is the old industrial area in the west of the city. There are many abandoned factories over there, rarely visited by people, perfect for hiding someone. This is a cluster of unfinished buildings in the north of the city with a similar environment. And here the second-hand market in the south where all sorts of people gather. Gu Beihou listened to Feng Hui's analysis, nodding slightly. This girl was clear-headed and her analysis was quite structured. She indeed had the potential of a detective. Additionally, Feng Hui added, we found out that Sun Haozi's last known location was an internet cafe in the west of the city. He had arranged to meet someone there, and then no one ever saw him again. Sun Haozi is missing too? Gu Beihou asked. Yes, he hasn't shown up for several days and 2 of his underlings have also gone missing with him. Gu Beihou pondered for a moment, then stood up. All right, let's start from the west of the city. Tonight? Yinlingyu asked. Yes. Gu Beihou nodded. The sooner the better. The longer we wait, the less hope there is of finding someone. He glanced around the rooftop, including Yinlingyu and himself. There were a total of 7 people. 5 boys and 2 girls. Besides Feng Hui and Yinlingyu, the other boys looked weak and delicate, not like they could fight. You guys, Gu Beihou pointed at these people. When we get there, stay close to me, don't run around. And if anything happens, don't try to be brave, just hide behind me. The boys nodded repeatedly. And you too, Gu Beihou looked at Feng Hui and Yinlingyu, the same goes for you. Feng Hui nodded vigorously, excitement written all over her face. Yinlingyu, on the other hand, did not show any particular expression, merely nodding slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. As the sun set in the west, the sky ignited with a fiery orange glow. The 7 of them walked out of the school gate, disappearing into the twilight. 7 people set off from the school, walking west along Zhongshan Road. Gu Beihou led the way, his gaze seemingly scanning every corner of the street, while his ears remained attuned to all the sounds around. The 6 people following him walked in pairs and small groups, whispering to each other. Feng Hui walked 2 steps behind Gu Beihou, clutching a map marked with red circles, glancing down occasionally, before looking up to orient herself. She was the vice president of the detective club and the initiator of this operation, looking both nervous and excited. Feng Hui, Gu Beihou asked without turning his head, what does your detective club usually do? Solve cases. Sort of. Feng Hui adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose and replied earnestly, we primarily study unresolved cases, analyze the methods of crime, and deduce the motives of the perpetrators. The president says it's a good way to train logical thinking and observational skills. What cases have you solved? Well, we haven't actually solved any real cases yet, but we've analyzed many classic ones like Jack the Ripper, the Zodiac Killer, and so it's just talk. Gu Beihou interrupted her bluntly. Feng Hui choked on her words, opened her mouth to retort, but realized she couldn't argue back, and had to sheepishly close her mouth. Beside them, a tall and thin boy couldn't help but chuckle, then quickly stifled it. His name was Lin Yuan, a member of the detective club, a sophomore wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking rather studious, and holding a voice recorder. Stop laughing, Feng Hui shot him a glare. At least my analysis is correct, the west of the city is indeed the most likely location. Yes, President Feng is brilliant, Lin Yuan said while suppressing his laughter. Another boy named Zhao Lei was the tallest among them. Though not as burly as Mao Shuzhao, he was still quite sturdy. He wore a faded sports outfit and carried a bulging backpack filled with a flashlight, bottled water, compressed biscuits, a first aid kit, and even a folding knife. Better safe than sorry. Zhao Lei patted his backpack and smiled honestly. Yinlingyu walked next to Feng Hui, her high ponytail swaying gently in the evening breeze, her big eyes curiously observing everything around her like a schoolgirl on a spring outing. Feng Hui, Yinlingyu leaned closer and whispered, have you investigated like this before? We've done a few investigations, Feng Hui replied, but only during the day and near the school. This is my first time out at night. Aren't you afraid? Feng Hui hesitated for a moment, then honestly said, yes, but don't you think it's... Yinlingyu looked at her and smiled, saying nothing further. Gu Beihou walked ahead, his ears perked up, listening intently to every word of their conversation. Exciting. A bunch of clueless kids. The sky gradually darkened. The streetlights flickered on one by one. They arrived at the old industrial area in the west of the city. 20 years ago, this was the most prosperous place in Yujang City. State-owned cotton mills, machinery factories, and chemical plants clustered here, with chimneys rising and machines roaring. Later, with the restructuring of state-owned enterprises, the factories closed one after another, workers were laid off, and the lively industrial area that had thrived for half a century was suddenly deserted overnight. Now only vast abandoned factory buildings, rusty machinery, and playgrounds overgrown with weeds remained. This is the place. Fang Hui stopped, pointing at a cluster of dark buildings ahead. Gu Beihou squinted his eyes, assessing the scene. It was a vast area of abandoned factories with dozens of gray, dilapidated buildings standing in it. The factory gates were rusty, a large iron lock hanging from the iron door, but a large section of the surrounding wall had collapsed, with scattered bricks forming a natural gap. Gu Beihou's nostrils flared slightly, capturing every scent in the air. The dampness of mildew, the metallic smell of rust, the freshness of wild grass, the stench from a distant garbage pile. No signs of monsters. At least not for now. Where was Sun Haozi last seen? Gu Beihou asked. Fang Hui looked down at the map, then pointed to a small road on the east side of the factory area, at the corner of that street about 300 meters from here. Let's check the internet cafe first. Gu Beihou led the way towards that small road, with the six behind him closely following. The internet cafe was called Interstellar Net Cafe, located on the first floor of an old residential building with a small front, and half of the neon sign was broken. Only the character star was still flashing. The words Net Cafe were completely extinguished, leaving only two dark outlines. Yellowed advertisements were stuck on the glass door, offering promotions like recharge 50 and get 20 free, and 10 yuan for overnight use, with curled up corners. Gu Beihou pushed the door open, and a muddled air mixed with smoke, instant noodles, and sweat greeted him. He frowned, scanning the entire internet cafe. The cafe was not large, with about 40 machines sparsely occupied by a dozen people, mostly young adults in their 20s, wearing headphones, staring intently at the screens, their fingers tapping away on the keyboards. In the corner, two middle-aged men with graying hair were smoking and playing some outdated games. Behind the counter sat a plump middle-aged woman in a flashy nightgown, engrossed in her phone. Boss, Gu Beihou approached and tapped the counter. I'd like to inquire about something. The middle-aged woman looked up, sizing him up with a glance, her gaze lingering on his blue and white school uniform for a second before she lazily replied, "Kid minors aren't allowed to use the machines here." "I'm not using the internet," Gu Beihou replied. "I'm looking for someone." "Who?" "Sun Haozi." The middle-aged woman's expression changed slightly, though she quickly returned to normal. Gu Beihou caught that brief moment of change. "I don't know him," she said curtly. "You don't know him?" Gu Beihou stared into her eyes. "He's a regular here. How can you say you don't know him?" The middle-aged woman's gaze began to flicker, and her tone grew impatient. "I said I don't know him, you little kid. What are you asking this for? Hurry up and leave. Don't waste my business time." Gu Beihou didn't move. He stood there in front of the counter, hands in his pockets, calmly watching the middle-aged woman. But his gaze had changed from before. It was a look that was calm to the point of indifference, a detachment toward life. Under that gaze, the middle-aged woman felt a chill creeping down her back. Having run an internet cafe on this street for over a decade, she had seen all sorts of ruffians and dealt with various petty thugs. Yet the gaze this boy fixed on her was unlike anyone she had encountered before. There was something in that gaze that instinctively instilled fear. It felt as though she was being targeted by a ferocious beast. "I'll ask you one more time." Gu Beihou's voice was not loud, but each word was precise. "Where is Sun Haozi?" Faced with Gu Beihou's questioning, the middle-aged woman's lips quivered slightly. She opened her mouth as if to say, "I don't know," but the words caught in her throat. She engaged in a mental struggle, ultimately deflating as she whispered, He came a few days ago saying he wanted to take a few people to make money, asking if I knew any children who wanted to go. I said no, and then he left." "Where did he go?" "I don't know. I really don't know." The middle-aged woman shook her head repeatedly. "He just mentioned something about going to the factory area to make money, and then he left, never to return." "What specific place?" "He only said that much, nothing else." Gu Beihou stared at her for a few seconds, confirming she wasn't lying before retracting his gaze. "Did you see the people he brought?" The middle-aged woman thought for a moment and nodded. "I've seen one or two. They were just teenagers looking about your age. There was one girl who was particularly beautiful. I couldn't help but look at her a few more times." Gu Beihou's eyes darkened. The particularly beautiful girl must be Su Qingdai. Did anything seem unusual when they left? He pressed, for example, was anyone following them? Or did Sun Haozi show any strange behavior? The middle-aged woman furrowed her brows, recalling something suddenly. "Oh right, when Haozi came that day, he looked unwell, pale as paper with dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for several days. I asked him what was wrong, and he said it was nothing, just that he hadn't been resting well lately." "Anything else?" "There's also..." The middle-aged woman's voice dropped even lower when he spoke. There seemed to be a strange smell in his mouth. "I can't quite place what it was. It wasn't smoke or alcohol, but it made me feel a bit dizzy." Gu Beihou's pupils constricted sharply. A strange smell that made one dizzy. Could it be a living dead? "All right." Gu Beihou turned to leave, but paused after a couple of steps, glancing back at the middle-aged woman. "Don't speak of tonight's matter. The middle-aged woman quickly nodded. I won't say a word. Gu Beihou pushed open the glass door and stepped out of the internet cafe, where 6 people were waiting, all staring at him. How did it go, Lord Ho? Feng Hui asked eagerly. Any leads? Gu Beihou replied, Sun Haozi ultimately went to the factory area, but I don't know the specific location. The factory area is so vast. Lin Yuan frowned. How do we find him? Gu Beihou looked up at the sky. It was completely dark now, the moon concealed by clouds with only a few stars twinkling. The distant abandoned factory loomed ominously like a giant beast lying in the dark, its mouth agape, waiting for prey to fall into its trap. Gu Beihou turned around to face the 6 people behind him, his expression devoid of any excess emotion. All right, this is where we stop. His voice was not loud, but each word was clear. You all go home. I will handle the rest. The 6 of them were taken aback. What? Feng Hui was the first to react, her eyes behind her glasses wide with disbelief. Go home. We just found some leads, and you want us to go home. Exactly. Gu Beihou nodded, saying it as a matter of course. The matters ahead are not something you can interfere with. Go back. On what basis? Feng Hui was agitated, her voice rising a few octaves. Clearly we came together to find these leads, and we've made it this far together. Why is it only you who can go in, and we have to go home? I said I will handle it. Gu Beihou's tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable certainty. Having you follow would only cause trouble. Cause trouble. Lin Yuan set down his recording pen, frowning. Gu Beihou, I know you might be good at fighting outside of school, but this isn't a brawl. This is finding people, investigating. Our detective agency's area of expertise. Area of expertise. Gu Beihou interrupted him, his gaze sweeping dismissively across Lin Yuan's face. What cases has your detective agency solved? Lin Yuan was left speechless. Your so-called investigation is merely wandering around a safe place with a map and getting excited over a few clues. Gu Beihou's voice was not loud, but every word pierced like nails into the ears of the few people. But in the face of real danger you can't bear it. We can bear it. Feng Hui was frantic, her face flushed. We are not children, we know what we're doing. On what grounds are you making decisions for us? Gu Beihou looked at her, saying nothing. Then he extended his right hand, raised it in front of him, and slowly clenched it into a fist. Just on this basis. Before his words fell, he turned to the side and swung a powerful punch into the wall beside him. Boom. A deep thunderous sound exploded within the empty factory, causing dust from the ceiling to fall. The old 20-centimeter thick brick wall crumbled like paper under Gu Beihou's fist, creating a large hole. Brick fragments flew in all directions. Dust filled the air, causing several people to cough repeatedly. As the dust settled, they saw the hole in the wall, and everyone's expression froze. The edges of the hole were jagged with grayish-white cement mortar visible on the broken brick surfaces. Through the hole, the night sky and distant lights of the residential area could be seen. One punch. He actually punched through the wall. Feng Hui's mouth formed a perfect circle, her eyes wide like saucers, completely oblivious to the map that slipped from her hands to the ground. Lin Yuan's recording pen slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a thud, the battery popping out and rolling twice on the floor. Zhao Lei instinctively took a step back, his throat producing a suppressed swallowing sound. They looked at Gu Beihou as if he were a monster. Is this still a human? To punch through a brick wall, how much strength must that take? Even a boxing champion couldn't do that, could they? Even those martial arts masters on TV would never have seen something so exaggerated. This. Feng Hui stammered, but after saying this for a long time, she couldn't produce a complete sentence. Do you understand now? Gu Beihou retracted his fist, dusting off his hands. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, they finally remembered. The boy in the blue and white school uniform before them was not an ordinary person. He was Gu Beihou, the person in the entire school who should not be provoked. The one whom even the gangsters would respectfully address as Lord Ho. The few of them exchanged glances, seeing the same understanding in each other's eyes. Retreat. Zhao Lei was the first to speak, his voice dry. I suddenly remembered that my mom told me to come home early tonight. She said she's making me pork rib soup. Yes. Lin Yuan hurriedly chimed in, bending down to pick up the recording pen from the ground, his hands still shaking. I have homework that's not finished either. There are 2 big math problems left, and they're due tomorrow. I think I have a bit of a stomachache. Feng Hui clutched her stomach. Her expression was priceless. It might be something I ate earlier. I need to get home quickly. The few of them almost turned simultaneously, their footsteps quick as if in a race, disappearing at the factory door one after the other. In less than 30 seconds they were gone without a trace. The factory quieted down, leaving only the sound of the night wind blowing through the broken doors and windows and the occasional distant barking of dogs. Gu Beihou looked in the direction they had vanished, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Then he turned his head to look at Yan Lingyu, who was still standing there frowning. Why haven't you left? Yan Lingyu pouted, looking quite aggrieved, her eyes glistening with a hint of tears. I don't. Her voice was small and carried a tone of pitiful helplessness. I've only been in Yujing for 3 days, I don't even know the way, and this place is so remote that I can't even get a taxi. Gu Beihou. He opened his mouth wanting to curse, but when he saw Yan Lingyi's glistening eyes, he ultimately swallowed the words back. I'm really fed up with this. He muttered under his breath, rubbing his temples. Time waits for no one. The missing students were still trapped inside. Every minute they delayed increased the danger. He couldn't waste time here with Yan Lingyu. All right. Gu Beihou made a decision, his tone brisk and decisive. You find a place to hide and wait for me. After I'm done, I'll take you back. Where should I hide? Yan Lingyu looked around at the dark streets and dilapidated buildings, all exuding a sinister atmosphere that made one feel uneasy. Anywhere as long as it's a place to hide. Gu Beihou was losing his patience. You can hide wherever you want, just don't get discovered. Yan Lingyu bit her lip, ultimately choosing to compromise. She looked around and pointed at an abandoned duty room by the roadside. Can I hide there? The duty room was small, made of iron sheets, and the door was gone, but the 4 walls were relatively intact, allowing for cover from all sides. All right. Gu Beihou nodded, reiterating his instructions. Once you go and don't make a sound, don't come out no matter what noise you hear. When will you come back? As soon as I'm done. Gu Beihou's tone was nearly gritted teeth. Yan Lingyu finally closed her mouth. Gu Beihou ignored her further and turned to stride towards the factory's main gate. Behind him, he heard Yan Lingyu hurriedly dash into the duty room, followed by the soft sound of the iron door being gently pulled shut. He did not look back. At that moment, he also lost the desire to test Yan Lingyi's heart. The moment he stepped into the factory, Gu Beihou seemed to have changed into another person. All the irritation, helplessness, and impatience vanished in the instant he crossed that threshold. In its place was an extreme calmness and focus. His pace quickened. At the same time, he raised his left wrist and rapidly tapped on his smartwatch. The demon detection device activated. The radar interface popped up and the silver-white pointer began to spin. Gu Beihou ran while keeping an eye on the radar screen. The pointer made several circles, but the screen remained blank with no red dots appearing. No demonic energy response. Gu Beihou furrowed his brow, but did not stop running. He continued to run through the factory, passing one abandoned workshop after another, maneuvering around piles of construction debris running from the east side to the west side and from the south to the north. The radar showed no responses at all. It was as if there was nothing in this factory, just him and the abandoned. But Gu Beihou's nose told him something was off. From the moment he stepped into the factory, his nose had been capturing the scents in the air. The smells of mildew, rust, fresh grass, and the foul odor from a distant garbage pile. These were all normal, the scents this abandoned factory should have. Yet beneath these normal odors, he faintly detected a different smell. It was very faint, almost negligible, but his nose would not deceive him. It was a putrid smell. Gu Beihou stopped in the center of the factory, standing on an open space. He raised his head, surveying the surrounding buildings. The factory was too large, covering hundreds of acres with dozens of workshops and supporting buildings. If he searched building by building, he wouldn't finish until dawn. He needed to find a vantage point. A place where he could overlook the entire factory. His gaze fell on the northwest corner of the factory. There stood a massive chimney. It was the tallest structure in the old industrial area, a 7-meter-high red brick chimney, once belching thick smoke, the most prominent landmark of this industrial zone. Now the chimney was long abandoned, its top eroded by rain and wind, but its height remained. 70 meters, enough to overlook the entire factory. Gu Beihou ran towards the chimney. The chimney stood at the northwest corner of the factory, its base about 5 to 6 meters in diameter, constructed of red bricks covered in moss and vines. At the bottom of the chimney was an arched opening once used for cleaning ash, now blocked by rubble and garbage. Gu Beihou did not enter through the opening. Instead, he went directly to the outer wall of the chimney. He looked up at the top of the chimney and took a deep breath. Then he began to climb. His hands gripped the gaps between the red bricks, his feet stepping on the protruding edges of the bricks, his body pressed against the chimney's outer wall, climbing up like a gecko. At the same time, he mobilized his spiritual power, and silvery lightning wrapped around his limbs. The power of the lightning spirit stimulated his muscles and bones, greatly enhancing his grip and climbing ability. When his fingers dug into the brick seams, he could even crush the red bricks. In less than 2 minutes, he reached the top of the 70-meter height. The top of the chimney was a circular platform about 2 meters in diameter with no guardrails, and beneath him was a void of 70 meters. The night wind howled past his ears, rustling his school uniform. Gu Beihou sat cross-legged on the platform, facing the factory, and closed his eyes. Now he needed to find the specific source of that putrid smell. Ordinary olfactory senses couldn't do it, as the wind would scatter the scent, and if the distance was too far his nose wouldn't capture it. Gu Beihou formed hand seals with his fingers crossed, thumbs opposing each other, creating a complex hand sign. His lips moved slightly, silently chanting incantations. The lightning spirit power within him began to operate, but instead of releasing it outward, he focused it inward, gathering it to his nasal cavity and lungs. Nose spirit technique. This was one of the auxiliary spells published by the Alliance, specifically used to enhance the sense of smell, capable of precisely locating the source of a scent within several kilometers. The cost was a significant drain on mental energy, and during the casting the body was nearly immobile and had no defensive capability. However, at 70 meters high on the chimney, no one could attack him for now. Deep within Gu Beihou's nasal cavity, a warm breath surged up. All the odors intertwined like countless colorful threads, weaving a massive scent map in his mind. Gu Beihou's mental energy was rapidly depleting, and a sharp pain throbbed at his temples. But he did not stop. He was searching for that putrid smell. That different smell? Found it. Deep within the scent map, at the very bottom of those countless odor threads, there was a wisp of black, viscous odor reminiscent of rotting sludge. It was in the southeast corner of the factory. About 5 kilometers away. Gu Beihou suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up without any hesitation and jumped directly from the top of the chimney. The 70-meter drop, the wind screamed past his ears, and his body plummeted rapidly. The thunder power within him erupted at that moment, silver arcs of electricity bursting forth from all over his body, cracking loudly in the air. Halfway down, he kicked hard against the outer wall of the chimney, using the force to change his falling direction, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the southeast. Each landing left a charred footprint on the ground, the thunder power exploding on the surface, shaking the surroundings. Gu Beihou arrived at his destination, an abandoned chemical factory. The factory's main gate had collapsed, the iron door rusted and leaning crookedly against the wall. The buildings inside were even more dilapidated than the factory outside, with many roofs collapsed, exposing the rusted steel frames and broken pipes within. A pungent chemical smell permeated the air, but that was not the main point. The main point was the stench of decay. The closer he got, the stronger the smell became. It was thick, as if something was rotting inside his nose. Gu Beihou slowed his pace, restraining the thunderous power within him, silently entering the chemical factory. His gaze swept over the surrounding buildings, his nose accurately locking onto the direction of that smell. He crossed an open space filled with discarded iron barrels and navigated around a half-collapsed workshop, revealing a massive pool of water ahead. It was a chemical pool, rectangular in shape, about the size of half a basketball court, its depth unknown. The walls of the pool were made of poured concrete, covered with a layer of white tiles, most of which had fallen off, exposing the gray-black concrete underneath. The water in the pool was dark green, with a layer of oil slick and foam floating on top, exuding a nauseating blend of chemical and decaying smells. But Gu Beihou noticed that the chemical pool, which should have been stagnant, was actually bubbling. Bubbles rose from the bottom of the pool, gurgling, as if something was breathing underwater. He shifted his gaze from the chemical pool to the edge of the pool. There a dozen people stood scattered about. Gu Beihou's pupils constricted slightly as he scrutinized them. Their stances were rigid, resembling wooden sticks stuck in the ground. They leaned slightly forward, heads bowed, arms hanging naturally, fingers curled slightly. Their faces were pale, eyes cloudy, lips purple, and their skin devoid of any color. These individuals breathed very weakly, so faint it was nearly impossible to see the rise and fall of their chests. Damn it! Living dead. Gu Beihou clenched his teeth, immediately reaching a conclusion in his mind. These people had been mostly consumed by a monster using a soul-devouring technique, leaving only a soul and a spirit, barely maintaining their bodily functions, but completely losing their self-awareness, becoming puppets controlled by the monster. Living dead. The focus was not on the living, but on the dead. Strictly speaking, they had already lost their lives. His gaze then landed on the 11th person. It was a girl, the only living person. Unlike the others, she wasn't standing, but was curled up on the ground, leaning against a rusted pipe. Her school uniform was covered in dust and stains, her hair disheveled over her shoulders, and there were several scratches on her face. Her face was pale, but unlike the others' sickly pallor, hers was a kind of ashen whiteness, as if she had suffered a serious illness, her breath weak, like a lamp about to extinguish. But she was still alive. It was Su Qingdai, the poor school beauty. When Gu Beihou saw her, her eyes were half open, staring blankly at the ground ahead, her lips trembling slightly, as if trying to say something, but unable to produce any sound. Gu Beihou's heart relaxed slightly, but then tightened again. The soul-devouring technique. This was an extremely evil sorcery, specifically targeting human souls. The practitioner can extract the target's soul from their body through some medium and then devour it to enhance their mental power or prolong their life. The soul-devouring technique is divided into several stages. The first stage involves devouring one spirit, causing the target to become weak, drowsy, and sluggish. The second stage devours one soul and two spirits, causing the target to fall into a deep coma and their bodily functions begin to decline. In the third stage, devouring one soul and three spirits turns the target into a living dead, completely losing self-awareness, left at the mercy of the practitioner. Su Qingdai's current condition should be in the first stage. She still had a chance for salvation. Gu Beihou's gaze shifted from Su Qingdai to the 10 living dead, ultimately landing back on the chemical pool. The bubbles in the chemical pool were increasing in number and density. The surface of the water began to churn as if something was about to rise from below. Gu Beihou narrowed his eyes, the thunderous power within him starting to activate, silver arcs of lightning dancing at his fingertips. Something in the chemical pool was slowly surfacing. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The bubbles grew denser and the water's surface churned more violently, as if some massive creature was stirring beneath. Then, splash! The dark green pool water exploded as a gigantic figure emerged from the bottom of the pool. It was a frog. A gigantic frog. At least 5 or 6 meters long, its body covered in dark green skin, dotted with lumps of various sizes. Each lump oozed a sticky liquid, glistening disgustingly under the light of his phone. Its eyes were yellow with slit-like pupils bulging out, resembling 2 ping-pong balls. Its mouth was wide and flat, revealing a mass of sharp teeth within and a tongue as thick as a thigh. A sticky, wet, slime-covered giant tongue. The giant mouth frog. A monster of the 4th realm. Gu Beihou's brow furrowed, as if he could crush a fly, his face filled with disdain. Giant mouth frog, he murmured, his tone dripping with undisguised disgust. What a damn disgusting creature. He did not act immediately, but chose to observe first. He had 2 questions. First, the giant mouth frog definitely did not understand the soul-devouring technique. The soul-devouring technique was not an ordinary sorcery, but an extremely ancient and evil high-level sorcery. It required at least a 5th realm beast to master. A 4th realm giant mouth frog could not possibly comprehend such a level of sorcery, unless there was a more powerful being controlling it from behind. Second, how had it evaded the radar scan for demon energy? The demon detection device covered the entire Yujang City. As long as the concentration of demon energy exceeded a certain threshold, the radar would immediately display it. But he had just run a large circle around the factory, and nothing showed up on the radar. Either this monster had some special method of hiding its aura, or the radar had been tampered with. These 2 questions flashed through Gu Beihou's mind, but there was no time to delve deeper at the moment. The giant mouth frog floated on the surface of the chemical pool, its bulging yellow eyeballs turned, locking onto Gu Beihou at the edge of the pool. Then the giant mouth frog's mouth suddenly opened wide. That thick tongue shot out from its mouth. It was astonishingly fast, carrying a foul wind that shot straight toward Gu Beihou's face. Gu Beihou reacted even faster. His body darted to the right, the tongue grazing past his ear, the gust of wind causing pain to his earlobe. The tongue missed its target and did not linger, retracting immediately. You think you can come out and then go back? Gu Beihou's eyes widened, his right hand raised, lightning flashing in his palm. Thunderblade. A silver-white lightning blade shot out from his palm, precisely slicing through the retract. The lightning blade was incredibly sharp, and the thick tongue was instantly severed. Half of the tongue fell to the ground, still writhing like a severed worm, dark green blood gushing from the severed end, splattering on the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. The giant toad let out a muffled grunt and shuddered. But in the next moment, new tongues sprouted from the severed end at a visibly rapid pace. In just a few seconds, a complete new tongue had fully regenerated. Its remarkable regenerative ability. Seeing this, Gu Beihou was not surprised. The tongue regeneration ability of the giant toad is one of its most renowned characteristics. Severing a tongue is utterly trivial for it. Gu Beihou's eyes darkened. Regardless of whether it had other monsters behind it, he needed to deal with this giant toad first. Although the giant toad was of the same rank in Gu Beihou's eyes, it was all the same. The giant toad seemed to sense something, its protruding yellow eyes fixating on Gu Beihou, its mouth opening once more, but this time it was not to shoot its tongue. A gurgling sound emerged from deep within its throat, as if something was churning inside. Then it suddenly raised its head. A mass of dark green liquid was sprayed from its mouth, hurtling toward Gu Beihou like a cannonball. That was the giant toad's venom, highly toxic. A single drop would cause skin rot in an ordinary person, and inhaling the vapor would result in lung burns. Gu Beihou did not take it heed, and he leaped to the side, avoiding the range of the venom attack. The liquid splashed onto the ground with a hissing sound, corroding the cement floor and creating a bullseyed pit emitting pungent white smoke. Palm thunder. The moment Beihou landed, he struck out with his right hand, and a silvery lightning bolt shot from his palm, striking the body of the giant toad. Boom! The giant toad screamed in pain as it was hit by the lightning, shuddering all over. The lumps on its body were blasted apart by the lightning. Dark green juices gushed from the wounds, splattering everywhere. However, the giant toad's defense was not weak. This strike of palm thunder did not inflict fatal damage. It shook its head, a hint of ferocity flashing in its yellow eyes, and its mouth opened again. Its tongue shot out once more. This time the speed was even faster, the angle more tricky. Beihou sidestepped, the tongue grazing past his school uniform, carving a fist-sized hole in the wall behind him. The tongue retracted and shot out again. Bang! 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 The giant toad's tongue attack speed became increasingly rapid, each strike accompanied by a whoosh like a frantically whipping long whip. But Beihou's reaction speed was even quicker. His body darted left and right in the confined space, the tongue never managing to touch the hem of his clothes. Meanwhile, he continued to push forward. With each dodge, he moved a step forward. 1 step, 2, 3 steps. He was getting closer to the giant toad. At that moment, those undead that had been standing still suddenly moved. As if receiving some command, 10 undead simultaneously lifted their heads, their murky eyes turning towards Beihou. Then they moved. Their movements were stiff and mechanical like puppets on strings, but their speed was not slow. Roar! With a beast-like low growl, the 10 figures surrounded him from different directions, some reaching out their hands to grab Beihou, while others lunged directly to embrace him. Beihou's gaze swept over the faces of the undead, his eyes showing no hesitation. These undead could no longer be saved. Most of their souls had been devoured, leaving only one soul and one spirit to maintain their bodily functions. Even if their souls were retrieved from the monsters, they could never return to being normal humans. At the moment their 2 souls and 6 spirits were consumed, they had already died. What stood here now was merely empty shells controlled by the monsters. Beihou raised his right hand, gathering lightning in his palm. Thunderblade. A silvery thunderblade swept out, slashing towards the 2 closest undead. The thunderblade sliced through their waists without any obstruction, cutting the 2 in half, as if slicing through tofu. No blood. No screams. The bisected bodies fell to the ground, their severed ends grayish-white like wax with no blood flowing out. They could no longer be considered human. Beihou showed no signs of stopping, unleashing consecutive thunderblades. 3, 4, 10. Each undead was like paper in front of the thunderblades, severed cleanly and swiftly. In less than 10 seconds, all 10 undead lay on the ground. By the edge of the chemical pool, only the giant toad Beihou and the languishing Su Qingdai curled up in the corner remained. Fear finally appeared in the yellow eyes of the giant toad. It realized the boy in the school uniform before it, even though of the same rank, was not something it could handle. But it was too late. Beihou had advanced to within 10 meters of the chemical pool. He took a deep breath, his inner thunder power erupting at that moment without reservation. At the Dantian, the purple lightning swirled wildly like a star on the verge of exploding. Countless arcs of electricity burst forth, flowing through his meridians to his hands, converging, compressing, and taking shape in his palm. The silvery lightning grew brighter and more blinding, illuminating the entire chemical pool as bright as day. Beihou suddenly leaped up. His body soared more than 10 meters into the air, his hands raised above his head, fingers interlaced, the mass of lightning in his palm compressed into a massive thunderblade. Giant thunderblade slash. His hands came crashing down. A 5-meter-long silvery thunderblade descended from the sky, wielding the might to destroy the heavens and the earth, directly striking towards the giant toad. The giant toad let out its final desperate shriek, its yellow eyes nearly popping out of its sockets. It opened its mouth wide, attempting to spit out its tongue to defend itself, but the speed of the thunderblade was too fast for it to react. Boom! The thunderblade sliced into the giant toad's head, exiting from its tail, cleaving it perfectly in half. Dark green blood sprayed out like a fountain from the severed end. The 2 halves of the giant toad's body splitting apart with a thud and thud, falling into the chemical pool and creating 2 massive splashes. Before the splashes had even settled, Beihou's second attack arrived. Palm thunder. A thicker bolt of lightning shot from his palm, crashing onto the surface of the chemical pool. Boom! The lightning exploded the dark green water of the pool, splattering everywhere as the 2 halves of the giant toad were turned into chunks of flesh amidst the lightning. The surface of the chemical pool gradually calmed down, the bubbles disappeared, and the churning ceased. That intense foul odor also dissipated rapidly with the disappearance of the giant toad. Gu Beihou landed back on the ground, brushing off the dust from his hands. His chest rose and fell slightly. The continuous battle had consumed quite a bit of his spiritual energy, but it was still within a controllable range. He turned around to look at Su Qingdai, who was curled up in the corner. Then he halted in his tracks. Su Qingdai had opened her eyes at some point. Not the previous half-open unfocused gaze, but truly fully opened eyes. Though her eyes were weak and bloodshot, there was light. She was looking at Gu Beihou, gazing at this boy still reeking of residual lightning, standing by the chemical pool with a charred mark beneath his feet and fading lightning behind him. She saw the massive frog that had been monitoring them cleaved in two by a lightning strike from this boy, reduced to fragments. Su Qingdai's lips trembled as if she wanted to say something, but could not produce a sound. Tears fell silently from her eyes. Gu Beihou approached and squatted down in front of her. He said nothing, merely glanced at her, then reached out to gently tear off the tape from her mouth. "Don't be afraid." His voice was calm, a stark contrast to the cold demeanor he had when slaying the monster. "The monster has been vanquished, it's all right." Su Qingdai's tears began to flow more fiercely. She opened her mouth, barely audible, uttering two words. "Thank you." Gu Beihou nodded, stood up, and took out his phone. He opened the encrypted communication channel of the Monster Hunter Alliance, found the conversation box with Shintian, and typed a few words. "West of the city, old industrial zone, chemical factory, abandoned chemical pool, survivor present, send someone to pick up." He sent it. Tucking his phone back into his pocket, he glanced back at Su Qingdai, and then at the remains of the 10 undead on the ground. His brow furrowed slightly. Soul-devouring techniques. Controlling the giant toad of the Four Realms. Able to evade radar detection. With so many methods, what exactly was targeting his Yujang? Gu Beihou stood beside the chemical pool. Night wind swept past, carrying away the lingering crackle of lightning and the acrid scent of charred flesh from his body. He made no move to leave. Su Qingdai crouched in the corner, frail as a withered leaf poised to vanish on the merest breath of wind. Yet her eyes never left Gu Beihou, filled with gratitude, quiet dependence, and the trembling exhilaration of one who has narrowly escaped death. 20 minutes later, the low growl of automobile engines echoed from afar. 3 black, heavily modified SUVs rolled one after another onto the factory's vacant lot, their tires grinding over shattered bricks and rubble with a grating metallic rasp. Doors swung open. From the 3 vehicles emerged 7 or 8 figures, clad uniformly in black tactical uniforms, each bearing the silver and white emblem of the Demon Hunter Alliance embroidered proudly upon their chests. Their attire was precision-tailored for mobility, sleek, functional, and battle-ready. At their waists hung standard-issue short blades and rune-engraved firearms, everyone a picture of disciplined, seasoned competence. At their head strode a man in his early 30s, square-jawed, thick-browed, his gaze sharp as honed steel, his stride commanding, as if stirring the very air around him. His name was Han Lai, the field operations commander of the Yujang branch of the Demon Hunter Alliance, a cultivator at the 3rd realm of spirit refinement. Before Gu Beihou's arrival in Yujang, he had served as acting director. Upon Gu Beihou's arrival, Han Lai voluntarily stepped aside to serve as his deputy, not out of deference to the title Marquis, but because he had been utterly subdued in combat by Gu Beihou. "My lord Marquis." Han Lai strode forward, halted before Gu Beihou, and gave a respectful slight bow. Behind him, the 6 operatives snapped into formation and bowed in unison. "My lord Marquis." Gu Beihou waved dismissively. "What's the situation here?" Han Lai's gaze swept across the chemical pool and the scattered wreckage, his pupils contracting faintly. "A level 4 giant mouth frog, neutralized." Gu Beihou pointed toward the pulped remains floating atop the pool. A muscle twitched at the corner of Han Lai's mouth. Again, not even ash remained. He had long grown accustomed to it. Gu Beihou's thunder key was monstrously overwhelming, utterly merciless. No demonic creature under his hand had ever retained its form. Any survivors? Gu Beihou shifted slightly, revealing Su Qingdai huddled in the shadows behind him. Only one. A senior high school girl from our academy, abducted by the frog and afflicted with soul-devouring art, losing 1 soul fragment and 1 spirit essence. Han Lai's expression darkened. Soul-devouring art. His voice dropped to a hushed, grave timbre. A giant mouth frog could never master such a high-tier demonic technique. "I know," Gu Beihou nodded. "There's something behind this. The frog was merely a pawn. The true mastermind remains concealed." Han Lai's brows knotted into a deep Chuan character, his gaze hardened further. If even a mere pawn was a level 4 demon, strong enough to overwhelm him, then the orchestrator must be a great demon. Also, Gu Beihou added, "The 10 reanimated corpses, I dealt with them. They were beyond saving. Keeping them alive would only pose greater danger. Han Lai glanced at the bisected remains strewn across the ground, paused for 2 silent seconds, then gave a firm nod. Understood. We'll handle cleanup and follow-up. My Lord Marquis, you should return and rest. Gu Beihou nodded and turned to depart. Lord Marquis. A faint trembling voice called out. Gu Beihou halted and looked back. Su Qingdai had somehow pushed herself upright against the floor, her body shuddering violently, her face as pale as bleached parchment, her lips utterly bloodless. Yet her eyes locked unflinchingly onto Gu Beihou, holding within them an unsettling, indescribable emotion. I know you, she whispered, so softly it resembled ripples skimming across still water. You're Gu Beihou from Qizhonghai. I've seen you before. Gu Beihou said nothing, only watched her. I will remember you. Her voice trembled, but her tone held unwavering resolve. Thank you for saving me. I will remember, forever. Gu Beihou met her gaze once more, then shook his head. You won't remember. His tone was calm, devoid of consolation or courtesy, merely stating an irrevocable fact. Su Qingdai froze, bewildered. Gu Beihou offered no explanation. Instead, he turned to Han Lai, speaking softly, yet with crystalline clarity. When stabilizing her soul fragments, ensure memory segment erasure is performed. Han Lai paused, briefly glanced at Su Qingdai, then bowed his head. Yes, my Lord Marquis. Su Qingdai's eyes flew wide open. Memory segment erasure. Though she did not know its mechanics, the phrase alone conveyed chilling clarity. They intended to erase her memories. No, don't. She struggled to rise, but her body betrayed her as she collapsed weakly the moment she lifted herself. I don't want to forget, please. I beg you. Gu Beihou did not turn back. His silhouette receded into the night, his navy and white school uniform dissolving into the darkness until it vanished entirely. Silent tears traced down Su Qingdai's cheeks, falling onto the ground where they mingled with emerald green chemical residue. Han Lai side approached her and knelt. Little one, don't blame his lordship, he said, his voice gentler now. He does this for your sake. Su Qingdai wept and shook her head frantically. I don't want to. I don't want to. Han Lai said nothing more. From his utility pouch, he withdrew a syringe filled with a pale blue liquid that shimmered faintly beneath the moonlight. Just sleep. It'll be over soon, he murmured. The needle pierced her forearm. The azure fluid flowed steadily into her vein. Her resistance weakened, her eyelids grew heavy, and consciousness ebbed like retreating tide. In the final instant before oblivion, one image flashed across her mind. A youth clad in navy and white school uniform, wreathed in silvery lightning, descending from the heavens to cleave the monstrous toad in two with a colossal thunderblade. Then, shattering, like a mirror struck by a hammer, fissures erupted from the center and raced outward. Shards peeled away one by one, vanishing into infinite darkness. Su Qingdai closed her eyes. Tears still glistened on her cheeks, but the corners of her lips curved upward as though cradled in a most serene dream. In truth, the Alliance's memory erasure technology remained imperfect, capable of inflicting subtle damage upon the soul and psyche, and thus deployed only during large-scale incidents. Yet Su Qingdai's soul was already fractured. This additional strain mattered little. Han Lai rose and signaled to his team. 2 of you. Carry her to the vehicle carefully. Contact Alliance Headquarters Medical Division immediately. Prepare soul stabilization therapy. Yes, sir. 2 operatives lifted Su Qingdai with practiced gentleness and hurried toward the SUV. Han Lai remained rooted in place, surveying the desolate battlefield. The chemical pool still bubbled faintly, the air hung thick with the ozone tang of spent lightning and the burnt meat stench of incinerated demons. The reanimated corpses' remains had begun to decompose, the grayish waxy substance melting slowly into translucent, odorless pools. Old Zhao, Han Lai called to one operative, take 2 others, clean the site thoroughly. Leave no trace whatsoever. Understood. Xiao Wang, you'll retrieve all surveillance footage from the Western Industrial District over the past week. Look for anomalies. Receive. Han Lai cast one last glance toward the direction Gu Beihou had vanished, murmuring softly to himself. A level 4 giant mouth frog. Soul-devouring art, radar-evading capabilities. My Lord Marquis, this abyss runs far deeper than either of us imagined. As Gu Beihou stepped out of the factory gate, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. The shadow in the duty room remained crouched in place, the iron door tightly shut, devoid of light and sound. He walked over and gently pulled open the iron door. The door creaked softly. Inside the duty room, Yan Lingyu was curled up in the corner, leaning against the wall, hugging her knees with her head tilted to one side, her ponytail half undone, a few strands of hair falling beside her face. She had fallen asleep. Her phone lay beside her knee, the flashlight still on, but the light had dimmed, indicating it was nearly out of battery. A faint white light illuminated her face from below, casting her features in a soft and hazy glow. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her breathing light, and even her chest rising and falling gently. Her lips were slightly pouted, as if she were angry with someone in her dreams. Gu Beihou stood at the doorway, watching her, pausing for a moment. A 17-year-old girl all alone in this dilapidated duty room, while outside lay a dark and abandoned factory area. Not far away lurked a ruthless monster. She could still be asleep. How could she be so carefree? Gu Beihou thought to himself, but his gaze lingered on her face for a couple of seconds. The sleeping Yin Lingyu seemed like a different person from the one who chattered and argued with him in class. When she was asleep, she looked particularly calm, even a bit adorable. She curled up like a little kitten napping in a corner. Gu Beihou crouched down, moving closer. A faint gray mark appeared on her face, likely from hiding in the... He involuntarily reached out his hand and gently pinched her cheek. Her skin was soft, imbued with the unique delicacy and warmth of youth. The spot he touched flushed slightly, like a ripe peach. Gu Beihou himself was unaware that the curve of his lips had softened considerably. The indifference and aloofness that usually adorned his face vanished in that moment. Yin Linjia's eyelashes suddenly fluttered. Gu Beihou's reaction was faster than lightning. His hand retracted as if shocked, moving so swiftly that the naked eye could only catch a fleeting shadow. Simultaneously, his body leaned back slightly, his expression instantly switching back to its cold, distant demeanor, as if nothing had just occurred. Yin Lingyu opened her eyes. She looked hazy, as if she had just been pulled from a pleasant dream, her eyes reflecting confusion and drowsiness. She blinked, her gaze sweeping around the dim duty room before finally landing on Gu Beihou's face. Moi. She seemed puzzled for a moment before slowly sitting up straight, rubbing her eyes. You're back. Gu Beihou's tone was flat. Yin Lingyu blinked again, then reached up to touch her right cheek, frowning slightly. Did you just touch my face? No, why would I touch your face? Stop being so vain. Gu Beihou maintained a straight face, his tone as assured as if swearing in court. Yin Lingyu tilted her head to look at him, her eyes filled with suspicion. Really? Really? Then how come I feel like someone pinched my face? You must be dreaming. Dreaming? Yin Lingyu pondered, muttering to herself. Could it be? I was licked. Gu Beihou. His mouth twitched and a vein throbbed at his temple. A dog. He, Gu Beihou, a distinguished genius demon hunter from the Thunder Department. The head of Yujang City, a master of the fourth realm of spirit refinement, was being called a dog for the first time. He took a deep breath, forcibly swallowing the retort. You're the dog. Are you leaving or not? His tone was laced with gritted teeth. You're so carefree sleeping in a place like... Yin Lingyu rolled her eyes and replied assertively. Do you think everyone is like you, sleeping in class every day? Studying is exhausting, you know. Gu Beihou was too lazy to argue with her. Get up, let's go. He turned and walked out. Hey, Yin Linjia's voice called from behind. Pull me up, my legs are numb. Gu Beihou turned around to look at her. Yin Lingyu stretched out her hand, looking up at him with wide, innocent... Gu Beihou expressionlessly extended his hand, grabbing her wrist, lifting her from the ground like a chick. Yin Lingyu stumbled slightly as she was pulled, nearly crashing into Gu Beihou, quickly steadying herself by propping against the wall with her other hand. Can't you be a bit gentler? She rubbed her reddened wrist, grumbling in dissatisfaction. No, Gu Beihou replied, curtly turning to leave. Yin Lingyu pouted and followed closely behind him. The two walked out of the factory area, the moonlight spilling through the gaps in the clouds, casting a thin layer of silver frost on the ground. The night wind blew, carrying the unique chill of spring, causing Yin Linjia's loose hair to flutter in the breeze. She gathered her hair and pulled a hair tie from her wrist, quickly tying her ponytail back up. By the way, Gu classmate, she hurried to catch up, walking alongside Gu Beihou. Did you find those missing classmates? Gu Beihou's steps paused slightly. No. He shook his head, his voice calm. I didn't find them. Oh, Yin Lingyu sighed. What a shame. We searched for so long and still didn't find them. Gu Beihou. The two walked in silence, their footsteps echoing in the empty street. After about 10 minutes, they finally exited the abandoned industrial area, arriving in a town with streetlights, pedestrians, and the warmth of life. Gu Beihou stood by the roadside, raising his hand to hail a taxi. The taxi stopped, and the driver rolled down the window, leaning out to scrutinize the two students in their school uniforms. Where to? Gu Beihou opened the door, letting Yin Lingyu enter first before sitting in himself. First to Lanyuan. The driver nodded and stepped on the gas. The taxi passed through the old town, driving past the familiar streets to Gu Beihou, and finally stopped at the entrance of Lanyuan community. Yin Lingyu got out of the car, standing under the streetlight at the entrance, looking back at Gu Beihou. The light shone on her, casting a long shadow. Her high ponytail swayed gently in the night breeze, and the hem of her school uniform skirt was lifted slightly by the wind. Her expression was relaxed, carrying a sense of relief from recent tension. "Gu classmate," she said with a smile. "Thank you for bringing me back today. Even though you were quite fierce to me, glared at me, and almost left me alone in that scary place, I'll let it slide, since you came back for me in the end." Gu Beihou sat in the car looking at her with an expressionless face. "I acknowledge your gratitude. Can I leave now, eh? You're really no fun." Yanling Yu pouted. "At least say you're welcome." "You're welcome." Gu Beihou scoffed disdainfully. Yanling Yu rolled her eyes and waved her hand at him. "Go on, be careful on the way." She turned and walked into the community, her ponytail swaying behind her, quickly disappearing into the hallway. "Drive her to Hongxing Road in the west of the city," Gu Beihou instructed. The taxi halted at the intersection of Hongxing Road. Gu Beihou paid the fare and stepped out. He strode to a corner of the underground mall, lifted the dust cover, and there it rested, a sleek black motorcycle motionless in the shadows, its aerodynamic frame gleaming coldly under the emergency lights. Gu Beihou mounted the bike and ignited the engine. A deep, resonant roar reverberated through the subterranean space, like a wild beast rousing from slumber. He fastened his helmet, twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle shot forth like an arrow loosed from its bow, bursting from the underground mall into the nocturnal streets. By protocol, he should report to the branch after neutralizing a Yao entity, file the mission report, redeem points, and endure Shinoda's endless chatter. But tonight he had no intention of going, nor was anyone empowered to compel him. As the first in command of Yujang City, he bore no obligation to patrol personally. The branch maintained a 24-hour surveillance team, citywide Yao energy detection radar, and rapid response squads on standby. Should anomalies arise, the system would trigger automatic alerts and dispatch personnel accordingly. Yet Gu Beihou still preferred patrolling alone. Not out of duty, not out of obligation, but because he savored this sensation. Riding his motorcycle through Yuzhang's labyrinthine streets, watching its lights flicker awake one by one, then fade into silence. Every avenue, every intersection, every building. He knew them all, for this was his domain. He was Yuzhang's guardian, the city's sovereign. Like a monarch surveying his realm, assured that order reigned supreme, and no Yao dared defy his dominion. This feeling was exquisite. The motorcycle raced along Binjiang Road. River wind rushed Heaton, whipping his school uniform into sharp, fluttering folds. He rode for a full hour, circling Yuzhang's core districts, confirming no irregularities before turning homeward, deeply satisfied. He parked the motorcycle 1 kilometer from home. He could not let his mother see it. She remained unaware he rode motorcycles, let alone possessed this specially modified military-grade machine. In Qin Diyun's understanding, her son cycled daily between school and tutoring. His late returns were attributed to teachers extending class time. She knew nothing of demon hunters, Yao entities, or thunder-based cultivation. This ignorance was Gu Beihou's deliberate illusion, not because he wished to conceal the truth, but because he could not reveal it. Demon hunter status was classified. The Alliance enforced strict non-disclosure protocols toward civilians. Violating those protocols carried grave consequences, but more crucially, he refused to burden his mother with fear. Were Qin Diyun to learn her son spent evenings not in tutoring rooms, but locked in mortal combat with remorseless Yao, she would shatter. He secured the motorcycle in an open-air parking lot 1 kilometer from home, locked it, and draped it with its dust cover, then walked the rest of the way. Night air drifted past, fragrant with osmanthus blossoms. Gu Beihou passed a familiar alley, turned a corner, and arrived at the street beneath his apartment building. A woman carrying a large grocery bag walked with her head bowed toward the entrance. Her slender frame curved inward slightly. Her habitual posture suggested deep thought. Gu Beihou paused, then his lips lifted unbidden. Tonight's fortune was exceptional. Usually his mother awaited him indoors. Today, they met by chance beneath their own roof. "Mom," he called out. Qin Diyun turned, and the instant her eyes met his, they brightened unmistakably. "Beihou." Her voice brimmed with delight. "Why are you home so early tonight?" Gu Beihou hurried forward and effortlessly lifted the heavy grocery bag from her hands. Inside lay pork ribs, fish, leafy greens, tofu, scallions, ginger garlic, overflowing easily, weighing over 15 kilograms. "The teacher had urgent matters, dismissed us early." Gu Beihou smiled as he spoke, the lie smooth and effortless, neither blushing nor faltering. Qin Diyun nodded, unquestioning, her smile deepening. "That's perfect. Your aunt's family is visiting today, so I bought extra. You're in for a treat, young man." Gu Beihou chuckled twice, shifting the bag onto his shoulder. "Indeed, mother and son share uncanny synchronicity. I return early, and you've prepared a feast. Timing isn't luck, it's destiny." "Smooth talker," she teased, lightly tapping his arm. Oh, where's your bicycle? Gu Beihou froze. Bicycle. His mind processed the dilemma in 0.3 seconds. His gaze shifted subtly, expression unflinching. Oh, a classmate's parent drove me home today. I left the bike at school, and they've agreed to drive me again tomorrow. The explanation was flawless. Qin Diyun accepted it without hesitation, and added earnestly, we must express our gratitude. Tomorrow morning I'll prepare some homemade mung bean cakes for you to deliver. Gu Beihou readily agreed, absolutely, no problem. Yet inwardly he scoffed, humph, across all Yujang who would dare accept a gift from him. Mung bean cakes were her crowning culinary art. The beans soaked overnight were hand-peeled, steamed, mashed, then slowly stir-fried with sugar and oil until perfectly non-stick, finally pressed into delicate molds. The entire process consumed half a day. The finished cakes glowed pale gold, melted upon the tongue, sweet, yet never cloying, silken, sublime. Such labor-intensive delicacies existed solely for his enjoyment. Mom, let's go up. Gu Beihou hoisted the bag, his free hand hovering gently near her shoulder as they entered the building's foyer. One stairwell light had burned out, casting the narrow space in soft, muted gloom. Gu Beihou led the way, not too fast, not too slow, just right for her pace. Qin Diyun followed, her gaze resting upon his back, tender, proud, profoundly content. At 18 he towered over her by more than a head, broad-shouldered, spine straight, already bearing the quiet gravity of a man. Truly life had granted her everything she needed. When Gu Beihou pushed open the door to his home, he found 3 people sitting on the sofa in the living room. Sister. Oh, Beihou is back. A woman's voice rang out, first filled with warmth. A smile immediately appeared on Gu Beihou's face as he quickly changed into slippers and walked over. Aunt. His Aunt Qin Dilian is the younger sister of Qin Diyun, 4 years younger, and 38 this year. However, thanks to good maintenance, she looked barely in her 30s with fair skin and features that bore a resemblance to Qin Diyun's. Oh my, our Beihou has grown taller again. Qin Dilian stood up, measuring her nephew with her eyes, her gaze filled with joy. The last time I saw you, you were half a head taller than me, and now you're at least a full head taller. That's for sure, Gu Beihou replied with a smile. I heard that you can still grow until you're 25. On the sofa sat a man in his early 40s wearing a dark gray polo shirt and black casual pants with a pair of silver-framed glasses. His facial features were well-defined with a high nose and thin, distinct lips, giving him an elegant and scholarly air. Lu Zhengwen, Gu Beihou's uncle, worked at the city library as the deputy director. Gu Beihou's gaze fell on Lu Zhengwen, his smile unchanged, but his pupils suddenly constricted. In that moment something flashed deep in his eyes, like a fish darting suddenly beneath the surface of a lake, too quick to catch clearly, yet the ripples on the water were undeniably real. Lu Zhengwen was just standing up from the sofa, a gentle smile on his face, about to say something when, cousin, a crisp, lively voice exploded from the side like a cannonball. Before Gu Beihou could react, a pink figure dashed over like an agile kitten, leaping up, wrapping her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck, hanging onto him. Wow, cousin, I missed you so much. Lu Xiaoli, the only daughter of his aunt and uncle Gu Beihou's cousin. Gu Beihou was startled by this sudden attack, taking half a step back to steady himself, looking down at his cousin clinging to him. With her round face, big eyes, and eyelashes like 2 little fans fluttering at him, she grinned widely, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. I missed you so much, I missed you so much. Lu Xiaoli wrapped her arms around his neck, swaying back and forth like a spoiled kitten. Gu Beihou's mouth twitched slightly, quickly suppressing the odd feeling from a moment ago. He reached out and grabbed his cousin by the back of her collar, like picking up a kitten, pulling her off him, and then he decisively tossed her onto the sofa. With a thud, Lu Xiaoli sank into the soft sofa, bouncing a couple of times before coming to a stop. You're so impolite, Gu Beihou said expressionlessly as he dusted off his clothes. You're already so old, yet you still cling to your cousin like this. Lu Xiaoli climbed up from the sofa, rubbing her sore bottom, pouting like she could hang an oil bottle. No matter how old I am, I'm still your cousin. You even threw me, but hurts so much. Serves you right. Gu Beihou replied without any expression. Mom, look at cousin. Lu Xiaoli turned to Qin Dilian to complain, her eyes reddening. He bullied me. Qin Dilian watched this scene with a smile, not only refraining from defending her daughter, but instead saying lovingly, your cousin is just playing with you. A falling down won't cost you any flesh. Exactly. Gu Beihou's mother Qin Dilian peeked out of the kitchen, a spatula in hand, smiling as she said, how many times has your cousin fallen on you since you were little? This time doesn't count. Lu Xiaoli. She looked at her mother, then at her aunt, and finally at her cousin, who stood to the side, with an expressionless face, deeply feeling the world's malice. Dad. She finally turned to Lu Zhengwen, calling out pitifully. Lu Zhengwen pushed up his glasses, smiling gently. Stop making a fuss. Lu Xiaoli completely gave up, resisting resignedly, curling up back into the corner of the sofa, pulling out her phone and mumbling softly, "The whole family is biased." Gu Beihou did not continue to bicker with his cousin. He turned around, looking back at Lu Zhengwen, a smile reappearing on his face, as if the odd feeling from moments ago had never existed. "Uncle," his voice was warm and friendly. "It seems you've gotten more handsome again lately. How do you maintain it? You're getting younger. Teach my mom." Qin Diyun just happened to come out of the kitchen with dishes, hearing this, lightly scolding her son. "What do you mean, Gu Beihou? Are you saying your mom is getting old?" No, absolutely not. I was just thinking about how to help you get back to being 20. Gu Beihou quickly replied with a bitter smile, putting his hands together in a pleading gesture. "You're almost 20, how can you expect me to go back to being 20? Qin Diyun laughed, giving him another light tap as she placed the dishes on the dining table. Qin Delian laughed so hard she nearly fell over. "Sister, you and your daughter really have sharp tongues, one is better than the other." At this moment Lu Zhengwen finally interjected, speaking gently. "Actually, I haven't maintained much, it's just about keeping active and watching your diet. As one reaches middle age, it's mostly about mindset. If your mindset is young, you'll feel young." Gu Beihou raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half-smile, his tone carrying an indescribable nuance. "Is it really that simple?" The way he looked at Lu Zhengwen was different from how he had looked at everyone else. It was a scrutinizing gaze. It was as if an invisible knife was cutting inch by inch into Lu Zhengwen, trying to see through him completely. Lu Zhengwen felt the weight of Gu Beihou's gaze, and the smile on his face stiffened for a moment. His body instinctively shrank back, slightly, his back pulling away from the sofa's backrest, as if he wanted to create a bit of distance. These movements were very subtle, so subtle that an ordinary person would hardly notice them. Yet they were impossible to escape Gu Beihou's keen eyes. Right," Lu Zhengwen said stiffly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. "It really is that simple." Gu Beihou stared at him for 2 seconds, then withdrew his gaze, his smile becoming relaxed once more. "Then I'll advise my mom to exercise more in the future," he said with a smile, "so she won't keep complaining about back pain." The atmosphere in the living room lightened again. Qin Delian pulled Gu Beihou to sit down, examining his face closely, becoming more and more satisfied. "Beihou has grown increasingly handsome. Those features and that physique are far better than those young idols on TV." Lu Xiaoli, who was nestled in the corner of the sofa, immediately perked up, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Yeah, you're way more handsome than those boys in our class. The boys in our class are all so ugly. How can they even dare to call themselves school hunk?" Gu Beihou narrowed his eyes, looking at his cousin warily. "How old are you? What do you know about handsome? Speak. Are you secretly dating?" Lu Xiaoli sat up straight with a righteous expression on her face, saying, "How is that possible? I wouldn't look twice at a bunch of ugly boys like them." Qin Delian patted her daughter's head, smiling as she said, "Exactly, when we look for boyfriends in the future, let's look for someone like your cousin." Lu Xiaoli's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head, her voice small, like a mosquito buzzing. "Well, let's talk about it later." All right, let's stop chatting," Qin Diyun said as she walked out of the kitchen, wearing an apron with flour on her hands. "Xiaolian, come help me with the cooking." Qin Delian immediately stood up, rolling up her sleeves. "Sure, it's been a long time since I tasted my sister's cooking." Lu Zhengwen also stood up, pushing up his glasses gently, saying, "I'll help out too." No need. Just sit down." Qin Diyun waved her hand. "The kitchen is small, 3 people can't move around. You're a big man, don't squeeze with us." The 3 of them walked into the kitchen, and as soon as the door closed, the sounds of pots and pans clattering along with the laughter of the 2 sisters filled the air. The living room fell silent. The variety show on the television was still playing, with bursts of laughter from the audience, but Gu Beihou and Lu Zhengwen were not watching. Gu Beihou leaned against the sofa, casually lounging with his legs crossed. Yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on Lu Zhengwen. "Uncle," he began, his tone casual as if engaging in small talk, "have you been busy with work lately?" "It's all right," Lu Zhengwen replied. "The library has been working on digitalization recently, so there's a bit more to do, but it's not too hectic." "That's good to hear." Gu Beihou nodded. "The work at the library is leisurely and stable, suitable for someone like you who enjoys quietness, uncle." Lu Zhengwen chuckled. "Yes, I'm not one for noise." They chatted about trivial matters, and Gu Beihou did not ask any particularly probing questions. Lu Zhengwen's responses were always gentle and appropriate, leaving no room for criticism. However, the tension within Gu Beihou's heart never eased. After all, this was in his home, and his most cherished person was right beside him. After about 10 minutes, Gu Beihou stood up and stretched. "Uncle, you sit tight, I'll go change my clothes." "Go ahead." Gu Beihou walked into his bedroom and closed the door. Leaning against the door panel, his smile gradually faded and his gaze sharpened. There was an aura of demonic energy around Uncle. How strange. They had met many times before, but there was never any indication of this. However, with his mother, aunt, and cousin all present, he certainly could not confront him directly. He needed to find an opportunity. He opened the wardrobe, took out a clean set of loungewear, and changed out of his school uniform. Cousin. Suddenly the door was pushed open. Lu Xiaoli's head peeked through the gap in the door, her big eyes darting around like a little mouse that had sneaked into the kitchen. Just as Gu Beihou slipped on his t-shirt, his expression darkened. Who let you in? Instead of leaving, Lu Xiaoli pushed the door wider and swaggered in. What's the matter? She looked around Gu Beihou's room, pouting. I used to play house here when I was little, and now you won't let me in. Gu Beihou rolled his eyes. You mean when you were 4 or 5, right? How old are you now? I don't care. Lu Xiaoli plopped down on his bed, hugging a stuffed bear from the bedside table. I just want to play in your room. The stuffed bear was something Gu Beihou's mother had bought for him when he was young. Its fur was worn down, and he had never thrown it away. Having his cousin hug it felt oddly disconcerting. All right, Gu Beihou said, too lazy to argue with her. Play away, but don't go rummaging through my things. I won't rummage. Who knows if there are any weird things. Lu Xiaoli pulled out her phone, leaned against the headboard, crossed her legs, and began scrolling through short videos. Gu Beihou sat down at his desk, casually flipping through a physics workbook, but his attention was elsewhere. Hey, he suddenly spoke without turning around. Can I ask you something? Lu Xiaoli was engrossed in a Tom and Jerry video, laughing heartily. Not lifting her head, she replied, What is it? Has your dad been acting strangely lately? Lu Xiaoli paused for a moment, finally looking away from her phone, lifting her head to look at Gu Beihou's back, as she thought. She frowned as if trying hard to recall. If you put it that way. There does seem to be something odd. Gu Beihou turned his head, his gaze landing on her face. What strange thing? Lu Xiaoli tilted her head for a long time, then her eyes brightened as she said with a smile. Last week he actually gave me an extra 7 yuan and 25 cents in my pocket money. I bought 3 extra starch sausages, he. Don't you think that's strange? Gu Beihou. He looked at his cousin's smug face, expressionless, as he reached out and playfully flicked her forehead. Ouched! Lu Xiaoli covered her forehead, almost in tears. What was that for? You silly girl, Gu Beihou said irritably. All you think about is eating. What's wrong with eating snacks? Lu Xiaoli rubbed her forehead, justifying herself. Anyway, I'm not fat. Gu Beihou snorted, sizing her up. Haha, you'll understand later. Lu Xiaoli turned her head away, ignoring him, and continued to scroll through her phone. Gu Beihou turned back, looking at the physics workbook in his hands, his brows slightly furrowed. Extra 7 yuan and 25 cents. What's so strange about that? Does this girl have anything in her head besides food? Gu Beihou shook his head, temporarily pushing those thoughts aside. Half an hour later, Qin Diyun's voice came from the living room. Beihou, come out for dinner. Coming. Gu Beihou stood up and walked out of the bedroom. The dining table was already filled with dishes. It was a bountiful spread, colorful and aromatic. Just looking at it made one's appetite soar. Wow, Annie, you made so many dishes. Lu Xiaoli rushed to the dining table, first her eyes sparkling. This looks so much better than what my mom made. You little brat. Qin Diyun came over and gently patted the back of her daughter's head. Just because you see a lot doesn't mean you've never gotten enough from my cooking before. Annie's cooking looks good. Lu Xiaoli cheerfully sat down, chopsticks already in hand. The family gathered around the dining table, chatting and laughing as they began to eat. However, Gu Beihou noticed something strange. Lu Zhongwan had a bowl and chopsticks set before him, yet he hardly touched them. The only dish he had interacted with was the bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, and he had only taken 2 small sips. Qin Diyun also noticed this and asked with concern, Zhongwan, why aren't you eating? Is it unappetizing? Lu Zhongwan adjusted his glasses and smiled. Not at all, I've been having stomach issues lately. The doctor recommended intermittent fasting, suggesting I eat less or not at all in the evening. Yes, Qin Diyun interjected, her tone tinged with helplessness. The doctor said his stomach lining has some issues and advised smaller, more frequent meals. We can eat as we please, don't mind him. But you have to eat something, Qin Diyun said. Fasting is worse for the stomach. It's fine. Lu Zhongwan waved his hand. I'll just have some soup, you all eat, don't worry about me. Gu Beihou, sitting opposite, gnawing on a rib, kept an eye on his uncle. Stomach issues. Intermittent fasting. Nonsense. What a good actor. Yet he said nothing, only smiled. Uncle, please take care of yourself. Stomach issues need to be nurtured slowly. Yes, Lu Zhongwan nodded, nurture it slowly. A meal was finished amidst a lively atmosphere. After dinner, Lu Xiaoli took the initiative to help clear the dishes, while Qin Diyun and Qin Diyun, the 2 sisters, washed the dishes in the kitchen. Gu Beihou and Lu Zhongwan sat in the living room, watching television, chatting casually. After more than half an hour, Qin Diyun glanced at the time. It's almost 9, we should be heading back soon. So early. Qin Dian came out of the kitchen holding a plate of fruit. Why not stay for a bit longer? It's not early. A Xiaoli has school tomorrow. Qin Delian picked up her bag and turned to Lu Zhongwen. Old Lu, go warm up the car and turn on the air conditioning. It's cold outside. Lu Zhongwen nodded, stood up, and took the car keys from his pocket. Uncle, at that moment, Gu Beihou suddenly stood up with a natural smile on his face. I'll go with you. I'll be taking my driving test soon and want to check out your car. Qin Dian glanced at her son. What's there to see? All cars look the same. Let the kid go if he wants to see, Qin Delian said with a smile. Boys are naturally interested in cars. Lu Xiaoli immediately jumped up from the sofa. Then I'll go down too. Gu Beihou turned his head, looking at his cousin with narrowed eyes. No, his tone was authoritative. You can't go. Why not? Lu Xiaoli pouted, immediately looking at her cousin with a wronged expression. There's no reason, it's just not allowed. Gu Beihou had already turned and walked towards the door, putting on his coat. Stay at home and help your aunt clean up. Why should I? Lu Xiaoli wanted to say more, but was stopped by Qin Delian. Your cousin is talking to your uncle. What's the point of you going down? Just stay at home. Lu Xiaoli sulkily sat back on the sofa, hugging her teddy bear, her lips pouting high. Gu Beihou didn't look back and followed Lu Zhongwen out the door. The two of them walked down the stairs, their footsteps echoing in the narrow hallway. Lu Zhongwen walked ahead, while Gu Beihou followed closely behind, his gaze fixed on his uncle's back. The walking posture was normal. The rhythm of breathing was normal. The sound of the heartbeat. Gu Beihou's ears twitched slightly. Lu Zhongwen's heartbeat sounded steady and strong from behind, approximately 70 beats per minute, a normal heart rate for a healthy adult male. But Gu Beihou noticed a detail. Since they left the house, Lu Zhongwen's heartbeat had not changed. As they descended the stairs, his heart rate did not increase. Even when they encountered the flickering sound-activated lights, there was no fluctuation. Typically, a person's heart rate would vary to some degree in the dark. It is an instinctive response. But Lu Zhongwen did not. His heart rate was as steady as a straight line. Gu Beihou remained silent, quietly following behind. The two of them exited the building and arrived at the parking lot downstairs. Lu Zhongwen's car was a black SUV, a mid-range brand about 2 to 3 years old, well-maintained, gleaming faintly under the streetlight. Beep, the lights flashed, and the car doors unlocked. Lu Zhongwen opened the driver's side door and got in. Gu Beihou walked around to the other side and sat in the passenger seat. As the car door closed, the outside noise was mostly cut off, and the interior of the car became quiet. Lu Zhongwen started the engine, and then turned to Gu Beihou with a gentle smile. Beihou, take a look. If you don't understand anything, just ask me directly. This car doesn't have many functions, but it has everything you need. Gets enough for a beginner like you. Gu Beihou did not respond. He sat in the passenger seat, not looking at the steering wheel or the dashboard, but staring intently at Lu Zhongwen. The light inside the car was dim, with only the faint glow of the dashboard and air conditioning panel illuminating the faces of the two, casting their silhouettes in soft relief. After a few seconds of silence, Gu Beihou finally spoke. His voice was calm, yet cold. Why didn't you eat dinner tonight? Lu Zhongwen was taken aback, clearly not expecting the question. Didn't I tell you, Beihou? He said, a hint of confusion in his tone. I have a stomach condition. The doctor said I shouldn't eat. Gu Beihou did not look at him, his gaze fixed on the night view outside the windshield. The corners of his mouth gradually lifted into a chilling arc. Not allowed to eat. He repeated those 3 words, his voice laden with an indescribable undertone. Or, don't you like to eat? Lu Zhongwen's smile froze. Should I get you some raw meat? Gu Beihou continued, his voice still light, but each word felt like a knife, piercing Lu Zhongwen's nerves with precision. Or, he turned his head, staring at Lu Zhongwen. The light in the car was dim, but his eyes shone impressively in the darkness like 2 cold stars, sharp and piercing. How about eating a live person? Lu Zhongwen's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. At that moment, Gu Beihou's smartwatch on his left wrist vibrated suddenly. It wasn't an ordinary vibration, it was intense, frantic, as if it were about to explode. Gu Beihou looked down, and the interface of the demon detection device had popped up automatically, and the radar was spinning uncontrollably at an unbelievable speed, like a runaway fan. The concentration of demon energy was extremely high, and the source of the demon energy was right next to him, right in the driver's seat. Gu Beihou's muscles tensed within a tenth of a second, and the force of thunder surged within him, ready to erupt at any moment. The car interior was dark, with only the faint glow of the dashboard illuminating Lu Zhongwen's silhouette. His face remained unchanged, with silver-framed glasses perched on his nose, his genteel features still intact. But the expression on his face had completely transformed. That gentle smile, cultured demeanor, and refined posture vanished completely, like a mask ripped away in an instant. In its place was a pathological, twisted joy, like something that had been pent up for too long finally being released. Lu Zhengwen's lips slowly curled back, stretching to an angle no normal human could possibly achieve, nearly splitting to the roots of his ears. His eyes half squinted, something churned within his pupils. Then he laughed. Kik. This was not a human laugh. It was sharp and jarring, like metal scraping on glass, or like a night owl hooting in the dark. The laughter echoed in the enclosed car, causing Gu Beihou's eardrums to buzz. Ah! Lu Zhengwen tilted his head, looking at Gu Beihou with the gaze of a predator admiring its prey's futile struggles, his tone filled with a sickly chilling delight. You've been discovered. Gu Beihou narrowed his eyes. There was no fear, no surprise, not even any superfluous expression on his face. He merely looked calmly at the uncle before him, as if gazing at a corpse. Lu Zhengwen continued to laugh, his laughter growing louder and more shrill. My dear nephew, you truly are annoyingly perceptive. His voice changed. No longer the gentle, scholarly baritone it once was, but a hoarse sound, as if it were squeezed out from deep within his throat. Each word sounded as if it had been ground down by sandpaper, rough and jarring. Gu Beihou did not respond. He pushed open the car door and stepped out. The night wind brushed against his face, carrying the coolness of early autumn. He stood by the car, flexed his wrist, kicked his legs, then turned around to face Lu Zhengwen, who was still seated inside. In a flat tone he said, "Come out. Don't dirty my aunt's car." Lu Zhengwen's laughter momentarily halted. He looked at Gu Beihou, and a glimmer of playful mischief flashed in his eyes. No, my car," he said languidly, his tone laced with a sickly mockery. "This is my car. I am your uncle Ha." His mouth twisted into a grin, revealing a set of orderly teeth. But those teeth under the streetlight shone with an abnormal, ghastly whiteness. Another sharp laugh erupted. Lu Zhengwen stepped out of the car. Every movement he made carried an eerie, almost inhuman grace, as if the joints in his body could rotate 360 degrees, as if his bones could twist at will. He stood beside the car, facing Gu Beihou. The streetlight shone down from above, casting a long shadow. Gu Beihou noticed that Lu Zhengwen's shadow appeared strange. Lu Zhengwen's shadow under the streetlight exhibited a dark red hue, as if something sinister was flowing within it. Moreover, the shape of the shadow did not entirely match his body. The edges of the shadow had odd protrusions and extensions, as if something were trying to emerge from it. Even more bizarre were Lu Zhengwen's eyes. The originally black pupils were visibly morphing into an eerie red. The red spread from the center of the pupil outward, quickly consuming the entire eyeball, even staining the whites a dark crimson. In the center of the dark red eyeball, the vertically slit pupil narrowed, like that of a feline, glimmering with a chilling light under the street lamp. My dear nephew, Lu Zhengwen tilted his head, speaking in a sickly, twisted tone. Did you call me out so late to share some whispered secrets with your uncle? Oh ho. Could it be that you've fallen in love early? Want your uncle to help you keep it a secret? Gu Beihou ignored his mockery. He stepped forward, his right hand darting out like lightning, fingers like iron claws gripping Lu Zhengwen's throat. Ugh! Lu Zhengwen's laughter abruptly ceased. Gu Beihou's palm clutched tightly around his throat, his thumb and index finger pinching the sides of his Adam's apple with such force that Lu Zhengwen's face turned a deep shade of purple. His feet lifted slightly off the ground, his body hoisted up by Gu Beihou, as if he were a mere chick. What the hell are you doing? Gu Beihou's voice was as cold as ice shards in the dead of winter, each word carrying a bone-chilling intent. He stared fixedly at Lu Zhengwen's eerie red eyes, where silver lightning flickered deep within the pupils. A bone demon dares to wreak havoc before me. Lu Zhengwen's sickly smile froze at the mention of bone demon. A glimmer of sinister light flashed in his dark red eyes. He widened his eyes, staring fixedly at Gu Beihou, a heh sound escaping his throat, as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't due to the grip. Gu Beihou loosened his grip slightly. Oh, so I've been recognized. The bone demon's red eyes scanned Gu Beihou's face, as if re-evaluating this nephew he thought he knew so well. Gu Beihou remained expressionless. At that moment, a layer of silver-white arcs exploded from his body, crackling loudly in the night sky, as the power of thunder surged from within him, forming a layer of flickering lightning around his body. Lu Zhengwen's pupils contracted sharply. Thunder Division, Demon Hunter. His voice cracked sharp as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Gu Beihou did not respond. With a mighty force, he hurled Lu Zhengwen away, as if discarding garbage. Whoosh! Lu Zhengwen's body traced a parabolic arc in the air, crossing the sidewalk and the low shrubs of the landscaped area, crashing heavily onto the grass in the center of the greenery. Boom! The turf was struck into a shallow pit, dirt and grass fragments flying everywhere. Lu Zhengwen's body bounced twice on the grass, bending a patch of shrubs, finally lying on his back in a human-shaped dent. His silver-framed glasses flew off, lost somewhere. His polo shirt was stained with dirt and grass juice, and fragments of grass clung to his hair, making him look utterly disheveled. Gu Beihou gave him no chance to catch his breath. He raised his right hand, lightning gathering in his palm, unleashing a silver-white lightning blade that struck directly at Lu Zhengwen's face. Lightning blade. Lu Zhengwen reacted swiftly. Lying in the pit, he crossed his arms in front of him, a layer of dark red light film appearing on the surface of his body. Boom! The lightning blade struck the light film, producing a deafening sound. The dark red light film trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its surface, but it did not shatter. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhengwen leaped up from the pit, landing on his feet, and staggering back 2 steps, creating distance between himself and Gu Beihou. He glanced down at his arm. The sleeve of his polo shirt had been slashed by the lightning blade, exposing the flesh beneath. But that flesh was beginning to peel away. Like dried mud peeling off a wall, patches of flesh fell from Lu Zhengwen's arm, revealing what? Red bones. The surface of the bones was smooth as porcelain, glinting with an eerie sheen under the streetlight. The flesh continued to peel away. Arms, shoulders, chest, legs. Lu Zhengwen's skin and muscles were peeling away like a worn-out outer garment, detaching, falling off, turning to ash. In just a few seconds, a living flesh and blood Lu Zhengwen had vanished. What stood before Gu Beihou was a skeleton. A completely crimson skeleton exuding a strong aura of malevolence. It stood a head taller than Lu Zhengwen, with a large and sturdy frame, every bone seemingly forged from fine steel, its surface swirling with dark red patterns. On the skull, 2 hollow eye sockets burned with dark red flames. Those were its eyes, flickering in the night like 2 ghostly lights. Its teeth were sharp and long, densely arranged on the upper and lower jaws, 2 rows of serrated edges. Its finger bones were thick with sharp tips like knives, 10 bony spikes glinting coldly under the streetlight. This is the Bone Demon. Gu Beihou's expression turned utterly cold. The Bone Demon, a remarkably ferocious creature recorded in the Monster Compendium. They kill their targets, strip off their skin and flesh, and use demonic power to stitch them onto their own skeletons, disguising themselves as the targets to infiltrate human society. Those whose flesh and skin are taken by the Bone Demon leave no corpses behind. The flesh becomes the Bone Demon's outer layer, and the bones are devoured and absorbed, causing the person to completely vanish from the world, leaving no trace. Lu Zhengwen. The real Lu Zhengwen. His uncle is already gone. Gu Beihou stared at the red skeleton before him. A surge of boiling anger welled up in his chest. The Bone Demon stood there, dark red flames flickering in its eye sockets, surveying Gu Beihou with a scrutinizing gaze. Its skull tilted slightly as if recalling something. At first I thought it was just a case of sharing the same name, it said with a hint of amusement. I never expected it to really be you, my dear nephew Gu Bei. Its skull tilted slightly as if recalling something. At first I thought it was just a case of sharing the same name, it said with a hint of amusement. I never expected it to really be you, my dear nephew Gu Bei. Ho. It enunciated Gu Beihou's name deliberately, each syllable pronounced with heavy emphasis, as if savoring a delicacy. I wonder what it would feel like to wear your skin. Gu Beihou did not respond, his eyes coldly fixed on it. The Bone Demon's aura was rising. Initially, it was merely a faint sense of oppression, but soon it surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, spreading wildly in all directions. The shrubs in the greenbelt were pressed down by this overwhelming aura, and the grass and dirt on the ground were blown around by an invisible force. Even the light from the street lamps dimmed under this pressure. Gu Beihou's pupils slightly constricted. This aura, 5 realms. This was a 5th-level great demon. There was a vast chasm between the 4 realms and the 5 realms. The 4 realms represent the peak of mid-tier demon hunters, while the 5 realms are the threshold to high tier. Many demon hunters spend their entire lives stuck at the 4 realms, unable to break through to the 5 realms. The same applies to demons. While the demons of the 4 realms are powerful, they remain within a controllable range. The demons of the 5 realms, those are beings of another level. Gu Beihou did not retreat. He did not even show a hint of fear. With a calm expression, he pulled out his phone from his pocket, his fingers swiftly gliding across the screen before he opened the encrypted messaging app of the Demon Hunters Alliance, locating a contact, Shintian. Then he typed a line of text and sent it. West of the city, Sweeping Road, downstairs from my home, 5 realms Bone Demon, establish a spiritual barrier. After sending, he tucked the phone back into his pocket. Next, he removed the smartwatch from his left wrist. This smartwatch was not just a detector, it had another function, spiritual barrier generator. Gu Beihou raised the smartwatch to his eyes, pressing a hidden button on the side with his thumb, while channeling the thunder spirit power within him to infuse spiritual energy into the watch. The screen of the smartwatch lit up, the silvery glow growing brighter and more dazzling. Then he suddenly smashed the smartwatch to the ground. Crack! The smartwatch hit the concrete floor, the screen shattered and fragments scattered everywhere. But within the casing a burst of silvery light erupted like a small sun blooming in the night sky. The light spread outward at a visible speed, forming a massive hemispherical light shield that enveloped Gu Beihou the Bone Demon and the area within 100 meters. The surface of the light shield flowed with complex runes, silvery arcs of electricity jumping between the runes, making a sizzling sound. The spiritual barrier. This was a device specifically developed by the Demon Hunters Alliance for urban battles, capable of forming a barrier invisible and inaccessible to ordinary people in a short time. Inside the barrier, demon hunters can fight demons with all their might without affecting the lives of ordinary. Those outside the barrier cannot see what is happening inside, cannot hear the sounds from within, and may not even realize the barrier's existence. They instinctively avoid the area of the barrier. Gu Beihou stood in the center of the spiritual barrier, the silvery glow extending from beneath his feet, enveloping him and the bone demon in a fantastical sea of silver light. Meanwhile, at the Yujang branch of the Demon Hunters Alliance, in the monitoring hall on the third underground level, alarms blared loudly. Shen Tian stood before a large holographic radar screen, hands pressed on the control panel, eyes fixed intently on the red light spot on the screen. A fifth-level great demon. The color of the light spot was deep red, several shades deeper than an ordinary demon's red light spot, standing out on the screen like a drop of blood. And the location of this light spot. Shen Tian's fingers flew over the control panel, pulling up Gu Beihou's location information. A window popped up on the screen showing Gu Beihou's real-time location, which completely coincided with that of the Five Realms demon. Then that demonic aura light spot suddenly vanished. It did not disappear from the screen, but rather completely vanished from the radar, as if the demon had never existed at all. But Shen Tian knew that the demon had not disappeared. It was Gu Beihou who activated the spiritual barrier. The spiritual barrier isolates all breaths from within the barrier, including demonic aura. Therefore, after the barrier is activated, external detection devices can no longer detect the demon's presence. This meant the battle had already begun. Shen Tian took a deep breath, picked up the phone on the control panel, and dialed an encrypted number. The phone rang twice before quickly connecting. "This is the Yujang branch." Shen Tian's voice was steady, but her fingers gripping the phone turned slightly pale. "A fifth-level great demon has appeared within the city, located at west of the city, Tsiping Road. The person in charge, Gu Beihou, is currently engaged in battle, requesting provincial support." On the other end, there was a moment of silence before a deep voice responded. "Received. 2 Five Realms demon hunters have boarded the F-970 fighter jet and are en route to Yujang, expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Please hold on for 10 minutes. Understood." Shen Tian hung up the phone and looked back at the radar screen. On the screen, the deep red light spot had completely disappeared, replaced by a silvery dot of light. This was the signal of the spiritual barrier. Shen Tian stared at the silvery dot of light, her lips pressed into a line. Gu Beihou. She did not know if Gu Beihou could last for 10 minutes. But she knew that Gu Beihou would never back down or evade just because the opponent was a fifth-level great demon. Because that young man had never known how to admit defeat. Inside the spiritual energy barrier on Tsiping Road, a silvery, white dome isolates this area from the outside world, creating a closed battlefield. The light from the street lamp filtered through the barrier, turning silvery white as it illuminated the red bones of the skeleton demon, creating a bizarre and alluring visual effect. The skeleton demon stood in the center of the green belt, its eye sockets burning with dark red flames as it stared at Gu Beihou. Its jaw opened and closed a few times, producing a crackling sound, as if it were laughing. "You, a mere fourth realm practitioner, dare to challenge me, unknown." Its voice was hoarse and deep, dripping with unabashed disdain. Interesting. I thought you would run away." Gu Beihou stood opposite it, his hands naturally hanging at his sides, fingers slightly curled, ready to summon the power of thunder at any moment. His gaze rested calmly on the skeleton demon as he lightly said, "Run." He spoke softly, yet each word resonated powerfully. "I won't leave here without killing you." The dark red flames in the demon's eye sockets flickered violently. "Just you?" It scrutinized Gu Beihou from head to toe like observing an ignorant child. "A fourth realm spirit refiner against a fifth-ranked great demon," it mocked openly. "Do you even know the gap between the fourth and fifth realms? Do you know what it means to be a great demon?" It took a step forward, the grass beneath its feet scorched into a blackened footprint by its dark red demonic energy. "Fifth rank means I have already stepped into the threshold of high-level demonic creatures. My demonic power is—" "You're talking way too much." Gu Beihou impatiently interrupted it. As he leaned forward, his feet exploded against the ground, propelling him like a lightning bolt toward the skeleton demon. Meanwhile, the thunder spirit energy within him erupted fully. At his dantian, the purple lightning swirled wildly, with countless arcs of electricity bursting forth, surging through his meridians to every corner of his body. The silvery white lightning flickered, coiling and exploding around his body, causing his clothes to flap wildly. His hair stood slightly on end in the lightning, and within his pupils silvery sparks flickered. Palm thunder. His right hand struck out, and a thick silvery white lightning pillar shot from his palm, crashing directly into the skeleton demon's chest. The demon reacted extremely quickly. It swiftly dodged to the left, leaving a dark red afterimage in the air. The lightning pillar grazed its ribcage and exploded against the green belt behind it. Boom! The green belt was blasted into a large pit, soil and grass flying everywhere, and the air filled with the smell of burning. The skeleton demon steadied itself, the dark red flames in its eye sockets shimmering with a dangerous light. Not bad speed, it said, but speed alone. Before it could finish, Beihou's second attack had arrived. He had somehow circled to the left side of the demon, sweeping his right leg out with the power of thunder, aiming a kick at the demon's knee joint. Thunder kick. The silvery arcs of electricity exploded at the surface of his foot. This kick had the power to shatter a steel plate. The skeleton demon had no time to evade and could only take it heated. Its left leg slightly bent, a dark red light membrane appeared on the surface of the red bone at its knee. Bang! Beihou's foot struck the demon's knee, producing a deep, thunderous sound. The dark red light membrane shook violently, and the demon staggered 2 steps to the right. It looked down at its knee, surprised to find a tiny crack appearing on the light membrane. But it recovered in the blink of an eye. Interesting, the demon said, its tone losing a bit of its disdain. A fourth-realm demon hunter possessing such speed and strength, truly. Shut up. Beihou's voice interrupted it again, cold as iron. Be quiet, and died. His body surged forward again, both hands raised simultaneously, each condensing a lightning blade. Double lightning blades. 2 silvery white lightning blades slashed toward the skeleton demon from both sides, sealing off all avenues for its escape. The dark red flames in the demon's eye sockets shrank sharply. It showed no intention of dodging. Raising its hands, it spread 10 bony spikes, dark red demonic energy gathering at its fingertips, forming 10 dark red beams. 10 directions, bone spikes. 10 dark red beams shot from its fingertips, colliding with the 2 silvery white lightning blades in midair. Boom, 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 boom. 10 consecutive explosions erupted between the two. The dark red demonic energy intertwined with the silvery white thunder power, forming a massive energy sphere, which then erupted. The shockwave spread outward, uprooting the shrubs in the green belt, tearing up the grass on the ground, and bending the lamppost. Beihou was pushed back 3 or 4 steps by the shockwave, his feet carving deep grooves in the ground. The skeleton demon also took half a step back, but quickly steadied itself. It looked at its fingers. The tips of the 10 bony spikes had been trimmed slightly by the lightning blade's tiny arcs of electricity dancing at the dark red break. No wonder you're the strongest genius of the thunder department. The skeleton demon murmured, its tone completely devoid of disdain, replaced by serious scrutiny. You really can injure me, you do have some capital. Beihou remained silent. His chest rose and fell slightly. That last exchange had consumed a good deal of his spiritual energy. Yet he did not show it, his expression remained as calm as water. The skeleton demon tilted its head, the dark red flames in its eye sockets flickering a few times. Forget it, forget it. Its voice suddenly turned cold. Considering your talents, I won't toy with you anymore. Are you ready to disappear from this world? Its aura surged again. This time it was no longer just a feeling of oppression, but a tangible killing intent. Dark red demonic powers surged from its bones, swirling around its body like thick smoke. Then it formed a layer of dark red armor on the surface of its body. Of course, it wasn't a physical armor, but an energy armor condensed purely from demonic power. The armor covered its entire body from the skull to the toes, every inch of bone enveloped in dark red light. The surface of the armor flowed with intricate demonic patterns, those patterns seemingly alive, slowly writhing on the armor's surface. The signature ability of 5th realm demons. Demonic power projection forming armor. The skeleton demon stood there, the dark red armor particularly striking under the silvery white barrier like a demon emerging from hell. Beihou, I know what you're thinking, trying to stall me until reinforcements arrive. Its voice came from behind the armor, deeper and more oppressive. Do you think you can last until help arrives? Beihou looked at it, his expression unchanged. Last? He repeated the word, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. From his body the silvery lightning flickered again. This time it was not scattered arcs, but an overwhelming torrent of lightning. The lightning erupted from within him, coalescing, compressing, and shaping on the surface of his body, finally forming a layer of silvery armor, thunder armor. Spirit transformation armor. The lightning solidified into armor, wrapping Gu Beihou from head to toe with arcs of electricity leaping on the surface, lightning patterns flowing, contrasting sharply with the demon's dark red armor. Silvery against dark red. Fourth realm against fifth realm. Gu Beihou lifted his head, the silvery lightning flashing in his pupils. I've said it before. You will definitely die at my hands. The dark red flames in the demon's eye sockets exploded. Then, let's see if you can try. Its body transformed into a dark red flash, charging straight at Gu Beihou. Gu Beihou moved simultaneously, the silvery lightning slicing through the night, crashing heat-in. Boom! The silvery and dark red energies collided violently at the center of the spiritual energy barrier, exploding into a massive energy mushroom cloud. The battle had truly begun. The silver white and dark red energies collided violently at the center of the spiritual energy barrier. In that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. A visible shockwave spread out from the point of impact, lifting the grass, soil, and debris from the ground. The shrubs in the greenbelt were uprooted and rolled through the air before being torn to shreds by the shockwave. The lampposts bent like straw, the bulbs exploded, and shards of glass scattered everywhere. The surface of the spiritual energy barrier shook violently, ripples forming across the silver-white shield as if pebbles had been thrown into a lake. However, the shield did not shatter, firmly sealing off this battlefield. As the shockwave dissipated, the two figures retreated. Gu Beihou stepped back 5 paces, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground, the arcs on his lightning armor flickering violently before gradually stabilizing. The bone demon retreated 3 steps, the demon patterns on its dark red armor flickering momentarily, the glow dimming slightly. In the first round, the bone demon held the advantage. With the disparity between the 5th and 4th realms, the difference in total demon power was palpable. Although Gu Beihou's thunderous power was extremely young and strong, naturally restraining demons, the bone demon's base of demon power was too vast, significantly diminishing the restraining effect. The bone demon, let out a sharp laugh, its jaw moving as it made a crackling sound. Gu Beihou, your attack lacks power. Gu Beihou did not respond. His gaze remained calm as it fell upon the bone demon, not a single emotion stirring within his chest. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, palm facing up. Silver-white lightning gathered in his palm, growing brighter and more blinding until it formed a fist-sized lightning ball that pulsed in his hand, emitting a crackling sound. The dark red flames within the bone demon's eye sockets flickered. Come on! It opened its arms wide, the demon patterns on its dark red armor flashing, as if in provocation. Let me see how strong your thunder really is. Gu Beihou did not hold back. He thrust his right hand forward, the lightning ball shooting from his palm, leaving a silver-white tail in the air as it roared directly towards the bone demon's chest. Palm thunder roar. The lightning ball flew at incredible speed, almost reaching the bone demon in the blink of an eye. The bone demon did not evade, crossing its arms in front of its chest, dark red demon power coalescing into a shield on the surface of its arms. Boom! The lightning ball crashed into the demon power shield, exploding into a massive silver-white burst of light. Arcs of electricity leaped across the bone demon's arms, scorching the dark red armor until smoke billowed from the surface, the demon patterns flashing violently, with several small cracks even appearing. The bone demon's body was pushed back half a step by the shockwave, but it quickly steadied itself. It looked down at its arms, finding a fist-sized hole blasted in the demon power shield, dark red light leaking out like a punctured balloon. The thunder technique does have some merit. The bone demon's voice deepened, the disdain in its tone completely vanished, but that's all there is to it. It suddenly shook its arm, dark red demon power surged from its body to the hole, instantly repairing the damage as if it had never been injured. Gu Beihou's pupils constricted slightly. The regeneration ability of a 5th realm demon was on a whole different level compared to a 4th realm. It's my turn. The bone demon's voice suddenly turned sharp as it opened its mouth wide. The jaw nearly dislocated as it opened to an unbelievable angle, dark red light flashing deep within its throat like a volcano brewing in its chest. Bone roar. Roar. A dark red beam erupted from its throat, as thick as a barrel, carrying destructive power as it shot directly towards Gu Beihou. Where the beam passed, the air distorted and burned, the ground plowed into a deep ravine, while debris and soil vaporized instantly within the beam. Gu Beihou's body flashed to the right, moving so fast that a silver-white afterimage was left behind in the air. The dark red beam grazed his lightning armor, crashing into a nearby tree behind him. Boom! The tree as thick as a bowl was cleaved in half by the beam, the upper half of the crown soaring into the sky, rolling several times in the air, before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The lower half of the trunk split into two, the cut surface charred, and emitting smoke like a wooden stake struck by lightning. While dodging, Gu Beihou was already advancing forward, his feet continuously tapping the ground, leaving behind silver-white arcs of lightning, with each step moving as fast as a phantom. Deep within the bone demon's throat, dark red light glowed again, the second bone roar. But this time Gu Beihou did not evade. He leapt upwards, flipping half a turn in the air, his body upside down, as his right hand pressed down on the bone demon's head. Palm thunder explosion. The lightning exploded in his palm, silver-white arcs surged into the top of the bone demon's skull, spreading down its bones, making them crackle ominously. Ah! The bone demon let out a piercing scream, its body shaking violently, the dark red armor cracking extensively, at that moment demon power leaking out from the cracks like steam. Yet it did not fall. Gu Beihou's strike wounded it, but it was not fatal. The bone demon violently shook its head, flinging Gu Beihou off its head, while simultaneously sweeping its right arm, 5 bony fingers tracing 5 dark red arcs in the air, heading straight for Gu Beihou's throat. Gu Beihou twisted his body midair, narrowly avoiding the 5 arcs, yet one still grazed his left. Sizzle! A deep mark was carved into the surface of the silver-white armor, several small arcs leaping from the scratch, as if the armor were bleeding. Gu Beihou landed, taking 2 steps back to steady himself. He looked down at his chest. The self-repair function of the lightning armor was activating, silver-white arcs jumping at the scratch, gradually filling in the gap. He lifted his head to gaze at the bone demon. The bone demon was also staring back at him, dark red flames burning fiercely in its eye sockets like 2 never-extinguishing hellfire. The bone demon's voice was hoarse and deep. "You actually made me feel pain. You shall not be forgiven." It paused for a moment, its jaw cracking open again with a sharp click. Its body suddenly swelled up. Dark red demon power surged from within its bones, condensing on the surface of its armor into sharp bone spikes sprouting from its shoulders, elbows, knees, and back. Each bone spike was the length of chopsticks, sharp as needles, glimmering with a cold light under the silver-white shield. Bone demon bone spike form. Gu Beihou's eyes narrowed slightly. Bone spike form. The bone demon's ultimate combat shape, condensing its demonic power into spikes that sheath its entire body, fusing offense and defense. In close quarters, those barbs are its deadliest weapons. At range, the spikes can detach from the body and be launched, forming a dense curtain of firepower. Kakik! The bone demon's laughter issued from the gaps between its spines, sharp and grating. Gu Beihou, are you prepared to die? Gu Beihou did not answer. He drew a deep breath and closed his eyes. The bone demon's laughter fell abruptly silent. It watched Gu Beihou close his eyes, and the dark red flames in its eye sockets flared with a sudden jolt. What does this mean? Has he surrendered? Or is he concealing something? The bone demon's instinct told it, the latter. It could wait no longer. Die! The bone demon's body became a streak of dark red lightning as it lunged at Gu Beihou. The spikes along its hide sliced the air with 1,000 keen blade-like cries. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. The tips of the spikes were less than half a meter from Gu Beihou's throat. Then Gu Beihou opened his eyes. In that instant, the bone demon saw a pair of utterly different eyes. No longer dark pupils, but silver-white, pupilless and devoid of sclera or any human trace, Lei-Tong thunder eyes. At the same moment, Gu Beihou's hair began to silver from the roots faster than it ever had before. In the blink of an eye, his black hair had all become silver threads, each strand dancing with tiny arcs of electricity. He raised his hands, interlaced his fingers, and began to form hand seals. The dark red flame in the bone demon's eye sockets suddenly burst. Eternal silence, thunder expanse. Thunder rumbled across the sky. Within the spiritual energy barrier, which had been shrouded by a silver-white dome, a vortex opened at its apex. At the vortex's center yawned a pitch-black void, and within it countless silver-white thunderbolts churned and roared like dragons imprisoned for 1,000 years, finally ready to break free. Gu Beihou's feet left the ground as he slowly rose. Silver-white lightning armor burned along his body like argent flame, wrapping him in roaring thunderfire. His silver hair streamed in the thunderfire, every strand a miniature bolt. His silver thunder eyes surveyed the earth with no emotion, only judgment. The bone demon stood on the ground, craning its head to watch Gu Beihou hover above. The dark red flames in its sockets leapt wildly. It sensed the threat of death. No. Impossible. Its voice trembled, its bones shook, even the spikes on its armor shivered. This is not a power a fourth realm could wield. How could your spirit possibly endure it? Beihou did not respond. He raised his right hand, fingers splayed palm, facing downward. The thunder in the vortex intensified. Silver lightning lit the interior of the barrier, as bright as day. "Well," he uttered simply. A thunderbolt descended. A silver pillar as thick as a water vat bearing world-shattering force slammed straight into the bone demon. Bolt after bolt crashed down from the heavens, each landing precisely around the bone demon, and bolt after bolt crashed down from the heavens, each landing precisely around the bone demon, and forming a circular cage roughly 15 meters across. Lightning danced along the cage's edge, arcs leapt through the air and linked together, weaving an impenetrable grid of electricity. Beihou's spirit power was being mercilessly drained. The stabbing at his temples had become a tearing agony, as if a blunt saw were rasping back and forth through his brain. Warm fluid ran from his nostrils, blood welled at the corners of his mouth and from his ears. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, classic symptoms of spirit power overexertion. This casting of eternal silence, Thunder Expanse, was stronger than the last. The trapping phase had been only the prelude. The true spectacle was the extermination. Silence. Extinguish. Beihou pressed his hands downward. The vortex in the sky suddenly ruptured. Countless thunderbolts poured forth, no longer single pillars, but a deluge of lightning. Silver-white lightning cascaded like a waterfall, turning the interior of the thunder cage into a sea of thunder. The bone demon was trapped with nowhere to flee. Bolts struck its dark red armor. 1, 2, 3. Cracks spidered across the plating under the battering. Demonic power leaked from the fissures and was vaporized by the lightning. The armor's bone spikes snapped one by one and fell to the earth, turning to ash in the lightning. The bone demon let out a harrowing scream, its body convulsing violently in the storm. Charred cracks appeared across its bones, spreading inward, as if something inside sought to tear it apart. With a thud, it sank to its knees. The demonic armor of a 5th-level great demon lasted less than 10 seconds under the full onslaught of the eternal silence. Thunder Expanse. I surrender. I surrender. The bone demon wailed through the rain of lightning, sharp and desperate. I will give you my demon crystal. I will leave you, Yujang. I will be your thrall. A 5th-realm great demon as a servant. Imagine a 4th-realm hunter with a 5th-realm great demon as thrall. You're standing in the Alliance wood. Beihou could not be bothered to entertain it. His right hand suddenly clenched. Dragon. From the vortex, a silver-white great dragon thrust its head forth, its body over 20 meters long, more than twice the size of the last. Its scales, fangs, and whiskers were all present. Through every scale flashed with piercing electric light, and with each breath arcs of electricity spat from its nostrils. Its eyes were twin masses of purple thunderfire, and within its gaping maw countless bolts churned. The thunder dragon released a deafening roar and dove earthward. The bone demon lifted its head to watch the thunder dragon draw ever nearer, and the dark red flames in its sockets extinguished in that instant. The thunder dragon opened its jaws and swallowed the bone demon whole. No, the bone demon's final scream was silenced within the dragon's belly. The thunder dragon rolled in midair several times as silver-white lightning spewed from its body like a star about to explode. Its body grew ever brighter, so intense as to sear the eyes. Then it detonated. Boom. The dragon's form burst apart into countless fine arcs that scattered in all directions. The arcs danced for a few seconds, and then gradually faded, disappearing into the silver-white glow of the barrier. On the ground where the bone demon had stood, only a 10-meter-wide charred crater remained. The pit's soil had been vitrified into an inky-green glass-like substance that shimmered eerily beneath the silver dome. At the crater's center lay a deep red crystal the size of a fingernail. The bone demon's demon crystal, the essence of a 5th-level great demon. Beihou slowly descended from midair. His feet landed on the scorched ground, staggering momentarily as he nearly fell. He quickly steadied himself by resting a hand on his knee, gasping for breath. The lightning armor gradually dissipated, with silvery lightning receding from his feet, revealing the sweat-soaked clothes beneath. His silvery hair slowly returned to black, and his silver lightning eyes transformed back to their normal state. He breathed heavily, each breath feeling as if fire was burning his lungs. Blood continued to flow from his orifices, with drops of blood falling to the ground, mixing with the scorched soil. His mental energy was severely depleted. His spiritual power was nearly exhausted. His body felt as if it had been hollowed out, with every joint protesting in pain. Yet Beihou still. He slowly straightened his back and walked step by step towards the center of the charred pit, bending down to pick up the deep red demon crystal. The crystal from a 5th-level demon was heavy in his palm, radiating a slight warmth. The surface of the demon crystal shimmered with dark red patterns, as if something within was slowly flowing. Beihou stuffed it into his waist pouch and raised his head to look at the top of the spiritual barrier. The silvery light shield still enveloped the area, isolating this ruin from the outside world. He grinned. The vengeance for his uncle had been avenged. A 4th-level practitioner slaying a 5th-level demon. This was an extremely rare occurrence in the history of the Demon Hunter Alliance. The gap between the 4th and 5th levels was simply too great. It was not a difference in quantity, but a difference in quality. A chasm separated these two realms, and countless demon hunters never crossed it in their lifetimes. Yet Beihou, at just 18 years old, and at the 4th level of spiritual refinement, had killed a 5th-level demon. If this news spread, the entire Demon Hunter Alliance would be shaken. Beihou did not care about that. He instinctively touched the short sword Zhan Yuan at his back. It had not been used. If the Eternal Silence Thunder Ruin could not defeat the enemy, he would have to resort to sword techniques. Beihou found a rock to sit on, his mind swirling with thoughts. The bone demon killed his uncle Lu Zhengwen, skinned him, wore his flesh, and disguised itself as his uncle, living beside his aunt and cousin. How long had this been going on? Judging by the freshness of the skin on the bone demon, Lu Zhengwen must have been killed within the past week. A week. His aunt and cousin lived alongside a merciless demon for a week. Beihou closed his eyes. Fortunately, no irreparable consequences had occurred. Outside the spiritual barrier above Sweeping Road, an invisible fighter jet hovered in place. The cabin door opened, and two people jumped out directly. Bang! Bang! The ground cracked. A man and a woman. The woman was in her 30s with short hair and sharp features, dressed in a black demon hunter combat outfit. A short dagger hung at her waist, its sheath adorned with golden patterns. Shun Qinglan, deputy commander of the Provincial Lightning Department at the 5th level of spiritual refinement. The other was a young man in his mid-20s, also dressed in black combat attire, tall and handsome with sharp eyes. Chu Tianqua, an elite demon hunter from the Provincial Lightning Department, also at the 5th level of spiritual refinement. Shin Qinglan stood at the street corner, gazing ahead. There lay an open space. But in her perception, a silvery light shield enveloped the area above that open space, the spiritual barrier. "We have arrived," she said calmly. "This is the place. Where are the people? Why is there no movement?" Chu Tianqua asked, looking around. Shin Qinglan did not respond. Chu Tianquo's expression suddenly changed. "It can't be. Don't talk nonsense." Shin Qinglan interrupted him, but her brows furrowed tighter. She took a deep breath, and then the spiritual barrier suddenly shattered. It was not broken by external force, but dissipated naturally. The time had come. The silvery light shield began to shatter from the top, breaking apart piece by piece, turning into specks of silver light in midair before completely vanishing. The energy of the spiritual barrier was exhausted. After the light shield dissipated, the previously sealed area of Sweeping Road reappeared. Then everyone fell silent. Before them lay a wasteland. The greenery had vanished, replaced by large pits. The soil at the bottom of the pits was burned into a glassy state, glimmering strangely under the streetlight. The street trees leaned at odd angles, and the road was marked with cracks and scorched traces. The air was thick with the smell of charred remains, ozone, and a faint lingering demon aura. In the center of this wasteland sat a young man. He was covered in dust and blood, his collar soaked with blood, and his sleeves had several burn holes. There were bloodstains on his face, with dried blood trickling from his nose and the corner of his mouth forming dark red scabs. Yet his eyes were bright and remarkably calm. He held a deep red crystal in his hand, examining it closely. Shin Qinglan looked at the deep red crystal, her pupils contracting suddenly. A 5th-level demon crystal. Beihou. Chu Tianqua was the first to rush over, standing in front of Beihou, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Are you all right? Where is the bone demon?" Beihou raised his head, glanced at him, and then held up the deep red demon crystal in front of him. "Right here." Chu Tianqua was dumbfounded. He looked at the demon crystal, then at Beihou, and then at the surrounding wasteland, his mouth opening and closing, finally uttering two words. "What the hell?" Shin Qinglan approached. Her gaze swept across the wasteland, lingering on the scorched traces before finally settling on Beihou. A 4th-level demon hunter single-handedly killed a 5th-level demon. Is that even possible? Moreover, judging by the traces at the scene, the battle duration was not long. The bone demon had almost no ability to fight back, was completely suppressed, and ultimately obliterated by a powerful thunder technique. Shin Qinglan recognized those traces. Those were left by the secret technique of the Lightning Department, the Eternal Silence Thunder Ruin. Moreover, based on the distribution of the scorch marks on the ground, the completeness of Gu Beihou's Eternal Silence Thunder Ruin was extremely high. She took a deep breath and walked in front of Gu Beihou. "Are you injured?" she asked, her voice calm, but her eyes held a complex light. "I'm fine," Gu Beihou replied, "just a bit of mental strain." "Just a bit." Gu Beihou thought for a moment and shrugged. "All right, it's quite a bit of strain." Shen Qinglan looked at his face, partially smeared with scabs, and fell silent for 2 seconds. "You single-handedly killed the 5th-level bone demon." There was a hint of barely perceptible fluctuation in her voice. You did it alone." Shen Qinglan fell silent for a moment before nodding. She did not ask further questions, showed no surprise, nor offered praise as she simply took out a syringe from her waist pouch, the barrel filled with a light blue liquid. "First, take this to stabilize your mental energy and prevent any aftereffects." Gu Beihou took the syringe, glanced at the needle, then rolled up his sleeve and injected it into his arm, the light blue liquid slowly entering his system. A cool sensation spread from his arm throughout his body, as if invisible hands were massaging his weary nerves. The pain at his temples eased somewhat, and the chaotic feeling in his mind also dissipated. Gu Beihou returned the syringe to Shen Qinglan, stretching his shoulders. "You guys responded pretty quickly," he said, a hint of teasing in his tone. "I couldn't even finish cleaning up the corpses." Chu Tianqua, standing beside him, twitched at the corners of his mouth upon hearing this. They had flown over from the provincial department on an F-970 fighter jet, traveling at supersonic speed, arriving in 10 minutes. That speed was already the limit, far faster than a normal flight. Yet Gu Beihou had solved a 5th-level demon within 10 minutes. This meant that from the start to the end of the battle it might have taken less than 10 minutes. A 4th-level demon hunter single-handedly slaying a 5th-level demon in 10 minutes. Chu Tianqua looked at the young man before him, who was 7 or 8 years younger than him, and a complex feeling surged within him. Admiration, shock, and a hint of indescribable pressure. Gu Beihou Shen Qinglan began, "I will report your battle achievements to the provincial department, as they are single-handedly defeating a 5th realm opponent is exceedingly rare in the history of the Alliance. The provincial department should offer commendations, and you might even receive a recommendation for promotion to the 5th realm." Gu Beihou showed little interest in this. "Can you help me look into something?" "What is it?" Gu Beihou glanced toward the direction where the bone demon had vanished, his voice growing somber. "The person the bone demon killed was my uncle. I want to know when he truly died, and if there is any chance of finding his remains, or any bodily tissues." Shen Qinglan's expression softened somewhat. She nodded, saying, "All right, I will arrange for someone to investigate. We know the bone demon's modus operandi. They typically skin their victims and consume their bones as a supplement to enhance their own skeletal structure." She paused, lowering her voice slightly, "So, the likelihood of finding any remains is quite low." Gu Beihou fell silent for a few moments before nodding. "I know." Shen Qinglan looked at him, wanting to say something comforting, but ultimately just patted his shoulder. "You have done very well." Gu Beihou did not respond. He turned around, gazing at the street that reappeared after the spiritual barrier dissipated. A few streetlights had been shattered by the residual shock of the battle, but most were still lit, casting an orange glow over the ruins, illuminating everything clearly. In the distance, several windows of the residential building were lit. A person poked their head out, glanced in this direction, then retreated. With the disappearance of the spiritual barrier, ordinary people could finally see the battlefield. Tomorrow this would make the news. Mysterious explosion. Suspected gas pipeline leak. The specific cause is under investigation. Just the usual cliches. No one would ever know the truth. Gu Beihou took a deep breath, suppressing those emotions. "Commander Shen," he said, "I leave the aftermath to you. I'm going home first." "Are you going back like this?" Shen Qinglan looked at the blood and dust covering him. "Won't your mother be scared to death if she sees you?" Gu Beihou lowered his head to look at his clothes, which were indeed quite alarming. "I'll take a back route and find a place to wash my face and change clothes before I get home." Shen Qinglan thought for a moment, took out a small bottle from her waist pouch, and tossed it to Gu Beihou. "Dust clearing powder, I just sprinkle it on yourself to remove dust and blood. It's for field operations." Gu Beihou caught the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and sprinkled the white powder on his clothes. As the powder settled on the bloodstains, they vanished, as if erased by an eraser, disappearing instantly. Dust was also absorbed, clumped together, and then fell away. In just a few seconds his clothes were clean, even the cuffs that had been torn by the demon were repaired. "Good stuff." Gu Beihou returned the bottle to Shen Qinglan. "This is a gift for you," Shen Qinglan said. "Consider it an additional reward for your achievements this time." Gu Beihou accepted it without hesitation, stuffing the bottle into his waist pouch. "Let's go." He turned and walked along Suaping Road toward home. His silhouette was elongated under the street lamp. Shen Xinglan stood still watching his figure disappear around the corner, remaining silent for a long time. Sister Qinglan Chu Tianhua approached her, his voice low. Did he really kill the 5th realm bone demon all by himself? Did you not see it? But he's only at the 4th realm. Shen Xinglan turned her head and glanced at Chu Tianhua. Do you know what the evaluation of him within the Thunder Department is? What? Shen Xinglan looked in the direction where Gu Beihou had vanished and slowly uttered 4 words. Aeon send 1,000 to your talent. Chu Tianhua grinned. Shen Xinglan withdrew her gaze, looking at the members of the action team. Behind her, her voice regaining its usual sternness. Begin the cleanup, clear the scene, repair the road, accommodate witnesses, and contact municipal departments for a unified statement. This place has to be restored to its original state before dawn. Yes. The 4 members of the action team responded in unison and immediately began their work. Chu Tianhua also joined the cleanup crew, but amidst the busy work he occasionally looked up in the direction where Gu Beihou had disappeared. Onsen 1,000 to your talent. He repeated those 4 words in his mind, and then sighed softly. Some people are simply destined to be extraordinary from birth. And Gu Beihou is evidently one of those people. Not long after Gu Beihou walked out, he turned back. He approached Shen Xinglan, and Chu Tianhua hesitating for a moment before speaking. Brother Chu, he said, looking at Chu Tianhua, could you do me a favor? Chu Tianhua was directing the action team members to clear the scene, and upon hearing this, he paused for a moment. Gu Beihou had been aloof and distant since they met, like an iceberg that made it hard for others to approach. At this moment, he took the initiative to ask for help, his tone carrying a rare, barely perceptible hint of dejection. What do you need? Chu Tianhua set down the walkie-talkie, listening intently. Gu Beihou's gaze drifted over Chu Tianhua's shoulder, landing on the ruins behind him. My uncle's situation is still unknown at home. The bone demon killed him, skinned him, and disguised itself as him staying beside my aunt and cousin for who knows how many days. He said firmly they cannot know the truth. Chu Tianhua's expression changed slightly. He looked at Gu Beihou's face, which was partly caked with blood scabs, and suddenly felt that this 18-year-old boy understood the weight of silence more than any demon hunter he had ever met. How do you want me to help? Chu Tianhua sighed. Gu Beihou raised his head, meeting Chu Tianhua's gaze. Help me explain to my family why my uncle has disappeared. His tone was very calm, as if stating a premeditated plan. Just say my uncle was recruited by a special department due to his unique abilities, and in urgent circumstances, he was directly taken away by plane. Chu Tianhua frowned, but it will be exposed sooner or later. Gu Beihou shook his head. It's fine. After a couple of years, when enough time has passed, I'll find a chance to tell my aunt that he sacrificed himself. All right. Chu Tianhua agreed. Without hesitation, I'll go talk. Gu Beihou nodded, saying nothing more, and turned to walk toward the other end of Zuping Road. Shen Xinglan walked over, standing beside Chu Tianhua, watching the direction where Gu Beihou had disappeared. Go on. Shen Xinglan patted Chu Tianhua's shoulder. Help him carry out this lie well. Gu Beihou entered the apartment building and went upstairs. At the corner between the 5th and 6th floors, he paused, took a deep breath, and suppressed all the tumultuous emotions within his chest. Then he donned that familiar face, gentle with a hint of fatigue, but overall relaxed, the face of an 18-year-old high school student. He took out his key and opened the door. The living room lights were all on. Qin Diyun, Qin Dalian, and Lu Xiaoli sat on the sofa. The moment Gu Beihou stepped inside, 3 pairs of eyes turned to him simultaneously. You're back. Why were you gone for so long? Qin Diyun was the first to stand up, walking over to give her son a once-over, her eyes full of concern. What happened downstairs? I just heard a loud noise, and outside the window it was flashing like thunder, but not quite. Your aunt couldn't reach your uncle, and when she called, no one answered. Mom, Gu Beihou interrupted her, his voice steady. It's fine, it's all resolved. Aunt Gu Beihou moved to his aunt's side, speaking very softly. Please sit, I need to talk to you. A hint of worry flickered in Qin Dalian's eyes. Beihou, did something happen to your uncle? A few people came downstairs just now dressed in black, saying he was recruited by a national department and left on a plane directly. What does that mean? I don't understand. Lu Xiaoli leaned out from the corner of the sofa, her voice tinged with tears. Cousin, where's my dad? They said he left. Where did he go? When will he be back? Gu Beihou took a deep breath, turned around, and looked towards the door. Chu Tianhua was standing there. He had changed into a different outfit, no longer wearing the black battle suit of a demon hunter, but instead a dark jacket and black trousers, looking like an ordinary staff member. The expression on his face had also been adjusted. The coldness and sharpness had faded, replaced by a calmness that was gentle and businesslike. He had come from another route before Gu Beihou went upstairs, arriving a few minutes earlier. Gu Beihou gave. Chu Tianhua nodded, slightly stepped forward, and stood in the center of the living room, facing Qin Dalian and Lu Xiaoli. He cleared his throat, his voice neither too high nor too low, carrying a calmness that unconsciously inspired confidence. Hello family members of Luzhong, my name is Chu Tianqua, and I am the head of the National Special Affairs Department. Qin Delian repeated the name, her eyes filled with confusion. What department? I've never heard of it before. Chu Tianqua's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this question. He took out a deep blue identification booklet from his jacket pocket, opened it, and presented it to Qin Delian. The document bore the national emblem, a photograph, and a steel seal. Qin Delian took the document, examining it repeatedly, then looked up at Chu Tianqua's face, then back at the document, as if trying to find some flaw. But she couldn't find anything. The steel seal was real, the national emblem was real, the photograph was real, everything was genuine. Because this document indeed existed. The Demon Hunter Alliance had a legitimate identity disguise on the surface, functioning as a special agency independent of the National Security Department. All documents, seals, and records had been officially registered with the national security system. If someone were to investigate, they would find it. If someone were to inquire, they would find the appropriate person to respond. This was a mature system that provided a legitimate identity explanation for demon hunters in front of ordinary people, operating for decades without any lapses. Comrade Luzhong, when Chu Tianqua's voice was steady and clear, after long-term evaluation by our department, we have confirmed his exceptional talents in the field of intelligence analysis. 3 days ago, we received an urgent order from above requiring immediate support for a nationally significant task. Due to the top-secret nature of the task and the urgency, we had to resort to emergency recruitment, and we apologize for not being able to notify the family in advance. But he is just a deputy librarian. What exceptional talent could he possibly have? Her tears flowed more fiercely, her voice trembling. He usually struggled to speak fluently and was polite to everyone. How could he have been recruited? Ms. Qin, Chu Tianqua's voice softened further. I cannot disclose the specific details of Comrade Luzhong, one's work as it involves state secrets. But I can assure you that his talents are real and his contributions to the nation will be indelible. I don't believe it. Qin Delian shook her head, tears splashing. I want to see him, I want to talk to him. She suddenly stood up, pushing Chu Tianqua aside, and rushed towards the door. Auntie! Gu Beihou reached out to stop her, but Qin Delian shoved him away, running barefoot out of the house and down the stairs. Gu Beihou chased after her. Qin Delian ran quickly, her bare feet on the cold concrete stairs, her footsteps hurried and chaotic, echoing in the narrow hallway. She burst out of the building door, ran to the open space below, looked up at the night sky. Then she saw a fighter jet piercing through the clouds, roaring past above Chui Ping Road. The navigation lights on the wings flickered in the night sky, red and green intertwined, resembling two low-flying shooting stars. The roar of the engine descended from the sky, deep and powerful, making the ground tremble slightly. This was not the roar of an ordinary plane. It was a fighter jet. The F-970 fighter dispatched by the provincial department had completed its support mission and was returning. Qin Delian stood barefoot on the cold asphalt road, looking up as the fighter jet streaked across the night sky, watching its navigation lights grow fainter and smaller until they disappeared behind the clouds. Her tears flowed in the night wind, scattered across her face. Her lips trembled, trying to shout something, but she couldn't. She stood there looking up at the direction where the fighter jet had vanished for a long, long time. Then she slowly lowered her head, looking at Gu Beihou, who stood behind her. Beihou, her voice was hoarse to the point of being barely audible. Is your uncle really up there? Gu Beihou looked into his aunt's eyes, seeing the fading light within them. He nodded and said firmly, Qin Delian looked up again at the night sky, but there was nothing left. She slowly crouched down, covering her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking violently. Auntie, Gu Beihou slowly spoke, his voice very low, only audible to the two of them. Let's go home, it's cold outside. Qin Delian did not move. Gu Beihou squatted down, took off his coat, and draped it over her shoulders. Xiaoli is still waiting upstairs. This statement was more effective than any comfort. Qin Delian's shoulders trembled slightly, then she slowly stood up. Gu Beihou supported her, and they walked upstairs step by step. Upstairs, Lu Xiaoli stood at the door, holding a bald teddy bear, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at her mother and cousin. Mom. Her voice was small, tinged with a sob. Has my dad really left? Xiaoli. Qin Delian crouched down, embracing her daughter, her voice finally breaking. Your dad. Your dad. Lu Xiaoli cried out, burying her face in her mother's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. Half an hour later, Gu Beihou hailed a taxi by the roadside. He helped his aunt and cousin into the car. Auntie. Gu Beihou took a deep breath, steadying his voice. Take care of yourself, and Xiaoli. If you need anything, call me anytime. Qin Delian nodded. After the taxi left, Gu Beihou returned home. After greeting his mother, he went straight to his room. He locked the door. He needed to go to the Yujang branch. His injuries required quiet recovery, which was inconvenient at home. Beihou climbed out the window and jumped down, turning into a small alley. Confirming that no one was around, he began to circulate his internal spiritual power. Silvery white lightning burst forth from his body, transforming him into a bolt of lightning as he sped towards the direction of Thunder Fitness. 3 minutes later, he stood at the gym entrance. The streets were deserted in the early morning. The gym sign had been turned off, and only a small light above the door was still on. Through the glass door, he could see the front desk was empty and the treadmills were covered with dust covers. Beihou pushed the door open, walked to the elevator, took out a black card, and swiped it over the sensor area beneath the elevator buttons. Beep. All the elevator buttons went dark and the hidden numerical buttons lit up. 1. He pressed that button and the elevator door slowly closed, beginning its descent. As the elevator descended, Beihou leaned against the elevator wall, closing his eyes. His mental energy had been depleted to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his spiritual power was nearly exhausted, with every joint in his body protesting. Logically, with such severe injuries, he should rest for a while. But he couldn't stop. The safety of every person in this city rested on his shoulders. The elevator doors opened, revealing the lobby on the basement level. The spacious lobby was brightly lit with more than a dozen staff members in uniforms busy at their computers. In stark contrast to the silence outside, this place was always bustling with screens scrolling various data and maps, the sound of keyboards clattering and low conversations intertwining. "My lord, the lord has arrived. Are you all right, my lord?" The staff all looked up, their eyes filled with concern and admiration. They clearly already knew about the events that had occurred on Shui Ping Road. A demon hunter from the 4 realms had single-handedly slain a 5th-level demon. This news had spread like wildfire through the internal communication system of the Demon Hunter Alliance. "Where is Shun Tian?" Beihou asked. "Sister Shin Tian is in the monitoring room waiting for you," a staff member replied. Beihou nodded, passing through the office area and walking to the monitoring room door. The door was left ajar. Shin Tian stood in front of the holographic radar screen, her back facing the entrance. Her short hair was somewhat disheveled, the sleeves of her shirt rolled up to her elbows, and her bodycon skirt bore several creases. Shin Tian turned around. She looked at Beihou, her eyes reflecting an emotion he had never seen in her before. There was no anger, no reproach. Instead, there was worry and heartache. "Captain Gu," her voice was a bit hoarse, "you're back." Beihou walked in, standing before the radar screen, gazing at the silvery light spot. The signal from the spiritual energy barrier had vanished, and the radar interface for the entire Yujang City was clean, with no signs of demonic energy. "Are you hurt?" Shin Tian asked, looking at Beihou's chaotic aura. "It's nothing," Beihou casually replied. "What I meant was, are you injured? Not whether it's a problem or not." Shin Tian's voice rose a few degrees, something flashing in her eyes. Beihou glanced at her, but did not respond. Shin Tian took a deep breath, trying to steady her voice, but the suppressed emotion that surged from her chest still leaked through the cracks between her words. "Captain Gu, you shouldn't have fought it alone. That was a 5th-level major demon, and you are only at the 4th stage. The provincial support will arrive in 10 minutes. You just need to hold on for 10 minutes. Why did you go alone? Do you even realize?" Her words caught in her throat, as if something was blocking them, unable to rise or fall. "Shin Tian." Beihou interrupted her, his voice low but heavy. Shin Tian closed her mouth, but her eyes remained on him, her eyelids slightly reddened. "I know what I'm doing," Beihou said. Just 5 simple words with no explanations, no justifications, and nothing superfluous. "Beihou, I'm going to the training room now. I'll call me if you need anything." Shin Tian watched him for a few seconds before lowering her eyes and stepping aside. The door to the training room closed behind Beihou, isolating all sounds outside. He stood in the empty room, surrounded by silvery metallic walls. He opened the storage cabinet, took out a spirit-replenishing herb, walked to the water dispenser in the corner of the training room, filled a cup with warm water, put the herb in his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it with some water. The taste of the herb was very bitter, causing him to frown. However, that bitterness quickly transformed into a refreshing sensation as it went down his throat, sinking into his dantian, and then rising from the dantian, traveling up the Ren meridian to his brow. The cool aura spiraled around his brow for a few circles, then spread out like an invisible net, enveloping the surface of his entire brain. The dull ache at his temples began to ease under the soothing influence of this cool energy. It felt as though a pair of icy hands gently pressed against his feverish temples, gradually kneading and dissipating the chaos and pain in his mind. Beihou exhaled a breath of stale air, walked to the meditation cushion, and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes, forming the thunder seal with his hands, and began to circulate the 9-5 thunder technique. The spirit replenishing herb was a training resource he had exchanged for points previously normally unused. But this time, due to severe injury and physical depletion, it was just what he needed. With the aid of the spirit replenishing herb, his training speed was significantly faster than usual. The spiritual energy was gathered into the training room by the gathering formation, absorbed by his body, and rapidly transformed into spiritual power under the catalysis of the recovery pill flowing into his dantian. The ball of purple lightning in his dantian absorbed this new spiritual power, its glow growing ever brighter and its size increasing. Meanwhile, the healing properties of the spirit replenishing herb were repairing his injuries. Gu Beihou's consciousness sank into the dantian, merging with that ball of purple lightning. He could feel the lightning pulsating, each pulse accompanied by a powerful energy wave spreading from the dantian throughout his body. Wherever these energy pulses traveled, the damaged muscle fibers from the battle began to reweave, and the skin tissue that had been corroded by demonic energy started to shed, revealing beneath it new, tougher skin. His innate spirit, the 9 Heavens Demon Slayer Thunder, was not only a spirit of formidable offensive power, but also possessed a rarely known trait: body refinement. Every time the thunderous power circulated within him, it performed a deep refinement on his body. Muscles, bones, meridians, and blood were repeatedly tempered, purified, and strengthened under the baptism of the thunderous force. This is why Gu Beihou's physical quality far exceeded that of other demon hunters of the same level, and why he could recover faster than others after each serious injury. The thunderous power is both the spear of destruction and the hammer of rebirth. Time in the training room flowed unknowingly. Gu Beihou's breathing slowed from 12 times a minute to once a minute, entering a deep state of cultivation, the fetal breath realm. In this state, his bodhi's perception of the external world was minimized, but his internal perception was heightened to the extreme. He could clearly sense the direction of spiritual power flowing through each meridian and the level of accumulation in every acupoint. The thunderous power traversed through the muscle fibers, cycling endlessly. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Beihou opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a flash of deep purple lightning flickered. He looked down at his hands. The skin on his palms was a bit whiter and more delicate than before, but when he spread his fingers, he felt an unfamiliar strength surging at his knuckles, like something was sealed beneath the skin, ready to burst forth at any moment. He clenched his fist, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. His cultivation had advanced. Even though he hadn't broken through to the 5th stage, the foundation of the 4th layer of the 9-5 thunder technique had become more solid, bringing him a step closer to the 5th stage. Gu Beihou stood up and stretched his body. Each joint produced a clear click, as if reporting his physical. His injuries had mostly healed. He walked to the sink, looked in the mirror. Handsome to the point of perfection. He then turned on the faucet, splashed some cold water on his face, dried it with a towel, took a deep breath, and opened the door to the training room. The corridor outside was empty, the lights still shining, and silvery light spilled from the ceiling. Gu Beihou walked down the corridor, turned a corner, and arrived at the office area. There were noticeably more people in the hall now. The night shift technicians had not finished yet, while the day shift staff had begun to arrive. The sounds of keyboard typing and low conversations intertwined, forming the most familiar background noise in the Yujang branch of the Demon Hunter Alliance. Shintian stood before the radar screen with her back to him, conversing with a technician next to her. She was still wearing the same wrinkled shirt from last night, with part of it untucked from her skirt, hanging loosely at her waist. Her short hair was even more disheveled than last night, with a few strands slipping from behind her ears, indicating she hadn't slept all night. The technician said something to Shintian, and she turned her head, momentarily stunned upon seeing Gu Beihou. Her gaze swept over him from top to bottom, then from bottom to top, as if confirming something. "How is your injury recovering?" "It's about the same," Gu Beihou said, flexing his wrist casually. Shintian stared at his face for 2 seconds, confirming that he was not putting on a brave front, then nodded. The tension in her expression, which seemed like it had been nailed down, finally eased a little. "The provincial department sent orders last night," she said, picking up a tablet from the console and handing it to Gu Beihou. "They want you to report to the provincial department today." Gu Beihou took the tablet, glanced at the screen. The encrypted communication channel showed the sender as the provincial department office and the receiver as the official account of the Yujang branch. The message content was similar to what Shintian had previously relayed. He was requested to arrive at the provincial department office area by noon today for an in-person report. At the end of the message was an address: Provincial City, Demon Hunter Alliance, Conference Room 17. The timestamp was 4:37 a.m. It was now 6:58 a.m. Gu Beihou frowned. "What's going on? Why the rush?" He returned the tablet to Shun Tian, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. He could understand why the provincial department wanted him to report. After all, a 4th-stage individual killing a 5th-stage demon was extremely rare in the Alliance's history, and the provincial department needed to understand the event's details, verify his achievements, and assess promotion qualifications. All of this made sense. But why such urgency? This didn't feel like a routine achievement report. It felt more like something required him to appear at the provincial department as soon as possible. Shen Tian took the tablet, swiped the screen a few times, pulled up another message, and handed it to Gu Beihou. I reported the issue of the monsters being able to shield themselves from the demon detection radar. She said, her tone becoming serious. After the provincial department reviewed the report, they held an emergency meeting and quickly issued orders which might be related to this. Gu Beihou looked at the report on the screen that he had already seen, remaining silent for a few seconds. The ability of the monsters to shield the detection radar was indeed a significant problem. The demon detection radar is the core component of the city's security system established by the Demon Hunter Alliance. The detection, early warning, and localization of demonic energy across the city all rely on this system. If the monsters possessed the means to block radar detection, it would mean that the reliability of this system would drop to zero. The monsters could move freely under the radar's watch, while the Demon Hunter Alliance would be completely unaware. This is not just a problem for Yujang City, it is an issue that all cities nationwide will face. If the forces behind the demons master this technology and begin to share it with other monsters, the entire security system of the Demon Hunter Alliance could face collapse. Alright, Gu Beihou returned the tablet to Shen Tian. Help me prepare some breakfast, I want to eat meat. Shen Tian rolled her eyes and said irritably, do you really treat me like your servant? Gu Beihou's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile, so faint it was almost imperceptible. Who told you to understand me? He said. They don't know my appetite. Shen Tian pouted, but said nothing more, turning around and walking towards the small kitchen at the side of the office area in her high heels. Gu Beihou watched her retreating figure leaning against the operation table with his arms crossed over his chest, closing his eyes to rest for a moment. 5 minutes. Shen Tian came out of the kitchen holding a large plate covered with a silver stainless steel lid, making it impossible to see what was inside. She placed the plate on the operation table and lifted the lid, a rich meaty aroma wafting towards him, filling the entire office area. Several technicians working in the area simultaneously raised their heads, their gazes fixed on the plate on the operation table, then they all swallowed in unison. On the plate was a whole beef leg. The skin was roasted to a crispy golden brown, and the meat was brushed with a layer of dark red sauce, glistening under the light. The aroma of the sauce mixed with the fatty scent of the meat, penetrating into everyone's nostrils in the air. Next to the beef leg were a few lettuce leaves and garlic cloves, simply plated without any unnecessary decorations. I knew you would be hungry, so I had someone prepare it last night, Shen Tian said, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible pride. First roasted, then braised, it was cooked overnight. Gu Beihou's eyes lit up. He reached out to grab the beef leg from the plate, not caring about the heat, tearing off a large chunk and stuffing it into his mouth. The meat was tender and melted in his mouth. The roasting and braising times were just right, with a fragrant crispy surface and juicy meat inside, perfectly blending the salty sweet sauce with the beef's own delicious flavor, unleashing a taste storm that made his scalp tingle. Gu Beihou chewed a few times, swallowed, and tore off another large piece. The technicians in the office watched him devour the meat, some unable to hold back their laughter. Shen Tian stood by, arms crossed over her chest, watching Gu Beihou eat the entire beef leg clean, leaving only a smooth bone behind. Gu Beihou placed the bone back on the plate, wiped his hands with a napkin, cleaned his mouth, and then let out a satisfied burp. Full, eh? Shen Tian asked, a hint of teasing in her tone. Gu Beihou nodded, about right. He pulled out a few tissues from the operation table, wiped the grease from between his fingers, then crumpled the tissues into a ball and tossed them into the trash can. Shen Tian, he instructed, help me request a leave from school. Just say I'm feeling unwell and need a few days to rest. Also arrange a car for me, I'll head out as soon as I finish washing up. A few days, eh? Shen Tian took out her phone to send a message. Gu Beihou thought for a moment. How about a week? The provincial department doesn't know how long it will take, so it's better to ask for a few extra days as a precaution. Then she typed a note in the remarks section. Gu Team's vehicle priority arrangement. Check the vehicle condition. She then opened another application, the internal vehicle scheduling system, selected a black SUV, wrote Gu Beihou as the user, and set the time for today. Then she typed a note in the remarks section. Gu Team's vehicle priority arrangement. Check the vehicle condition. Fill the tank. All arranged. She efficiently finished these tasks. Gu Beihou nodded and turned to walk toward the bathroom. After cultivating all night, he was covered in layers of sweat. The collar and armpits of his training suit were soaked, leaving white salt stains once dry. There was also a thin layer of grime on his skin, residual impurities expelled after refining with the power of thunder sticking to his skin, causing itchiness and discomfort. He washed for a long time, cleaning every inch of his skin and washing away every trace of battle. Then he turned off the faucet, dried his body with a towel, and changed into a clean black training suit. Standing in front of the sink, he took out his phone from his pocket and sent a message to his mother. Mom, the school is organizing a study tour for a week. The signal might be bad. Send a message if you need me. I'll reply when I see it. After sending the message, he placed his phone on the sink and started drying his hair. Soon the phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw his mother's reply. What study tour? Why didn't you mention it to me earlier? A week is such a long time, and did you bring enough clothes? Do you have enough money? He'll transfer you some money. Immediately followed by a second message, a WeChat transfer of 500 yuan. Gu Beihou looked at the 500 yuan, the corners of his mouth curling up unconsciously. He clicked to accept the payment and replied, I brought enough clothes. I have enough money. Don't worry, it's just a normal study activity that many schools are doing. After sending, he tucked his phone back into his pocket and exited the bathroom. Shintian was already back in the monitoring room, sitting at the operation table, focused on the radar screen. Hearing his footsteps, she didn't look up as she said, the car is at the door. The keys are in the car. Drive slowly on the way. Gu Beihou responded with a soft and walked towards the elevator. The elevator doors opened, and he stepped inside, pressing the one button. At the gym entrance, a black SUV was parked by the roadside, the engine still running, with faint white smoke billowing from the exhaust. The car bore no special markings, appearing to be an ordinary family SUV, indistinguishable from the countless vehicles on the road. But this vehicle was anything but ordinary. Its engine had been modified, boasting over 1,000 horsepower. The body steel plates were reinforced with a layer of Kevlar fiber capable of withstanding small caliber bullets. The tires were run flat, allowing them to continue traveling 100 kilometers at 80 kilometers per hour, even if punctured. Below the fuel tank was an armor layer to prevent fire and explosion in case of penetration. The car was also equipped with a weapon system. This was the official vehicle assigned to city heads by the Demon Hunter Alliance. On the surface, it was an ordinary SUV, but at its core it was an armored vehicle in sheep's clothing. Gu Beihou opened the driver's door and sat inside. The seat had been adjusted to suit his height, and the backrest angle was very comfortable. A sticky note was attached to the steering wheel with Shun Tian's handwriting. The tank is full. There are drinks and snacks in the trunk. Cash and documents are in the center console. Gu Beihou smiled slightly, fastened his seatbelt, and started the engine. The engine emitted a deep roar. The tachometer needle jumped slightly, then stabilized in the idle range. The black SUV pulled away from the curb, merging into the morning streets. The morning sunlight slanted in from the east, bathing the entire street in a warm golden hue. He tuned to a song, steering with one hand as he sped down the road. Although he had just turned 18, Gu Beihou had long since learned to drive. Since joining the Alliance, he had his license sorted out as soon as he came of age. This could be considered a benefit of being a demon hunter. 2.5 hours later, Gu Beihou's black SUV stopped in front of a luxurious building in the center of the provincial city. The building featured a glass curtain wall that extended from the third floor to the top, reflecting blinding light under the sun. Emblazoned on the curtain wall were several large silver characters, Lingning Technology Co. Ltd. Below was a line of smaller text, focusing on the research and application of new energy technologies. The font was standard bold in a subdued dark gray color, hanging above the main entrance of the building, looking no different from the signs of any other technology company on this street. Gu Beihou parked the car, crossed the street, climbed the steps, and the automatic sliding door opened silently. The lobby on the first floor was decorated with a strong sense of technology. The white marble floor was polished to a shine, reflecting shadows, while streamlined LED light strips embedded in the ceiling illuminated the entire lobby brightly and softly. The reception desk was a solid piece of white artificial stone, curved like a giant shell, behind which stood a young woman in a light blue uniform. Upon seeing Gu Beihou enter, the receptionist's eyes instantly lit up. She stood up from her seat, leaning slightly forward, creating a wave of enthusiasm. Captain Gu, you're here. Her voice was crisp and bright, echoing slightly in the spacious lobby. It's been a while since you visited. The last time was last month, right? Gu Beihou casually nodded, not stopping his pace, and walked past the reception desk directly towards the elevator area on the right side of the lobby. He had a vague memory of this receptionist. He had forgotten her surname, but she seemed to be the daughter of a mid-level official from the provincial department here for an internship. What's going on? He asked while walking, his voice not loud, but perfectly clear in the empty lobby. The receptionist stepped out from behind the desk, following him with small steps, holding a tablet in her hand. She quickly swiped it a couple of times and checked the schedule displayed on the screen. You can go directly to conference room now. 1. Her tone carried a hint of deliberate seriousness. Minister Qin is waiting for you there. Gu Beihou paused for a moment. He stopped, turned around, and looked at the receptionist, a hint of surprise in his voice. Old Qin is here too. The receptionist nodded vigorously, her eyes shining brighter. Yes, he arrived about half an hour ago. Minister Luo personally went downstairs to greet him, and they came up chatting and laughing. I saw that Minister Qin seemed to be in a good mood, so don't worry. Gu Beihou didn't feel worried, he was just a bit surprised. Qin Yu, the minister of the Central Thunder Department of the Huaxia Monster Hunter Alliance, at the 8th level of spirit refining. In the cultivation system of monster hunters, the 8th level is the realm above spirit fusion body, known as the spirit transformation domain. Within this domain, the practitioner is nearly equivalent to a deity. In the entire East China region, across 7 provinces and 1 city, there are no more than 5 monster hunters who have reached the 8th level. Moreover, Qin Yu is not only at the 8th level, but also the minister at the central headquarters of the Thunder Department, one of the few at the top of the pyramid within the entire Thunder system. This couldn't be a coincidence. It seemed that the headquarters was taking this unexpected event quite seriously. Alright, I understand. Gu Beihou turned around and continued toward. This couldn't be a coincidence. It seemed that the headquarters was taking this unexpected event quite seriously. Alright, I understand. Gu Beihou turned around and continued towards the elevator area. The receptionist called out after him, Captain Gu, do you need me to take you up? No, I know the way. Gu Beihou entered the elevator and pressed the 8 button. This building has 22 floors, but Lingning Technology occupies only the top 8 floors, while the 14 floors below are rented out as office spaces for other companies. To reach the provincial department's office area, the elevator needs to pass through a transfer layer where a card swipe is required to proceed further up. The elevator stopped on the 14th floor, and Gu Beihou took out his black identity card from his pocket, swiping it across the sensor area below the elevator buttons. With a beep, the elevator continued upward. The elevator door opened, and Gu Beihou stepped out, facing a long corridor. The corridor floor was covered with dark gray carpet, making no sound underfoot. The walls on both sides were white with glass doors every few meters leading to individual office areas. However, Gu Beihou did not walk deep into the corridor. He turned left and walked to a metal door without a nameplate, swiping his card again. The metal door slid open, silently revealing a staircase leading down. The entire floor had been transformed into a large monster research laboratory jointly managed by the Monster Hunter Alliance and the Provincial Academy of Sciences. The main part of the laboratory consisted of rows of glass cages extending from the ground to the ceiling. These cages were made of special materials and housed various types of monsters. Lower-tier, mid-tier, and occasionally higher-tier monsters were kept inside for various experiments, testing the characteristics of their powers, the mechanisms of their techniques, and the practical effects of newly developed weapons and protective equipment by the Monster Hunter Alliance. Every time Gu Beihou visited the provincial department, he passed through this floor. He habitually slowed his pace, scanning the glass cages with his gaze. In the first cage was a level 5 fire fox, its orange-eared fur bristling as it paced restlessly inside the glass enclosure, occasionally scratching at the glass with its claws, leaving faint white scratches. In the second cage were 3 gargoyles at the second level, crouching motionless in the corner of the cage like 3 stone statues, their grayish-white eyes fixed intently on every passerby. As he walked by, Gu Beihou's steps truly came to a halt at the 5th cage, where a person was kept. He was a man who appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a gray shirt and dark pants, his hair neatly combed, with an expressionless face like a blank sheet of paper. He sat in the center of the cage on a chair, his hands resting on his knees, sitting upright, as if waiting for something. If it weren't for the electronic screen above the cage displaying Monster ID G027, type Mimicry Monster level 4th level, Gu Beihou would think this was an ordinary person who had wandered into the wrong place. Mimicry Monster. This type of creature has no fixed form. It can imitate the appearance of any person or object it has seen, replicating features from appearance to voice to scent almost indistinguishably. Unlike skeletal monsters that require killing and skinning to disguise, a mimicry monster only needs to glance at someone to use its power to mold an identical form. However, its drawback is the short duration of maintenance and the immense consumption of mental energy. Gu Beihou stared at the person sitting properly in the cage for a few seconds, then withdrew his gaze and continued forward. He pondered if the mimicry monster's abilities were to advance further. If a monster could perfectly disguise itself as a human without killing, how many times more difficult would the work of monster hunters become? The answer is despairing. The first conference room is located at the deepest part of the floor. Exiting the stairwell and traversing a long corridor, one reaches the end of the hallway where a pair of dark wooden double doors can be seen. There is no sign above the door, but a small electronic screen embedded in the wall displays the words in use. Beihou stood at the door for 2 seconds, adjusted his clothes, and then pushed the door open to enter. The conference room is spacious and rectangular, capable of seating 30 to 40 people. In the center stands a massive oval conference table, its dark wooden surface polished to a shine. Neatly arranged on the table are microphones, drinking water, and folders with a nameplate in front of each seat displaying the names and positions of the attendees. But at this moment, there are only 2 people in the conference room. At the head of the table sits an elderly man. Over 60 years old, his hair is grizzled yet thick and stiff, standing upright, like steel needles on his head. His face is square with thick eyebrows and eyes that are not large, but very spirited. When his gaze sweeps over, it feels like 2 brushes that could sweep a person from head to toe. His skin has a bronze tone from years of outdoor activity with few but deep wrinkles, especially the lines on his forehead, as if carved by a knife. He wears a dark gray jacket over a white shirt without a tie, and the collar is unbuttoned. Sitting up straight in the main seat, his hands resting on the armrests, he appears relaxed and casual. However, the oppressive aura emanating from him envelopes the entire conference room in an invisible, heavy atmosphere. Qinyu, Minister of the Thunder Department at the 8th level of alchemy. Beihou's direct superior and the most protective person in the entire Thunder Department system. To Qin's right sits a middle-aged man in his early 50s, well-groomed with hair dyed jet black and styled in a slick-back manner, shining so brightly that even a fly landing on it could split. His features are well-defined, eyebrows neatly trimmed, lips thin and rosy. When he smiles, he reveals 2 rows of straight white teeth, presenting an image of a well-maintained middle-aged entrepreneur. He wears a deep blue suit, a white shirt, and a deep red tie with a golden tie clip, golden cufflinks, and a golden watch of a prestigious brand. He sits beside Qinyu, his posture more relaxed than Qin, leaning back against the chair with one leg crossed over the other, casually tapping his fingers on his thigh. Luo Cheng, Provincial Department Head at the 8th level of alchemy. He ranks equally with Qinyu, but equal here only refers to their positions. In the profession of demon hunters, positions can be gained through experience or connections, but strength is genuine. No one can deceive anyone else. Qinyu broke through to the 8th level at 38. Now at 63, he has honed his skills at this level for 25 years with profound spiritual power and rich combat experience unmatched in the entire East China region. Luo Cheng broke through to the 8th level 5 years ago and is now 52. The gap between 5 years and 25 years cannot be bridged merely by talent. Thus Qinyu occupies the main seat, while Luo Cheng sits to his right. This is not a seating arrangement for the meeting, but a reflection of their status. Beihou entered the conference room, first glancing at Luo Cheng and giving a slight nod. Minister Luo. Luo Cheng smiled and nodded back, his gaze resting on Beihou for a moment. Beihou has arrived. I heard you were injured, but your recovery seems quite rapid. Thank you for your concern, Minister Luo. Beihou replied with a smile, then turned to Qinyu and made a face. Naturally walking to the empty seat on Qin's left, he sat down with a thud, crossing his legs and leaning back against the chair as casually as if he were on the sofa in his own living room. Old Qin, he said, his tone carrying a hint of complaint, but more of that casualness present only among close individuals. Why didn't you come to see me at Yujang first? Qinyu turned his head to look at this impudent kid sitting to his left, legs crossed, casually calling him old Qin. He stared for 2 seconds, then reached out and slapped the back of Beihou's head. You little brat, Qinyu scolded without much irritation. How many times have I asked you to come to my place? Was it 10 times? 20 times? You haven't visited even once. Last month was my birthday, and you didn't even call. Do I have to humiliate myself and go to Yujang to see you? Why is your face so thick? Beihou rubbed the back of his head unfazed and replied boldly, I've been busy. The entire Yujang relies on me alone. How could I find the time to visit you, old man? You know as well as I do that in Yujang, with demons coming and going, if I don't step outside for a day, they can make a mess. Busy? Qinyu raised his eyebrows, his voice rising a few degrees. As a 4th level alchemist managing a prefecture level city, how busy can you be? When I managed the entire North China region back in the day, I was not busier than you, even with 7 provinces combined. Beihou scoffed dismissively. Qinyu was momentarily taken aback, staring at Beihou with wide eyes, opening his mouth to say something, but ultimately breaking into a smile. He looked at Beihou, his eyes filled with helplessness, admiration, and that unique blend of pride and concern that elders often feel for their juniors. Feeling busy. he said in a serious tone, transitioning from playful scolding to a more formal probing tone. Just right this time, come with me to the central headquarters, and I will arrange for you to be the director of an action office. You would manage dozens of demon hunters under you, and you would not need to run around every day or just sit in the office and command. What do you think? Beihou didn't even think before responding. Tch, he exhaled a dismissive sound through his nose. I won't go. Yujing is great for me, no one is managing me, I can go wherever I want and fight whoever I want. If I went to headquarters, I would have to be managed by you every day, restricted by all those rules, even going out would require writing application reports. Isn't that like being in prison? Qinye's smile had not yet faded, he did not try to persuade him further. He understood this child all too well. With exceptional talent, he was the best among his peers that Qinye had ever seen. At 18, as a 4th-level alchemist, he single-handedly killed a 5th-level bone demon, ranking among the top 10 in the entire history of demon hunters. Most importantly, he worked extremely hard, being the most diligent among his peers. While others were cultivating, he was cultivating. While others were resting, he was still cultivating. While others were dating, he was still cultivating. The last time he went on a business trip to Yujing, he went to the branch office at around 2 in the morning and saw Beihou still inside the cultivation room, not having come out. He asked Xintian what time the kid had gone in, and Xintian said 9 in the morning. He had been in for over 17 hours without coming out. He is unrelenting with demons, never showing mercy, never hesitating, never negotiating conditions. He kills when he should kill and exterminates when he should exterminate, never considering the question of whether this demon might have more value alive. To some demon hunters this may seem like a sign of immaturity, but to Qinye this is precisely what makes Beihou so precious. He has a flame in his heart, a belief, and those things that seasoned demon hunters have long lost. Talent, effort, and faith. Any one of these three can allow a demon hunter to go farther than most. Together, Qinye did not dare to say what he saw, but he knows that Beihou's future is not in Yujing, nor in the provincial capital, and not even in the central headquarters of the Alliance. You two are quite amusing, Luo Cheng chimed in with a smile, his voice gentle and playfully teasing. One wants to pull someone away while the other refuses to go develop a better headquarters. How about this, Minister Qin? You let Beihou come to the provincial department. I happen to need a capable young talent here, with excellent benefits and position, nothing for him to worry about, just focus on cultivation and handling cases. Not at all. Beihou immediately waved his hand, as if swatting away a fly. Please spare me, Minister Luo, I still have to attend school. School? Luo Cheng laughed. You a demon hunter, what do you need school for? The cultivation resources of the Alliance are far more useful than what you learn in college. It's not the same, Beihou replied with rare seriousness. My mom still wants me to get a bachelor's degree. Luo Cheng was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Qinye also chuckled lightly, but his eyes sparkled. All right, Qinye waved his hand, we can talk about idle chatter later. The door to the conference room was pushed open from the outside, and people walked in one after another. The leaders of the provincial department, directors and deputy directors from various places, the chief engineer from the technical department, analysts from the intelligence department. More than 20 people arrived in succession, filling most of the oval conference table. As each person entered, they would first glance at Qinye at the head of the table, nodding slightly, before finding their seats to sit down. Several familiar faces would nod at Beihou, some would even whisper, the Marquis has arrived, or I heard you single-handedly killed a 5th-level demon last night. Impressive. Beihou responded to each with simple gestures and few words. Once everyone was present, Luo Cheng cleared his throat, and the chatter in the conference room gradually quieted down. Today I have called everyone for an impromptu meeting, Luo Cheng said, his voice not loud, but each word resonated clearly in the quiet conference room. There are mainly 2 topics on the agenda. The first one, as I'm sure you have heard, there have been recent incidents in Yujang City where monsters have managed to evade radar detection. A 4th realm giant mouth frog and a 5th realm bone demon have been active in Yujang City for several days, even weeks, without triggering any alarms from our radar. If this is not an isolated incident, but rather a sign that the monsters have mastered some new technological means, the consequences would be unimaginable. He paused here, casting his gaze over each person present. I have already reviewed the preliminary analysis report from the technical department, and there are several conclusions that need to be discussed in this meeting. Additionally, Comrade Beihou, the head of the Yujing branch, is also present today. He will provide a detailed report on the encounters with these 2 monsters, especially regarding their specific behaviors in battle and whether they displayed any unusual, extraordinary abilities. At this point, everyone's attention turned towards Beihou. He remained relaxed, casually crossing his legs. The second topic, Luo Cheng continued, his tone shifting from serious to a bit lighter, concerns this year's National Monster Hunter competition. The atmosphere in the conference room noticeably changed. Several vice commanders exchanged glances. The chief engineer of the technical department adjusted his glasses, and the analysts from the intelligence department began jotting down notes. Gu Beihou uncrossed his legs and leaned slightly forward. This year's competition is different from previous years, Luo Cheng said, pulling out a document with a red header from in front of him. A notification just issued by the central headquarters of the Alliance has elevated the standards by 2 levels compared to previous years. The top 6 from the national finals will represent the country in next spring's World Monster Hunter Contest. A low murmur spread through the conference room. The World Monster Hunter Contest. It is the highest level competition in the field of monster hunting, where each country sends its most elite young hunters to compete on the stage, showcasing their strength, skills, and tactics. The last competition was held 3 years ago in the beautiful country, where the local team won the group match and the individual champion was a young hunter from the Hitler Nation. The best result for the Huaxia team was 3rd place in the group match and 6th in the individual match. This result does not match the overall strength of Huaxia's monster hunters. Therefore, the central headquarters of the Alliance is determined to make a significant move this year. The provincial department has decided. Luo Cheng raised his voice, slightly suppressing the low murmurs, to conduct preliminary selections in each city, with each city recommending 1 monster hunter under the age of 20 to participate in the elite competition organized by the provincial department. The top 3 of the elite competition will represent the East China region in the national finals. Time is tight. The cities must submit their lists by tomorrow. The elite competition starts the day after tomorrow, lasting 3 days, and will take place at the provincial department. His gaze fell back on Gu Beihou. As for Yujang City, Luo Cheng said, "You will be the one to participate." Gu Beihou lazily nodded, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Sure. Just a single word, without any hesitation or modesty. He knew that among the monster hunters under 20 in Yujang City, if he participated, no one else would need to. Qin Yu had been sitting in the main seat, silent throughout the meeting until it concluded. When Luo Cheng announced that the meeting was over, the clock on the wall pointed to 1:20 p.m. People in the conference room gradually stood up, gathering their belongings and leaving in small groups. A few vice commanders wanted to approach Gu Beihou, but seeing Qin Yu still standing beside him, they wisely chose to bypass him. Gu Beihou stood up, stretched lazily, his joints cracking. He turned to look at Qin Yu, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Come on, Lao Qin, let me treat you to a drink." Qin Yu shot him a sideways glance. "Have you grown enough hair to drink?" "Whether I've grown or not," Gu Beihou replied, without changing his expression. "You'll find out if you give it a try." Qin Yu snorted, but was already walking out. Gu Beihou followed behind, stopping to shake hands with Luo Cheng as he passed. "Minister Luo, I'll take my leave now. I will participate in the competition the day after tomorrow." "All right," Luo Cheng patted his shoulder. "When the time comes, don't hold back. Show those who overestimate themselves what you're capable of." "No problem." Gu Beihou nodded and quickly caught up with Qin Yu. The two entered the elevator, the doors closed, and the elevator began its descent. The elevator contained only the two of them. They were silent for about 2 seconds. Suddenly Qin Yu spoke, his voice not loud, but each word was heavy. "I heard about your uncle's matter." Gu Beihou leaned against the elevator wall, his gaze fixed on the changing floor numbers above the elevator doors, remaining silent. "You did the right thing," Qin Yu said. "In that situation, it was the best way to handle it." Gu Beihou still did not speak. "But remember," Qin Yu turned his head to look at him, his gaze unusually serious, "those monsters won't come less just because you kill one more. Monsters are endless. Before fighting, make sure you can retreat unharmed. After all, your future is not limited to Yujang City." "Got it, you nagging old man," Gu Beihou replied impatiently. "As long as you know." Qin Yu withdrew his gaze, not minding Gu Beihou's attitude. The elevator arrived at the first floor, and the doors opened. The sunlight outside streamed through the glass doors, casting a large golden patch on the ground. The tavern was located in a deep alley of the old town of the provincial capital, without a sign or awning, only an old yellowing white paper lantern hung at the entrance with a crooked character "For Wine" written on it. The owner was an old man in his 60s with graying hair, a slight hunch, and facial wrinkles comparable to Lao Qin. Gu Beihou filled Qin Yu's cup with wine. "You came all the way from the central headquarters just for a temporary meeting at the provincial department. The lay department has so many matters waiting for you to handle every day. This trip alone has at least cost you 2 days." Qin Yu did not answer immediately. Qin Yu glanced at him, took a sip from his bowl. "I came to see you." He said it casually, as if commenting on the pleasant weather of the day. Gu Beihou tapped his fingers on the table, stopping briefly. "If you sure are idle." Qin Yu chuckled and continued to drink. The drinking session lasted 3 hours. Gu Beihou settled the bill and stepped out. Qin Yu advised Beihou do well in the selection competition. "MHM. In the national competition, I want to see your name in the top 6. Then in the World Cup, I want to see you standing on the podium. Gu Beihou looked up at Qinyu. The streetlight's glow fell into his eyes at that moment, turning his pupils a light brown, clear as crystal. All right. Qinyu gazed into his eyes, then reached out to pat his forehead. I'm off. Qinyu turned and walked toward a black sedan parked at the alley's entrance. The driver had been waiting by the car, and upon seeing Qinyu approaching, he opened the rear door. Qinyu bent down and sat inside, and the door closed. The car window slowly rolled down. The old man poked his head out, looking at the still-standing Gu Beihou at the alley's entrance. Stinky kid, he said, don't just focus on practicing, eat on time, and sleep on time. Got it, quit nagging. The black sedan slowly pulled away from the alley's entrance, merging into the flow of traffic on the main road. Gu Beihou stood at the alley's mouth, hands in his pockets, watching the white paper lantern sway in the night breeze. The next day, Gu Beihou did not go out. The hotel near the provincial department was quite nice. He remained in a state of cultivation throughout the entire day. Sitting quietly, regulating his breath and operating his cultivation method, he let the thunder spiritual power circulate repeatedly through his meridians. Without the gathering array in the cultivation room, the speed of cultivation was much slower than at the Yujang branch, but he was not in a hurry. What he needed now was not a rapid ascension in cultivation, but to maintain his condition. Tomorrow was the selection competition. In the 6 provinces and 1 city of East China, there were 79 prefecture-level cities and 79 contestants, each under 20 years old, the strongest demon hunters from their respective cities. He had to carve his way through these 79 individuals and secure a place among the top 3. Then he would represent East China province in the national competition. After that, he aimed to enter the top 6 in the national contest. Then he would represent the country in the World Cup. These goals were increasingly distant and arduous, but he had promised old Qin. Since he had spoken, he must deliver. On the 3rd day, Gu Beihou woke up at 6 in the morning, threw off the covers, and went to the bathroom to wash up. While brushing his teeth, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror. His complexion was noticeably better than the previous 2 days. He took out the clothes that Xintian had prepared in advance from his suitcase. It was a black tracksuit with the emblem of the Yujang branch embroidered on the chest. The tracksuit was made of lightweight, breathable material tailored perfectly, allowing for complete freedom of movement. He put on the tracksuit, dampened his hair with water, styled it, checked himself in the mirror to ensure everything was in order, and then headed out. The competition was set at the convention center, approximately a 20-minute drive from the hotel. Gu Beihou did not drive. The black SUV arranged by Xintian was still parked in the exclusive lot outside the headquarters. He couldn't be bothered to retrieve it and hailed a taxi at the hotel entrance. To the convention center, he told the driver. The taxi stopped at the front entrance of the convention center, and Gu Beihou paid the fare and got out. He looked up at the massive building before him and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This time the provincial department had truly invested heavily. The Provincial Capital International Convention Center, the largest venue in East China, has a total construction area of 200,000 square meters, 3 floors above ground, and 1 below, with 8 exhibition halls, the largest of which can accommodate 10,000 people at once. The exterior design of the convention center was modern and grand, with a silvery steel framework paired with large expanses of glass curtain walls shining like a giant diamond under the sunlight. At this moment, a red banner was hung at the entrance of the convention center with golden letters that read, East China Lingning Technology Co., Ltd., East China Regional Conference. Under the banner stood several provincial staff members in black uniforms, each wearing an ID badge holding tablets verifying the identities of the attendees. As Gu Beihou approached, one of the staff members looked up, recognized his face immediately, and said, Team Leader Gu, this way please. The staff member stepped aside to allow him to enter and gestured for him to proceed. Gu Beihou walked into the convention center. The lobby on the first floor had been transformed into a check-in and lounge area. The check-in counters were lined up in a row with 8 windows in total. Each window had a staff member seated behind it with check-in sheets, contestant badges, room cards, meal vouchers, and other items placed on the tables. The lounge area was on the other side of the lobby, furnished with dozens of groups of sofas and coffee tables. The sofas were deep gray fabric, appearing soft and comfortable, while the tables held mineral water and snacks. More than 10 people had already arrived. Gu Beihou scanned the crowd, his gaze passing over unfamiliar faces. They were all wearing similar tracksuits to Gu Beihou's, only differing in color and the emblems on their chests. However, the style was nearly identical. They were all standard tracksuits distributed by the Demon Hunter Alliance. He withdrew his gaze and approached the check-in desk, reporting his name and branch. The staff member swiped on the tablet a few times, confirmed his identity, and handed him a contestant badge, a room card, and a stack of meal vouchers. Team Leader Gu, your room is on the 3rd floor. Here is your room card. The competition schedule and venue map have been sent to your phone. Please check it. The staff member's attitude was respectful and professional. Gu Beihou accepted the items, nodded, and turned towards the lounge area. He chose a group of sofas by the window, sat down, stuffed the room card and meal vouchers into his pocket, hung the contestant badge around his neck, and then took out his phone to open the competition schedule document sent by the provincial department. The document was lengthy and detailed, covering everything from competition times and venue arrangements to rules and precautions, detailing every aspect. He quickly skimmed through it and grasped a few key pieces of information. The selection competition was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was an elimination round where the 79 contestants were divided into 8 groups through a draw, conducting round-robin matches within each group, with the top 2 from each group advancing to the top 16. The second stage was the knockout round where the top 16 would compete in a single elimination format to determine the top 4. The third stage was the finals where the top 4 would conduct a round-robin match to determine final rankings, with the top 3 gaining qualification for the national competition. The competition rules adhered to the standard competition guidelines of the Demon Hunter Alliance, prohibiting the use of any external weapons, allowing only weapons formed by one's own spiritual energy. Attacking vital points of opponents is prohibited. If one party concedes or loses combat capability, they are deemed defeated. The referee has the authority to terminate the match at any time. After finishing the document, Gu Beihou locked his phone, leaned back on the sofa, and closed his eyes. The lounge area was becoming increasingly crowded. Every minute, new contestants entered the lobby, checked and collected their items, and then blended into the crowd in the lounge. Some familiar faces gathered in small clusters to chat, while others sat alone in corners, resting with their eyes closed. Some were diligently stretching and moving their muscles as if ready to take the stage at any moment. Gu Beihou kept his eyes shut, using his ears to gather information from his surroundings. Amidst these sounds, he caught a keyword: Gu Beihou. People were discussing him. It wasn't just 1 or 2, rather it was many. In every corner of the lounge, between different sources of sound, his name formed an invisible thread, weaving together these scattered conversations. Have you heard of Gu Beihou from Yujang? The one from the Thunder Department, 4 realms. 4 realms. How old is he? He doesn't look it. 18, 2 years younger than me, and already at the 4 realms. I heard from someone in the provincial department yesterday that he soloed a 5-realm bone demon a few days ago. Is that true? A 4 realms soloing a 5 realms. That's just bragging. The provincial department issued an announcement that can't be a lie. Moreover, that bone demon was found at his home disguised as his uncle, staying there for over a week without him noticing. He discovered it later and struck it down on the spot. His uncle? What about the real uncle? Dead, killed by the bone demon. The demon skinned him and wore his flesh. The real one has long since perished. Wow, that's ruthless. Gu Beihou opened his eyes. He did not look at those discussing him, but gazed outside the window. Someone noticed Gu Beihou, realizing that he had overheard their conversation. The whispers quieted down, and those talking about different topics lowered their voices, causing the decibel level in the lounge to drop a notch. It was like the moment a teacher walked into the classroom. Lord Ho. A familiar voice came from behind, laced with surprise. Marquis. A voice rang out from behind, laced with surprise, exhilaration, and an irrepressible surge of excitement. Several contestants resting in the corner lifted their heads, startled by the exclamation. They glanced toward its source, then followed the sound to Gu Beihou, their gazes now tinged with quiet curiosity. Gu Beihou opened his eyes and turned his head. A colossal figure was striding briskly across the hall from the far end. Colossal, not merely in stature, but in presence, over 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered, as a moving fortress. Each footfall reverberated faintly through the carpet, sending subtle tremors through the floor. He wore a bright yellow athletic ensemble. His face was round, his eyes small, and when he smiled they crinkled into narrow crescents. His mouth stretched wide, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. His hair was cropped so short it clung tightly to his scalp, his round head and round face harmonizing into the likeness of an oversized porcelain doll. At first glance he appeared gentle, clumsy, utterly harmless. Yet Gu Beihou knew precisely how unharmless he truly was. Years ago, during their early training at the Demon Hunting Alliance Academy, he had arrogantly provoked Gu Beihou and paid dearly for it. Only then had his title of Marquis become sincerely bestowed. A slow, knowing curve tugged at Gu Beihou's lips. Guofu, so you're representing your city too. Not bad. You've risen quite high. He grinned broadly like a lovable giant, striding forward with heavy, resonant steps until he halted before Gu Beihou. Then, unexpectedly astonishing everyone, He bent deeply at the waist, clasped his fists before his chest, and offered a solemn bow. "Forgive my presumption, Marquis." His voice boomed like a temple bell, echoing richly through the lounge. "You know how things stand back home. We simply chose the tallest among the short, and here I am." Gu Beihou appraised him leisurely, from his towering crown down to his size 4 to 7 boots, his gaze edged with wry amusement. "That's not inaccurate," Gu Beihou replied, his smile deepening. Guofu scratched the back of his head and chuckled softly before settling onto the sofa beside him. The sofa groaned in protest under his 300 weight, a sharp, mournful creak, as its springs compressed violently and the cushions sagged, dramatically teetering on the verge of collapse. "Marquis." Guofu leaned forward once seated, placing his massive hands on his knees. Though he lowered his voice, it still carried unmistakably across the entire hall. "I heard you took down a 5th-rank bone demon all by yourself. Incredible. Truly extraordinary." His expression was earnest, no flattery, no sycophancy, only pure, unadulterated admiration. "Even back at the training base I knew you were no ordinary man. Among our cohort, the dozens who entered together, you were strongest then and remain strongest still." Gu Beihou waved a hand, declining further praise. Guofu offered a warm, guileless smile, then swiftly softened it into quiet intensity. He shifted sideways, drawing closer to Gu Beihou, lowering his voice to a near whisper audible only to the two of them. "Marquis, I noticed a few reckless young fools whispering about you over there." He tilted his chin toward another corner of the hall, his gaze flashing with a keenness utterly at odds with his gentle demeanor. "Shall I handle them?" Gu Beihou followed his glance. A cluster of young demon hunters, dressed in vivid athletic wear, stood huddled together, glancing repeatedly in their direction. Their eyes met Gu Beihou's across the distance, and one instantly looked away, snatching up a bottle of mineral water from the coffee table, as if to drink. Another ducked his head, pretending to scroll on his phone, his gaze skittering evasively. Gu Beihou withdrew his attention, his expression unchanged. "No need," he said calmly. "Truth reveals itself on the arena stage. I'll hold nothing back." His final words were spoken softly, but the lounge was silent enough that every syllable landed with crystalline clarity upon every ear present. At the phrase, "I'll hold nothing back," a collective chill prickled down the spines of those listening. Guofu sensed the subtle shift in their breathing rhythms. A faint knowing curve touched his lips, but he said nothing more. He understood Gu Beihou well. After all, he himself had once been one of them, subdued by force. Guofu picked up an unopened bottle of mineral water from the armrest, twisted off the cap, and drank deeply, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Marquis, in our East China Province division, you're undoubtedly the frontrunner." "Don't say that," Gu Beihou murmured, scrolling idly through his phone. "It's not speculation. It's..." Guofu placed the bottle back on the coffee table and began counting on his thick fingers, 79 competitors total. "Of the 4th-rank cultivators I know, there are only 4. Yu Lu Xiao of Yunzhou, Qi Lin Shuang of Hengchuan, and Zhou Su." Gu Beihou supplied the name. "Yes, Zhou Su from Dongchong branch. All 3 are 4th rank, yet their cultivation bears no resemblance to yours. Lu Xiao's innate spirit is the dust-chasing malevolence, a wind-affiliated, speed-oriented entity. Formidable in bursts, but lacking endurance, she falters against heavily armored opponents. Qi Lin Shuang wields the gold element gilded frost blade spirit, an exceptionally potent offensive force. I witnessed it firsthand at the academy. Her spiritual blade moved with uncanny realism. Yet she relies too heavily on her weapon. Her close-quarters combat remains weak. Zhou Su, while his innate spirit belongs to the shadow affinity. They call him Shadow Serpent, sly, elusive, never-engaging heathen. He strikes always from concealment, striking unseen. His cultivation and strength are legitimately 4th rank, but his fighting style unsettles me." Gu Beihou listened without interruption. Guofu appeared simple, yet his mind was anything but. His judgment of character was razor-sharp, his analytical perspective piercing. He simply chose not to display it, preferring instead to let others mistake him for a genial, grinning giant. It was a survival strategy, to invite underestimation, then deliver on the arena stage a crushing blow of unyielding stone-fist power. "These are the true contenders," Guofu concluded, folding his fingers and resting his massive hands on his knees. "The rest are mostly 3rd rank, entirely out of the same league. Unless a dark horse emerges, but such miracles rarely happen." Gu Beihou nodded. "Lu Xiao, Qi Lin Shuang, Zhou Su." He had long known those names, the paragons of East China's new generation of demon hunters. Each had attained spirit-refining 4th rank before turning 20, each possessed signature techniques and legendary victories. Lu Xiao had claimed 1st place overall in last year's provincial departmental assessment. Qi Linshuang had dominated the East China Regional Demon Hunter Rookie Tournament 2 years prior. Zhou Su, though less publicly conspicuous, commanded equal renown within the inner circles of demon hunters, his reputation rivaling theirs in depth and gravity. Yet Gu Beihou felt no pressure, not toward any individual, but toward all under 20. He simply did not regard them as rivals. Song Guofu chatted with Gu Beihou for a while, sharing some amusing stories from their training base years and discussing the situations in their respective cities. A voice came from the broadcast: "Dear participants, please proceed to the registration area for check-in. I repeat, please proceed to the registration area for check-in." The announcement echoed twice in the resting hall from the speakers in the ceiling. Song Guofu stood up from the sofa, which sprang back to its original height, with a relieved creak as he patted the wrinkles on his athletic outfit and looked down at Gu Beihou, who was still seated on the sofa. "Lord Ho, I'm going to check and see you later." "Go ahead." Song Guofu smiled broadly and turned to walk towards the door. His figure appeared immense and clumsy, towering over 2 meters tall, like a moving hill in the crowd. As he walked past the resting hall, several participants sitting by the roadside instinctively made way, not wanting to obstruct the path of this colossal figure. Gu Beihou watched Song Guofu exit the resting hall, then stood up, stuffed his phone into his pocket, and headed towards the registration area. The registration area was set up on the right side of the first-floor lobby, enclosed by movable partitions. At the entrance sat a table behind which were 2 staff members, one responsible for verifying identities and the other for issuing number plates. Participants lined up one by one, approaching the table to announce their names, show their registration certificates, receive their number plates, and then exit. The line was short, about a dozen people. He reached the table, announced his name, and took out his registration certificate. The staff member took the registration certificate and scanned it on a machine. Information popped up on the screen, and after a quick glance, the staff member looked up at Gu Beihou with a gaze markedly different from those directed at the previous participants. "Captain Gu," the staff member's tone became more respectful, "you are not required to participate in today's competition." Gu Beihou frowned. "What do you mean?" "Special permit from the provincial department," the staff member explained, picking up a printed notification from the table and handing it to Gu Beihou. "Participants of the 4th realm and above directly advance to the semifinals. Your name is already in the draw pool for the semifinals. Just come tomorrow for the draw and the competition." Gu Beihou took the notification and quickly scanned it. The content of the notification was similar to what the staff member had said. To ensure the competition's spectacle and fairness, and to prevent unnecessary harm to 3rd realm hunters from 4th realm hunters in the elimination rounds, the provincial department decided that all participants at the 4th realm and above would directly advance to the semifinals without participating in the group elimination rounds. Gu Beihou felt somewhat disappointed. He had initially wanted to stretch his muscles. A few people had just spoken about him behind his back, and he had intended to teach them a lesson. Fighting to maintain fighting, keeping in shape through actual combat, was his consistent approach. Every match was an opportunity to calibrate himself. The strength of the opponent was unimportant. What mattered was adjusting his body and spiritual power into the best competitive rhythm through battle. However, it was no matter. The outcome would be the same anyway. He walked down the corridor where signs indicated the competition venues and guided participants. At the end of the corridor was a corner where a staff member in a black uniform stood, holding a sign that read "Special Contestant Rest Area." "Captain Gu, this way, please." The staff member spotted Gu Beihou and immediately approached, gesturing for him to follow and leading him to a door on the right side of the corridor. Behind the door was a small foyer carpeted in dark gray with a few abstract paintings on the walls resembling the reception area of a high-end club. On the other side of the foyer were several closed doors marked as VIP rooms. Gu Beihou was led to the entrance of one of the rooms by the staff. The staff member opened the door for him, stepped aside to allow him to enter, and gently closed the door after he walked in. The room was spacious, at least 100 square meters. In the center was a set of arc-shaped leather sofas, the dark brown leather gleaming softly under the lights opposite a massive floor-to-ceiling glass window. Gu Beihou walked to the glass window and glanced outside. The floor-to-ceiling glass was one way; one could see outside from the room, but those outside could not see inside. Outside the glass lay the largest competition venue in the convention center, Exhibition Hall No. 1. This hall covered at least 3,000 square meters with a 50-meter diameter arena at its center. Surrounding the arena was a circular audience area which at this moment already had quite a few spectators seated, comprising personnel from 79 cities. At this moment, 2 individuals were fighting in the arena. Gu Beihou's gaze rested on them for about 10 seconds before shifting away. It was a 3rd realm versus 3rd realm match. The battle was fierce, but lacked depth, not worth his time. He turned around, scanning the entire room. Then he noticed 3 other people in the room. One was sitting on the left side of the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, holding a cup of coffee and looking down at his phone. He wore a white athletic outfit, his hair dyed light brown, styled meticulously, with each strand appearing as if carefully placed. Yunzhou Lu Xiao. He sensed Gu Beihou's gaze, lifted his head, met Gu Beihou's eyes for a second, smirked slightly, then looked back down at his phone. The second individual sat on the right side of the sofa, arms crossed over their chest, legs apart, body slightly leaning forward like a leopard ready to pounce. She wore a silver-gray athletic outfit, her long hair tied into a low ponytail at the back of her head. Her features were cold, with thick eyebrows slightly raised at the ends, a prominent nose, and thin, tightly closed lips, her entire face resembling a blade, yet to be unsheathed, sharp and reserved. Hengchuan Qi Lin Shuang. She was also watching Gu Beihou, her gaze fixed on him since he entered. The third person was not seated on the sofa, but stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, facing away from everyone in the room. He wore a deep gray athletic outfit lacking prominent muscle definition, his tall and slender figure resembling a bamboo pole from behind. His hair was black and of moderate length, falling naturally without styling. Upon hearing the door open, he turned around to look towards Gu Beihou. Dongchang, Zhou Su, nicknamed Shadow Snake. Gu Beihou retracted his gaze, surveying the room before settling into a nearby single chair closest to the door. Just as he sat down, Zhou Su moved. Zhou Su walked over from the window, taking neither quick nor slow steps, his demeanor casual, and he approached Gu Beihou, bent slightly at the waist, a standard smile on his face. You must be Lord Ho. I've heard of you. I heard that a couple of days ago you single-handedly battled 5 great monsters, and even killed one. It truly impresses me. He eagerly extended his hand to shake Gu Beihou's. Gu Beihou's nostrils flared slightly. Zhou Su carried an unpleasant odor. Gu Beihou's merciless words silenced the entire private room. Zhou Su's eyes darkened at that moment. In the depths of his pupils something flashed. Killing intent. However, this killing intent came and went swiftly. Zhou Su's eyes brightened again, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a flawless smile. It was as if the darkness from a moment ago had never existed. As expected, the Lord Marquis is indeed someone to be kept away from, Zhou Su said, retracting his outstretched hand and casually putting it in his pocket, smiling as he continued, Then I shall not disturb you. He turned back to the floor-to-ceiling window facing away from the private room and continued to watch the match outside. The air in the room resumed its flow the moment he turned around. Qi Lin Shuang stood up from the sofa, walked to the other side of the window, maintaining a distance of at least 3 meters from Zhou Su, then crossed her arms over her chest, her gaze piercing through the glass at the competition stage below. Yet her peripheral vision remained locked on Gu Beihou, unable to suppress a cold snort. "TCH, what are you pretending for?" Her voice was not loud, but each word dripped with dissatisfaction. "Just a little brat." Gu Beihou leaned back in his chair, not looking at her, and too lazy to respond. Lu Xiao put down his phone, took a sip of coffee, and then slowly stood up from the sofa. He walked over to Qi Lin Shuang, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, his gaze also fixed on the competition stage outside, but a playful smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "Zhou Su, don't mind him," Lu Xiao said, his tone neither too loud nor too soft, each word carrying a nonchalant, condescending laziness. "It's just a fight with a fifth realm monster. Who knows what really happened, yet it's being spread around so sensationally, claiming he soloed it. In any case, I don't believe it." He turned his head, glancing at Gu Beihou, the smile deepening, as if waiting for his reaction. Gu Beihou's gaze fell on the competition stage outside, and in annoyance he turned his head and said, "I'm watching the match. Can you all be quieter?" The air in the private room froze again. Lu Xiao's smile vanished. "Damn it," he spat out through clenched teeth, his voice completely at odds with his delicate features. "Gu Beihou, you think you're so special, huh?" Qi Lin Shuang lowered her arms from her chest, hanging them at her sides, her long fingers, slightly curled, golden spiritual light flickering at her fingertips. Her gaze towards Gu Beihou turned from icy to sharp. "If you ask me if you can't do it, then we should subdue this Gu kid first. A mere high school student, and he dares to stand with us." Zhou Su did not turn around, his body tilted slightly, his right hand unknowingly drawn from his pocket, fingers twitching as if ready to form a seal at any moment. Gu Beihou took a deep breath. These few nuisances were truly affecting his mood. He stood up, turned around to face the 3 people in the private room. "You lot can't just speak properly." He flexed his wrists and raised his head. "Do you need to be punched to behave? I really don't understand your stupid thoughts." Lu Xiao's eyes widened sharply as he shouted, "Get him! Beat him!" The voice was laced with uncontrollable anger. Lu Xiao's body vanished the instant he uttered the word move. His speed was so fast that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The wind-type innate spirit dust cleaving blade excels in speed, When a wind-type monster hunter of the fourth realm unleashes their full power, even high-speed cameras may fail to capture a clear image. Whoosh! A transparent wind blade coalesced from the void accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, cleaving directly for Gu Beihou's neck. At the same time, Qi Linshuang moved. Unlike the speed of wind-type attacks, the gold-type offense was more direct and violent. With a swing of her right hand, a silver-white spiritual blade formed in her palm, Liushuang Blade Soul. The manifestation of the gold-type innate spirit, the blade was 3 feet 3 inches long, slender as a dragonfly's wing, with frosty patterns swirling along the blade, exuding a chill in the air. She tightened her grip on the spiritual blade, her body leaning forward, propelling herself like an arrow released from a bow towards Gu Beihou, the blade's tip aimed directly at his chest. On the surface, Zhou Su remained still, watching with a cold smile. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window back to the battlefield, appearing to admire the scenery outside, indifferent to everything happening behind him. Yet at some point his right hand had formed a complex hand seal, fingers curled and tips touching, creating a bizarre handprint. His lips moved slightly, silently chanting something. The unspoken syllables vibrated in his throat. The shadow-type innate spirit does not attack hidden or clash directly, but weaves an invisible net in the shadows. 3 people, 3 types of attacks unleashed simultaneously. The combined strike of 3 fourth realm monster hunters. This was the top combat power combination among the younger generation of monster hunters in East China. Gu Beihou sneered. Boom! Silver-white lightning erupted from his body. Thunder surged from every pore, every inch of skin, and every cell. His hair turned silver from the roots at a speed so fast that it appeared as a white light spreading from the roots to the tips, like white flames burning. His pupils transformed from dark to silver, resembling liquid mercury, with countless tiny electric arcs dancing within. Simplified version of Eternal Silence, Thunder Ruins, Eye of Thunder Ruins. No need to invoke heavenly thunder, no need to gather storm clouds in the air, just drive the power of thunder to its peak, activating the Thunder Eye technique within the Eternal Silence Thunder Ruins. The consumed spiritual power was less than 1/10 of the complete version with a longer duration, yet its explosive power was not diminished in the slightest. Gu Beihou's gaze swept across the private room, the silver-white thunder eye leaving 2 scorching trails in the air. Then he struck. Thunderblade. A silver-white thunderblade shot out from his palm. The thunderblade advanced like an invisible wall, shattering Lu Xiao's wind blade Hedon. The wind blade crumbled before the thunderblade, as fragile as glass, the shattering sound crisp and sharp. The fragments spun in the air for a few circles before dissipating, leaving no trace behind. After shattering the wind blade, the thunderblade showed no signs of slowing down, continuing forward, heading straight for Lu Xiao's face. Lu Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. His body twisted in midair at an ergonomically impossible angle, narrowly evading the thunderblade's direct impact. The thunderblade skimmed past his left shoulder, slicing off a small piece of fabric from his sportswear, the white scrap drifting down in the air. Explode. Gu Beihou's true attack was not this thunderblade, but the countless tiny electric arcs that erupted from the shattered fragments in an instant. Those electric arcs moved as if alive, autonomously tracking Lu Xiao's presence, rushing towards him from all directions, densely packed, like a net woven from lightning. No matter how fast Lu Xiao was, he could not evade attacks coming from over a dozen different directions at once. Ziz. In the next moment, he was struck by 3 electric arcs. His body went numb, crashing down from midair, kneeling on one knee, his left hand pressing against his right arm that had been burned by the electric arc, his face pale. Against Qi Linshuang, Gu Beihou's method was even more straightforward and brutal. The instant Qi Linshuang's spiritual blade lunged at him, Gu Beihou did not dodge. He extended his right hand, fingers spread wide, meeting the blade Hedon. He actually caught the edge of the Liushuang blade soul with his bare hand. Qi Linshuang's eyes widened in shock. Her spiritual blade was formed from her innate spirit, sharp enough to cut through 5 centimeters of steel plate in an instant. Yet Gu Beihou's palm was covered by a layer of silver-white lightning, the thunder armor compressed to its utmost, a thin layer, yet harder than any armor. The edge of the spiritual blade created a shower of silver sparks on the thunder armor, producing a piercing metallic grinding sound, but it did not penetrate. Gu Beihou twisted the edge of the spiritual blade sharply. Get lost. Her entire center of gravity was thrown off by this force. Ugh! Her body involuntarily leaned forward, and Gu Beihou's left hand was already— Her entire center of gravity was thrown off by this force. Ugh! Her body involuntarily leaned forward, and Gu Beihou's left hand was already prepared, delivering a palm strike to her abdomen. Bang! The sound of thunder erupted, sending her flying 3 meters away, crashing heavily. With a dull thud, the wall-mounted lamp shook, and Qi Linshuang slid down to the ground, clutching her abdomen, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, yet her eyes remained fixed on Gu Beihou, filled with unwillingness and rage. As for Zhou Su hiding in the distance, Gu Beihou didn't even need to turn around. Zhou Zu's shadow-based attack was the most concealed and insidious. While Gu Beihou was fighting Lu Xiao and Qi Linshuang, he released a shadow from the ground. Not an ordinary shadow, but a shadow binding conjured by a shadow hunter using their life spirit. It could climb along the target's shadow, ultimately immobilizing the target completely. However, Gu Beihou's silver-white lightning eyes saw through everything from the very beginning. In the vision of the lightning eyes, the flow of shadow spiritual energy was exposed like a black snake, slithering across the ground silently, approaching his shadow. Gu Beihou lightly stomped his right foot on the ground. Boom! A silver-white lightning burst radiated from beneath his feet, spreading outward like ripples from a stone dropped into water. Wherever the lightning passed, the black shadow on the ground curled, charred, and shattered like paper, set ablaze, ultimately turning to ashes. The shadow binding was broken. In the corner of the private room, Zhou Zu's body trembled violently. The life spirit of the shadow was deeply bound to the shadow hunter's spirit, and forcibly breaking the binding would backfire on the life spirit. His face turned pale in an instant, he let out a scream, and 2 thin lines of blood flowed from his. He wiped his hand on his sleeve, looking at the dark red bloodstain on his hand, lowering his head. The eyes behind his glasses were obscured by shadows, making his expression hard to discern. 3 moves. 2 were direct hits, and 1 backfired with a severe injury. Ever since the battle with the bone demon, Gu Beihou's strength had reached a new level, and he showed no mercy against these 3, holding back, not even a little. This was not only a gap in strength, but also a crushing advantage in terms of life spirits. The private room fell into a deathly silence. Even the breathing of the contestants and the judges counting could be heard from the arena below. Gu Beihou stood in the center of the private room, his silver-white hair billowing in the lightning, his silver eyes looking down upon the 3 people who were stumbling. His expression remained unchanged, consistently that cold, emotionless face. Lu Xiao got up from the ground, his body still smoldering with electric burns, and he gritted his teeth to lift his arm. Qi Linshuang stood up from the base of the wall, her abdomen aching painfully, and then reconcentrated the Lu Shuang blade soul in her palm. The frost patterns on the blade were denser than before, with silver-white spiritual light swirling, resembling the cold glow of ice on a river under the winter night sky. Zhou Su wiped his nose and adjusted his crooked glasses, the crack across the lens dividing his gaze in half. He gestured with his right hand again. The 3 of them positioned themselves from 3 different directions, forming a triangular encirclement, trapping Gu Beihou in the center. They exchanged glances. Lu Xiao's eyes lost their previous disdain, now filled with serious scrutiny. Qi Linshuang's gaze no longer held the usual contempt, replaced instead by a calm battle intent ignited by anger. Zhou Zu's eyes were devoid of any ripples, like a mirror covered in dust, showing no trace of emotion, yet the calmer he appeared, the more dangerous he became. Lu Xiao spoke in a deep voice. "Let's go together. We must take him down today, or otherwise we might as well not be in the alliance." "Let's do it," Qi Linshuang said coldly. Boom. The 3 4th-stage demon hunters, each with distinct life spirits, unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously. Lu Xiao transformed into a transparent whirlwind, moving so fast that it tore through the air, producing a sharp shriek. 10 directions of strangulation. He crossed his hands in front of him, and 10 wind blades shot out from his fingertips. The 10 wind blades intertwined in the air, forming a sharp wind net that directly descended upon Gu Beihou from the front. Qi Linshuang cut in from the left, her Lu Shuang blade soul emitting a clear, resonant hum. Her steps were clean and efficient, each foot landing precisely within the gaps of the wind blade, net seamlessly coordinating with the wind-based attack. The tip of the spiritual blade gathered a silver-white cold light, a sign that the spiritual energy was compressed to its limit. Lu Shuang break. Breaking the point to shatter the surface with sharpness, overwhelming resilience. Zhou Su launched his attack from the right. The shadow beneath his feet suddenly elongated, shooting out like a black python. Shadow kill. 3 attacks arrived simultaneously from 3 different directions in front of Gu Beihou. Gu Beihou stood still, not moving an inch. Silver-white lightning surged out from within him, erupting from the depths of his dantian, where the 9 heavens demon slayer thunder resided, like a volcano exploding with a thunderous roar. This time it was not a simplified version of Eternal Silence Thunder Ruins, but the complete version, without reservation, pouring out all his peak power. Eternal Silence Thunder Ruins. Silver-white lightning formed a spherical electric field with a 5-meter diameter around him, ionizing the air within the electric field into plasma, emitting a high-frequency, buzzing sound like a million birds chirping. At that moment, Lu Xiao's strangling wind blades crashed into the electric field. ZZ, 10 wind blades capable of slicing through concrete pillars vanished soundlessly upon contact with the electric field like snowflakes landing on a red-hot iron plate. No explosions, no shattering, no rebounding. They were directly ionized into the most fundamental particles by the furious lightning. The wind blade net was annihilated, yet the electric field remained intact. How is this possible? Lu Xiao's pupils constricted, wanting to retreat, but it was already too late. The edge of the electric field touched his body, and an irresistible, overwhelming force surged into him. The high-level natural suppression of the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer, thunder, bore down on him like a mountain, rendering him immobile. Qi Linshuang's Lu Shuang blade soul pierced into the electric field. At the moment the spiritual blade entered the electric field, the frost patterns on the blade flickered violently, resembling a flickering light due to unstable voltage. The silver-white spiritual light and lightning fiercely intertwined, creating a strong repulsion. The spiritual blade halted just 3 inches from Gu Beihou's chest, unable to advance even a fraction. Qi Linshuang gritted her teeth, gripping the blade with both hands, pouring all her spiritual energy into the spiritual blade. The Lu Shuang blade soul trembled violently, emitting a deep hum, yet it could never breach that thin barrier of lightning. Zhou Ze's shadow kill was the most concealed and lethal of the 3 attacks. The shadow silently entered the electric field, devoid of substance and energy fluctuations. Even in the vision of the lightning eyes, it appeared as an extremely thin and dark line. It penetrated the lightning barrier, approaching within half a meter of Gu Beihou's side. But in the next second it stopped. Not blocked, but imprisoned. The shadow blade was trapped in the electric field like an insect caught in amber, firmly ensnared by the viscous, solidified lightning, unable to advance or retreat. The 3 life spirits were all suppressed before the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer thunder. Gu Beihou coldly raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. All of you, get lost. He clenched his fist. Boom. The thunder roared. A violent lightning burst erupted from his body. Oh! The 3 were instantly blasted away by this violent force. They smashed through the tempered glass, floor-to-ceiling window, falling down. Bang! Whoosh! Gu Beihou stood before the now glassless window, the wind blowing and causing his hair to flutter. He looked down at Exhibition Hall 1 below. The competition was still ongoing. 2 third-stage demon hunters were fighting on the stage, and the audience was watching them. Then, glass shattered above, and 3 black shadows fell heavily onto the stage. Bang! 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 With 3 dull thuds, the 3 figures landed in the center of the stage, startling the 2 demon hunters engaged in battle to stop simultaneously. What the hell is that? The gazes of the entire audience shifted from the competition stage to the 4th-floor window that was now devoid of glass. Gu Beihou stood at the window, the silver-white lightning not yet fully dissipated, flickering around his body, resembling a thunder god. He stood there looking down below. In Exhibition Hall 1, the gazes of hundreds of people converged on him. Gu Beihou looked down upon them, his face devoid of any expression. In the Exhibition Center's Hall 1, hundreds of people looked up at the empty window, silent for 3 seconds. Then the sound erupted. P.S. Many demon hunters and monsters will appear in the subsequent storyline. If any handsome guys or beautiful girls are interested, feel free to leave a name and life spirit. Additionally, I hope everyone can click on some good reviews and update reminders. Thank you. What on earth? What is happening? A sudden descent of warriors. Is this an official exhibition arranged by the competition? The 3 of them landed in the Pingsha Luoyan posture, saw the crowd around them, flushed, and fled at once. Lu Xiao in particular sped away so fast that afterimages trailed him. The contestants and referees on the arena were stunned. The spectators' voices swelled like a tide. Who are those 3? How did they fall from the sky? Lu Xiao of Yunzhou, Qi Linshuang of Hengchuan, Zhou Su of Dongcha. My god, they are all 4th realm demon hunters. Lu Xiao. The same Lu Xiao who ranked 1st in last year's provincial assessment. Yes, that's him. 3 4th realm fighters thrown from the 4th floor. Who threw them? The one up there so handsome. Who is he? Gu Beihou of Yujang, haven't you heard? A few days ago he single-handedly killed a 5th realm bone demon. A 4th realm killing a 5th realm. Surely an exaggeration. The provincial department even issued a notice. And look at those 3 bruised and battered. 3 of them together couldn't beat that one. Gu Beihou of Yujang. Impressive, you'll remember that name. The referee stood on the arena for a long while, uncertain whether to resume the match or suspend it. Gu Beihou paid no mind. Since the VIP box windows were shattered, he did not linger there. Just as he reached the entrance to the lounge, his phone vibrated. He took it out and saw a brief message from the provincial competition office. Gu Beihou Demon Hunter, please report immediately to the director's office on the 3rd floor of the provincial office building. He pocketed the phone and left the expo center. The provincial office building stood to the north of the center across a square about a 5-minute walk. 3rd floor director's office of the competition department. The door was open. Gu Beihou entered and saw Luo Cheng seated behind a desk. The computer screen displayed live match data, but Luo Cheng's gaze was elsewhere. Seeing Gu Beihou, Luo Cheng said calmly, close the door. Gu Beihou turned, closed the door, and took the chair opposite the desk. Director Luo, what did you need me for? Do I really need to spell it out? Luo Cheng spoke, his voice low, but each word like it was forced from between his teeth. Do you now think yourself especially formidable? 3 4th realm demon hunters thrown from the 4th floor by you landing on the competition stage in front of hundreds of people. Since the founding of the Huadong Province Demon Hunters Alliance, such a grave incident has never occurred. Do you know what repercussions this will have? Gu Beihou frowned. Luo Cheng drew a deep breath, striving to steady his temper. You must understand such actions undermine internal unity, he said, tapping the desk as his voice rose, and they disrupt the proper conduct of the event. You are the head of the Yujang branch, not some street brawler. Is there nothing that could have been settled on the arena? Why fight in a private box? Gu Beihou finally replied. They started at his tone flat, offering no defense, only stating a fact. I could not simply stand there and let them beat me. Luo Cheng glanced at him. I understand, he said. The heat in his voice lessened, but his brow remained furrowed. But you cannot be so arrogant. The regional heads from those 3 places have each rung me to complain. Gu Beihou sneered, outmatched. And yet you have the gall to complain to me? What a bunch of rubbish. Luo Cheng leaned back, closed his eyes, and pinched the bridge of his nose. Then he opened his eyes and sighed heavily. All right, I knew talking to you would be pointless. You do not have to participate in the remaining matches. Gu Beihou lifted an eyebrow, and still lounging lazily leaned forward a fraction. What, he teased, are you kicking me out? Luo Cheng snorted and glared. Nonsense. You ruined the whole affair. You think you can run. With that, he picked up a folder from the desk. He opened the folder to pages densely filled with print and turned it toward Gu Beihou. These are the 3 withdrawal applications just submitted to me, their reason all given as unable to continue due to injury. Gu Beihou stared at the 3 forms in silence for 2 seconds. Withdrawal. They had been beaten by him and had lost their confidence. So Luo Cheng closed the folder and tossed it into a corner of the desk, fixing Gu Beihou with an unwavering gaze. If you do not bring me a national championship, I will hold you to account. All right, Gu Beihou shrugged indifferently. Luo Cheng watched him for 2 seconds, and then waved. The national contest is next month. Go back and prepare. He paused as if recalling something, and added, I have heard that this national tournament may feature 2 competitors who have reached the 5th realm. Gu Beihou's brow tightened. 5th realm. Under 20. He ran through in his mind the young demon hunters he knew nationwide. The Central Alliance had a few prodigies whose names he knew, but not their exact cultivation levels. He knew some provincial heads in other regions, but they were mostly between 3rd and 4th realm. A 5th realm under 20. Such a thing appears once in several years. Afraid. Luo Cheng looked at him with a faintly mocking smile. Gu Beihou relaxed, his expression returning to that lazy mien. Not afraid, just surprised, he said. Luo Cheng leaned back and admonished him like an elder. There will always be someone superior. I need not lecture you further on that. Your natal spirit is indeed powerful among equals. Jiuxiaozhima divine, thunder, one of the thunder division's most potent thunder spirits, and among the top in the entire Demon Hunters Alliance. But you must remember, this is an under 20 contest. You are 18, which means you have 2 fewer years of cultivation than some. 2 years gap cannot be closed by talent alone. You will need time. Gu Beihou offered no rebuttal, though every word Luo Cheng spoke was true. His eyes flicked as he grinned and asked, so, will the provincial department provide me with some resources? Luo Cheng's face darkened, and he glanced at him with displeasure. You, he said, tapping Gu Beihou, are shamelessly opportunistic. He opened a desk drawer, took out a card, and pushed it toward Gu Beihou. Very well, it's been prepared for you. Go claim it at the resource depot. Gu Beihou picked up the card and glanced at it. A resource claim voucher stamped with the Provincial Resource Library seal and a list of items he was entitled to receive. He scanned the list, and his eyes brightened. Looking up at Luo Cheng, a smile curved slowly across his mouth. Thank you, Director Luo, for the support. He beamed, his thanks rose and darted out like a streak of smoke. His steps were as light as a mouse that had stolen sesame oil. Luo Cheng sat behind his desk and stared at the closed door. He paused, shook his head, and could not quite suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. This brat. Sigh, if only he were my disciple, how fine that would be. Gu Beihou stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for one. The resource repository was located one floor below ground, sharing the level with the core equipment zone of the provincial department, which had a high security level. Without a resource collection voucher and identity verification, one could not enter. The elevator doors opened at the basement level, revealing a long corridor ahead. The walls of the corridor were made of silver-white metal panels with cameras placed every few meters on the ceiling, their red indicator lights quietly blinking. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy metal door adorned with a silver-white rune array with a circular sensing area at its center. Gu Beihou approached the door and placed the resource collection voucher on the sensing area. The rune array glowed briefly, emitting a crisp beep, and then a line of green text appeared on the door. Identity verification passed. Gu Beihou, please enter. The metal door slid open silently. The resource repository was not large, approximately 50 to 60 square meters, with storage cabinets lining 3 walls, each compartment labeled with a number and item name. In the center of the room stood a long table covered with deep blue velvet. A middle-aged man in a white work uniform stood behind the table, slightly bowing as he saw Gu Beihou enter. Captain Gu, this way, please. Gu Beihou walked over, and the middle-aged man retrieved a safe from under the table, its dark gray metal shell equipped with a fingerprint lock. He placed the box on the table, took a step back, and gestured for Gu Beihou to open it himself. Gu Beihou pressed his thumb onto the fingerprint lock, which emitted a crisp click as the lid sprang open. Inside the box lay a layer of black velvet upon which 3 items rested. The item on the far left was a ginseng, deep purple in color, almost black with intact roots, and a stout body, its surface shimmering with a faint glow. A fragrant, bitter herbal aroma wafted through the air, reminiscent of the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves mingling in the deep mountain forests after rain, invigorating to inhale. It was a millennium-old purple ginseng. Gu Beihou reached out and lifted the purple ginseng from the box, cradling it in his palm. The ginseng was even longer than his hand, its roots fine and soft like the beard of an old man, each root intact. The sheen on the surface of the ginseng was not light reflected, but rather spiritual light naturally emanating from the qi, indicating that this purple ginseng contained an exceptionally high amount of spiritual energy, reaching the level of self-emanation. The middle item was a bottle of elixir. The white porcelain bottle was sealed with wax, bearing a red paper label that read Qingming Pill. The item on the far right was a set of clothing neatly folded into a square resembling a block of tofu. Gu Beihou took it out of the box and unfolded it. It was a set of white training clothes. It felt as smooth as water. When his fingertips glided over the fabric, there was almost no resistance, akin to touching a piece of warm jade. The thickness of the fabric was half that of standard training gear, yet it felt heavier, giving it a substantial and tangible heft in his hands. The staff member stood nearby, watching Gu Beihou examine each item. He took out, his eyes filled with barely contained envy. He had worked in the resource repository for over 10 years, handling countless resources, yet witnessing someone collect such high-value items all at once was still a rare sight. Captain Gu, he cleared his throat, his tone laced with professional respect. These resources were carefully selected for you by Minister Luo. 1 millennium-old purple ginseng, 10 Qingming pills, and 1 set of level 2 training clothes. The purple ginseng is for cultivation, containing abundant spiritual energy, and is of great help for breaking through from the 4th realm to the 5th realm. In the Alliance market, it requires 500 contribution points to redeem, and it is not guaranteed to be in stock. This purple ginseng was requested from the central headquarters by the provincial department and took 3 months to approve. And this Qingming pill is used for comprehension of techniques. After consumption, one's consciousness enters a highly alert state, significantly enhancing comprehension efficiency. The current inventory of Qingming pills in the Alliance is limited, and each costs 50 contribution points to redeem. 10 Qingming pills amount to 500 contribution points. Lastly, the set of white training clothes, level 2 training gear with exceptional defensive capabilities, woven from second-tier silk and profound iron fibers, lightweight, breathable, and allowing for flexible movement. The market price for this set of training clothes is around 300 contribution points, and only resource repositories at the provincial level and above stock them. Gu Beihou placed the purple ginseng back in the box, returned the elixir bottle, folded the white training clothes neatly, and then closed the lid of the safe, tucking the box under his arm. 1 millennium-old purple ginseng, 500. 10 Qingming pills, 500. 1 set of level 2 training clothes, 300. Including taxes and miscellaneous fees, the total redemption points for these resources would require at least 1,500 contribution points. Minister Luo is quite generous. Gu Beihou grinned, clutching the safe, greeting the staff member, and turned to leave the resource repository. In the evening, as the black SUV entered Yujang City, the sun was slowly sinking below the western horizon, bathing the entire city in a dark golden hue. Beihou parked the car in front of Thunder Fitness, turned off the engine, removed the keys, and walked into the gym with the safe in hand. The receptionist was tidying up her things, preparing to close for the day, and paused in surprise when she saw him enter. "Young Master Gu, didn't you go out? How come you're back so soon?" "The matter ended early," Beihou casually replied, making his way toward the elevator. The elevator descended to the basement level, and the doors opened. The scene in the lobby was much the same as usual. The radar screen was lit up, surveillance footage was rolling, and several staff members were busy at their consoles. The only difference was that Xintian was not standing in front of the radar screen today, but instead was seated beside the console with a cup of coffee in hand, engrossed in something. Upon hearing the elevator doors, she looked up, saw Beihou put her coffee cup down, and stood up. "You're back." Her voice carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Beihou walked over and placed the safe on the console. Xintian's gaze lingered on the safe for a moment before returning to Beihou's face. The corners of her mouth curled upwards, her eyes sparkling, her entire demeanor radiating excitement. "I heard all about it." She approached Beihou, arms crossed over her chest, chin slightly raised. "It was exhilarating. You took down Lu Shaoqi, Lin Shuang, and Zhou Su all by yourself." As she spoke, her smile could no longer be contained, bending into a crescent shape. The internal communication group of the provincial department blew up. "Some said you were too arrogant. Some said those three got what they deserved. Some questioned whether you truly single-handedly defeated the fifth realm bone demon, and others claimed you would definitely rank in the top 10 in this year's national competition. I don't know who posted a screenshot of the surveillance video, just that image of you standing at the window. It was so cool. The screenshot has been forwarded countless times." The more Xintian spoke, the more excited she became, her words spilling out like a machine gun. Beihou waited for her to finish, smiling faintly before picking up the safe. "I need to go into seclusion," he said casually. "You'll be staying at the branch for a few days." Xintian's excited expression faded, slightly replaced by a more serious, work-focused demeanor. "Seclusion." Her gaze fell on the safe. "Is this the resources from the provincial department?" How long will it take?" "It depends on the situation, maybe 3 to 5 days." Xintian nodded, pulling out her phone from her pocket to jot down notes in her memo. As she typed, she said, "All right, I'll keep an eye on your mom and the school. You don't need to worry about the branch. It'll handle the patrols and daily tasks. If there are any abnormalities with the radar, it'll notify you immediately. Non-urgent matters I can manage, and for urgent issues, it'll knock on doors." She put her phone away, looking at Beihou, her gaze shifting from serious to something deeper and softer. "Go ahead," she advised. "Don't rush. Take your time. You are already strong enough." Beihou nodded, stretching lazily, and turned to walk toward the training room. The door to the training room closed behind him, sealing out all sounds and light from the outside. In the training room, 4 metal walls surround him, illuminated by a lighting formation above with a mat on the floor. Every inch of this space is infused with his essence, and the air is tinged with the faint trace of lightning spirit he released during his cultivation. Under the bright light of the formation, tiny, almost invisible silver points of light flicker. Beihou places the insurance box on the ground and opens the lid. The Millennium Purple Ginseng lies on the black velvet cloth, its surface shimmering with silver spiritual light, appearing particularly bright under the lights of the training room like a small lamp. A white porcelain bottle of Qingming Dan stands quietly nearby. A secondary training outfit is folded at the bottom, its white fabric radiating a soft luster in the light. He first takes out the secondary training outfit from the box, shakes it open, and puts it on. At the moment the fabric touches his skin, he feels a cool sensation, like water flowing over the surface of his skin. It is the flow of spiritual energy. The secondary training outfit is not just a piece of clothing, it is a living, continuously functioning spiritual armor that operates automatically without him needing to activate it. He moves his body a bit. Shoulders, elbows, wrists, lumbar, spine. Every moving joint feels the smoothness and protection brought by the fabric. His movements are not restricted, but instead more agile and free. Then he sits cross-legged on the mat and takes out the Millennium Purple Ginseng from the box. The purple ginseng feels heavy in his hand. The silver spiritual light on its surface flickers slightly under the warmth of his palm. It smells quite fragrant. He chuckles softly and unhesitatingly brings the ginseng to his mouth, taking a bite. The texture of the ginseng is unlike ordinary plant roots. It resembles something soft and elastic, akin to a blend of jelly and rice cake. The moment the ginseng juice enters his mouth, a rich bitter taste mixed with earthy and herbal aromas explodes in his mouth. But the bitterness lasts less than a second, quickly overshadowed by a sweetness that surges up from deep within his throat. He chews a couple of times and swallows it down. Soon he finishes the entire Millennium Purple Ginseng. In the third second after swallowing, the purple lightning in his dantian suddenly jumps violently. Then, immense spiritual energy floods his entire body. Buzz! The amount of spiritual energy is so great that Gu Beihou's meridians are instantly filled with every pore overflowing with spiritual light. Gu Beihou closes his eyes, forming a lightning seal with his hands, and begins to operate the 9-5 thunder method. The spiritual energy surges through his meridians like a raging flood in a riverbed. He guides this spiritual energy, transporting it from his stomach along the meridians to his dantian, allowing the lightning in the dantian to devour, digest, and absorb it. The purple lightning in the dantian expands at a visible speed. Time loses its meaning in the training room. The white light of the lighting formation remains constant with no alternation of day and night. With his eyes closed, Gu Beihou's consciousness sinks deep into the dantian, merging with the expanding purple lightning. He can feel the lightning growing, pulsing, breathing. It has its own rhythm and will. It is not merely a tool, it is a companion that has been bound to him since the day he awakened his innate spirit at 16. The energy from the purple ginseng continuously flows from his stomach, being devoured by the lightning, transformed into his own spiritual power. The spiritual power in his meridians becomes more abundant, the lightning in his dantian grows brighter, and his body is tempered repeatedly by the power of thunder. Impurities in the muscle fibers are burned away by arcs of electricity, hidden injuries on the surface of his bones are repaired by the lightning, and his blood rushes through the veins, with every red blood cell bearing silver-white electric light. He does not know how long has passed. The energy of the purple ginseng has finally been completely absorbed. Gu Beihou withdraws from his cultivation state, opens his eyes and glances down at his hands. The skin on his palms is more delicate than before, not from any kind of skincare, but from the natural formation of a porcelain-like texture after being tempered repeatedly by the power of thunder. There is a slight tingling sensation at his fingertips, as if something lies dormant beneath the skin ready to awaken at any moment. He looks inward to his dantian. The purple lightning has expanded to an unprecedented size, more than double what it was before his seclusion. The color of the lightning shifts from purple to deep purple, resembling ripe grapes, dark to the point of blackness. The arcs of electricity on the surface of the lightning have grown from the thickness of a needle to that of a matchstick, jumping within the dantian and making crisp, crackling sounds. At this moment, he is only a membrane away from the fifth realm. He can sense that beyond that membrane lies a broader, more vast, and unfathomable domain. His spiritual power and cultivation are sufficient for a breakthrough of his innate spirit. The only thing lacking is a key, an epiphany, or an opportunity. He takes a deep breath and withdraws his consciousness from the dantian. There are still 10 Qingming Dawn in the insurance box. He pours one out from the porcelain bottle. It is pale blue with a surface smooth as a mirror and a refreshing, enduring medicinal scent. He prepares to use this to comprehend the lightning techniques he has yet to master. Gu Beihou places the Qingming Dan in his mouth and swallows it. Boom! The moment the pill enters his throat, the world seems to vanish. Only consciousness remains. Pure consciousness, like a droplet of water suspended in infinite void. Only one thing is left. A bolt of lightning. It stretches across the front of his consciousness like a bridge spanning the heavens. Its shape is that of a spear. A lightning spear. Starfall Thunder Spear. A lightning technique taught to him by Qin Yu. The Palm Thunder is a short-range, high-explosive thunder method. Thunderblade is a medium-range cutting thunder method. Eternal Silence Thunder Ruins is a large-scale area-type thunder method. The Starfall Thunder Spear, however, is a long-range, single-target, super-penetrative thunder technique. Concentrating the power of thunder into a spear, locking onto a target with spirit, and throwing it for a long-distance precision strike. Upon reaching the Grand Mastery Level 1, can strike from several kilometers away with the lightning spear, piercing the target. Gu Beihou's consciousness edges closer to the still lightning. The surface of the lightning is covered with small runes, densely packed like ants, slowly moving over its surface. Each rune contains a piece of information, and every piece of information is a truth about thunder. When one clarifies a rune with their consciousness, the truth carried by that rune will be etched deep into their awareness, becoming an understanding of thunder, and thus transforming into power in their hands. The medicinal power of the Qingming Dan continues to take effect, and his consciousness becomes clear enough to discern every stroke and detail of each rune moving across the surface of the lightning. The first layer of the Starfall Thunder Spear, forming shape. Comprehension. The second layer of the Starfall Thunder Spear, locking enemies. How to lock onto distant targets with spiritual power is not through sight, but through a method Gu Beihou has never encountered before: thunder perception. Releasing his thunder power into the air, forming an invisible field of perception. Comprehension. The third layer of the Starfall Thunder Spear. Throwing. The Jade Slip of Thunder Techniques records that the Starfall Thunder Spear has a total of 6 layers. The first 3 layers are foundational, while the last 3 are advanced. Mastering the last 3 layers is necessary to unleash the full power of the Starfall Thunder Spear, spear falling from the stars, piercing heaven and earth. Gu Beihou's consciousness remains suspended in the void for an unknown duration. Finally, the medicinal power of the Qingming Dan dissipates at the moment he masters the third layer. His consciousness is pulled back from the void into reality, the white light of the training room shining on his face, metal walls encircling him, the mat beneath him, and the insurance box at his knees. Gu Beihou opens his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a silver-white spear-like streak of electricity flashes by. He looks down at his right-hand palm facing up. With a thought, silver-white lightning power surges from his palm, gathering above it. The spear is about 3 meters long, with a sharp tip, a slender body, and a slightly tapered end formed entirely from pure silver-white lightning, with small arcs of electricity dancing on its surface. Starfall Thunder Spear. Gu Beihou's lips curl into a slight smile as he clenches his fist, causing the lightning spear to dissipate from his palm. 3 days. The door of the training room had been closed for a full 3 days. When Gu Beihou emerged, his white training attire was completely soaked with sweat. A bright light flickered in his eyes. After 3 days of closed-door training, he had fully absorbed the energy of the 1,000-year purple ginseng, and he had completed the first 3 levels of the Starfall Thunder Spear. He was still a bit short of the 5th realm. Gu Beihou was not anxious. The more urgent one was the slower the breakthrough would be. He walked out of the corridor and turned into the office area. Shen Tian was standing in front of the radar screen, facing away from him, discussing something with the technician. She turned around and gave Gu Beihou a once-over. She looked a bit disheveled, but in good spirits. All done. Gu Beihou nodded and asked, "Has anything happened in the past 2 days?" The special investigation team sent by the provincial department to look into the radar malfunction has arrived, Shen Tian said, swiping a message on her tablet for Gu Beihou to see. They came yesterday afternoon, a total of 12 people staying at a nearby hotel. Their leader asked when he could meet you to discuss work arrangements. Gu Beihou took the tablet, glanced at the message, and handed it back to Shen Tian. No rush. He stretched lazily, his voice a bit hoarse. After 3 days of little speaking, his vocal cords felt rusty. I'll go grab a bite. Oh, I'm starving. Shen Tian twitched her mouth, slightly wanting to say something, but in the end she said nothing and just nodded. Your motorcycle is outside. Gu Beihou went to the washroom to take a shower and changed into casual clothes. He tossed his white training attire into the dirty laundry basket of the training room. The washing and maintenance of the training attire did not require his concern, as the logistics personnel of the division would handle it. He took out a black short-sleeved t-shirt, a pair of dark gray casual pants, and a pair of black sneakers from. This was the casual wear issued by the Demon Hunter Alliance, woven with a trace of spiritual silkworm silk. It didn't provide much protection, but it was comfortable and breathable. The only drawback was its high price, with a t-shirt costing around 30,000 yuan. Of course, Gu Beihou did not need to pay for it himself. After getting ready, he walked out of the training room, grabbed the car keys, took the elevator, and exited the gym. A black motorcycle was parked at the entrance. Gu Beihou hopped on, started the engine, and drove out of the alley. He was well acquainted with the food map of Yujang. The breakfast shops in the old district, the trendy restaurants in the new district, the snack streets near the university town, the upscale restaurants in the commercial center. What he needed now was not gourmet food, but quantity. He needed substantial food to replenish the energy he had expended over the past 3 days. His target was the newly opened seafood buffet in the eastern part of the city. He had previously come across a promotional video for this restaurant on his phone, showcasing the king crab legs, grilled oysters, salmon belly, and grilled prawns sizzling in the camera, with the aroma wafting through the screen. Gu Beihou had saved it, thinking about trying it out someday, but he had never found the time. The restaurant was on the 3rd floor of the Eastern Commercial Center. When the elevator doors opened, a blend of grilled seafood, garlic butter, and teppanyaki aromas rushed towards him. Gu Beihou's nose twitched slightly, and his pupils dilated. That was the instinctive reaction of a ravenous predator locking onto its prey. The restaurant was large, with at least 300 dining seats. Gu Beihou walked over, and a receptionist immediately greeted him. Hello, sir, how many? Just myself. All right, this way, please. Each person is 298 yuan, with a 2-hour dining time. Gu Beihou scanned the payment code and followed the waiter to a window-side table. 10 minutes later, his table was piled high with food. Plates stacked upon plates, bowls upon bowls, every bit of available table space was utilized. Some plates were even half hanging off the edge of the table, supported only by other plates to avoid falling. The food included all high-protein and high-calorie items available in the restaurant. 50 oysters covered a large plate, each one grilled to perfection, the garlic aroma rising. 2 large plates of salmon belly thickly sliced, each piece as thick as 2 knuckles, the orangered fish flesh clearly displaying white fat lines. 20 king crab legs, each as long as a forearm, the shells already cut open, revealing the snow-white crab meat inside. 30 grilled prawns, the shells grilled to a crisp, the meat firm and bouncy. 8 grilled lamb chops, each one grilled to a crispy exterior and tender interior, with a thin layer of charred brown clinging to the bones. As a server walked by, she glanced at the table, paused her steps, then looked again, confirming she wasn't mistaken. 1 person, 1 table piled with food that would take at least 6 people to finish. Her gaze shifted from the table to Gu Beihou, this slender young man who looked to be under 20. Was he a competitive eater? Gu Beihou was oblivious to the server's gaze. He had already started. His speed of eating was fast, but not the sort of ravenous speed. It was efficient, orderly, like a precisely operating machine. Picking up food, sending it to his mouth, chewing for 3 to 5 seconds, swallowing, and then the next bite. The rhythm was steady, without pause or breath. After 30 minutes, 2/3 of the food on the table had been devoured. Other diners in the restaurant began to notice him. A quantity meant for at least 6 people had been consumed by 1 individual, and it appeared he wasn't even forcing it. He quietly and calmly devoured everything on the table like a black hole. Who is this person? A competitive eating streamer? Doesn't seem like it. I don't see anyone filming him. Maybe he's into fitness. Fitness enthusiasts have big appetites. But not this much. A look at his arms, they're not even thick. Then he might be an athlete. They have high energy expenditures. After eating so much, how is his stomach? The murmurs drifted from various corners, falling like autumn leaves into Gu Beihou's ears. He paid no mind to these comments and continued eating. Just as he grasped the last king crab leg, preparing to extract the crab meat from the shell, his nostrils suddenly flared. The scent of spiritual energy. It was the aura of a demon hunter. Someone was approaching. Gu Beihou did not look up. He extracted the crab meat from the shell, dipped it in sauce, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed a couple of times and swallowed. Then he leisurely picked up a wet wipe from the table to clean his fingers, wiping twice, and tossed the wet wipe into an empty plate before slowly lifting his head. A woman sat across from him, though he didn't notice when she had arrived. Enchanting. That was Gu Beihou's first impression of her. She appeared to be around 175 centimeters tall, with long straight black hair that curled slightly at the ends, cascading over her shoulders with a few strands falling to her chest. She wore a black spaghetti strap top with thin straps resting on her shoulders. Below her collarbone was a large expanse of fair skin. The neckline of the top was low and her chest was ample, giving off a sense of fullness. Her lower half was clad in denim shorts cut above mid-thigh, her legs long and straight with well-defined, but not exaggerated muscle lines reminiscent of the legs of female warriors in ancient Greek sculptures. Sexy and beautiful. This was the first reaction anyone would have upon seeing her. Gu Beihou's gaze fell upon the black pattern above her chest. Starting from below the collarbone, the pattern extended downward, disappearing into the neckline. Floral chest. But this was not an ordinary floral tattoo. It was a spiritual pattern. Body refinement. Spiritual pattern. Spiritual patterns are the result of body-type demon hunters manifesting the power of their innate spirit. The more complex, detailed, and extensive the spiritual pattern of a body-type demon hunter, the more thoroughly their body has been refined, and the higher the level of development of their innate spirit. Clearly, she was a body-type demon hunter. Gu Beihou pulled out a clean tissue and leisurely wiped the corner of his mouth. He crumpled the tissue into a ball and tossed it into the empty plate, leaning back against the chair, gazing at the woman across from him, who had intruded without invitation. Gu team has quite an appetite, the woman spoke, her voice laced with a lazy, nonchalant tone. A slight smile graced her lips, perfectly poised. Gu Beihou continued to stuff a piece of beef into his mouth, chewing as he mumbled, "Is your investigation team that idle?" The unfamiliar demon hunter who appeared in Yujang City could only be from the newly arrived special task force. The woman smiled and said, "Even when busy, one must eat." She extended her hand, reaching across the jungle of plates and bowls on the table towards Gu Beihou. Her 5 fingers were long and fair with nails neatly trimmed short. A thin layer of callus covered her fingertips. "Let me introduce myself. I am Su Nanxiao from the physical department, the 4th realm." Gu Beihou raised an eyebrow, a peeled lobster in his mouth. "Oh." He pulled the lobster tail out of his mouth, the meat already sucked clean, leaving only an empty shell. "A body refiner. Su Nanxiao's hand paused in the air for a moment before retracting, placing both hands on the table. The tabletop quivered slightly as her hands landed. Something barely covered by a black spaghetti strap top pressed against the edge of the table, creating a visual sense of oppression. She leaned slightly forward, attempting gesture. "What's wrong?" she asked with a smile, a hint of teasing in her voice. "Doesn't it seem so?" Gu Beihou picked up a tissue to wipe his fingers, glancing down him. "Your chest muscles are well trained." Su Nanxiao's smile froze on her face. Her brows furrowed slightly, the smile at the corner of her lips fading at a visible speed, replaced by a thin layer of anger. "You." She gritted her teeth, lowering her voice, squeezing out a word through clenched teeth, then took a deep breath, as if trying to calm her emotions. Her hands withdrew from the table, crossing over her chest. This motion successfully concealed her spiritual markings, preventing Gu Beihou from seeing anything further. Gu Beihou stood up, pushing back his chair. The chair legs scraped against the floor with a short squeak. "Let's go," he said, grabbing the phone on the table and stuffing it into his pocket. "This isn't a place for conversation." He turned and walked towards the door, without looking back, his pace neither fast nor slow, just like when he came in. Su Nanxiao stood in place, her lips moving slightly, as she muttered under her breath, "Bastard. I haven't finished eating yet." Reluctantly pulling her gaze away from the various delicacies, she bit her teeth, stood up, and followed him. At the entrance of the seafood buffet, sunlight streamed through the glass curtain wall, illuminating the entire. Gu Beihou stood at the entrance, hands in his pockets, leaning against the glass curtain wall, his posture relaxed, as if he had just woken up from a nap under the sun. Su Nanxiao walked from the restaurant to stand in front of him, hands on her hips. She was already tall, and with her shoes on she was just half a head shorter than Gu Beihou. Standing this close, they were almost level. "Where to?" Gu Beihou did not look at her. He straightened up and walked toward the black motorcycle parked at the door. The motorcycle gleamed in the sunlight, its streamlined body resembling a sleeping beast. He mounted the bike, took the helmet from the handlebars, and put it on, securing the buckle with fluid motions. "Get on," he tilted his head, slightly indicating the back seat. "Let's go somewhere." Su Nanxiao stood in place, looking at the back seat of the motorcycle, then glanced down at her chest, and then back at the motorcycle. "You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you?" she said, her expression wary. Gu Beihou snorted coldly, exhaling a breath through his nose. His words were not loud, but they carried a strong impact. "You body refiners, your bench press is at least half a ton. Your chest muscles are like stone." He pulled down the visor of his helmet, the silver gray lens obscuring his eyes, hiding his expression, but his lips curled slightly behind the visor. "I'm not that curious." Su Nanxiao's face instantly darkened. She rolled her eyes and walked over, mounting the back seat of the motorcycle. As she sat down, she felt the seat of the motorcycle was much wider than it appeared. Her legs had to splay at a large angle to reach the foot pegs. Her bare long legs hugged the sides of the motorcycle's back seat, the hem of her denim shorts leaving a faint red mark on her thigh. "You really are as hard to get along with as the legends say." Her words were cut off abruptly. Gu Beihou suddenly twisted the throttle. Vroom. The motorcycle's engine let out a deep roar like an enraged beast, the front wheel slightly lifting off the ground as the entire bike shot forward like an arrow. "Oh!" Su Nanxiao's body lurched back, instinctively lunging forward, her arms tightly wrapping around Gu Beihou's waist. The spiritual markings on her front immediately pressed against his back. "What are you doing?" Her voice was torn to shreds by the wind. Gu Beihou did not answer. The motorcycle sped down the street, the wind howling in their ears. Su Nanxiao felt her hair being blown back by the wind, several strands drifting onto Gu Beihou's shoulder, tangling with his black t-shirt. She instinctively wanted to loosen her grip and gather her hair back, but the motorcycle was too fast. The moment she let go, she felt her center of gravity tilting backward. She gritted her teeth and tightened her hold on Gu Beihou again. For the second time, she pressed against his back. Her face flushed slightly, not from infatuation, but from embarrassment. In reality, her body could withstand being run over by a truck. The physical strength of the Fourth Realm demon hunters had reached inhuman levels. Even being hit by a vehicle at 100 kilometers per hour might leave no bruise. But the mind and body are different matters. Her body was fine, yet her mind was undergoing a trauma known as embarrassment. The motorcycle weaved through the streets of Yujang City. Gu Beihou had not patrolled for several days and needed to take a round himself to ensure everything was normal. Bringing someone from the provincial department to patrol in his territory, he also wanted to convey to her, "This is my city, this is my territory." Su Nanxiao sat on the back seat, gradually relaxing from her initial tension and embarrassment. She began to observe the city, the bustling life of the old district, the prosperity of the new district, and the scenery along the riverside road. The city was not large, but it possessed a reassuring and solid quality, like someone who is not good with words, but is dependable. An hour later, the motorcycle came to a stop in front of an abandoned chemical factory. Gu Beihou turned off the engine, removed his helmet, and hung it on the handlebars. Su Nanxiao released her grip from his back, jumped down from the back seat, and stretched her stiff neck and shoulders that had been blown by the wind. Her hair was a mess from the wind, resembling someone who had just woken up without having had the chance to comb their hair, a few strands sticking to the corner of her mouth, which she brushed away with her hand. "What did you bring me here for?" She looked around, her gaze filled with confusion. The abandoned chemical factory, the rusty gates, the collapsed walls, the half-collapsed buildings, the air was thick with a faint chemical odor and a stench. The sunset bathed this ruin in a layer of dark golden decay. Gu Beihou hung his helmet on the motorcycle's handlebars and turned to face the desolate sight. "This is the first scene," he said, his gaze falling on the already cleared chemical pool, his voice calm. "At that time, my demon detection radar malfunctioned right here. The radar showed no signs of demon energy, but that fourth realm giant-mouthed frog was right here." Su Nanqiao's expression changed. She walked to the side of the chemical pool, crouched down, and reached out to touch the scorch marks on the wall of the pool. They were left by Gu Beihou's thunderblade. The scorch marks were deep, extending from the wall of the pool down to its bottom, resembling a wound cut by a gigantic heated knife. "Are you sure?" She lifted her head and looked at Gu Beihou, her brows furrowing. "Yes," Gu Beihou nodded. "Not just here, the bone demon is the same. It didn't show up on my radar either. If it weren't for the scent I caught from it, it might still be hiding in my house right now." Su Nanxiao stood up and brushed off the dust from her hands. Her gaze became serious, the smile fading from her lips, exuding an air of competence and unassailable professionalism. "Did you have any other findings at that time?" Su Nanxiao surveyed the surroundings. Gu Beihou looked up at the towering chimney in the distance, his gaze passing through the setting sun that was about to drop behind the chimney. "We are already analyzing the radar malfunction data." Su Nanqiao's tone was much more serious than before. "The technical department retrieved all records from the Yujang City radar station for the past month and is conducting spectral analysis and data comparison. From the information we currently have, the demon might possess some means we do not understand to interfere with or evade radar detection. Not just interference or evasion." Gu Beihou turned to face Su Nanxiao. "It has completely vanished. The bone demon has lived in Yujang for at least a week with no abnormal signals appearing on the radar. The giant-mouthed frog lurked in the chemical plant for several days, yet it was also undetected by the radar. This is not interference or evasion. This is invisibility. The demon has mastered the technique of becoming invisible before our radar." Su Nanqiao's pupils constricted slightly. "How many people did you bring this time?" Gu Beihou inquired. Su Nanxiao took out her phone from her pocket, swiped a few times, and pulled up a list. "The investigation team has a total of 12 members." She turned the phone screen towards Gu Beihou, showing him the list. "I am the deputy leader, and the leader is from the technical department, Meng Qinghe, a peak practitioner of the fourth realm specializing in spiritual energy detection and signal analysis. The remaining 10 are all practitioners of the third realm, including those from the technical department, the intelligence department, and 2 from the action team." Gu Beihou frowned. "What do you need a group of third realm practitioners for?" Su Nanxiao rolled her eyes as she put her phone away. "The third realm is already quite powerful, okay?" Her tone carried a hint of discontent. "In some remote prefecture-level cities, practitioners of the third realm can even act as leaders." Gu Beihou leaned against a rusty pipe, crossing his arms over his chest, and spoke in a calm tone. "Forget it, I never expected much from you." Su Nanqiao's brows furrowed, her lips pressed tightly together, and her chin slightly raised, making her appear even more imposing. The neckline of her black tank top was pulled wider, and the spiritual pattern sank deeper into the shadows. But at that moment she no longer cared about these matters. Her attention was fully focused on Gu Beihou's infuriating face. "Captain Gu," her voice lowered, carrying a hint of long-suppressed displeasure. "I admit you are indeed formidable, a peak practitioner of the fourth realm, and your innate spirit is also exceptionally strong, but there is no need to belittle our investigation team, is there?" Gu Beihou looked at her, his gaze calm as he stated, "I was speaking the truth. I originally thought they would send a fifth realm practitioner to me. In Yujang, to him, those below the fifth realm are almost the same." His expression did not hide this thought intentionally. He didn't even bother to conceal it. Su Nanxiao took a deep breath and retorted, "I have worked in the provincial department for several years and have never seen a leader as arrogant as you." Gu Beihou replied bluntly, "That's because you've never encountered anyone like me before." Su Nanqiao's chest heaved violently. Her fists slowly clenched at her sides, the knuckles cracking with a crisp sound. The spiritual pattern began to glow from below her collarbone, the black lines flickering with a faint ember-like light on her skin. When a body hunter experiences emotional fluctuations or prepares for battle, the spiritual pattern activates automatically. This is a natural response of the innate spirit resonating with the body, requiring no conscious activation. I heard you defeated 3 peak practitioners of the 4th realm by yourself a few days ago in the provincial department. Su Nankyo's voice squeezed out from between her teeth, carrying a hint of danger. So what? Gu Beihou nodded. Su Nanxiao raised her head to meet his gaze. There was something burning in her pupils. A body hunter cannot tolerate being called weak. How about we have a little spar? Her voice calmed down, even carrying a hint of amusement. Gu Beihou narrowed his eyes. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smile, forming a gentle arc. Fine. He straightened up from the pipe, stretched his neck and wrist, the cervical vertebrae cracking with a few crisp sounds. A fight might be good to avoid you pointing fingers at me in the future work. Oomph. Su Nanxiao snorted coldly, hands on her hips, chin raised high, looking at Gu Beihou as if he were an annoying younger brother. So we have a deal, she said. If I win, you will fully cooperate with our investigation team's work. Gu Beihou nodded. All right, he casually stuffed his hands back into his pockets. If you lose, your entire investigation team's actions in Yujang City will be under my command. Su Nanxiao hesitated. She was merely the deputy leader. The leader's surname was Meng, not Su, and she had no authority to speak for the entire investigation team. She struggled internally for 2 seconds before making a compromise. I can't promise you that. Her tone carried a hint of reluctance. After all, I still have a leader above me. But I can make the decision to let my 6 agents follow your instructions. The action team will be under my control, and I will have the final say. Gu Beihou glanced at her, not bargaining. 6 3rd realm practitioners, plus 1 4th realm deputy leader were enough. He didn't need more people, he needed obedient ones. Come on, he pulled his hands from his pockets, flexed his fingers, the joints cracking in a casual manner. It's been a while since I fought against a body practitioner. Su Nanxiao coldly laughed, a confident curve forming at the corner of her mouth, her eyes sparkling. Don't you know that below the 5th realm body practitioners are invincible? Gu Beihou smirked, rolling up the sleeves of his black t-shirt to reveal his forearms. To deal with you, he looked at Su Nanxiao, his eyes devoid of any contempt, merely a calm tone stating a fact. I won't even need to use my innate spirit. Su Nankyo's eyes widened in shock. She was genuinely furious. The pride of a body hunter lies in their body. Their innate spirit is their very body itself, and they don't need to expend spiritual energy to defeat their opponents. Their bodies are the strongest weapons. To Su Nanxiao, Gu Beihou's statement of not using innate spirit was tantamount to saying I can deal with you using just my body. It was simply an insult. Come on, let's see how long you can keep being arrogant. The spiritual pattern on Su Nankyo's chest suddenly glowed brightly. The black lines started glowing from below her collarbone, spreading down along her sternum, crossing over her abdomen, extending towards her waist, creating a complex spiritual pattern on her skin. She pushed off forcefully with her foot on the ground. Boom! The concrete floor shattered under her foot. Centered on her right foot, spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. Debris and dust were sent flying half a meter high as her body transformed into a blur, charging straight at Gu Beihou. Su Nanxiao's speed was astonishing. Unlike the swift pace of wind-type demon hunters, hers was a forceful speed akin to a heavy truck racing ahead. In the blink of an eye, Su Nanxiao had charged in front of Gu Beihou. Whooshed! The wind from her punch arrived before her fist did. Gu Beihou's hair was blown back by the punch's wind, and the hem of his black t-shirt rustled. The punch's wind carried a faint wave of spiritual energy, released by activated spiritual power. Gu Beihou stepped back half a step with his left leg channeling strength through his waist into his arm. As Su Nanxiao's fist was less than 5 centimeters from his chest, he caught her fist. Smack! A heavy impact sound rang out, yet Gu Beihou's body remained unmoved. His left hand grasped Su Nanxiao's right fist, fingers tightening as if a steel clamp had locked onto her fist. Su Nanxiao's fist was hard, but Gu Beihou's 9 Heavens Demon Slayer Thunder had refined his body through years of training, making his muscles, skin, and meridians incredibly resilient. When he was at the training base, the newcomers in the body department were no match for him in terms of physical strength. Su Nanxiao's pupils suddenly constricted. He could actually catch her punch with his bare hands. Although her punch was not the strongest among the body department's 4 realms, it was certainly not weak. A full-force punch unleashed an impact close to a ton. Without spiritual energy protection, even after extensive training, it was impossible for the hand bones to remain intact after receiving such a punch. Yet Gu Beihou didn't even use his innate spirit. Does the lightning-type innate spirit have a body-refining effect? What was the true nature of this person's cultivation? But her body reacted faster than her mind. Her left hand lifted from below, fingers together, forming a palm, fingertips pointing up, palm facing inward, striking toward Gu Beihou's jaw. This palm strike came from an awkward angle, attacking from below and targeting Gu Beihou's blind spot. If it hit, even if the jawbone didn't break, it would cause a severe concussion to the brain, instantly disrupting his balance. Gu Beihou released her right fist, leaning back slightly, as Su Nanjiao's left palm swept past his chin, the palm wind brushing against his skin. While leaning back, his right hand reached out and grasped Su Nanjiao's left wrist, twisting with force. Su Nanjiao reacted swiftly. As her wrist was twisted, her body turned in the direction of the twist, dissipating most of the force. At the same time, her right knee lifted, aiming for Gu Beihou's abdomen. This was a classic close-quarters combat combo of body department demon hunters. Every part of the body could be a weapon, with no blind spots, weaknesses, or breathing room. Gu Beihou released her left wrist, pressing down with both hands, holding her lifted right knee. The two forces collided in his palms, Su Nanjiao's knee strike pushing upwards while his pressing force came down. Another dull bang echoed as both retreated half a step. Su Nanjiao stood 3 meters away, the spiritual patterns on her chest glowing with silver gray light, her breath slightly more rapid than before, yet her gaze sharper. Her eyes scanned Gu Beihou as if reassessing the weight of this opponent. Gu Beihou flexed his fingers, the joints cracking. He did not initiate an attack, casually placing his hands back in his pockets, and said in a relaxed manner, "Not bad," he said blandly. "Continue." Su Nanjiao gritted her teeth, the glow of her spiritual patterns suddenly brightening another level. The spiritual light spread from her chest to her limbs, extending down to her fingertips. A visible layer of spiritual energy aura resembling mist appeared on her skin's surface. "Come again, I'm going all out." Bang! 5 minutes later, Gu Beihou had pinned Su Nanjiao to the ground. The action was not brutal, yet it was far from gentle. His left hand locked her right wrist, while his right knee pressed down on her thigh, securing her firmly to the ground. The spiritual patterns on her chest flickered violently, the silver gray light flickering like a filament about to burn out. However, the light surged from her body and was pushed back by Gu Beihou before it could spread. Her body struggled beneath Gu Beihou, her waist and abdomen exerting force to push him away, but Gu Beihou's knee precisely blocked her point of exertion, preventing her from generating any power. With her right hand locked, her left hand pressed behind her back, she kicked wildly with her legs against Gu Beihou's legs, but the height of her kicks diminished with each attempt, finally stopping in frustration. "Are you convinced yet?" Gu Beihou's voice came down from above, his tone flat. "Oomph." Su Nanjiao was certainly not convinced she hadn't unleashed her killing move. However, once she unleashed her killing move, it would no longer be a spar, it would be a fight to the death, one that would draw blood. Gu Beihou hadn't even used his innate spirit. With pure physicality, pure power, and pure close combat skills, he had pinned her down, a body department demon hunter at the 4th realm of spiritual refining. His body strength, reaction speed, and power techniques were not inferior to hers. In some aspects, he was even stronger. This gave Su Nanjiao a surreal illusion. She was not fighting a lightning department demon hunter, but rather someone from the body department, with cultivation a whole realm above hers. She took a deep breath, lifted her face from the ground, turned her head slightly, and with her peripheral vision, looked at Gu Beihou, who was pinning her down. "I concede." Her voice was muffled, squeezing out between her teeth. Only then did Gu Beihou release her wrist, get off her, and take 2 steps back, hands returning to his pockets. Su Nanjiao lay on the ground for a few seconds before slowly sitting up. Her black tank top had shifted to one side during the tussle, the left strap slipping from her shoulder to her upper arm, exposing a large area of her shoulder and collarbone, along with the black spiritual pattern beneath her collarbone. She lowered her head, using her hand to pull the strap back onto her shoulder and tidied her disheveled hair. Throughout, she did not make eye contact with Gu Beihou. Though this person had an annoying temperament, their combat style left her speechless. Clean and decisive, without any unnecessary hesitation, leaving no chance for her to turn the tables. Facing such an opponent was a nightmare, but having them as a teammate was a reassurance. Su Nanjiao stood up, brushed off the dust from her body, and knocked the dirt off her denim shorts. A small piece of skin on her knee was scraped, and a drop of blood oozed from the wound, standing out against her fair skin. She glanced down, reaching to wipe away the blood. The wound began to heal the moment her finger brushed over it. The recovery speed of a body department demon hunter was dozens of times faster than that of an ordinary person. "Tell your people to hold a meeting at the branch office." Gu Beihou had walked over to the motorcycle, picking up the helmet hanging from the handlebar, without looking back. Su Nanjiao gritted her teeth, watching the figure in the black t-shirt, her lips moving several times before finally spitting out the words she had been holding back before Gu Beichin mounted the motorcycle. You brat. Don't you understand how to cherish a delicate flower? She said, somewhat aggrieved. I'm older than you. By age you should call me sister. So what if you're older? Gu Beihou sat on the motorcycle, 1 foot on the ground slightly, turning his body, casting a casual glance at her chest. Age doesn't matter. Then he put on the helmet. The silver-gray goggles lowered, covering his eyes and the upper half of his face. Su Nanjiao's face turned red instantly. She took a deep breath, swallowing all the remaining emotions back down. The red on her face faded significantly, leaving only a faint blush at her ears. Hurry up, Gu Beihou tapped the back seat of the motorcycle, his voice muffled from the helmet. Get on yourself. Su Nanjiao walked over, snorted lightly, and mounted the back seat. Gu Beihou twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle let out a low roar as it burst out of the abandoned chemical plant's gates. In the underground conference room of the Yujang branch, Gu Beihou sat at the head of the table. Leaning against the back of his chair, his right hand rested on the table, fingers tapping intermittently on the surface, a casual rhythm of tap, tap, tap. To his left front sat Shintian, dressed in a light blue shirt with a thin silk scarf tied at the collar, exuding a polished and refined demeanor, a stark contrast to his usual disheveled appearance in the surveillance hall. On his left sat the leader of the investigation team, Meng Qinghe, a man in his early 30s, of average build, slightly plump, with thinning hair, and wearing black-rimmed glasses. His eyes behind the lenses exuded a calm gaze. In front of him lay a folder stuffed with a thick stack of printed papers densely filled with data and charts. Next to Meng Qinghe sat Su Nanjiao. She had changed into a white sports t-shirt and black form-fitting leggings, her hair pulled back into a ponytail, looking sharp and vibrant. Yet a faint blush still lingered at her ears. Behind her were 10 members of the investigation team. To Gu Beihou's right sat members from the Yujang branch. Han Lai occupied the front seat in the position of the action team leader. The rest were Gu Beihou's subordinates. The conference room was filled with people, but no one spoke. A subtle tension hung in the air. Gu Beihou's fingers tapped one last time on the table. Tap. I would like to extend my welcome on behalf of Yujang for your assistance. He spoke, his voice soft, yet every person in the conference room heard him clearly. Clap, clap, clap. The conference room immediately erupted in applause. Gu Beihou paused, scanning each member of the investigation team from left to right. The 10 agents sat behind Su Nanjiao and Meng Qinghe, 2 men and 4 women, all aged between 20 and 30, dressed in identical dark gray uniforms. However, I must clarify in advance that since you are here in Yujang, you must adhere to our rules. Meng Qinghe raised an eyebrow and smiled. Gu team, may I ask what rules we have here? The rules of Yujang are my rules, and all your actions must receive my approval before proceeding. Gu Beihou said coldly while looking at them. Meng Qing's brows furrowed. He put down his pen, straightened his posture, and looked over the glasses at Gu Beihou. Gu team, we have been dispatched from the provincial department. We are not under your command. Our work is authorized and guided by the provincial department, and our action plan has already received approval from the provincial leaders before our arrival. The implication is clear. You're not our leader, and we don't need to listen to you. Meng Qinghe wanted to say more, but Gu Beihou interrupted him. I don't care where you come from. If you can't defeat me, you must obey me. I dislike working with uncooperative individuals. There was a moment of silence in the conference room. The 10 agents of the investigation team stiffened at his words. Is this Yujang leader really that domineering? A young agent sitting behind Su Nanjiao couldn't hold back a cold snicker. He turned his head, staring at Gu Beihou. You're just a mere 4 realms. You should know that our deputy leader is a standout in the investigation department. If it comes to blows, shut up. Su Nanjiao's face flushed from her neck up, feeling so ashamed, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The team members were stunned. Su Nanjiao stood up from her chair, her hands pressed on the table, leaning slightly forward, her gaze crossing the table to meet Gu Beihou's eyes. I want to express my stance first. Based on our earlier interaction, I believe Gu team has the strength to lead our investigation team. Therefore, our team can accept your leadership. She sat down after speaking. The conference room was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, like water breaking through ice, murmurs began to rise from every corner. What happened to Deputy Leader Su? She just said based on our earlier interaction. Does that mean she has interacted with Gu team? Did you not notice she changed her clothes? Could it be? Are you suggesting they fought? Su Jie lost. Impossible. Su Jie is a 4 realms expert in the physical department, invincible in close combat. Think about it. With Su Jie's character, if she didn't lose convincingly, would she bow her head? The air in the conference room froze at that moment. Su Nanjiao was notorious in the provincial investigation department for being a little firecracker. With a solid background, strong abilities, and a fiery temper, Su Nanjiao had never bowed her head to anyone in the provincial department. Meng Qinghe, sitting next to Su Nanjiao, looked increasingly grim. After Su Nankyo's declaration, his situation became quite delicate. As the leader of the investigation team, he was theoretically in charge of the entire team's commands. However, Su Nankyo's background and strength forced him to treat her as an equal in practice. Many matters had to be discussed with her, and unilateral decisions could not be made. Now Su Nanxiao actively proposed handing over the command of the investigation team to Gu Beihou. This put him in a passive position. If he agreed, he would become a mere figurehead. If he disagreed, the conflict between him and Su Nanxiao would become public, and the entire team's work would be mired in internal strife before it even began. He needed a compromise that would allow Gu Beihou to feel respected while preserving his dignity as the leader of the investigation team. The murmurs in the conference room gradually quieted down. Gu Beihou waited until the noise fully subsided before speaking. I understand you are here on a mission, and when there is nothing happening, I will not command you. You will conduct your investigations, and I will do mine. Only concerning matters related to the monsters you cannot act freely. Oh, everything must follow my command. Meng Qing's expression softened a bit. This was much better than he had anticipated. Gu Beihou had no intention of seizing power or turning the investigation team into his private militia. His requirements were clear. He would only possess command over matters concerning monsters. This meant that routine investigations, data analysis, and technical assessments would still be determined by the investigation team, allowing Meng Qinghe to retain his authority as the team leader within that scope. He pondered for a few seconds, then raised his head to look at Gu Beihou, nodding. All right, I agree. The negotiation was concluded. There were no meeting minutes, no formal documents, and no signatures. Yet everyone in the conference room understood that from this moment on, the relationship between Yujang City and the provincial investigation team had been established. Gu Beihou was not a part of the investigation team's internal personnel, but he held absolute command over incidents involving monsters. Xin Tian opened her laptop and plugged in the cable connected to the projector. On the white wall at the end of the conference table, the map of Yujang City disappeared, replaced by a richly illustrated case summary report. The giant mouth frog case, the bone demon case, the student disappearance case, the radar malfunction incident, all known, confirmed, and pending investigations related to monsters were compiled into a PPT. Xin Tian began to present the cases. Gu Beihou listened for 2 minutes, then pushed his chair back and stood up. Without greeting anyone, he picked up his phone from the table and turned to leave the conference room. Xin Tian's voice paused for a moment behind him, then continued. Gu Beihou was an eyewitness to these cases. He understood them better than anyone else and did not need to waste time listening again. Gu Beihou stepped out of the Yujing branch and headed straight home. Upon entering, he found Qin Diyun sitting on the sofa, engrossed in a drama. Hearing the noise, she looked up, her eyes brightening upon seeing Gu Beihou. You're back. Why are you back so early? She glanced at the clock on the wall and noted it was only 4 in the afternoon. Gu Beihou changed his shoes and placed his keys on the shoe cabinet at the entrance, smiling as he explained, the study tour ended early and the school let us go back ahead of schedule. Qin Diyun scrutinized Gu Beihou with concern, her expression shifting from joy to worry. How come you lost weight after being away for a week? She stood up, walked up to Gu Beihou, and reached out to touch his face. You look good, but you've lost some flesh in your face and your chin has become sharper. The food outside isn't as good as what Mom makes. Gu Beihou chuckled. Qin Diyun gently pinched his cheek and then released it, smiling. All right, just wait. They'll go make you some food. She turned and headed towards the kitchen, her steps light. Gu Beihou leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching his mother bustle about the stove, tying her apron. A smile long forgotten crept onto his lips. The next morning, Gu Beihou rode his bicycle to school. The weather was splendid, with sunlight streaming from the east, illuminating the phoenix trees at the school gate. Several students dressed in blue and white uniforms were purchasing breakfast at a stall by the school gate, while a security guard stood outside the kiosk holding a baton and vigilantly scanning every person entering the school. Since the news of the missing students spread within the school, security levels had significantly increased. Gu Beihou parked his bicycle and walked into the teaching building, heading to his designated spot. He placed his backpack down, took out his textbooks, spread them across the desk, and then lay down. The series of actions flowed seamlessly. Yin Linjia's voice floated over from nearby, tinged with a cautious probe. Hey, how's your illness? Gu Beihou paused for a moment. Illness? What illness? Then he remembered that Qin Tian had requested a 7-day sick leave for him. It's nothing now. His face buried in his arms, his voice muffled, indeed, sounding like someone recovering from a serious illness. What happened to you? Her voice was laced with unhidden concern and even a hint of urgency. Why were you absent for so long? Only then did Gu Beihou glance at her from the gap in his arms. With a high ponytail and big eyes, she wore her uniform neatly, looking quite pleasing to the eye. Gu Beihao's heart raced for a moment, and he quickly replied alertly, "None of your business." Yanling Yu pouted her ponytail, swaying as she tilted her head. "What's with that?" she murmured softly, her voice tinged with grievance. "I was just caring about you, and you're so fierce." Gu Beihou buried his face back into his arms, ignoring her. This girl could actually affect his heartbeat. There was indeed something wrong. The morning classes passed quickly. At noon in the cafeteria, Gu Beihou carried a tray, weaving through a group of students in blue and white uniforms, and chose a spot in the corner to sit down. The cafeteria was crowded with a long line at the food service window, the clatter of chopsticks against bowls mingling with the noisy chatter. Just as he sat down and had taken a few bites, someone pulled out the chair opposite him. Mu Shuzhao plopped down. "My lord, are you eating?" Mu Shuzhao grinned. Gu Beihou picked up a piece of rib, took a bite, chewed a couple of times, swallowed, and then cast a glance at Mu Shuzhao. "Spit it out quickly." Mu Shuzhao chuckled and lowered his voice. "My lord, did you hear? The few students who went missing before have still not been found. Only Su Qingdai is alive." Gu Beihou's eating action paused for a moment. "Yeah, I heard about it." Mu Shuzhao sighed, his voice filled with anger. "It seems they were taken away by human traffickers. The past few days have made everyone in our school anxious. Those beasts. If I catch them, I'll twist their heads off and use them as a ball to kick." Gu Beihou remained silent. Although Mu Shuzhao was big in stature, he was just a mouthful in front of the giant mouth frog. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted by. A striking figure walked past them. Su Qingdai. She wore a white short-sleeved uniform, a light blue skirt, and white canvas shoes, her ponytail tied high, swaying gently at the back of her head. Her skin was very fair, her features delicate and refined, with a tranquil beauty in her eyes. Mu Shuzhou's face suddenly flushed. Gu Beihou, however, continued to eat calmly. After Su Qingdai walked past them, she inadvertently glanced at Gu Beihou, and her steps slowed down awkwardly. Her grip on the tray tightened slightly. She tilted her head, a hint of confusion flashing across her pretty face. In her clear eyes there was confusion, curiosity, and an instinctive feeling that she couldn't quite articulate, as if drawn by something. She subconsciously walked over with the tray. "Classmate." She stood beside Gu Beihou's table, her voice soft and laced with a hint of cautious inquiry. "Have we met before?" Gu Beihou did not answer immediately. Instead, he swallowed the last bite of food, picked up a napkin from the table, and wiped his mouth. He placed the used napkin in the empty bowl of his tray, lifted it, and stood up. Su Qingdai stood less than a meter in front of him, his gaze swept across her face, without lingering. "No, we haven't." Then he walked away with the tray. The figure in the blue and white uniform passed through the gaps between the tables in the cafeteria, placed the tray in the recycling area, and exited through the side door. Su Qingdai stood in place, holding the tray, watching the departing figure, her lips slightly parted, and then closed again, her expression deepening in confusion. She shook her head and walked towards another empty spot with her tray. Mu Shuzhao sat on the chair, the redness on his face finally subsiding a bit as he took a deep breath. He was also somewhat puzzled. He hadn't heard about any interaction between Gu Beihou and the flower of the school, Su. The first class in the afternoon was physical education. The sun poured down unreservedly from the cloudless sky, bathing the entire playground in a heat wave. The red rubber track emitted a faint smell of rubber under the sunlight. The PE teacher was a sturdy man in his 30s with skin tanned to a bronze color. He blew a whistle, rounding up the whole class from the shade of the trees to gather on the playground, counted the number of students, and then said, "Free activity, be safe," before walking to the shade at the edge of the playground to chat with PE teachers from other classes. For students like them in their senior year, PE class was purely for relaxation. The boys grouped up and headed towards the basketball court. "My lord, come play basketball. The class next door wants to play a match with us. Come and teach them a lesson." A boy ran over with a basketball, beads of sweat shining on his forehead in the sunlight, panting, yet filled with anticipation in his eyes. Gu Beihou glanced at him, shifted his gaze away, and lazily shook his head. Not going. He was too lazy to play with them. What if he accidentally exerted a bit of force and broke the hoop? That wouldn't end well. The boy walked away somewhat disappointed without asking another word. Gu Beihou meandered over to a row of loungers at the edge of the track. He sat down, leaned back, casually placed his feet on the rail in front of him, and closed his eyes. Basking in the sun, it felt so good to relax. The shade was cool, and he was almost drifting off to sleep. Then a sharp scream pierced the afternoon tranquility. Gu Beihou's eyes snapped open. Gu Beihou's gaze instantly pierced through the sunlight and heat waves of the athletic field, locking onto the direction from which the sound came. Two girls were slumped on the ground. Their school uniform skirts were spread out on the floor, their faces pale, lips devoid of color, and their eyes wide open, staring fixedly at a spot less than 2 meters ahead. There lay a snake. 2 meters long, as thick as a baby's arm, its entire body a gray-brown color with dark diamond-shaped patterns on its back, and a light yellow belly covered in fine scales. Its body coiled into a loose circle with its head lifted from the center about 20 centimeters off the ground. The snake's head retracted slightly, its neck flattened, and its body tensed from a loose coil to a taut form. This is a typical stance of a snake preparing to attack. Beihou squinted instantly, standing up from the lounge chair. No one saw how he moved. His body vanished from beneath the shade of the trees, and in 2 seconds he covered nearly 50 meters, appearing in front of the 2 girls sitting on the ground. The snake's body shot out like a spring compressed to its limit, suddenly released, its open mouth revealing 4 sharp venomous fangs. The target of the snake's head was the calf of the girl in the white school uniform. Off. The girl beside her shut her eyes in fear. Beihou appeared standing in front of them. His fingers precisely seized the snake's 7 inches when its head was less than 5 centimeters away from the girl's calf. The pads of his fingers pressed against the snake's spine, with his thumb and index finger locking its cervical vertebrae. The snake's body thrashed violently in his grip. The thick tail of the snake whipped wildly in the air, striking his wrist with crisp and loud sounds like snap, snap, snap. The snake's body coiled around his arm, its muscular form attempting to constrict and crush his fingers, trying to make him let go in excruciating pain. But Beihou's fingers remained unmoving, as if they were 5 steel nails welded onto the snake's body. Without any hesitation, he applied slight pressure. Crack! The snake's body stiffened. Its cold, slit-pupiled black eyes slowly lost their last glimmer of light. It was dead. Beihou released the strangled snake from his arm and held it in his hand. The 2 girls, still in shock, looked up at him. Tear stains were still visible on their faces, their eyes red, lips trembling as they looked at Beihou with a gaze full of bewilderment after the ordeal. "See, classmate." The girl in the white uniform was the first to regain her voice, her tone trembling and hoarse, barely audible. "Thank you. Thank you." The other girl said nothing, struggling to rise, but collapsing back to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Beihou did not look at them. He lowered his head, staring at the dead snake in his hand. The corpse emitted a faint scent, one that ordinary people could not perceive. Beihou's nostrils flared slightly. Demonic energy. This snake carried demonic energy. A flash of silver lightning silently flickered deep within his pupils. Again this situation. Beihou grasped the snake's 7 inches and brought it close to his eyes. The snake's body had completely softened, its gray-brown scales losing their luster under the sunlight, presenting a dead, dull gray color. His nostrils flared again, carefully capturing every trace of the scent emanating from the snake's body. Indeed, it was demonic energy. Beihou raised his left wrist and glanced at his smartwatch. He opened the demon detection radar, and the needle slowly turned on the screen, displaying a clean slate with no red dots appearing. He brought the snake close to the smartwatch, almost pressing it against the dial, yet the clear demonic energy from the snake seemed to be non-existent before the radar. The radar was malfunctioning again. Beihou's brow furrowed. Bone demons could block detection, giant-mouthed frogs could block detection, and now an unknown small snake demon that appeared out of nowhere could also block detection. Could it be that this is a widely applicable ability mastered by various types of demons with different cultivations? This conclusion made Beihou's brow furrow even tighter. His hand unconsciously tightened, pressing his finger pads on the snake's body, and the bones under his fingers emitted faint crack-crack sounds. Only when his fingers sank into the snake's soft flesh did he release his grip. Most importantly, demons have infiltrated his school, seeking death. In 3 years of high school, no demon had ever dared to step through the gates of this school, because his aura covered the entire campus. The aura of a demon hunter is invisible to ordinary humans, but to demons his aura is like a flag planted on a mountaintop, like claw marks left by a beast on a tree trunk. Representing this is my territory. This is a blatant slap to the face. At that moment, the 2 girls got up from the ground. Their legs were still weak, and they swayed a couple of times before a nearby classmate hurried to support them. They recognized that it was the school's renowned prince of the underworld, Beihou, and cautiously bowed while thanking him again. Beihou did not respond. His attention was entirely on the snake in his hand, and the aura around him made them hesitate to approach. The 2 girls exchanged glances and helped each other walk away. The other onlookers also dispersed. Beihou stood in place, holding the snake, his mind racing. No matter what, he needed to take this snake back to the Yujang branch for further investigation. Beihou looked around, picked up a plastic bag, placed the snake inside, tied the bag tight, and held it in his hand. The snake curled into a shape inside the plastic bag, the opening tightly secured, creating a bulging bubble of air inside. Beihou walked to the school gate, and stood for a moment in the shade of a tree, pulling out his phone to call a ride. While waiting for the car, he sent Xintian a message, only 6 words. Wait for me at the branch, I have something. When the ride arrived, Gu Beihou opened the back door, sat down, and placed the plastic bag at his feet. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, his gaze lingering on the plastic bag for half a second. Then he averted his gaze and pressed down on the accelerator. Upon arrival, Gu Beihou got out, and Xintian stood by the elevator waiting for him, arms crossed, a curious expression on her face. Gu Beihou handed her the plastic bag, which arced through the air, producing a faint rustling sound. Xintian caught it, glanced down at the tightly tied knot, and then looked up at Gu Beihou, questioning with her eyes. A snake, Gu Beihou said, moving toward the radar monitoring room. It carries demonic energy, but the radar did not respond. Xintian's expression changed. She did not ask further, and quickly followed Gu Beihou, holding the plastic bag. In the radar monitoring room, Xintian placed the plastic bag on the operating table, donned rubber gloves, and took out a pair of stainless steel tweezers and a white enamel tray from the drawer. She untied the knot at the bag's opening, used the tweezers to grab the snake's tail, and lifted the entire snake out of the plastic bag, laying it flat on the enamel tray. The snake's body fully extended, spanning from one end of the tray to the other, its tail tip hanging slightly over the edge. The gray-brown scales exhibited a metallic coldness under the bright lights of the monitoring room, with a few dried brown stains on the pale yellow scales of its belly. Xintian lowered her head, leaning close to examine the snake's body. Her brow furrowed. This snake. Xintian straightened up, removing one glove, and typed a few commands on the operating table's keyboard, pulling up a database interface. Doesn't look like a demon. She paused, turned to look at Gu Beihou. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Do you trust your eyes, or my nose? Gu Beihou leaned against the edge of the operating table, arms crossed over his chest, his gaze fixed on the snake. Xintian continued typing, now accessing the demon species database. I need to run a demonic energy concentration test. Xintian retrieved a palm-sized silver instrument from the cabinet, its front end shaped like a hemispherical sensor. She brought the sensor close to the snake's body and pressed the start button. The instrument emitted a soft sound, and the sensor lit up with a faint blue glow, slowly moving across the snake. A waveform graph appeared on the computer screen, slowly rising from 0. The rise was slow and the amplitude small, finally leveling off at a point not far from 0, drawing a steady horizontal line. Xintian looked at the horizontal line, her expression shifting from confusion to seriousness. The demonic energy concentration is extremely low. Her voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb something. So low that if it were in the wild, our radar might indeed filter it out as background noise. Is it possible that the demon didn't actively block the radar, but rather its demonic energy was so weak that the radar's adaptive noise reduction algorithm treated it as environmental interference? Gu Beihou's brow furrowed again. He walked over, leaning down to look at the steady horizontal line on the screen. Is it different from the situations with the bone demon and the giant-mouthed frog? He asked. Not necessarily. Xintian shook her head. I need to investigate further. She shot Gu Beihou a glare. If you hadn't blown the giant-mouthed frog and bone demon to smithereens the last 2 times, my research progress wouldn't be so slow. She picked up the tweezers, gently parting the snake's scales to reveal the skin beneath, continuing to complain. Fortunately, this snake demon is weak enough that you left it intact. Gu Beihou frowned. This thing couldn't even be considered a demon in his eyes. Gu Beihou raised his head, his gaze sweeping through the glass wall of the radar monitoring room, landing on the busy figures in the office area. Help me check 2 things, he said with a serious expression. First, the surveillance footage around the 7th high school for the past month, focusing on the outside of the school wall and the school gate to see if anyone has brought suspicious items in or out. For now, we cannot rule out that this small snake was deliberately released. Second, send the snake's fangs for testing to see if there is a difference in the composition of the venom compared to ordinary venomous snakes. Typically, the evolutionary path of snake demons is either in their body or their venom. Xintian nodded, picked up a plastic evidence bag from the operating table, placed the snake from the enamel tray into it, sealed the bag, and affixed a label with the date, location, and discoverer. After Gu Beihou finished his arrangements, he was about to leave. Where are you going? Xintian asked without looking up. Gu Beihou had already reached the elevator door. Back to school. He pressed the elevator button, and the door slowly opened, his face slightly darkened. There's still evening self-study to attend. The final bell of the last class rang in the afternoon. The hallway of the teaching building erupted like a boiling pot. Students from the 1st and 2nd years poured out of their classrooms, chattering excitedly. The stairs were packed with people, footsteps, voices, and laughter mingling together. The 3rd-year students did not come down. With less than a month until the college entrance examination, they needed to attend evening self-study until 9:30 p.m. Starting from 6 o'clock, they were only given an hour for dinner. Most chose to eat in the cafeteria or have classmates who commuted help bring food, with very few going home. The lights in the classroom were all on the incandescent light, illuminating the open textbooks and exercise books, casting light on the weary, expressionless faces suffocated by the pressure of the college entrance examination. When Beihou returned to the classroom, about half of the students were already there. Some were sleeping with their heads on the desks, others were reading, and some were sitting at their desks eating meals brought back from the cafeteria. The aroma of the food mixed with the chalk dust in the classroom, creating a unique scent in the third-year classroom that was not particularly pleasant, but was nerve-wracking. He sat down at his desk, taking out his physics exercise book and math paper from his backpack. He placed the pen on the paper, fingers pinching the pen, but he did not write. Not a single word had entered his mind. His thoughts were too scattered, like a bundle of unraveled yarn with strands everywhere, making it impossible to find a starting point or an ending. He put down the pen, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. Yan Lingyu was not in her seat. Beihou looked at the empty seat, his nostrils slightly flaring. The air still held the faint scent of Yan Lingyu, pure like morning dew. Very comfortable. Beihou stretched lazily, put down the pen, stood up, and walked out through the back door of the classroom. Since he couldn't concentrate on studying, he might as well go for a stroll. There were hardly any people left in the hallway. Most were still in the classroom, waiting for evening self-study. Only a boy stood by the water dispenser at the end of the corridor, filling up hot water. Beihou walked down the hallway, and ahead was the restroom. He stopped. The boys' restroom was on the left, and the girls' restroom was on the right. Beihou stood at the entrance of the girls' restroom, his nostrils flaring. Demonic energy. At the restroom entrance, a shadow like a thick leg slithered inside. What the hell? How bold? His pupils suddenly contracted. He quickened his pace and squeezed sideways through the half-open door of the girls' restroom. But once inside, he saw nothing. Beihou surveyed the surroundings. The girls' restroom was small, with a dressing mirror at the entrance and a wash basin in front of it. Passing through the washing area was a door behind, which were 5 squat toilets, each with its own small door. At this point, the concentration of demonic energy in the girls' restroom was more than 10 times stronger than in the hallway. The smell of dirt and decaying matter invaded his nostrils, making him uncomfortable. His gaze swept over the small doors of the 5 squat toilets. Opening them one by one, the first 4 were empty. Since that was the case, Beihou kicked open the 5th door without any hesitation. Bang! Then he saw Yan Lingyu standing in the stall, her pants pulled halfway up, her hand still on the button at her waist. Her face was directly facing Beihou, less than half a meter apart. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, lips trembling, something brewing in her throat. Ah! At that moment, Beihou's reaction was faster than lightning. His hand changed direction, midair, reaching forward to cover Yan Lingyu's mouth. His palm covered her lips, the pads of his fingers pressed against her cheek, and his thumb wedged between her chin and neck. He felt her lips moving beneath his palm, trying to part, attempting to make a sound. The scream was muffled back, turning into subdued sounds. Her face quickly heated beneath his palm. Red spread from the base of her neck upwards. Just as Beihou was about to explain, suddenly footsteps were heard at the restroom entrance. The sound of slippers on the tiles, pat pat pat, grew closer. A girl's shadow slipped in from the crack of the door, humming a tune, her voice soft. She walked to the wash basin, turned on the faucet, and water flowed out. She put her hands under the stream to rinse for a while, turned off the faucet, shook the water off her hands, and then walked toward the stall. She reached the last stall's door, pushed it with her hand, but the door didn't budge. Beihou's body was pressed firmly against the door from the inside. The girl mumbled, turning to walk toward another stall. The door closed, followed by the sound of a latch being secured, then the sound of a skirt zipper being pulled down, and then Beihou did not continue listening. He lowered his head, looking at Yan Lingyu, feeling somewhat awkward. Now their position was almost as if Beihou was holding Yan Lingyu in his arms while her skirt was still. Yan Lingyu was also looking at him, her eyes filled with a complex mix of shame and anger. Beihou leaned his lips close to her ear, his voice dropped to the lowest whisper audible only to the two of them, his lips nearly touching her earlobe. Don't make a sound, I have a reason for being here, it's not what you think. Yan Lingyu blinked. Her eyelashes were long, fluttering like small fans when she blinked. Her expression shifted from anger to confusion and hesitation. Beihou said, I'm going to let you go now, but please don't scream, okay? Yan Lingyu nodded. Beihou slowly released his hand. Yan Lingyu's lips were freed from his palm, now a bright red. She took a deep breath. What are you doing? This is the girls' restroom. Her voice squeezed out from her throat small like a mosquito's buzz, carrying an extreme sense of suppressed anger. Gu Beihou ignored her anger, leaning slightly forward, getting closer to her. The stall was small, just over a square meter, with no place to hide a demon. That mysterious demonic energy had vanished. The moment Gu Beihou pushed the door, it was gone. I came in because I saw a snake slithering into the girls' restroom. Gu Beihou explained. Yan Linjia's expression changed. Her pupils slightly widened, her body instinctively recoiling a bit, her back pressed against the stall wall. A snake. She instinctively raised her feet. But the stall was as clean as if it had just been cleaned. There was not a single cockroach, let alone a snake. She turned around, looking at Gu Beihou with a face full of vigilance, doubt in her eyes. Where's the snake? Her voice rose slightly, but she didn't dare speak too loudly, fearing to be heard by the girl next door, who was using the restroom. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? A thin layer of sweat broke out on Gu Beihou's forehead. He had no evidence, no abnormalities to prove it. Standing in front of him was Yan Lingyu with her pants just pulled up and her face still flushed, tears of grievance glimmering in her eyes. And he, a boy, stood in the girls' restroom stall facing a disheveled female classmate. This scene made him look like a pervert from any angle. Gu Beihou took a deep breath, suppressing the rage of that damn snake in his heart. I'm not lying to you. I can't explain clearly, but please don't tell anyone about today. I'm really not a pervert. Yan Linjia's eyes flickered, the corners of her mouth curving into a subtle arc. Then, they'll see how you perform. Her tone carried a hint of triumph, as if she had caught hold of his weakness. Gu Beihou sighed. His illustrious reputation in this life, a genius demon hunter in Yujang City capable of commanding the winds and slaying demons, was actually ruined by a snake in the girls' restroom. The sound of water came from next door, splashing, then gradually slowing down, finally stopping. The footsteps faded away. Gu Beihou did not move. He waited a few seconds, confirming that the girl next door had left the girls' restroom before releasing his hand pressed against the door. His gaze fell on Yan Linjia's face. The redness had faded considerably, turning from a deep crimson to a faint pink. You go out first. His voice was very low. See if there's anyone outside. Yan Lingyu rolled her eyes, but still stood up straight in the stall, tidying her clothes and hair, took a deep breath, and opened the stall door. She stepped out, circling around the girls' restroom, walked to the door, peeked out into the hallway, then turned back, waving at Gu Beihou. No one's here, come out quickly. Gu Beihou darted out of the stall and quickly walked toward the girls' restroom door. Passing by Yan Lingyu, he did not look at her, his gaze fixed straight ahead down the hallway. Ahem, well, you go back to the classroom first. His voice remained low, but his pace quickened. He'll take a look. Yan Lingyu stood at the door of the girls' restroom, arms crossed, watching his somewhat awkward figure, the subtle arc at the corners of her mouth finally turning into a bright crescent moon. Just don't go back into the girls' restroom again. Gu Beihou's back paused for a moment, then quickened his steps, disappearing around the corner of the hallway. Yan Lingyu stood at the door of the girls' restroom, watching Gu Beihou's figure vanish around the corner. The smile that had lingered at the corner of her mouth faded the instant he turned away. Her gaze returned from the corner, landing on her right hand hanging by her side. Opening her hand, she found a snake clamped between her index and middle fingers. A very small snake, not much thicker than an earthworm, entirely black with scales so fine they were almost invisible. Its body twisted slightly between Yan Linjia's fingers, not struggling, but begging for mercy. The black snake's tongue flicked out from the corner of its mouth, with a pleading look in its eyes. Yan Lingyu lowered her head, looking at the small snake between her fingers. Who? Within the depths of her black pupils, a golden flame ignited silently. The gold spread from the center of her pupils to the surroundings, occupying the entire eyeball, dyeing her black iris a molten gold color. Damn little thing, her lips barely moved. The sound came from deep within her throat, low and cold, completely different from her usual voice, running around everywhere, almost ruining my reputation. The small black snake's body suddenly froze. It sensed that aura, a higher level, older blood. The awe and pleading in its small eyes turned to fear, its tail trembling violently from the tip. He has already discovered you. You cannot live. Who? Yan Linjia's palms suddenly ignited with a burst of golden flame. The small black snake's body twisted violently in the golden light, its mouth opening, trying to emit a sound, but before the sound could escape its throat, its body began to vaporize. Scales, skin, muscle, bones, and internal organs layer by layer dissolved into golden specks of light, like dandelion seeds blown away by the wind, silently dissipating into the air. In less than a second, the small black snake vanished, leaving not even ashes behind. The golden flame in Yan Linjia's palm extinguished. She retracted her right hand, her fingers slightly curled, as if savoring the sensation from that brief moment. The golden hue in her pupils slowly faded, black returning to cover the gold, restoring her clear mountain spring-like black eyes. She turned around her ponytail, drawing a lively arc behind her as she walked in the direction of the classroom. After wandering around with no gain, Beihou grew tired of returning to the classroom and left the school directly, revving the throttle of his motorcycle. He aimlessly traversed the city for nearly an hour before starting to ride in the direction of home. Suddenly his watch vibrated. It was an emergency call from the encrypted communication channel of the Demon Hunter Alliance. Beihou raised an eyebrow, stopped his bike, and pressed his thumb against the side of the watch face. Shen Tian's voice came through the small speaker of the watch, urgent and tense. Team Gu, at the northern part of the city Qinghuan Lake, a 5th-level demon creature has appeared, a rock-armored giant python. The Su Nanxiao team is stalling for time. We need to assist them quickly. They can't hold out much longer. Damn! Beihou's fingers halted on the handlebars, and his pupils suddenly constricted. A 5th-level demon. His gaze shifted from the empty street ahead to the watch screen. The screen displayed the location information sent by Shen Tian, a small red, flashing on the map located at Qinghuan Lake Park, north of Yujang City. The straight-line distance from his current position to there was less than 10 kilometers, but the road conditions in the north of the city were complex, requiring at least 20 minutes to drive normally. But Su Nanxiao and the others couldn't hold out that long. Boom! He didn't bother with anything else, and suddenly twisted the throttle, the motorcycle instantly revving to 9,000 RPM. The motorcycle roared out of the narrow streets of the old town and onto the main road leading north. In the blink of an eye, his black hair had all become silver threads, each strand dancing with tiny arcs of electricity. He raised his hands, interlaced his fingers. Beihou pushed the throttle all the way. The engine let out a deep roar, and the tachometer needle suddenly shot into the red zone. Boom! Soon the speed surged to 350 kilometers per hour. The front wheel of the motorcycle slightly lifted for a moment, like a beast finally breaking free from its shackles. His body leaned low, his forehead nearly touching the gas tank, hands gripping the handlebars tightly, each breath battling against the howling wind. At this moment, the watch's location indicated he was less than 2 kilometers from Qinghuan Lake. At this speed, he wouldn't need 5 minutes to get there. The motorcycle's speed began to decrease as it approached the end of the straightaway. Ahead lay a curve, a sharp turn. The speed limit sign by the roadside read 30. He did not slow down, his body tilted to the left, his knee nearly grazing the ground as the motorcycle cut into the bend at an incredible angle. Screech. The tires emitted a sharp screech against the pavement, the scent of burning rubber briefly wafting through the night air. Qinghuan Lake is a small lake north of Yujang City, not large in size, but surrounded by dense woods and wetlands. The normally warm yellow streetlights now appeared pale white, the light, shrouded in a thin mist, becoming murky and dim. At this moment, the 6 members of Su Nanxiao's team were arranged in a fan shape along the lakeside path. The spiritual energy barrier had already risen, a silver-white hemispherical shield completely isolating this area from the outside world. The air inside the barrier was thick with demonic energy and the scent of blood. On the ground lay 2 individuals already devoid of any life signs. Another person leaned against the railing by the lake, clutching their left arm, which was missing from the elbow down, the wound wrapped in a layer of silver-gray spiritual light. Their face was as white as paper, lips devoid of color, barely able to stand upright against the railing. Su Nanxiao stood at the forefront. Her white sports t-shirt had several rips from the neckline to the hem, exposing the black sports bra underneath and the spiritual patterns on her skin. The spiritual patterns glowed brightly, even more so than when Beihou saw them in the abandoned factory, yet they flickered violently, like an unstable filament. A trace of blood marked the corner of her lips, her right hand trembling slightly, not from fear, but from exhaustion. A body-hunting demon hunter utterly exhausted. Across from her in the shallow waters by the lake lay a small mountain. That was the 5th-level demon creature, the rock-armored giant python. It measured over 20 meters in length and was as thick as a water tank. Its head was triangular, covered in gray-black plates, the surface rough with uneven textures reminiscent of ancient armor. Its eyes were amber with vertical slit pupils glinting coldly under the streetlight, devoid of any emotion. Its body was covered in thick rock-like scales which glimmered with a metallic sheen under the night light. The tail of the rock-armored giant python dangled in the shallow water by the lake, half of its body submerged, its slit pupils fixed unblinkingly on the humans by the shore. Su Nanxiao's face showed unwillingness. She knew the power of a 5th-level demon, but did not expect that a single blow would cost her 2 team members. And she herself, after enduring a few strikes, was also seriously injured. Hiss! The giant python slowly raised its head, preparing to launch another attack and swallow these few little insects whole. Creak! With a sudden break, Beihou arrived above the lake on his motorcycle, looking down at all of this from a height. His gaze swept over Su Nankyo's injuries, the two lifeless bodies on the ground, and the contempt in the cold, vertical pupils of the rock-armored giant python. Seeing the giant python's body move like a small mountain, its imposing presence terrified the nearby team members into immobility. Zzz, lightning surged from his body. Silver-white light burst forth from every pore of his body, forming a thick, swirling armor of lightning around him. At the same time, his hair turned silver-white in an instant, floating in the lightning like a flag caught in the wind. His pupils transformed into a pair of silver-white lightning eyes, devoid of emotion, devoid of warmth, only judgment. Swish! He leaped directly off the steps. Like a projectile hurled from a catapult, he crashed down towards the position of the rock-armored giant python. Palm thunder. In the moment before landing, his right hand had already condensed a sphere of silver-white lightning, and the palm thunder was unleashed when he was still over 10 meters away from the target. The lightning sphere left a silver-white streak in the air, precisely striking the giant python's head. Boom! The silver-white lightning exploded above the giant python. The lightning illuminated the entire lake's surface, the water disturbed by the shockwave, creating ripples that spread out, while the willows by the lake swayed wildly from the aftershock. The rock-armored giant python's head suddenly jerked to the side, its massive body swaying in the water, splashing waves over 10 meters high. Su Nanxiao seized the opportunity to drag her teammate's corpse aside, helping the injured one carry two bodies out of the spiritual energy barrier. They did not rush forward to hinder Beihou, but instead took the time to recover and heal their injuries. After all, Beihou was the man who had previously killed a 5th-level demon solo. After the lightning dissipated, only a faint scorch mark remained on the gray-black plates atop the rock-armored giant python's head, without even a crack appearing. The rock shield, a signature defensive skill of 5th-level rock-type demons. Although its resistance to lightning was not as high as that to physical attacks, the base level of 5th-level demon energy was there, making a palm thunder insignificant to it. Thunder. Its voice emerged from deep within its throat, low and slow, like rocks grinding against each other, each word seemingly crushed out from its throat before being spoken. Human, you are Yujang. Beihou. Beihou landed, thunder swirling around him, coldly stating, "It is precisely your grandfather." The giant python tilted its head again, a glint of ferocity flashing in its amber vertical pupils. "The bone demon, did you kill it?" Beihou's lips curled into a faint smirk as he disdainfully asked, "Oh, do you know each other?" Beihou's voice was flat, yet each word clearly reached the giant python's ears. "Just so it hasn't gone far. I shall send you on your way now, and perhaps you two can head to hell together." Before his words fell, whoosh! A massive thunderblade shot from Beihou's right hand. The silver-white crescent-shaped light blade, accompanied by a piercing shriek, slashed toward the giant python's vital spot. The giant python did not dodge. It had assessed the power of this attack the moment the thunderblade was unleashed, insufficient to breach its rock-like scales. Indeed, the thunderblade exploded above its head, the light blade shattering into countless tiny arcs of electricity that danced across its scales, scorching a layer of organic material on the surface, yet the scales remained intact. A faint mockery tinged the giant python's voice, its vertical pupils narrowing slightly, akin to a snake scrutinizing an oblivious mouse. "Beihou, with this you cannot harm me." Beihou did not reply. His left hand simultaneously rose, crossing before him, then suddenly spread wide to the sides. Two silver-white thunderblades shot forth from his hands, one left and one right, slicing toward the giant python's body from two angles. Whooshed! The thunderblades were an advanced version of the palm thunder. The palm thunder dealt area damage, while the thunderblade executed linear cuts, compressing the power of thunder into a thin slice, with cutting capability several times greater than that of the palm thunder. The two thunderblades struck simultaneously at the weakest section of the giant python's body. The giant python's body shuddered violently, revealing a look of pain. The thunderblades sliced through the first layer of scales, penetrating into the fatty layer beneath, leaving 2 half-meter-long wounds on its gray-brown skin. Dark red blood gushed from the wounds, flowing down through the gaps in the scales, dripping onto the rubble with a faint hissing sound. Roar! The giant python let out a low, furious roar, its body twisting violently as its massive tail shot out of the lake, sweeping toward Beihou's feet with immense force. Skill Earthquake Strike. The tail of the giant python crashed into the ground, the tremendous impact causing the rocky surface to shatter like cookies, splintering in all directions. Beihou leaped high into the air, evading the attack. In midair, he twisted his body, raising both hands above his head, fingers crossed, as silver-white lightning gathered between his palms, forming a massive thunderblade. Gigantic thunderblade. Slash. The thunderblade descended from the sky, accompanied by a scream that tore through the air, striking heavily upon the giant python's head. The thunderblade cleaved into the giant python's crown, shattering scales and sending flesh flying. The giant python's head was driven into the ground by this strike, creating a shallow pit as rubble and dirt were dislodged. However, the bone structure of the rocky-scaled giant python was the hardest part of its body, enveloped in multiple layers of scales. Even a full-force strike from the gigantic thunderblade could not shatter it. The giant python lifted its head from the shallow pit, its amber vertical pupils burning with raging anger, its 20-meter-long body fully unfurling, casting a massive shadow under the moonlight. At that moment, Su Nanjiao seized the opportunity. Holding a short knife in her left hand, she moved with the agility of a leopard, darting to the side of the giant python. Her right arm still hung unnaturally, but she gripped the short knife with her left hand, the blade pointing downwards, and as the giant python's body slid past her, she plunged it down fiercely. PFF. The short knife was specially developed by the Alliance, extremely sharp, and instantly pierced into the wound created by the thunderblade. It then pierced through the gaps in the scales, embedding itself into the giant python's muscle layer. Hiss! The giant python's body recoiled sharply, dark red blood gushing from the wound, splattering onto Su Nanjiao's face and clothes. She did not let go, her left hand tightly gripping the hilt, her entire body hanging onto the giant python, as if she were a nail driven into the beast. Beihou did not waste the opportunity created by Su Nanjiao. His hands began to form seals in front of him, fingers crossing the movements so fast in the silver-white lightning that their trajectory was indistinguishable. At that moment, the giant python's tail suddenly whipped out of the water. The thick serpent tail, carrying the weight of dozens of tons, swept towards Beihou's left side, accompanied by water, mud, and stones. Boom! The next second, blazing lightning erupted within Beihou's body. Silver-white lightning surged skyward, directly summoning the gathering thunderclouds above. Above Qingluan Lake, the dark clouds gathered and churned atop the spiritual energy barrier. Silver-white light flickered within the clouds, and muffled thunder rumbled from deep within, causing the lake's surface to tremble. Eternal silence, thunder ruins. Crack! Lightning descended from the heavens. One pillar of lightning after another crashed down upon the giant python. Boom, boom, boom. The lake's surface rose in a cloud of white mist after being struck by lightning. Arcs of electricity danced in the water, boiling and evaporating it. Thunder continued to strike down, exploding upon the giant python's body. The rock-like scales emitted a piercing, cracking sound in the lightning, the giant python's massive body thrashing on the ground in agony, screeching. Roar! The lightning illuminated the surface of the Emerald Lake, and the shore as bright as day. Su Nanjiao quickly ducked aside, using her arm to shield her eyes. Not only because it was blinding, but more importantly, she sensed something from those bolts of lightning that caused her innate spirit to instinctively want to retreat. Boom, 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 boom. The judgment lightning pillars of the eternal silence thunder ruins continued for nearly 20 seconds before ceasing. A white vapor enveloped the lake's surface like a great mist, shrouding the entire park. The giant python's body was struck by the lightning pillars, sinking into the mud by the lake's edge, its rock-like scales covered in cracks, with several pieces of armor falling off, revealing the grayish-white flesh beneath. The flesh bore scorch marks, and the skin around the burns began to writhe slowly, indicating the formidable, self-healing ability of a fifth-level great demon. The giant python's body stirred in the mud. Eternal silence. Thunder ruins. The giant python's voice was slower than before, as the tissues near its vocal cords had been scorched by the lightning. Each word seemed squeezed out from a throat burned by fire, its vertical pupils holding a hint of mockery. Unfortunately, your thunder ruins firepower is too dispersed. It may suffice against smaller demons, but against me, it is insufficient. It pulled its body from the mud, its tail splashing back into the lake, the splashes drenching its own scales, producing a hissing sound of evaporation. Beihou frowned, waving his hand to draw back the remaining lightning from the eternal silence thunder ruins. All the thunderous power that had not yet fallen was compressed into his dantian. Subsequently, the silver-white lightning surged from his dantian toward his right hand, slowly coalescing into a spear above his palm. Beihou stared at the rocky-scaled giant python, sneering. Did you just happen to say? Firepower dispersed. With the thunder spear in hand, sharp as a needle, its elongated body adorned with swirling thunder runes resembled a series of silver-white, slender, swimming dragons. A hint of panic finally appeared in the vertical pupils of the giant serpent. It sensed the presence of a power that posed a significant threat to its life. Impossible. What is this? Your intel did not mention this move. The rocky armored giant serpent spoke in a somewhat flustered manner. Beihou had no intention of letting it finish. The moment the thunder spear took shape in his palm, his mental energy had already locked onto the position of the giant serpent's heart. Thunder sense. The second layer of the falling star thunder spear spread the mental energy into the air, forming an invisible perception field where every detail of the target was reflected in the demon hunter's consciousness. He locked onto the gap between the 7th and 8th scales of the giant serpent. That was its heart. Just one thought. Whoosh! The thunder spear shot out from his palm. Its speed was so fast that a silver-white line connected him to the giant serpent. The giant serpent's eyes widened, realizing it could not evade this speed at all. Its proud, massive body had become an easy target. Puff, zzz. The giant serpent's body suddenly stiffened. Roar! The thunder spear pierced through the gap between the 7th and 8th scales, penetrating its heart and protruding from its back, nailing into the willow trunk on the island. Bang! The willow tree exploded after being pierced by the thunder spear, with chips igniting and scattering in the thunderlight. The triangular head of the giant serpent drooped helplessly on the rubble, and its amber vertical pupils slowly lost their last glimmer. Its body still maintained a coiled posture, but all the muscles had already relaxed. The scales lost their luster, breathing ceased, heartbeat vanished, and dark red blood flowed from the penetrating wound at its neck, pooling into a dark puddle on the rubble. Beihou lowered his arm, the silver-white light slowly fading from his body. His hair returned from silver-white to black, his pupils from silver-white to black, and the thunderous flames surrounding him receded into his body like retreating sea water. His breath was somewhat hurried, his chest heaving violently beneath the blue and white school uniform, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead and nose. The energy consumption of the falling star thunder spear was greater than he had anticipated, concentrating the majority of the thunder power from his dantian into a single point, and releasing it left him feeling momentarily drained, causing his legs to tremble slightly. Su Nanjiao walked over from beside the giant serpent's corpse, her left hand's short knife still dripping with dark red blood, her right arm hanging unnaturally at her side. She approached Beihou, opened her mouth to say something, but her gaze swept over the enormous corpse on the rubble, and she closed her mouth again. She had seen 5th-level monsters before, having encountered specimens and live ones while in the provincial department, even participating in the encirclement of 5th-level monsters. But she had never seen a 4th-realm demon hunter capable of single-handedly slaying a 5th-level monster. Never. How is your team's condition? Beihou asked. Su Nanjiao pressed her lips together. We lost too. Her voice was raspy, as if she had a piece of sandpaper stuck in her throat. Everyone else is severely injured. Beihou's gaze swept over those few individuals. Get the injured to the branch quickly. Each word in his voice carried undeniable decisiveness. There are specialized doctors there, and there is a medical room on the lower level of the branch. Han Lai knows how to arrange it. Where is your action team's vehicle? Can it still run? Su Nanjiao pointed with her left hand at the 2 black SUVs parked at the entrance of the platform, their bodies covered in dents from gravel impacts and scratches from the giant serpent's tail. One windshield was shattered, but the vehicle was not severely deformed, the engine still running, emitting a faint plume of white smoke. It can run, Su Nanjiao said, turning around to shout at the surviving agents behind her. Those who can move, load the bodies onto the vehicle and send them back to the branch immediately. A few agents who could still stand gritted their teeth and began to act, lifting their severely injured companions off the ground, carrying, supporting, and helping them step by step toward the vehicle. Su Nanjiao watched as they were loaded onto the vehicle one by one, as she did not know when her left hand's short knife had already been sheathed back into its scabbard at her waist. She turned around to face Beihou. The moonlight shone from behind her, casting her shadow onto the rubble at Beihou's feet. Her expression was very complex. You indeed have the ability to slay 5th-level monsters alone, Su Nanjiao said. Beihou did not respond. His gaze shifted from Su Nanjiao to the giant serpent's corpse on the rubble. The gray-brown scales were dim under the moonlight. Now is not the time to discuss this. Beihou's voice was lower than before, just low enough for Su Nanjiao to hear. How did this giant snake appear here? Qinghuan Lake is a scenic area of Yujang Lake. It is less populated at night, but not completely deserted. A 5th-level monster appearing in such a place cannot go unnoticed. How did it come? When did it arrive? Were there any abnormalities before it came? Su Nanjiao furrowed her brow. As she opened her mouth about to respond, suddenly, boom, the ground trembled. It felt like someone was smashing down with a giant hammer from underground. The small stones on the rubble were jolted and ripples appeared on the lake's surface. Gu Beihou's body instantly tensed. His gaze shifted from the giant serpent's corpse to the source of the tremors, the direction of the lake. But it was not coming from the lake's surface, it was from the mountains on the opposite side of the lake. Su Nanjiao's body also tensed up. The two of them almost simultaneously looked down at the smartwatch on their wrists. On the interface of the monster detection device, the radar was spinning wildly at a frequency Gu Beihou had never seen before. Like a runaway fan, the pointer spun so fast that it was left with only a blurred afterimage. On the screen, two deep red dots moved from the edge toward the center at high speed in the same direction, approaching the same target. Two monsters. On the lake's surface, the ripples turned into waves, and they could see two massive creatures swimming toward them not far away. The two exchanged a glance under the moonlight. Two fifth-level monsters were rapidly approaching. Despair even appeared in Su Nanjiao's eyes. In less than 10 seconds, they rushed from the foot of the mountain on the opposite side of the lake to the lakeside. Under the moonlight, two gigantic shadows emerged from the lake's surface. One giant snake spread its membranous wings on both sides, the gray-white membranes almost transparent under the moonlight. With a wingspan of over 10 meters, each flap stirred up a frenzy on the lake's surface, pushing the water aside to form two white walls of water. The other crawled close to the lake's surface, moving not much slower than the one flying. But its body was even more robust than the rocky, armored giant serpent, entirely covered in dark red scales. Its head was proportionately much larger than its body, and its two eyes shone like dark red lanterns emanating a bloody glow in the darkness. Its pupils were not vertical, but round with a horizontal slit in the center, a rare blood pupil among python-like monsters. Two enormous serpents halted on the surface of the Crescent Bay's lake and along the shoreline. Only now could their true forms be seen. The flying winged serpent folded its fleshy wings and landed on the rocks by the lake, the wings pressed tightly against its body, with the edges of the wing membranes quivering slightly under the moonlight. A fifth-tier monster, wind-winged flying serpent. The coiling python's body loomed at the edge of the gravelly shore, its head raised high nearly a story off the ground, its blood-red round pupils chillingly cold. A fifth-tier monster, blood pupil python. Their size was comparable to the rock-armored giant python, yet they exuded an even stronger sense of oppression. All eyes were frozen in place. Among the four standing agents behind Su Nanjiao, some legs began to tremble, a primal response to fear as their bodies fought against their last struggles. One fifth-tier monster had already exacted a toll of 2 lives and left everyone injured. Now, although Gu Beihou had slain the rock-armored giant python, he had expended nearly all his strength. They all witnessed how rapid Gu Beihou's breathing became after unleashing the Starfall Thunder Spear, how pale his face turned, a clear sign of massive spiritual energy depletion. Could he still fight another fifth-tier monster? No one knew. Two at once. No one dared to think. Despair gradually enveloped everyone. The blood pupil python looked down from above at the observation platform of Crescent Bay, its dark red pupils sweeping across every face like 2 blood-colored searchlights scanning the crowd for targets. Its gaze lingered longest on Gu Beihou, the dark red pupils slightly dilating, as if confirmed. The wind-winged flying serpent coiled on the rocks, its grayish-white wing membranes glimmering coldly in the moonlight, its pupils golden and slit just like the rock-armored giant python. But it was more slender and elongated than the rock-armored giant python, resembling 2 golden short swords glinting with cold light in the darkness. "This is really screwed up." Su Nanjiao suddenly let out a wry smile and said to Gu Beihou beside her, "I never thought that without even finding a boyfriend or experiencing a man I would die here with you, this little brat." The agents behind her heard her words, and no one could manage a laugh. One agent stepped out from behind Su Nanjiao and stood to her left. He pulled out a runic gun from his holster, the runes on the gun glowing with a faint blue light under the moonlight. His left hand trembled, but his right hand held the gun steady. The second agent stood to Su Nanjiao's right, a woman in her late 20s holding a small bone pen between her right index and middle fingers, the tip glowing with silvery light in the night. The remaining standing agents lined up one by one behind Su Nanjiao. Some held weapons while others were empty-handed, but their eyes spoke of their readiness, prepared for a battle to the death. Su Nanjiao glanced back at her unyielding team members. Spiritual patterns illuminated from below her collarbone, silver-gray light spreading down along her sternum, through her abdomen, reaching her waist, then extending upwards along her spine, all the way to the back of her neck. She puffed out her chest, exposing the spiritual patterns to the moonlight like a warrior raising their flag one last time before falling. "I know that we cannot defeat these 2 fifth-tier monsters, and in fact, There is a high probability that there is no hope of surviving against them. But, regardless of what happens, we are demon hunters. Su Nangio's voice squeezed out from her dry throat. As long as we are alive, we absolutely cannot allow these monsters to breach the city. Her gaze shifted away from the two massive serpents, looking once more at the agents behind her. On their faces were fear, despair, unwillingness, regret, and many unsaid words, many unfinished tasks, and many people they had not yet seen. Su Nanjiao looked at them, her voice lowered to a point where only those few could hear. Brothers, I won't say the wishful words live on to you anymore. Since we cannot survive, let us fight well. We the demon hunters of Huaxia. Su Nanjiao straightened her chest, her voice firm and resolute as she shouted, "Death in battle, do not retreat. Death in battle, do not retreat." A voice from behind echoed her words, not loud, but steady. "Death in battle, do not retreat. Death in battle, do not retreat." Su Nanjiao looked at the determination in her brother's eyes, her chin slightly raised. The moonlight illuminated her face, which bore many wounds, yet not a single wound weakened her expression. She turned around, walking up to Gu Beihou, the distance between them less than half a step. She looked up into his eyes, the resolute determination of heroic sacrifice in her gaze softened, replaced by a gentler, almost final tone. "Captain Gu," her voice returned to a normal volume, but was much lighter than usual, "we should be able to hold out here for a while. You should hurry and escape." She paused, her gaze lingering on Gu Beihou's face for 2 seconds, as if fearing his disagreement. She continued to explain, "I have no intention of letting you flee at such a critical moment. You have already slain a 5th-tier monster, which sufficiently proves your worth. But your talent should not be wasted here. You are destined to continue slaying 6th-tier, 7th-tier, and even 8th-tier monsters." Su Nanjiao said earnestly, "In the future, the task of avenging us will be entrusted to you." The agents behind them also spoke up. "Yes, Captain Gugo, you are the hope of our demon hunters. Sacrificing for you is not in vain. Indeed, avenge us in the future. Captain Gu, this is my bank card. Please help me give it to my wife." A hand reached out from the line, offering a bloodstained bank card. "Captain Gu, my sister is still in college. This is the dowry I've saved for her. Please help me deliver it to her. The password is on the back of the card." Another hand passed a manila envelope, one corner soaked with blood, the dark red stains appearing black under the moonlight. "Captain Gu." A bunch of fools, shut up. A cold snort froze everyone in place. Gu Beihou stood still, the moonlight cascading from behind him, enveloping him in a cool, serene glow. His expression showed little change. He glanced disdainfully at the things being offered and said, "I have previously stated that regarding the handling of monsters, everyone must follow my orders." Gu Beihou's voice was not loud, but every word was clear like nails driving into the eardrums of everyone present. "Do you all remember?" Everyone exchanged glances. Of course they remembered. At that time some were defiant, some sneered, and others thought this 18-year-old brat was taking himself too seriously. But now, standing before 2 5th-tier monsters prepared for a noble sacrifice, Gu Beihou brought up this. They did not understand why he would mention this at such a moment. "I remember," one agent replied, his voice dropped. Another agent responded. "Since that's the case," Gu Beihou's voice rose slightly, exuding an undeniable commanding tone, "I now order all of you. Turn around, cover your ears, and close your eyes." Everyone was stunned. Silence lingered for 2 seconds. Then one agent spoke up, his tone questioning. "Captain Gu, do you want us to die with less pain?" Gu Beihou glanced at him. "Don't ask so much," he said, his voice returning to a calm indifference devoid of any emotion. "Just listen to me, and you will survive." The crowd was still somewhat puzzled. "Who?" Su Nanjiao fixed her gaze on Gu Beihou for a long time, took a deep breath, and was the first to turn away. "Just do it." She didn't understand what Gu Beihou intended to do, nor did she guess his plan, as she simply made a decision. She decided to trust him. She squatted down, covered her ears, closed her eyes, and said, "Listen to Team Leader Gu." The agents behind her hesitated for a few seconds, watching Su Nankio's crouched figure. In the end, they chose to believe. After all, they had no other way. In 10 seconds, everyone, regardless of whether they could still stand or how severe their injuries were, turned their backs, covered their ears, and closed their eyes. On the stony beach of Crescent Bay, only Gu Beihou stood facing the lake, confronting the 2 5th-level monsters. The blood-eyed python coiled on the rocks by the lake, its dark red round eyes paused briefly on Gu Beihou before sweeping over the humans crouched behind him, who had turned away, emitting a low rumbling sound like thunder rolling through the valley. "Little creature," its voice squeezed out from deep within its throat, sounding deeper and more resonant than the hoarse tone of the rock-armored giant python, like an ancient bell being struck, the echo lingering in the air. "I didn't expect you to even kill that giant python. No wonder the demon lord sent us to take you down." Gu Beihou stood there with his left hand in his pocket, his posture relaxed and carefree. His right hand moved behind his back, gripping something. "Who is the demon lord?" Gu Beihou asked. The windwing flying snake spread its fleshy wings on the rocks by the lake, the grayish-white membrane unfurling under the moonlight like two enormous grayish-white fans. Its golden vertical pupils flickered with cold light in the night, its gaze descending from above. "The demon lord is our leader." The voice of the windwing flying snake was much sharper than that of the blood-eyed python. "To hear the name of the old man before you die is indeed not in vain for this life." "Is it your demon lord who sent you to kill me?" he continued to ask. The dark red round pupils of the blood-eyed python slightly contracted. It slowly moved its massive body on the rocks, lowering its head slightly, its blood-colored pupils locking onto Gu Beihou's face. "That's right," the blood-eyed python said, its voice carrying a lazy, arrogant tone that looked down on its opponent. "The demon lord believes you will be a threat in the future, so he sent the three of us over. Who would have thought that the giant python, that waste, would be discovered early? It deserves to be killed for being so foolish. These three giant snakes are actually here to kill me. What exactly is this demon lord behind them? Even fifth-level monsters show him such reverence and admiration." Gu Beihou's mind raced, but there was no expression on his face. So the fact that you can conceal your demonic aura was also his doing. "Goo goo goo goo." The windwing flying snake let out a sharp laugh. It lowered its head, its golden vertical pupils staring directly at Gu Beihou, filled with mockery. "But I won't tell you, ha ha ha, go die with regrets. That feeling is the most wonderful." "Who?" Gu Beihou gently sighed. Then he lowered his head. Heh. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, barely noticeable. Damn it, couldn't get anything out of him. He muttered to himself, his voice so low that only he could hear. The blood-eyed python tilted its head and watched him for a few seconds, its thick body slowly writhing on the rocks, its dark red scales glistening under the moonlight like a thick layer of blood scab. "What? Realizing your death is near, so you simply stopped struggling?" Its voice carried an arrogant condescension of a victor. Gu Beihou did not respond. His right hand lifted slowly, drawing the object from beneath his clothing. It was a sword hilt emitting a faint, ghostly glow under the moonlight. Two ancient seal characters were carved on it. Zhan Yuan. "According to plan, since you know quite a bit of information, I should have captured you alive. Unfortunately, there are some things I can't let others speak about, so..." He paused completely, pulling the sword hilt out from behind his back. Clang! The sword came out as if drawn from the void, emitting a dragon's roar. The sword's length was about the same as his arm, and it was so light that he could hardly feel its presence in his hand. "You all must die." The two giant snakes exchanged glances and simultaneously let out a laugh. "Hoo hoo 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 hoo." The two unpleasant, harsh laughter intertwined, echoing over the surface of Crescent Bay, sending ripples across the water. Even at death's door, still spouting nonsense. The sharp laughter of the windwing flying snake ceased, its golden vertical pupils no longer holding any mirth. "I now suspect that the demon lord has overestimated you. Aren't you just a fool?" Gu Beihou let out a cold laugh. His thumb gently rubbed against the sword hilt, feeling the weathered touch of the... This sword had accompanied him for many years. He had never used it in front of anyone, never drawn it before anyone. Although its blade had never touched any living being, Gu Beihou knew the power of sword control. Today it was going to drink the blood of demons. "Though I've never seen your demon lord," Gu Beihou's voice was calm, his gaze lingering on the faces of the two targets for a second each, as if painting an X on two canvases. "I am quite interested in him now. I wonder if he will appear after I kill you." As soon as the words fell, he released the sword hilt. Zhan Yuan did not fall. Buzz! It hovered above Gu Beihou's palm, the blade tip pointing up, the body slightly tilted like a steel needle suspended by magnetism. As if it had a soul, it slowly rotated above Gu Beihou's palm, the blade cutting through the air, producing a sword cry. The buzzing sound spread across the surface of Crescent Bay, reaching the mountain walls on the opposite shore, returning a clear and distant echo. Gu Beihou's index and middle fingers came together, lightly slicing through the air. Zhan Yuan. In the next instant, Zhan Yuan vanished from above Gu Beihou's palm, appearing above the heads of the two giant snakes in the blink of an eye. The silver blade traced an arc under the moonlight, moving so fast that the naked eye couldn't capture its trajectory. All that could be seen was its residual shadow. In the night sky, a silver arc passed over the blood-eyed python's head, slicing through the windwing flying snake's neck. The dark red round pupils of the blood-eyed python widened to their maximum. Its body began to contract, coiling tightly in defense as soon as it saw the residual shadow. But it didn't know how to defend against a sword it could not see. What is this? What is this thing? Zhan Yuan is an ancient artifact, the fastest, sharpest, and most suitable sword for killing among the 3 swords left to Gu Beihou by his master. At this moment, Gu Beihou's hands formed ancient and obscure spiritual seals, sword control technique. Cold River's solitary shadow. Qing Ming commands the dragon. Whoosh. In the next instant, Zhan Yuan transformed into a silver waterfall in the night sky. The silver sword light covered the bodies of the 2 giant snakes like a torrential rain. Roar! Roar! Despairing howls emanated from the bodies of the 2 giant snakes. Boom! The dark red scales of the blood-eyed python were sliced away like paper under the sword light. Its body twisted, rolled, and thrashed violently in the beam of light. Dark red blood gushed forth from every corner of its body, staining the ground into a deep-colored swamp. The wind-winged flying snake reacted with incredible speed. In the very first moment the sword light descended, it unfolded its fleshy wings, attempting to flee this area of death. Damn it, how could this be? Roar! The gray-white wing membranes suddenly spread wide under the moonlight, the wing tips cutting through the air with a sharp whistle as its body launched from the rocks, fleeing towards the lake's surface. Whoosh! Gu Beihou's gaze was icy, his hand changing the spiritual formula as Zhan Yuan pursued after it. The silver-white sword light traced a straight trajectory across the night sky, instantly chasing the wind-winged flying snake. The sword tip accelerated suddenly when it was just half a meter away from the tail of the wind-winged flying snake. Sizzle! It forcefully sliced into its tail, cutting forward along the spine. In the next second, it directly split the entire snake in half. The body of the wind-winged flying snake split apart in midair, its fleshy wings severed at the root, the gray-white wing membranes fluttering like torn fans in the night wind for a few seconds before plummeting into the lake. Splash! From the moment Zhan Yuan was drawn to the moment the 2 giant snakes were sliced into pieces, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. The entire Qingluan Lake fell completely silent. The lake's surface was filled with dark red blood clots and gray-white fragments of flesh. Instant kill. On the shore, the blood-eyed python had been cut into hundreds of segments. The air was thick with a strong, nauseating smell of blood. Gu Beihou stood still, his breathing somewhat rapid. The sword control technique consumed mental energy. Every turn, every acceleration, and every cut of Zhan Yuan required him to control it with his mental energy, requiring precision down to the millimeter. Zhan Yuan flew back over the lake, its blade not stained with a drop of blood. It circled once above Gu Beihou's head before slowly descending into his palm. Gu Beihou grasped the hilt, rubbing his thumb over it one last time before returning Zhan Yuan to his back. The sword silently vanished beneath his clothing. He turned around. Su Nanjiao and the others were still crouched on the ground, covering their ears with their hands, eyes closed. Her shoulders trembled slightly. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming pressure. Ancient, mysterious, powerful. The agents behind her held the same posture as hers. Gu Beihou looked at those on the ground with their backs to him, remaining silent for a few seconds. Then he walked over and patted Su Nanjiao's shoulder. It's over. Su Nanjiao's body jolted. Is it finished? She was now somewhat afraid to open her eyes. Who won? She slowly lowered her hands from her ears and stood up. Her arm was tugged again as she stood, and she bit her lip to suppress the pain, not making a sound. She turned around, and then her whole being seemed to be nailed to the ground, immobile. All she could see was blood. The dark red blood stained the ground entirely, and on the lake's surface the red liquid glimmered with a muted sheen under the moonlight. The black water and the dark red blood mixed together, making it impossible to distinguish where the water ended and the blood began. The 2 giant snakes had turned into a ground full of corpses. This? Su Nanjiao's lips trembled. Looking at the bloody and brutal scene before her, her eyes were filled with disbelief. She instinctively looked towards Gu Beihou, who stood calmly behind her. 2 level 5 monsters, and they were in their prime. She simply couldn't fathom how Gu Beihou had accomplished this. In less than a minute, both were gone. The agents behind her also gradually stood up. Those who turned around immediately gasped in shock. Some covered their mouths, others stepped back and stumbled on the debris behind them, and one even sat down on the ground. What the hell? What's going on? Where's the giant snake? There's a piece right under your feet. Damn! The person was so scared they jumped up. What unfolded before their eyes had exceeded the limits of their comprehension. Tonight's events, Gu Beihou's voice came from the front. Keep it to yourselves, don't speak of it. He stood with his back to the lake, the area stained red with blood. The moonlight shone on him, his school uniform dusted with some dirt and marks from the collision with debris. That's all. We only encountered one rock-armored giant python. Gu Beihou's gaze shifted from Su Nanjiao to each agent behind her, looking one by one. I killed it, the other 2 never appeared. He paused, his gaze finally landing on Su Nanjiao's face. Do you understand? Su Nanjiao looked into his eyes, which held no threat, no warning, and no unnecessary emotion. She nodded heavily. I understand. Gu Beihou took out his phone from his pocket. The screen displayed several unread messages, all from Xintian, the last one saying, I have set out with my team, we will arrive in 15 minutes. He typed a few words in reply, then stuffed the phone back into his pocket and turned to face Su Nanjiao. Xintian will send people over to wrap things up. Your team should return to the division for treatment. The corpse of the giant python will be handled by Xintian. She will arrange for its transport. Su Nanjiao nodded. Her gaze returned from the debris-strewn ground to Gu Beihou's face. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately only uttered 2 words, thank you. Gu Beihou did not respond, walking aside to mount his motorcycle, which arced through the debris and blood, disappearing into the night. When Xintian and the aftermath team from the Yuliang division arrived, Gu Beihou had already left. Only a team of injured agents remained amidst the chaos. Xintian leapt from the vehicle clad in a deep blue work jacket. She glanced at the scene, her eyes lingering on the severely injured agents for less than 2 seconds before turning her attention to the corpse of the giant python. Load all the corpses into the vehicle and transport them back to the division, Xintian instructed the team. She paused for a moment, glancing at the floating debris on the lake's surface, and added, clean up everything on the water's surface. Not a single scale can be left. Complete the cleanup before dawn and move quickly. She did not ask why there were so many things on the lake's surface. Gu Beihou had instructed her to take care of it. She did not need to know more. The aftermath team began their work. Agents in black uniforms set up a perimeter on the stony ground, erected lighting, and used professional tools to lift the giant python's corpse onto a cold chain transport vehicle. On the lake's surface, 2 agents navigated a small boat using long-handled nets to scoop up the floating fragments and scales. The entire process was quiet and efficient. No one spoke, but their gazes all expressed amazement or questions at the pile of massive corpse fragments. Xintian stood at the edge of the observation platform, her hands in the pockets of her work jacket, watching as the scooped fragments were bagged and loaded onto the vehicle. Her expression remained unchanged. She was the 6th person to know that there were 3 level 5 monsters in the battle. And the last one. The corpses of the blood-eyed python and the wind-winged flying snake would be disposed of cleanly and would not appear in provincial departments or the Central Alliance. This was also the reason Gu Beihou could leave with peace of mind. When Gu Beihou returned to the Yujang branch, it was already 11 o'clock at night. He walked straight into the changing room, took off his school uniform, crumpled it up, and tossed it into the laundry basket, then headed into the shower. He stood under the shower with his eyes closed, letting the hot water wash away every corner of his body, rinsing off the foul and unpleasant odor. After a long wash, he turned off the faucet, stepped out of the shower, dried himself with a towel, and put on a clean school uniform from his locker. This item was considered a consumable for him, so he had prepared many. After changing clothes, he walked through the corridor and arrived at the door of the training room. Beep! The iris lock recognized his identity, and the metallic door slid open silently. Stepping into the training room, his gaze fell on the row of shelves against the wall. On the shelf were several jade bottles and a wooden box containing the Qingming pills and Pei Yuan grass he had previously used for cultivation. However, his gaze fell on the floor beneath the shelf. He walked over and gently knocked 3 times, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside was a heavy metal sword box. He raised his hand, entered the password, and after verifying his palm print and iris, he finally opened it. Inside the sword box lay 2 swords. The central one was a giant sword, broad and heavy, entirely black as ink, as if it could swallow all light. The hilt was engraved with 2 ancient seal characters, Jiu. To the right was a short sword, its blade a dark red, faintly shimmering with a blood-like glow, and the hilt was engraved with Guiqi. Gu Beihou's gaze lingered in the sword box for several seconds before extending his hand to place Zhang Yuan into the left compartment of the box. Zhang Yuan's thin blade dimmed slightly, like a well-fed beast, languid and satisfied. He planned to carry the sword box with him from now on. The Demon Lord had sent 3 5th-level monsters to Yujing, aiming to kill him. The Bone Demon was there to lurk, the giant-mouthed frog was there to capture people, but those 3 giant snakes were specifically there to kill him. He was in the light, while the Demon Lord was in the dark. He couldn't remain passive like this. The next wave of monsters would only be stronger than the 2 5th-level ones. Gu Beihou stood the sword box upright and slung it on his back. The weight of the box pressed down on his shoulder, heavy primarily due to the immense weight of the Jiu giant sword. For an ordinary person, it would take 4 or 5 strong men to lift it. He adjusted the position of the sword box, pressing it tightly against his spine, then walked out of the training room. From today onward, he would carry these 3 swords for unforeseen circumstances. When Gu Beihou returned home, it was already past midnight. He locked his motorcycle downstairs and carried the sword box upstairs. Upon entering the living room, only the floor lamp next to the sofa was still on, illuminating a small area around the sofa. On the coffee table sat a cup of unfinished tea, the water in the cup already cold. Qin Diyun lay sideways on the sofa, facing the backrest, curled up in a ball. Her breathing was light, and even as she was deeply asleep, probably having waited from the evening until now, unable to bear it any longer, and had fallen asleep on the sofa. Gu Beihou stood at the door for a few seconds. Then he gently took the sword box off his back, leaned it against the wall at the entrance, and walked to the sofa, bending down to pick up a folded thin blanket from the backrest. Looking at his mother's weary face, he couldn't help but recall the scene at Qinghuan Lake tonight, where the young agents had explained the aftermath to him. If he hadn't carried Zhang Yuan with him today, could they have survived? If the demon lord sent stronger monsters next time, if he hadn't fought back, if he died, who would deliver his belongings to Qin Diyun? His fists tightened. He needed to become stronger. Only by continuously growing stronger could he improve his chances of survival. Gu Beihou straightened his body and walked toward his room, gently closing the door. He took off his school uniform and sat cross-legged on the floor in front of his bed, bare-chested. The room was not large, with only a little over a meter of space between the bed and the desk. He placed his hands on his knees, interlocking his thumbs and middle fingers to form an ancient and obscure spiritual seal. Closing his eyes, he began to cultivate. The cultivation method of the sword control technique was completely different from the spirit refining system of the demon hunter. The demon hunter's spirit refining involved absorbing external spiritual energy into the body, transforming it into personal spiritual power, and storing it in the dantian. In contrast, the cultivation of the sword control technique involved resonating the mental power with the sword. First nurture the sword, then control the sword. Gu Beihou immersed his consciousness deep within his brow. At the same time, the deep purple lightning in his dantian was also operating. It wasn't initiated by him. Rather, it was a natural reaction of the body during the cultivation process. The lightning slowly rotated in the dantian, each rotation releasing a warm energy that traveled through the meridians up to his brow, merging with his mental power. The lightning's spirit and mental power converged deep in his brow, creating a resonance. He felt the membrane that separated him from breaking through to the 5th realm. His spiritual power was already sufficient. His cultivation level had reached the standard, and the growth of his innate spirit was nearly overflowing. Yet that membrane remained intact, as if it were a balloon blown to its limit, needing just one last breath. He continued to circulate his techniques, allowing the lightning to rotate slowly in the dantian, letting the mental power gradually condense in his brow as his body sank into a deep state of relaxation in the rhythm of cultivation. Breathing slowed, heartbeat softened. After an unknown amount of time, a long sword materialized from the condensation of mental power in Gu Beihou's conscious world. Then whoosh! It pierced through that membrane. Like a pen tip slicing through paper, that membrane broke. Boom! The deep purple lightning in the dantian suddenly exploded. The purple light cluster in the center of the dantian split open, and from within surged forth a new, even brighter, purer, and more intense thunder. The color transformed from deep purple to purple gold. Purple with gold, gold with purple, like the dawn and dusk burning together in the dantian. In the moment of the explosion, the volume of the lightning expanded to twice its original size. Gu Beihou was surrounded by thunder, his might vastly stronger than before. 5th realm of spirit refining. A smile curved at the corner of Gu Beihou's mouth, but he did not open his eyes. He felt the purple gold lightning in his dantian. Indeed, it was vastly different after the 5th realm. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of spiritual power, it was a qualitative transformation. The purple gold lightning in the dantian gradually stabilized, shrinking from its expanded state to a size more suitable for daily operation. The arcs of electricity were still jumping, but the rhythm was much slower than before, like a great river flowing from a canyon into a plain, its power deeper than before. He opened his eyes, a flash of silver lightning flickering in his gaze. Gu Beihou clasped his hands behind his head and laid down by the bed. Ooh, that felt good. This breakthrough truly came at the right time. If the demon lord sent monsters again next time, and he still had the same strength as an hour ago, he would surely face a disaster. Now he was somewhat looking forward to it. The next day, Gu Beihou took another leave from school. He stepped out with the sword box on his back. As he passed through the living room, Qin Diyun was already up, busy with something in the kitchen. She poked her head out from the kitchen, and upon seeing Gu Beihou with the metal long box on his back, she was taken aback. What is that? A teaching tool, Gu Beihou replied without changing his expression, issued during experiments. Oh, Qin Diyun glanced at him and didn't ask further. Breakfast is in the pot, help yourself. Gu Beihou leaned the sword box against the entrance, went to the kitchen to serve himself a bowl of porridge, and quickly finished it with some pickles. After washing the bowl and putting it back, he prepared to leave with the sword box. What time did you come back last night? Qin Diyun's voice came from behind. Gu Beihou stiffened for a moment, turned his head, and forced a smile, saying, I think it was around 11 o'clock. Cut the crap, I hadn't fallen asleep by then. Let me tell you, you little brat, don't think that just because the college entrance examination is coming up I won't care about you. Focus on your studies these days, it will be over soon. Do you hear me? Gu Beihou nodded vigorously. I know I need to hurry up and leave, or we'll be late. Go on. In the underground first floor of the Yujang branch, the conference room. A long conference table was covered with dark gray velvet, and the water cups were neatly arranged in a straight line, with people sitting behind each seat. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Gu Beihou as he walked in, their expressions completely different from before. What was once skepticism and disdain had transformed into admiration and gratitude. Meng Qinghe and Su Nanxiao stood up simultaneously. Swish! All 10 members of the investigation team stood up in unison and bowed to Gu Beihou. Captain Gu, thank you for saving our team member's life under the 5th level monster. Thank you, Captain Gu. Gu Beihou casually nodded. Everyone sit down, let's discuss important matters. Shen Tian opened her laptop, and the map of Yujang City on the white wall at the end of the conference table disappeared, replaced by a richly illustrated inspection report. Last night, Shen Tian's voice was crisp and professional. Our staff sent the corpse of the giant python to the Provincial Research Institute, which valued it highly and conducted tests overnight. The results came out early this morning. She clicked the remote to change the PPT, and a microscopic photo appeared on the screen. On a dark red background, there was a black, irregularly shaped spot resembling a drop of ink on red rice paper with edges spreading outwards, forming dense capillary-like patterns. In the blood of the rocky armored giant python, a drop of blood not belonging to it was detected. Shen Tian circled the black spot with the red dot of her laser pointer. The amount of this blood is extremely small, less than 100 millionth of its own blood volume. But the nature of this blood is completely different from that of the rocky armored giant python. She switched to the next PPT. It was a comparative table with the left side showing the analysis of the normal blood components of the rocky armored giant python, and the right side showing the analysis of that drop of black blood, with shocking differences between the two columns of data. The spiritual energy concentration of this drop of blood is 37 times that of the rocky armored giant python's own blood, and the purity of the demonic energy is 42 times. Moreover, it contains a substance we have never detected in monsters before, melanin protein. The function of this protein is not yet fully understood, but the preliminary judgment of the Research Institute is that this drop of blood can conceal the bloodline aura of the monster. At this point, Shen Tian paused, her gaze shifting from the screen to the shocked faces of everyone at the In other words, Shen Tian's voice was softer than before, her speech slowing down, so that each word clearly landed in everyone's ears. If a monster possesses this drop of blood, it can appear invisible on our demon detection radar. Silence persisted in the conference room. Everyone appeared puzzled. Can just a drop of blood change the monster's own demonic energy? This conclusion nearly overturned all the theoretical knowledge they had learned before. A drop of blood that did not belong to them, a drop from a more powerful existence. But Shen Tian's report did not everything was connecting. The skeletal demon, the giant-mouthed frog, the 3 giant snakes. The secret of their invisibility on the demon detection radar lay here. A drop of blood that did not belong to them, a drop from a more powerful existence. But Shen Tian's report did not trace the source of this drop of blood, nor where it came from. He had known last night. The demon lord. It could only be it. Gu Beihou took a deep breath and walked out of the conference room. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and flipped through his contacts until he found a name. Old Qin. Hey, you little brat, what are you doing? Qin Yes voice came from the receiver. Old Qin, I have a question for you. Gu Beihou's voice lowered. Have you ever heard of a name, Demon Lord? There was silence on the other end for 3 seconds. You little brat, where did you hear that name from? Qin Yes. The elder's casual tone completely disappeared, replaced by a seriousness that Gu Beihou had never heard from Old Qin. Don't worry about how I know, just tell me what it is. There was silence again on the other end, longer this time. Gu Beihou could hear Old Qin's heavy breathing on the receiver, much heavier than usual, as if he were making a difficult decision. This matter is of great importance and cannot be discussed over the phone. If you want to know, come to the headquarters. Gu Beihou frowned. He did not want to go. The situation in Yujin was not yet resolved, and the radar issue had not been completely addressed. If he left now, Yujin might fall into crisis. But the name Demon Lord was like a thorn piercing into his mind. He knew nothing about this existence. He didn't know what kind of monster it was, how strong it was, what its purpose was, or what it would do next. All right, Beihou made a decision. I will book a flight right now and go there immediately. He hung up the phone, and the people in the conference room were still waiting for him. He walked back to the main seat and sat down. You all continue with your work. Shen Tian will take charge. I am going to the headquarters of the Demon Hunter Alliance. He glanced at Shen Tian, whose expression showed no change, just nodding slightly. Beihou stood up and walked towards the door of the conference room. When he reached the entrance, he paused for a moment, glancing back at the sword case behind him. He was considering whether or not to take these 3 swords to the Imperial City. He was heading to the most core, secure, and tightly defended place of the Demon Hunter Alliance, and he shouldn't need to bring weapons. However, recalling the events that transpired at Qinghuan Lake last night, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not return them to the training room. He had identification allowing for checked baggage, so it wouldn't be a hassle. This time he left home without informing his family, thinking that if he finished his business and returned, he should be able to make it back by evening. At noon, Yujin Airport. Beihou passed the security check with the sword case. When the scanner scanned the sword case, the screen displayed an indistinct shadow that could not be recognized. The security personnel frowned and requested a bag check. Beihou said nothing, pulling out a deep blue identification booklet from his jacket pocket, flipping it open, and handing it to the security personnel. It was a firearm permit issued by the National Security System. The security personnel glanced at the identification, then at Beihou, returned the identification to him, and stepped aside to clear the passage. Sorry, you may proceed. As the plane took off, Beihou sat by the window, the sword case resting on his lap, one hand resting on the sword case, as he watched Yujang City shrink and fade in the distance. Beihou leaned back against the seat. The first-class seat was spacious, and there was enough space in front of his legs to fully stretch them out. The flight attendant approached, dressed in a deep blue uniform skirt, her hair neatly styled in a bun, makeup delicate, but not heavy, and a standard professional smile on her lips. Sir, would you like me to help you place this in the overhead luggage compartment? She slightly bent down, pointing to the metal sword box beside Beihou's legs, her voice soft and polite. Beihou frowned. The flight attendant thought he was worried about the safety of his luggage and was about to explain the weight and securing method of the overhead compartment when Beihou spoke up. Thank you, but no need. His tone was flat as he placed his hand on the sword box. Wouldn't putting this up there risk damaging it? The sword box itself wasn't heavy, but inside lay 3 swords forged from ancient relics. Their weight was completely disproportionate to their size. Moreover, with the flight attendant's slender arms and legs, even 10 of her couldn't lift that sword box. The flight attendant did not insist, her smile unchanged. All right, would you like something to drink? We have champagne, red wine, and various beverages. A cup of cola. Okay, please wait a moment. The flight attendant turned and walked away. Beihou watched her figure disappear behind the curtain separating first class and the front cabin, then turned his head to look out the window. The clouds outside were thick, obscuring everything, leaving only a vast expanse of white mist beyond. The flight attendant returned with a cup of cola filled with ice, the bubbles fizzing between the ice cubes, and a layer of fine water droplets condensed on the cup's surface. She placed the cup on the small table in front of Beihou and handed him a bag of nuts. Sir, your cola, the nuts are a compliment. If you need other snacks, feel free to let me know. Beihou nodded. The flight attendant left. He took a sip of the cola, leaned back against the seat, and moved the sword box from his right side to between his legs, securing it with his knees. He closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. About half an hour later, Beihou opened his eyes. At this moment, the airplane had reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Beihou did not like flying. It wasn't because he was afraid of it. His combat experience prevented him from feeling fear in the face of any form of danger. It was mainly that this mode of transportation made him feel insecure. In the air, his feet were not on any solid ground. Moreover, his thunder power could not be fully unleashed in this confined metal container. Once it went out of control, it could blow a hole in the very plane he was on. He disliked this feeling of being out of control. Bang! Suddenly, the plane shook violently, as if a heavy object had fallen from above. Off. The passengers in the cabin screamed. What's happening? Is it turbulence? No, why do I feel as if the plane has been hit by something? Beihou's pupils contracted to their limits in that his left hand instinctively grasped the sword box within a tenth of a second of sensing the vibration, and his right hand unbuckled the seatbelt in the next second. His body sprang up from the seat, half crouching on the space in front of him. He then glanced down at the smartwatch on his left wrist. The radar interface had popped up automatically, the needle on the screen spinning wildly. There are monsters. And, right above the plane, Gu Beihou's expression darkened as he turned to look at the other passengers in first class. They were pale with fright from the earlier jolt and were in a panic. Bang! Another sound echoed from above the plane. This time it was heavier and closer. The entire aircraft trembled violently during the second impact, and the cabin wall above the overhead compartment emitted a sharp metallic creaking sound. The curtain of first class was jolted open at one corner, revealing the aisle of the economy class behind it where the passengers were already in disarray. What's going on? What hit the plane? Is there a problem with the engine? The flight attendant's voice came over the intercom, still maintaining a professional calmness and gentleness. Attention passengers, the plane has encountered some air turbulence. Please fasten your seatbelts and do not move around. We are confirming the situation. Please remain calm. Gu Beihou did not listen to the announcement. He had already unbuckled his seatbelt and walked down the aisle toward the front cabin. The flight attendant emerged from behind the curtain, facing him directly. She still wore a professional smile, but the muscles under the smile were tense, her lips trembling slightly, and her Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Her eyes were not large, but they were wide open at this moment. Her pupils dilated, a physiological reaction of fear. Sir, please return to your seat and fasten your seatbelt. The plane is. Gu Beihou did not speak to her. He directly pulled out the deep blue credentials from his pocket, opened it, and held it up in front of her. His movements were quick and decisive. Without looking into her eyes, his gaze passing over her shoulder and landing on the tightly shut cockpit door behind her. The flight attendant recognized the golden emblem on the credentials and saw the words National Security Department. Her mouth opened and closed again, blocking Gu Beihou's arm as it slowly lowered. Gu Beihou walked past her without giving her another glance. He reached the cockpit door and pushed it open. The cockpit was much smaller than he had imagined, with two pilot seats side by side surrounded by a dense array of instrument panels and displays. The captain and co-pilot sat in the right seat, gripping the control sticks, their faces as pale as paper. Their gaze was fixated on the display screen in front, which was higher than the instrument panel, showing a three-dimensional scan of the plane's surroundings. Above the three-dimensional scan, on the outer skin of the plane's rear, there was a huge, clear, moving red heat source signal. The shape of the signal resembled a bird, but that bird was not much smaller than the plane. What is that thing? The captain's voice trembled. He was an experienced pilot with over 20 years of flying experience and had never encountered such a situation. Gu Beihou did not answer his question. He bent down, his gaze fixed on the three-dimensional radar screen, his mind racing to calculate. Altitude, 10,300 meters. Type of monster. Based on the outline, it appeared to be a large eagle-type monster. Now land immediately. Gu Beihou's voice was not loud, but each word pierced through the eardrums of the captain and co-pilot like nails. Fly as low as possible. The captain turned to look at Gu Beihou, shouting excitedly. Do you know how complicated the procedures for an emergency landing are? Gu Beihou was too lazy to engage in small talk. He threw the deep blue credentials onto the captain's face. If you want to live, listen to me, I will bear all the consequences. Gu Beihou's voice and gaze were equally cold. Otherwise, the lives of all the passengers on this plane will be at risk. The captain glanced at the credentials in his hands, then at the moving heat source signal on the radar. The captain no longer asked any questions. He returned the credentials to Gu Beihou, turned around, grasped the control stick with both hands, and began adjusting the flight path. The co-pilot on the right worked in sync with his movements. Their cooperation was relatively smooth, and no one spoke anymore. The only sounds in the cockpit were the mechanical sounds of the control stick being pushed and the communication between the captain and the control tower. Beihou Tower, this is Yujang Airlines CC-8752. We are encountering an emergency situation and request immediate emergency landing. Requesting immediate emergency landing. CC-8752, please describe the nature of the emergency situation. Our aircraft has encountered an unknown flying object collision. The fuselage is damaged. Requesting emergency landing. The conversation between the captain and the control tower continued, but Gu Beihou no longer listened. His gaze remained fixed on the three-dimensional radar screen. The airplane's altitude was descending from 10,000 meters to 9,000 meters, then from 9,000 meters to 8,000 meters. He observed the red heat source signal, which was still tightly adhered to the back of the plane like a massive leech clinging to its prey's skin. As the airplane descended, it also descended. As the airplane slowed down, it too slowed down. As the airplane changed course, it followed suit. Its target was not the airplane, but the people inside it. It was coming for him. Gu Beihou turned around, stepped out of the cockpit, and casually closed the cockpit door. The flight attendant was still standing in the aisle outside the door. When she saw Gu Beihou come out, her lips moved as if to say something, but Gu Beihou did not look at her. "Where is the emergency exit?" His voice was calm, lacking the urgency he had displayed earlier when commanding the captain to make an emergency landing, but there was something more unsettling than urgency about him. "It's in the back, please follow me." The flight attendant turned and walked towards the middle of the cabin. Gu Beihou followed closely behind her. The passengers in economy class had somewhat recovered from their initial panic. They could not see the object on top of the airplane, but could only hear the occasional bang that made the plane shudder violently. Some were crying, some praying, and others comforting one another. The cabin crew moved back and forth in the aisles, saying standard reassuring phrases like, "Please remain calm, we have contacted the control tower, and the plane is preparing to land." The flight attendant stopped beside the middle cabin door. A red sign was affixed to the fuselage nearby reading "Emergency Exit." "This is the emergency exit in the middle," the flight attendant said, her finger pressing against the red sign, her voice still trembling. "You must confirm that the airplane's altitude has dropped to a safe range before opening this door, or—" Gu Beihou did not wait for her to finish. His gaze shifted from the emergency exit door to the surrounding passengers. Two passengers sat next to the emergency exit, a young man and woman, both in their early 20s. They saw Gu Beihou approaching, and their expressions shifted from confusion to anxiety. The young man's hands trembled while the girl whispered something, her lips quivering. Bang! At that moment, a loud noise erupted from above the cabin. This time it was not a muffled sound from above, but a sharp metallic tearing noise. Everyone's gaze turned simultaneously toward the source of the sound. They saw the top of the airplane in the middle front of the economy class, where 3 silver-white cracks appeared on the ceiling's interior panel. A fierce wind rushed in through the cracks, its shrill howling echoing in the cabin, causing the reading lights on the ceiling to shake violently. "Oh, help!" The screams of the passengers erupted simultaneously. The flight attendant stumbled back 2 steps, her back hitting the emergency exit door, and in that instant her face drained of color. Gu Beihou did not look at her, did not look at the screaming passengers, nor did he look at the cracks in the ceiling. His gaze was fixed on the 2 young passengers next to the emergency exit. "You two get away from here immediately." The 2 panically unbuckled their seatbelts and moved away. Gu Beihou turned to the other passengers in economy class. Dozens of people, dozens of eyes, dozens of faces twisted in fear, all gazed at him. "Fasten your seatbelts." His voice was louder than before, loud enough for everyone in economy class to hear. "No matter what you see or hear, do not move." He did not wait for anyone to respond. Turning around, facing the emergency exit door, his right hand grasped the doorknob. The metal handle slightly deformed under his grip, emitting a low creak. His left hand gripped the armrest next to the aisle for support. His right foot lifted off the ground. Using all his strength, he kicked the emergency exit door fiercely. Boom! The emergency exit door flew off its frame under the tremendous impact, disappearing into the white clouds. At the moment the door fell off, the pressure difference between the inside and outside of the cabin created a powerful suction that pulled several magazines and an empty cup near the door out, rolling them in the air until they quickly vanished. The fierce wind rushed in through the open door so strong that the passengers in economy class had to lower their heads and bend down, shielding their faces with their hands. Oxygen masks dropped down, and the flight attendant instructed everyone to put them on. Gu Beihou's body swayed slightly under the impact of the fierce wind, but his left hand clutched the armrest tightly, his fingers sinking into the padding, keeping him steady like a mast nailed to the deck. He looked down at the world outside the emergency exit. The clouds rolled beneath his feet at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The fierce wind howled in his ears, and the temperature was low enough to freeze skin. He released his left hand and pushed the sword sheath on his back tighter against his spine. Then he climbed out. His hand grasped the outer edge of the cabin, his fingers making 5 deep dents in the aluminum surface, his feet stepping onto the step beneath the emergency exit, his body pressed against the airplane's exterior, climbing up step by step. The fierce wind tried to blow him off the plane, his clothes flapping in the wind, his hair blown back. Soon he reached the top of the airplane. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, he stood on top of the airplane. He truly saw the monster on the plane. A level 5 demon beast, golden armored iron spine eagle. Its size was also top tier among level 5 demon beasts. Its body length exceeded 5 meters, and its wingspan was over 20 meters. The gray-black feathers were as hard as forged iron, glistening with a metallic cold light under the sun. The edges of its feathers were sharp as knives. Even at rest, they emitted a faint hum in the wind, as if countless miniature blades vibrated in the air. Its spine extended from its neck to its tail, rising high like an iron ridge across its back, each vertebra as thick as an adult's arm, wrapped in a layer of dark gray iron-like hard-bone shell. Its claws were as large as basins with 4 toes, each ending in a curved sharp claw. At this moment, those 4 basin-sized claws were deeply embedded in the top of the airplane, the aluminum alloy, denting inward under the pressure of the claws, creating for massive holes. The fierce wind rushed in through the holes, emitting a sharp, howling sound inside the cabin. The golden armored iron spine eagle turned its head, its pair of golden eyes locking onto Gu Beihou, who was climbing up from the side of the airplane. Its iris was golden, the pupils round and black, appearing as 2 bottomless black holes against the backdrop of the golden iris. Its beak was short and curved, the upper beak significantly longer than the lower, the tip sharp as a hook with serrated protrusions along the edge. Human. Gu Beihou. The target confirmed. Die. The voice of the golden eagle emerged from that beak. Gu Beihou pressed down on the clasp of the sword sheath, causing the lid to pop open slightly. His gaze fixed on the head of the golden eagle, calculating the distance, altitude, and angle. He wanted to use thunder, but he couldn't do it now. At this moment, he could only rely on his physical prowess and swordsmanship. Bang! Gu Beihou's right foot forcefully pushed down on the top of the airplane, his body leaning towards the direction of the golden eagle, the sole of his foot creating a deep dent in the aluminum alloy. This helped him stabilize his posture better. The claws of the golden eagle released from the top of the plane. As 4 palm-sized claws pulled out from the fuselage, the edges of the gaping holes emitted sharp metallic tearing sounds. Whoosh! Its body soared from the top of the plane, wings spread wide, the tips reflecting a blinding metallic sheen under the sunlight. With a wingspan of 20 meters fully unfurled, a gray-black shadow loomed over Gu Beihou's head. Hunter of monsters, no matter how powerful you are in the air, this is my domain. It said, then dove down. Whoosh! Its golden eyes fixated on Gu Beihou's sharp claws reached forward, the dark claws glinting coldly in the sunlight, all 4 toes spread wide, like a massive trap aiming to grasp Gu Beihou's head. Whoosh! Gu Beihou's body leaned back sharply on the top of the plane. His waist bent backward nearly to a 90-degree angle, the back of his head almost touching the plane's surface. The claws of the golden eagle swept past above his face. The airflow from the claw's passage left a searing pain on his face, and the wind pressure blew his hair straight back. He straightened up. His right hand had already drawn the 9 nether giant sword from its sheath. The sword was wide and heavy, entirely black, like ink, completely different from the agility and sharpness of the Zhanyuan. The 9 nether is a heavy sword of great power, not meant for cutting, but for cleaving. He gripped the sword with both hands, blade pointing down the sword body against the right side of his body center of gravity. Sinking knees bent, his posture resembling a beast ready to pounce. The golden eagle turned in the air, flapping its wings, and lunged at him again. This time not with claws, but angling its body using the edge of its left wing to slice towards Gu Beihou. The feathers covering the wing bones were aligned like rows of iron plates, their edges sharp as knives. Gu Beihou did not evade. He held the 9 nether giant sword, the blade reflecting no light in the sun, the dark color consuming all light. He faced the golden eagle's wing blade, swinging the 9 nether giant sword from below upwards. The blade and wing blade collided in the air between them. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was sharp and piercing, echoing in the vast sky. Where the left wing's blade of the golden eagle struck the 9 nether giant sword, 3 of the longest feathers were neatly severed from their roots. The golden eagle let out a sharp, tragic cry, its body suddenly tilting in the air. 3 feathers from the left wing's blade broken in the collision, exposing the dark red muscle tissue and white bones beneath. It could not believe it. The hardness of its feathers was comparable to any known human metal, and the sharpness of its wing blades was enough to cut through anything. It had fought countless opponents using its wing blades, and had never encountered a weapon that could sever its wing blades hidden. In this sword it had detected no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Pure strength. The golden eagle opened distance, spiraling above the plane. A glow began to gather in its golden pupils swift. Its beak opened and a golden beam surged forth from deep within its throat, as thick as a barrel, carrying the power to annihilate everything, directly striking Gu Beihou's body. Gu Beihou quickly positioned the 9 nether giant sword horizontally in front of him, the sword body blocking his entire torso. Boom! The golden beam struck the sword body. Energy exploded on the sword's surface, golden light scattering like a blooming golden flower. Unsuccessful in its strike, the golden eagle's attack did not cease. Its wings suddenly flapped. Dozens of gray-black feathers fell from the wing bones, suspended around its body under the force of the gale. Each feather's tip pointed at Gu Beihou. Go! The golden eagle's voice squeezed out from deep within its throat. Dozens of feathers shot out from around its body like dozens of arrows released simultaneously, slicing through the air with sharp whooshing sounds, aiming towards Gu Beihou from all directions. Gu Beihou gripped his sword, swinging the 9 nether giant sword into a tight, impenetrable black. The moment the feathers entered the ring, they were struck by the blade. Some were cleaved in two, some were sliced horizontally, and some were deflected, whizzing past him and into the clouds behind him. The broken feather fragments scattered around his body. His mental force surged from his brow, wrapping around the hilt of the 9 nether giant sword like invisible threads. The patterns on the 9 nether sword lit up the originally ink-black sword body, now adorned with a layer of ghostly blue light patterns resembling the Milky Way in the night sky. The light patterns spread from the hilt to the sword tip, lined up along the center of the sword body like a row of ignited blue flames. Sword technique. Cold blade locks the Phantom Garden 1 sword. Seals all evil. The 9 nether giant sword shot from his hand. The sword body floated half a meter in front of him, the sword tip pointed at the golden eagle, the ghostly blue light patterns slowly flowing on the sword body, the surrounding air visibly distorted due to the surge of spiritual energy. With a sudden thrust forward, a ghostly blue sword aura shot forth from the sword tip, transforming into a crescent-shaped wave of slashing force faster than sound. The golden eagle, seeing the sword aura coming towards it, instinctively made a dodge. Its wings flapped violently, tilting its body to the left. But it could not evade. The sword aura swept past the root of its right wing at the last moment before it could dodge. Sizzle! Gray-black feathers exploded in the air. Ming! The right wing was severed at the root. A burst of dark red blood mist sprayed from the remaining stump, connected to the wing bone and muscle. Then the entire right wing detached from its body, tumbling through the air for several spins before vanishing. The golden eagle endured the pain, its left wing still desperately flapping the air to maintain altitude, but without the balance of its right wing, its body spun out of control in the air like a withered leaf blown away by the wind. How could this be? Its voice came from its spinning body, sharp, yet trembling. How can you be this? It looked at the calm Gu Beihou, as if realizing something. It screamed, impossible. You broke through to the golden eagle's voice trembled. It was afraid. It was not a mindless beast. As a peak level 5 monster, its intelligence was not inferior to that of a human. Its combat experience was richer than that of most human monster hunters. The intel stated that Gu Beihou could slay level 5 monsters even at the 4th realm. It originally thought it had absolute advantage in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters amidst the gale and cold environment. It was wrong. This person could kill it with one sword on the ground, and in the air it would only take a little more time. No, I must escape. Its left wing flapped vigorously, struggling to level, its descending posture beginning to accelerate, fleeing away from the plane. Trapped. This human is too strong. Wanna run? Gu Beihou sneered. The sword sheath popped open from his back. Zhang Yuan and Gui Qi flew out from the sheath. Kill. The two swords, one to the left and one to the right, shot out from both sides of Gu Beihou's body, like two released hawks, so fast that the naked eye could only see two streaks of afterimages. One silver, one dark red. The golden eagle felt the two sword auras behind it. Its golden pupils suddenly constricted into thin lines, the left wing frantically flapping to try to accelerate. But in the blink of an eye it was caught up. Zhang Yuan pierced into its back, the blade emerging from its abdomen, rotating 360 degrees within its body, grinding its internal organs into a pulp. Gui Qi slashed across its neck, severing its trachea and cervical vertebrae. Then the two swords crossed, the sword auras intermingled. Boom! The golden iron-backed eagle did not even have time to let out a tragic cry. Its body shattered into pieces in the air. Bang! Gray-black feathers, dark red muscle fragments, shattered bones, and broken internal organs all mixed together like a rain of blood and flesh pouring down from 10,000 meters high. Gu Beihou cast a faint glance, retracting three swords into their sheath and closing the lid. Then he stomped his feet fiercely. Boom! He directly kicked the top of the fuselage, falling into the cabin. Duong! Ah! This action immediately drew screams from the passengers, who barely calmed down upon realizing it was him. Yet the shock in their eyes lingered for a long time. Is he some kind of superhuman? After entering, Gu Beihou noticed that the plane was diving at a tilted angle. He hurriedly walked to the cockpit and asked what's going on. Can the plane still be controlled? The captain looked back at him in despair. No. The engine is on fire. Gu Beihou frowned, recalling that he hadn't blocked all the feathers shot out by the King Kong eagle. A few had pierced the outer shell of the left wing and struck the engine. The fire in the engine was spreading. The left engine had completely shut down, while the right engine was still running, but lacked the thrust to maintain the plane's balance. The plane's altitude plunged sharply from 8,000 meters to 6,000 meters, 5,000 meters. Faced with this situation, Beihou was also at a loss. He could jump down. His boat's strength, combined with the power of thunder, would cushion him, preventing severe injury. But what about the people on the plane? He could kill the King Kong eagle, he could slay a peak-level beast in the sky, he could achieve many things beyond human limits, but he couldn't allow a powerless plane to continue flying in the air. The plane burst out from the clouds. Below was a stretch of green hills with rivers winding through the valley's sunlight reflecting off the river's surface and creating dazzling light. The ground was rapidly closing in 5,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 3,500 meters. He heard the captain in the cockpit shouting something hoarsely. The flight attendant spoke in a trembling voice over the intercom, "Bend down and brace yourselves." The passengers' screams, cries, and prayers mixed together, forming a chorus dedicated to death. Beihou gritted his teeth and approached the emergency exit. Just as he was about to jump out to escape, an elderly figure appeared in front of the plane. No wings, no flying apparatus, no support whatsoever. He stood there at an altitude of 3,000 meters wearing a deep blue Chinese-style jacket with white hair flowing in the wind. Beihou's eyes brightened. There's hope. The old man's right hand raised, palm facing forward towards the falling plane, a ball of purple lightning gathering in his palm. Calm. The aged voice echoed through the sky. Purple lightning shot from his palm, not crashing into the plane, but enveloping it. The purple arcs spread from the nose of the plane to the wings to the fuselage, into the tail, enveloping the entire aircraft in a layer of purple lightning. Wherever the arcs passed, the gauges on the dashboard all reset to zero. The entire electrical system was burnt out. Yet the plane stabilized. The purple lightning acted like a gigantic, invisible hand supporting the dozens of tons heavy aircraft from below. Ultimately, the plane slowly descended in the purple lightning like a leaf being cradled by the wind, gently, gradually, and steadily landing on the ground. The impact upon landing was minimal, so slight that only at the moment the landing gear touched the ground did it emit a dull thud. The passengers in the cabin were jolted forward by the impact and then bounced back against their seat backs. No one was injured and no one was thrown from their seats. Everyone sat silently in their seats for a few seconds. Then the cries erupted. Some laughed, others embraced, some knelt on the ground thanking the heavens, while others lay on their seats wailing. Beihou jumped out of the plane's door. He looked up, and the elderly figure slowly descended from the sky, the deep blue Chinese-style jacket flowing in the wind, his white hair slightly disheveled by the breeze, but his back was straight, and his step steady, like an old immortal walking out of a myth. "Qingyu." Beihou exhaled. He felt his legs growing weak, not from fear, but from aftershock. After all, this was the fate of an entire plane. Old Beihou's voice was a bit hoarse as he gave a thumbs up. "Awesome, it's still you." Qingyu looked at him, a slow smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "So how is it, you little brat?" The old man clapped his shoulder. "Now you know how powerful I am, right?" Beihou pouted, propping the sword box against his leg and stretching his somewhat sore shoulders. "It's okay," he said, average. Qingyu raised his hand and gave him a light pat on the back of his head. "The intelligence department hasn't received any reports of the King Kong Iron Spine Eagle appearing near human cities in the past 6 months. Why did you encounter it as soon as you boarded a plane?" Beihou looked up at Qingyu. "It's the Demon Lord." Qingyu's expression changed. He fell silent, pulling out a phone from his coat pocket, dialing a number, and said 3 words into the phone. "Come." After hanging up, he stuffed the phone back into his pocket and placed a hand on Beihou's shoulder. "We'll talk when we get back." His voice was low, so low that only Beihou could hear. "Someone is coming to handle this. We should leave first." His hand moved from Beihou's shoulder to his lower back. Purple lightning surged from his palm, enveloping the bodies of both men. Bang! The thunder exploded. The 2 men slowly rose from the grass, flying away from the place. On the ground, the passengers who walked out of the plane's door looked up, watching as the 2 figures grew smaller and more blurry, eventually becoming 2 tiny black spots that disappeared behind the clouds. What the hell? Are they gods? What was that big bird just now? That person who was fighting the big bird? Who are they? What is that purple light in their hands? Did anyone record this? Quick check if it's still there. A group of people pulled out their phones, and there indeed was a video recorded just now. The crack on the top of the plane, the young man with the black box crawling out of the emergency exit, while that giant bird circled in the sky. The footage shook violently, and the sound was chaotic, but it was clear enough. 15 minutes later, 2 military helicopters flew in from the northeast, their rotor blades roaring from far to near. The helicopters landed on the grass surrounding the plane, the doors opened, and soldiers in camouflage jumped out of the cabin. At the forefront was a Major Young in his 30s with no expression on his face. He walked up to the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, his words were clear and distinct. According to national security laws, what just happened is classified. Please cooperate with our work, sign the confidentiality agreement, and submit to the inspection of your electronic devices. As he spoke, dozens of soldiers approached to confiscate their phones. Some resisted, and a middle-aged man stood up, his voice loud. What right do you have to confiscate my phone? My recorded video is my personal property. This is an infringement. The major did not respond. Two soldiers behind him stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, standing beside the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's words caught in his throat as he looked at the expressionless faces of the two soldiers and their sidearms at their waists, slowly pulling out his phone from his pocket and handing it over. The soldiers began their work. Confidentiality agreements were signed one by one, phones were checked one by one, videos and photos were deleted segment by segment. No one resisted. Qin Ye's hand rested on Gu Beihou's lower back, enveloped in purple lightning, as their bodies slowly descended from the sky over the wilderness. Beneath their feet lay an asphalt road. A military off-road vehicle was parked by the roadside. Next to the vehicle stood a young man in military uniform, around 27 or 28 years old, standing straight, like a military dagger planted in the ground. He saw Qin Yu and Gu Beihou descend from the sky, his gaze lingering on Gu Beihou for less than half a second before opening the back door of the vehicle, standing at attention and saluting. Qin Yu nodded and bent down to sit inside the car. Gu Beihou followed and placed the sword box in the gap between himself and the car door. The lieutenant closed the door, took his seat in the driver's position, and started the engine. The off-road vehicle turned around on the road and headed towards the imperial capital. Gu Beihou leaned back in his seat, turned his head, and looked at Qin Yu sitting beside him. The old man leaned back, his hands crossed over his abdomen, his eyes half closed, appearing to be resting. By the way, old Qin, Gu Beihou's voice carried an uncontrollable excitement. I have broken through to the 5th realm this time. Let's see if I can learn the floating technique at headquarters. Gu Beihou's mind recalled the image of Qin Yu floating 3,000 meters in the air just moments ago. It was simply stunning. His sword control technique could also enable him to fly using his mental energy to manipulate it while standing on the sword. However, with his current mental energy, he could only fly a few hundred meters for a thrill. But the floating technique was different. The floating technique was a specialized flight technique, primarily consuming spiritual power. An ordinary 5th realm demon hunter could sustain flight for several kilometers without issue after mastering the technique. Several kilometers were already sufficient for general combat. Qin Yu opened his eyes and snorted. I noticed that just now, he said, his gaze sweeping over Gu Beihou, assessing him from top to bottom. Your training speed is indeed rapid. It's only been a few days since we last met. You've already broken through to the 5th realm. Gu Beihou curled his lips, leaning back in his seat, his expression and tone casual. No choice, my talent is evident, and I can't afford to be slow. Qin Yu looked speechless, reaching out to pat Gu Beihou on the head. How come you little brat don't know how to be? Qin Yu scolded with a smile. When we go to headquarters this time, keep a low profile, don't cause another ruckus like before. People still remember how you turned the headquarters upside down during training. Gu Beihou chuckled, recalling that period. He was 16, then coming from Yujang to the headquarters training base of the Demon Hunter Alliance. A hot-headed kid from the countryside, without family background, resource accumulation, or any connection. There were dozens of people in the training base at the same time, most from demon hunter families who had cultivated under family guidance since childhood, having resources, techniques, teachers, and lineage. They looked down on him. So, he ended up beating each of them one by one. During that time, he was given a reprimand for using techniques that exceeded training safety standards on the training ground. The arc of Gu Beihou's smile widened slightly, as if the past was still vivid in front of him. The two chatted casually. However, the topic never touched upon the demon lord. Qin Yu did not ask, and Gu Beihou did not say anything. They tacitly left that name for a more appropriate moment. Over an hour later, the off-road vehicle exited the highway and entered a wide main road of the city. The traffic in the imperial capital was entirely different from Yujang. The streets of Yujang only saw congestion during peak hours, but the imperial capital was perpetually congested. The off-road vehicle slowly navigated through the traffic. Gu Beihou looked out the window at the world outside, where tall buildings stood in clusters. The streets were wide and pedestrians hurried. The off-road vehicle turned into a secluded street and arrived under a tall building. The building stood 100 stories high, its glass curtain wall reflecting a dim sheen under the gray afternoon light. Gu Beihou got out of the car, slung the sword box over his back, and stood at the bottom of the building looking up at the gray and white structure. It hasn't changed at all since I last came here years ago. Qin Yu walked up from behind him and stood beside him. What do you think? Qin Yu tilted his head to look at him, a slight smile on his lips. Have you considered staying at headquarters? The potential for development here far exceeds that in Yujang. Gu Beihou quickly shook his head. Stop trying to lure me to headquarters. His tone carried a hint of exasperation. Qin Yu widened his eyes. What's wrong with headquarters? His voice rose slightly. I can promise you that if you come to headquarters, I will help you apply to Imperial Capital University, and then you can have an explanation for your mother. Imperial Capital University. Gu Beihou's eyes dimmed. But if he could be admitted to Imperial Capital University, his mother would surely be very happy. Gu Beihou hesitated for a moment. He'll think about it. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. There's hope. His tone became more enthusiastic. If you are willing to transfer here from Yujang, I can personally arrange for a 5th realm demon hunter to help you secure Yujang. Gu Beihou sighed the sigh long and heavy. Old Qin, stop tempting me. Ooh, I can't resist him. Qin Yu smiled smugly. Humph. He snorted. I can't help, but have you figured out, you little rascal? Gu Beihou rolled his eyes at him and turned towards the entrance of the building. Let's take a look inside. Upon entering the building, the two walked towards a row of elevators deep in the lobby. The elevator doors were silver metal, and above the door frame was a small LCD screen. Qin Yu stood in front of the elevator doors without pressing any buttons, and the doors opened automatically. Old Qin. Hello, Old Qin. There were 3 people in the elevator, 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in the standard uniform of the Demon Hunter Alliance, around 30 years old. Seeing Qin Yu enter, they all stepped back a bit, making space for him. Qin Yu nodded and stood in the center. Gu Beihou followed him into the elevator, standing to Qin Yu's right, leaning the sword box against the corner. The curious gazes of the 3 lingered on Gu Beihou for a moment. The elevator stopped at the 88th floor. The doors opened, revealing the office area of the Thunder Department. The corridor was long, with semi-transparent glass partitions on both sides, behind which were independent office spaces. Qin Yu walked ahead at a steady pace. Gu Beihou followed half a step behind the sword box on his back, and the black training suit stood out starkly against the white walls and gray carpet of the corridor. People in the Thunder Department office saw Qin Yu and stood up from their seats, nodding slightly. Old Qin. Good afternoon, Old Qin. Qin Yu occasionally nodded in response. Someone recognized Gu Beihou, a flicker of surprise crossing their gaze before quickly looking away. A young man walked out from an office across the corridor, holding a stack of documents, brushing past Qin Yu. He took a few steps, suddenly stopping, turning around, his gaze landing on Gu Beihou's back, his mouth opening, his voice loud enough for everyone in the corridor to hear. What the hell? How did this kid get here? A woman beside him elbowed him, whispering, keep it down. The young man didn't lower his voice. Instead, he raised it defiantly, stating, what's there to be afraid of? I want him to hear it. During training, he was arrogant and bullied us. Now he has ended up in a corner not comparable to anyone from headquarters. He then turned to look at Gu Beihou, his gaze filled with anger, grievance, and a hint of anticipation, as if waiting for Gu Beihou to glance back at him. Gu Beihou did not turn back. He continued to follow Qin Yu, his pace unwavering, without any pause. Someone who didn't recognize Gu Beihou asked the person next to them, who is this guy? The person leaned in and whispered a few words. The questioner's expression changed upon hearing the answer, as if he had heard a surprising name. Whispers floated like fallen leaves in autumn, scattered on both sides of the corridor. A voice was soft. Gu Beihou, I was in the same training batch as him. You have no idea how arrogant and tyrannical this guy was. Another voice was even softer, barely audible to those nearby. What did he do? Oh, don't mention it. We were absolutely tormented by him in that training batch. He scored 37th in the monthly exam, not satisfied, and ended up beating all 36 ahead of him, leaving no one unscathed. After beating them, he said something. Can you guess what it was? What did he say? He said, you worthless people don't deserve to be ahead of me. Gu Beihou heard the whispers from both sides of the corridor. His hearing was sharp enough to catch even the faintest syllables from those hushed conversations. Yet his expression remained unchanged. He even recognized a few former acquaintances. Some of those he had trained with at the base were likely working in the headquarters Thunder Department now. The moment their gazes met his, it was as if they had been scalded by something, quickly averting their eyes. You really don't have much charm, do you? Qin Yu said without turning his head, his voice low, yet the whispers in the corridor quieted significantly the moment he spoke. Gu Beihou scoffed disdainfully, his hands stuffed in his pockets, presenting a casual demeanor. His gaze swept over the faces looking at him from both sides of the corridor. What kind of charm is this? Just a bunch of useless waste. Qin Yu's office was at the end of the corridor. He pushed the door open and walked in. Gu Beihou followed him inside and casually closed the door. The office was spacious, resembling a meticulously arranged private study. One wall was a full-length window revealing the skyline of the imperial capital, where towering buildings stood like a forest of steel and concrete under the gray sky. The opposite wall was lined with bookshelves stretching from floor to ceiling, crammed with books and file boxes. Some book spines had faded, and some file box labels had yellowed and curled. Chinyu sat down on the sofa, reached for the teapot on the coffee table, and poured 2 cups of tea. Come sit. He raised a cup of tea, nudging the floating tea leaves with the lid before taking a sip. Beihou sat down on the opposite sofa, took off his sword box from his back, and leaned it against the armrest. The steam from the teacup wafted up to his face, warm and moist. Chinyu set down his teacup, lifted his right hand, and waved it gently over the coffee table. Buzz! Beihou felt an invisible force sweep past the surface of his body. Chinyu activated the isolation array of the office. From this moment on, any conversation in this room would not be perceived by any devices, spells, or entities outside. Chinyu's expression changed. Beihou observed the shift in his demeanor. The teacup in his hand paused momentarily before he gently set it back on the coffee table. So tell me, how did you know about the Demon Lord? Beihou hesitated for a moment. Yesterday, Yujang was once again invaded by 5th-level monsters. Chinyu nodded. His channels for information were far broader than Beihou's. He had already reviewed the battle reports submitted by the Yujang branch early that morning. I know about it. It was a 5th-level rock-armored giant python. I've read the provincial report, which was very detailed, documenting the entire process from discovery to extermination. You did well. Beihou shook his head. He looked at Chinyu and said slowly, it wasn't just one, it was 3. Chinyu's hand holding the teacup froze. 3. His brows furrowed. All 5th level. Beihou nodded. Chinyu set down his teacup and leaned back against the sofa. That's impossible. Even if you are strong enough to deal with one, could it be? Had you already broken through to the 5th realm at that time? Beihou shook his head. No, I broke through only after the battle. Then who helped you kill the other 2? Beihou replied slowly, I killed them all by myself. Chinyu's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing him. You killed them? Beihou felt uneasy under his gaze and cleared his throat. Yes, it was me. Chinyu sat up straight on the sofa, looking serious. Don't exaggerate, I know your abilities. For a 4th realm monster hunter to kill a 5th level monster is already extraordinary, and you killed 3. Beihou fell silent for 2 seconds, tapping his fingers on the armrest twice. That is indeed the case, but I didn't report it. Chinyu's pupils slightly constricted. Not reporting it meant Beihou had concealed the existence of those 2 giant snakes from the provincial and headquarters. Old Chin, don't ask. Just know that I am definitely not a traitor to the Alliance. But Old Chin, don't ask. Just know that I am definitely not a traitor to the Alliance, but I really cannot tell you about that matter. I promised someone. Chinyu pondered for a moment. Alright, I won't push you. Just know what you are doing, you don't stray onto the wrong path. Of course. Alright, you can continue. Beihou took a deep breath. The 2 5th-level monsters I mentioned before said that the 3 of them were sent by something called the Demon Lord to kill me. What exactly is this Demon Lord? Chinyu's eyes suddenly sharpened. The Demon Lord sent monsters. His voice carried a chill Beihou had never heard before. Was that Golden Eagle just now also sent by him? Beihou nodded slowly. Chinyu's expression turned grim. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, turning his back to Beihou, hands clasped behind his back. This is bad. You've attracted too much attention. The Demon Lord has set his sights on you. Now you must come to headquarters. Beihou stood up from the sofa and joined Chinyu at the window. Stop with the theatrics and tell me, who exactly is this Demon Lord? Chinyu turned to face Beihou. He remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. There's not much I can tell you right now. This is a high-level secret of our Central Alliance. With your current clearance, there are many things I cannot disclose, but he paused, looking into Beihou's eyes. I only need to tell you one thing for you to understand the terrifying nature of this Demon Lord. Beihou furrowed his brows. What is it? Chinyu stated word by word. The Demon Lord is a 9th-level monster. What? Beihou's pupils suddenly constricted to a dot. His lips parted slightly, wanting to say something, but his throat felt as if gripped by something, rendering him unable to utter a word. 9th level. That is a being on par with the leader of the Huaxia Monster Hunter Alliance. There is only one 9th level in all of Huaxia. That is the person standing at the very top of the Huaxia Monster Hunter pyramid. The Demon Lord is of the same level as the leader. Beihou took a deep breath. How could such a significant figure have their sights set on me? Chinyu snorted impatiently, turning back to sit on the sofa. Isn't it normal for him to set sights on you? You are a 4th realm monster hunter who not only killed several 5th level monsters, but also uncovered the reason why the monsters concealed their demonic aura. If not you, then who? Beihou seemed to realize something and hurriedly asked, could it be the blood within those monsters? His voice came from the direction of the floor-to-ceiling window. Is it his? No. We have clashed with the Demon Lord before. The characteristics of spiritual power and demonic power are completely different. The black blood within those monsters comes from another being. Then who is it? Qin Yu looked at Gu Beihou, opened his mouth, but then closed it again. Forget it, he said, shaking his head. This matter cannot be told to you, yet after all you are not one of us at headquarters. Some information can only be accessed by personnel within the headquarters. This is the Alliance's rule, and I do not have the authority to make exceptions. Gu Beihou was greatly annoyed by the suspense. Old Qin's words implied he wanted him to transfer to headquarters. He turned around, hands in his pockets, and said irritably, Old Qin, you are getting worse with age. Qin Yu, unfazed by the criticism, laughed heartily, and said, what I said is the truth. You've caught the attention of the Demon Lord, and it's too dangerous in Yujang. Just come directly here for the college entrance exam this time. I will help you apply to the university in the imperial capital. Regarding your matters in Yujang, I'll arrange for someone to take over the work at the branch. As for your mother, I will find someone to take care of her. Gu Beihou hesitated for a long time, his fingers clenched, and then relaxed in his pants pocket. I need to go back and discuss this with my mother. Qin Yu did not pressure him. All right, I can only tell you this much about the Demon Lord. The rest will be when you decide to come to the headquarters and look at the files yourself. Oh, by the way, he looked up at Gu Beihou, didn't you just want to learn the floating technique? Come, I will take you there. The Central Alliance Library on the 97th floor. Gu Beihou had been here before, but standing at the entrance on the 97th floor, he was still taken aback. The library space was vast, with bookshelves extending from the floor to the ceiling, each tier meticulously filled with magical jade slips and cultivation texts. At the entrance stood a curved service desk, its surface white behind, which sat a middle-aged woman with glasses. Upon seeing Qin Yu approach, she stood up and slightly bowed. Elder Qin. Qin Yu nodded and pointed at Gu Beihou behind him. I brought him to exchange for magical techniques. At the entrance stood a curved service desk, its surface white behind, which sat a middle-aged woman with glasses. Upon seeing Qin Yu approach, she stood up. Gu Beihou stepped up to the service desk and provided his name and identification number. The middle-aged woman found his information in the system and tapped a few times on the screen. The floating technique requires 800 contribution points. She adjusted her glasses. Your current account balance is 1425. Gu Beihou nodded. That works. After the middle-aged woman made some operations, she turned and retrieved a jade slip from behind the desk, placing it on the service counter. Gu Beihou picked up the jade slip, which was made of a bluish-white stone, smooth and warm to the touch, with silver-white light patterns faintly flowing within. As he held it in his hand, his spiritual energy surged from his brow into the jade slip. The heart method incantations and the flow of spiritual energy for the floating technique all transformed into streams of information flooding into the depths of his consciousness. Before he could fully digest this information, Qin Yu had already pulled out a black card from his pocket and handed it to the middle-aged woman. Exchange for a copy of the burning thunder slicing sky technique on my card. Gu Beihou was somewhat surprised and chuckled. Old Qin, you're quite generous. The middle-aged woman took the black card, swiped it on the machine, and then went deeper into the library to retrieve another jade slip. Qin Yu took the jade slip and turned to pass it to Gu Beihou. The jade slip was dark gray, smooth on the surface, with dark red light patterns faintly visible with the burning thunder slicing sky technique. Qin Yu said, I originally planned to give this to you when you reach the 6th realm, but since you've gotten involved with the Demon Lord, it's better to learn early for self-defense. Gu Beihou accepted the jade slip, holding it in his palm. The moment the spiritual energy surged in, an image appeared in his mind. A bolt of lightning crashing down from the sky, not striking, but slicing down. Like a gigantic blade formed from condensed lightning, slashing down from the heavens. The lightning blade was different from an ordinary lightning strike. An ordinary lightning strike condenses the power of thunder into the form of a blade and then strikes out. The burning thunder slicing sky technique condenses the power of thunder into a blade, and then layers a high-frequency vibrational spiritual energy field onto the blade, causing it to produce thousands of micro-explosions while cutting through the target, tearing it apart at the molecular level. Gu Beihou couldn't help but feel delighted. This technique could not only be used for the lightning blade, but could also be perfectly integrated into his sword control technique. Applying the vibrational principle of the burning thunder slicing sky technique to the Jiuyo sword, the sword's strikes would no longer be mere physical cuts, but a combination of physical cuts and spiritual energy explosions, doubling the lethality. Gu Beihou carefully stored the 2 jade slips and looked up, grinning at Old Qin. Thanks, Old Qin. I'll repay you once I save enough contribution points. Qin Yu snorted, turning to walk toward the library exit. Once they exited the library, Qin Yu led Gu Beihou directly down to the 1st floor. As the two left the hall, the sunset had emerged from below the clouds. A military helicopter was already parked in the square in front of the headquarters building, its rotor blades still slowly turning, producing a deep rumble. Standing on the steps, Qin Yu had his hands clasped behind him, and his deep blue coat turned a dark golden color in the sunset. "Prepare well for the college entrance exam," Qin Yu said. "I will make sure the intelligence department at headquarters pays more attention to the situation in Yujing. You don't need to worry about the Demon Lord for now. There's nothing you can do about it anyway. What you need to focus on now is just one thing: become stronger." Gu Beihou nodded. "Don't worry, I understand." He then turned and walked down the steps toward the helicopter. The sound of the rotors grew louder as the helicopter slowly ascended. The day after Gu Beihou returned to Yujing, the investigation team was set to depart. Early in the morning, he went to the branch to pick up the college entrance exam review materials organized by Xintian. With less than 3 weeks until the exam, Xintian was more anxious than Gu Beihou's mother, having gathered several sets of predicted papers from the provincial capital. When he picked up the folder, Xintian leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, and said, "The investigation team is leaving today. Aren't you going to see them off?" Gu Beihou thought for a moment, tucked the folder under his arm, and went to the office area on the lower level. The investigation team's luggage was minimal, a few backpacks and document boxes already piled at the elevator entrance. Team leader Old Meng was standing next to the document boxes talking to Han Lai. Su Nanjiao stood nearby wearing a light gray thin coat, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Today Su Nanjiao had subdued her usual sharpness, and her eyes held a softness that she rarely revealed. Gu Beihou walked down the corridor. Upon seeing him, the members of the investigation team turned their gazes toward him in unison. Su Nanjiao turned around, looking at him with bright eyes, stepping forward to stand in front of Gu Beihou, her hands tucked into the pockets of her thin coat, slightly tilting her head to look at his face. "Captain Gu," she said softly, "we're leaving." Gu Beihou replied, "Safe travels." Su Nanjiao paused for a moment, withdrew her hands from her pockets, letting them hang by her sides. "Thank you for what happened that night." Her voice was quiet, but each word clear. "Without you, our entire investigation team would have been in trouble." "No need to thank me," Gu Beihou replied in his usual calm tone. "I'm in charge of Yujing, so of course I can't let anything happen to you here." Su Nanjiao's lips curled slightly, her delicate mouth opened, as if she wanted to say something, but it ultimately turned into an almost imperceptible sigh. "I'm leaving." She then turned and walked back into the crowd of the investigation team. Old Meng nodded at Gu Beihou and pressed the elevator button. The elevator doors opened, and the investigation team members filed in one by one. Su Nanjiao walked in last, glancing back before entering, looking at Gu Beihou with a complex expression that was hard to define. Then she stepped into the elevator, and the doors closed. The week that followed slid back into its old groove. The Demon Lord sent no more beasts to kill him. Each night, when Gu Beihou rode his motorcycle on patrol, the radar on his smartwatch showed nothing but clean emptiness. Yujang likewise had not encountered any monsters above the third realm recently. Only 2 small fiends that secretly fed on humans were apprehended. One was a second-realm fox demon disguised as a stray cat, and lurking in the neighborhood for 3 days, it had captured and drained the chi and blood of 3 people before the patrolling Han Lai seized it on the spot. The other was a first-realm rat demon gnawing on the corpse of a homeless man in the sewer until the radar picked it up. Xintian sent 2 second-realm rookies down. When they came back, their faces were ashen, and one vomited in the restroom for half an hour. Gu Beihou went to school as usual. In the morning, he rode his bicycle to campus, parked it in the innermost reserved spot in the bike shed, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked into the classroom. First period was generally for catching up on sleep, the second for listening, the third for dozing again, the fourth to wait for the bell. Lunch in the canteen, afternoon classes, and evening self-study writing practice papers. Like every other senior student, his desk was piled with textbooks and workbooks, the drawer crammed with test papers and scrap sheets, his backpack perpetually stuffed with unfinished homework and endless exams. The only difference was that he need not burn the midnight oil until 1 or 2 in the morning. His mental vigor far exceeded that of ordinary people, his memory was exceptional, his comprehension unmatched. A math paper that took others 2 hours he finished in 40 minutes. A classical essay that others memorized for an hour he could recite perfectly after reading it 3 times. Yanling Yu exhibited no great anomalies either. She bickered with Gu Beihou from time to time, paid attention in class, and took notes, chatted and shared snacks with the girls after school, and played badminton in PE. Her grades were excellent. Her monthly exam ranking steadily climbed from 5th in the grade when she transferred into 1st place in the entire grade. She never arrived late, never left early, never asked for leave, always handed in assignments on time, and never nodded off in class. Gu Beihou had almost ceased to harbor any suspicion of her. That morning during self-study the homeroom, teacher Li Wan walked in carrying a stack of registration forms, slapped them on the lectern, pushed up her glasses, and swept her gaze across the class. Students, next Friday the school will hold a sports meet. This is our last time participating as seniors. Once you enter university the atmosphere is different and not as lively. So everyone should sign up enthusiastically. Participation matters more than victory. Don't leave yourselves with regrets. The classroom atmosphere snapped from morning lethargy to sports day excitement in an instant. Some began to debate which events to enter, others were already calculating who might place. Yan Lingyu rose from her seat, walked to the lectern, picked up a registration form, and studied it for a moment before taking a pen and writing her name in the girls' 100M column. She returned, placed the form on Gu Beihou's desk, and pointed to the blank slot before him. Hey, you should. Gu Beihou leaned back in his chair, twirling a pen, his gaze fixed on the form with no intention of picking it up. Not interested. Come on, Yin pouted displeasure, shading her voice. You're the only boy in our class who looks at least a little sturdy. If you don't participate, we'll end up last. It's our last senior sports meet. Aren't you afraid of leaving regrets? Sorry. Gu Beihou pushed the form to the center of the desk, moving it farther from himself as he continued to twirl his pen. I really don't mind. What was the point of a school sports meet? Picking on ordinary people was tedious. Yan Lingyu's eyelashes shifted, casting a small fan of shadow across her eyelid. She lowered her head, seized his right arm, and bit his uniform sleeve. Her teeth through the cloth grazed his forearm as she mumbled indistinctly, Brother Beihou, just sign up, okay? Several classmates nearby all turned when they heard Brother Beihou. Some gaped, some stifled laughter, others stared with eyes widened like coins. Gu Beihou narrowed his eyes and looked down at Yan Lingyu, biting his sleeve. There was no ambiguity in his gaze, no helplessness, only a calm, scrutinizing sharpness. To be honest, who told you to persuade me to sign up for track? Yin paused with his sleeve between her teeth. She slowly released, stuck out her tongue, and quickly licked her lips, a sheepish expression blooming on her face. Her eyes flicked to the front row. The class monitor said if I could get you to go to the sports meet, she'd buy me ice cream for a week. Gu Beihou flicked her forehead with a quick tap. The sharp pop made Yin cover her brow. You sold me out for a few ice creams, he said irritably. Yin puffed her cheeks like a puffer fish, words muffled but indignant and self-righteous. Just say yes, will. Gu Beihou snorted and crossed his arms. Fine, he said, if you buy me 2 weeks worth of ice cream, I'll agree. Yan's eyes lit up and her smile shot to its highest arc. She almost clapped, answering at once. Deal. Gu Beihou squinted in puzzlement and leaned back, appraising Yan's face, smiling like a cat that had stolen a dried fish from above. Are you sure? Isn't that a raw deal for you? She asked with a sly smile, chin tilted triumphant in the way of someone who had finally snared her prey. Just kidding, she giggled. The class monitor promised to keep buying me ice cream all the way until the college entrance exam. There are still more than 20 days to go. Gu Beihou's face darkened. He was truly annoyed at being outwitted by this little girl. In the end, he signed up for the boys' 100M. In that event, one only needed to be a body length ahead of second place, which was easier to control. On the day of the sports meet, the sun shone kindly. The rubber track glimmered a deep red in the sunlight, the white lines drawn with precise straightness. Flags lined the field in every color, fluttering in the breeze and mingling with the bright cheering props of classmates in the stands. Flags lined the field in every color, fluttering in the breeze and mingling with the bright cheering props of classmates in the stands. Frowned slightly. She had taken first place, but that was not the point. The point was, like Gu Beihou, she had beaten the second-place runner by only a single body length. That familiar sense of modulating her speed stirred fresh doubt in him. After evening self-study, Gu Beihou walked home beside Yan Lingyu, pushing his bicycle. Streetlights on either side stretched their shadows long. The two silhouettes overlapped and parted along the sidewalk over and over. His school uniform hung over the handlebars, the white short-sleeved t-shirt fluttering in the night breeze. His pace matched the rhythm of the bicycle wheels turning. Yan Lingyu walked to his right, the hem of her skirt swaying above her knees. About the 100 meters today, Gu Beihou began. Did you purposely finish only one body length ahead of second place? Her steps faltered for a moment, then resumed. She turned her head toward him. The lamplight split her face into halves of brightness and shadow. A sly curve formed on her lips as she tilted her head. You tell me. Gu Beihou narrowed his eyes, his gaze lingering on her face for several seconds, as if searching for something. Yin did not avert her eyes as she simply smiled back. I'm not a child. No need to guess. Gu Beihou grunted. All right, let's go. He swung onto his bicycle and pushed down on the pedal. The wheels made a soft rolling sound on the asphalt as bike and shadow dissolved into the darkness. Yan Lingyu stood beneath the lamplight, watching his silhouette vanish around the corner, and she watched for a long. Days passed by just like that. The countdown on the college entrance exam board changed from 20 to 10, then from 10 to single digits. Gu Beihou went to school, came back, ate, slept, took exams, patrolled, and practiced every day. The demon lord no longer sent monsters, and Yujang did not see any high-level monsters appearing again. Yet he always felt that something was off. The demon lord gave up so easily. As the college entrance exam approached, Gu Beihou was still struggling with whether to go to the imperial capital. Qinye's temptation was like a hook pulling at his heart, stirring his indecision. That evening study session, the fluorescent lights in the classroom emitted a low-frequency hum mixing with the scratching sound of pens on paper and the occasional rustle of turning pages, creating a white noise that made one drowsy. Gu Beihou was working on an English test paper when Yin Lingyu reached over and poked his elbow with her pen. "Hey, which school are you planning to apply to?" "I haven't decided yet." Gu Beihou flipped to the next page of the paper. "What about you? Are you going back to the south?" Yin Lingyu shook her head. She put down her pen, placed her hands on the table, rested her chin on her hands, and gazed at the line of white chalk on the blackboard. 3 days until the college entrance exam. "I want to go to the imperial capital." Gu Beihou paused his pen. He turned to look at her, confusion in his eyes. "Why do you want to go to the imperial capital?" "Because it's been my dream since I was a child to attend the imperial capital university." Her eyes sparkled. Gu Beihou stared into her eyes for several seconds. "Oh, the imperial capital sounds nice." He then lowered his head and continued writing. In the evening, Gu Beihou returned home. The lights in the living room were still on, and Qin Diyun was watching television. The screen showed a special program on a television station counting down to the college entrance exam, featuring an expert discussing how to adjust one's mindset 3 days before the exam. Gu Beihou changed his shoes and placed his backpack on the sofa. "Mom." Qin Diyun picked up the remote and turned off the TV, patting the space next to her. "Come sit down." Gu Beihou sat down. "There are 3 days left until the college entrance exam," Qin Diyun said softly. "Which university are you planning to go to?" "Mom, where do you want me to go?" Gu Beihou asked, remaining silent for a few seconds, tapping his fingers mindlessly on his knee. Qin Diyun turned her head to look at him, speaking gently. "Of course you should go wherever you want. You are already an adult and should have your own plans for the future. I haven't worried about your studies from childhood to now, and for such a big matter as the college entrance exam, you should decide for yourself." "Don't you want me to stay in Yujang?" Gu Beihou asked. Qin Diyun shook her head. "What's good about Yujang? It's a small city with only one second-tier university. If your grades are good, you should aim higher and go to a big city to experience the outside world." Gu Beihou remained silent for a moment. He stood up from the sofa and picked up his backpack. "I understand." 3 days later. College entrance exam. At 6 in the morning, Gu Beihou was awakened by the alarm clock. He opened his eyes, lay in bed for a few seconds, then kicked off the covers and sat up. Outside the window, the sky was already bright, and the early summer sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, creating a slender golden line on the floor. He put on his school uniform and walked out of the room. Qin Diyun was already in the kitchen. A frying pan on the stove was cooking 2 eggs and a sausage. She plated the fried eggs and sausage, arranging them in the shape of 100. She brought the plate to the dining table, then took out 2 slices of toasted bread from the toaster and poured a glass of warm milk. "Eat this sausage and 2 eggs and you'll score 100 in every subject." Qin Diyun placed her hands on her hips, her face showing a proud expression of creativity. Gu Beihou looked at the 100 on the plate, amused yet exasperated. "Mom," he picked up his chopsticks and picked up a fried egg, the yolk still runny. He took a bite, and the warm egg liquid burst in his mouth. "The full score is 150 now." Qin Diyun lightly tapped the back of his head. "I don't even know your level. Scoring 100 would be impressive." Gu Beihou swallowed the fried egg, took a sip of milk, feeling the warm milk slide down his throat and warm his stomach. "That's not certain." He raised his head, looking at Qin Diyun, a slight smile on his lips. "What if I get into the Imperial Capital University?" Qin Diyun smiled at him. "If you really get into the Imperial Capital University," she reached out and ruffled Gu Beihou's hair. "When your dad comes back, we'll go back to our hometown together and visit your grandfather's grave to see if there's smoke coming out of it." Gu Beihou finished everything on his plate and drank the milk from his cup. He stood up, pushed his chair back under the table, and picked up his backpack. "I'm off." At the entrance of 7 High School, a red banner was hung above the doorway, wishing our senior students a successful exam. Under the banner stood a row of teachers wearing red t-shirts with the homeroom teacher Li Wan at the forefront. The words "Victory" were printed in gold on her red t-shirt. Gu Beihou parked his bicycle in the shed, shouldered his backpack, and walked towards the exam hall. He entered the teaching building, went up to the 3rd floor, and found his examination room. At the entrance of the exam room stood a female teacher in uniform, holding a metal detector, checking each candidate entering the exam hall. Gu Beihou hesitated for a moment, then took off his electronic watch. He walked into the exam room, found his seat, and sat down. The exam began. At this moment in the east of Yujang City, in an abandoned building materials market, a centipede covered in gray-black armor burst out from the underground parking lot. Its body was longer than a bus with a pair of scythe-like legs on each segment, and the edges of its legs were sharp as razors glinting in the sunlight. In the south of the city, on the surface of Yujang Lake, a gigantic crocodile surfaced from the center of the lake. Its body was similar in size to that of the giant rock-armored python in Crescent Bay, but its scales were dark green with a row of serrated bone spines on its back, and its tail was thicker and shorter than that of the python. The moment it surfaced, the boats floating on the lake were pushed ashore by the waves it created, scraping loudly against the stones on the bank. In the west of the city, in the direction of the old industrial area, a jet-black leopard leaped between tall buildings. Its size was comparable to that of an adult bull, but its body was longer and more streamlined than any leopard, capable of jumping over 100 meters with each leap from the rooftop of one building to another, moving so fast that surveillance cameras only captured a blurry shadow. In the north of the city, atop the hill in Beihou Park, a gray-white giant wolf stood on the highest rock, coldly gazing down at the valley. It stood over 5 meters tall and more than 10 meters long, its gray-white fur billowing in the wind. In the city, at the commercial center, a gigantic spider crawled out from between the scaffolding of a building under construction. Its body was larger than a van, with 8 long legs, each several meters long, and the hairs on its legs glistened with a dark red sheen in the sunlight. After it crawled out of the scaffolding, it did not attack immediately, but climbed along the outer wall of the building until it reached the rooftop, where it settled, spreading its 8 legs. Yet through all this, the Demon Hunter Alliance's demon detection radar did not sound an alarm. 5 monstrous creatures appeared throughout Yujing, and the first to notice was not radar, but people. The first alarm call came from a security guard at the Eastern Construction Material Market. His voice trembled on the phone, almost unable to form a complete sentence. It took the operator half a minute to extract the keywords from his tremors. There are monsters. A giant centipede. It's as big as a bus. It's inside the market. Following closely. The second call came from a tourist at Yujing Lake Scenic Area. The third call came from a resident in the Western District. The fourth call was from an elderly person exercising at Beihou Park. The fifth call came from office workers in the city center. Xintian saw the first red dot on the radar at the same time the first alarm call was received. The radar showed no readings, and she manually adjusted the detection frequency and scanning range, finding 5 extremely weak and nearly non-existent signals in the blank space. The monster's hiding ability has upgraded. If they weren't moving, it might have been impossible to detect them. 5 signals. 5 different directions. However, it was impossible to determine the level of the monsters. Xintian had no time to hesitate and immediately ordered the action teams to set out. Han Lai took the first team to the east, the second team to the south, the third team to the west, the fourth team to the north, and the fifth team to the city center. 5 teams, 5 monster hunters facing 5 monstrous creatures. 10 minutes later, the first casualty report came through Shinshin's communicator. In the east, Han Lai's first team had 2 members swept away by the centipede's legs, dying on the spot. The second report followed closely. In the south, the second team found that the giant alligator was no longer in the lake when they arrived by the lakeside. It had crawled out of the water and was moving along Lakeside Road. The third report. The entire action team was wiped out. Xintian gritted her teeth, paused her finger on the communicator, then pressed the emergency help button. The signal went through the Monster Hunter Alliance's dedicated network, directly reaching the provincial headquarters. Provincial headquarters, this is the Yujing branch. 5 monstrous creatures have appeared in our city. We have dispatched action teams to handle the situation, but the power disparity is vast. We request urgent support. The response came 10 seconds later, urgent in tone. Yujing, this is the provincial headquarters. We are also under invasion by monsters, and the scale is larger than Yujing. We currently cannot allocate manpower to support you. We have requested assistance from the Central Alliance, and you must find a way to hold out until help arrives. Shinshin's finger slipped off the communicator. It's over. Shinshin's hands were shaking. She picked up her phone, opened the chat with Gu Beihou, and typed a message, Captain Guyu. She stared at the line for a few seconds, deleting it word by word. He is taking the college entrance examination. Xintian stood up and grabbed the car keys from the table. She walked out of the monitoring room, entered the elevator, went up to the first floor, and passed through the gym's front desk. The receptionist was wiping down the treadmill screens. When she saw Xintian walking over with a pale face, she called out, Sister Xintian. Xintian did not respond. 4 action team vehicles were parked at the gym's entrance, and 5 vehicles had already left. These were the remaining spare vehicles. Xintian opened the door of one vehicle, got in, and started the engine. She was very familiar with every street in Yujing. She had traveled the road from the gym to the 7th high school many times, but she had never driven so fast before. Her phone vibrated on the passenger seat. She picked it up to take a glance. It was a reply from the military. Before departing, she had sent a help message to the military requesting troops to enter the 7th high school campus to contact Beihou. During the college entrance examination period, ordinary people cannot enter the examination hall. The military's response contained only one line. A squad of troops has been dispatched to the 7th high school and will contact you upon arrival. Xintian threw the phone back onto the passenger seat and pressed the accelerator to the floor. In the 7th high school examination room, Beihou was working on the last big question of the math paper. His scratch paper was filled with formulas and calculation steps, and the pencil marks were somewhat messy. He had already spent 20 minutes on this question, trying several different approaches and paths, but each one led to a dead end halfway, through like roads leading to a cul-de-sac. He took a deep breath, feeling a wave of irritation. It was as if something bad was about to happen. Suddenly, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the examination room. Beihou's hand paused. He glanced out the window with his peripheral vision and saw figures rushing in the corridor, soldiers in camouflage uniforms, fully armed, holding guns. The front door of the examination room was pushed open. The door slammed against the wall with a bang, and all the students in the examination room looked up. A girl even let out a shriek before covering her mouth. Xintian stood at the door wearing a dark blue work jacket, her hair disheveled, her face as pale as paper. Her gaze swept across the entire examination room, locking onto Beihou's position. She walked through the rows of desks and chairs in the examination room amidst the terrified gazes of the students and the proctor's voice. "This lady, you." She reached Beihou. "Captain Gu, something has happened." Beihou looked up at Xintian, still holding his pen. His expression grew serious. Xintian never addressed him as Captain Gu. In public, it was her professional etiquette, a line that had never been crossed between them. Today she crossed that line as she no longer cared. Beihou immediately put down his pen and stood up. "Let's talk outside." The proctor was a man in his 50s with graying hair, wearing a faded polo shirt. He hurried over from the podium, arms outstretched to block Beihou. "Student, where do you think you're going? The exam isn't over yet. There are still 40 minutes left. No one can leave." Beihou looked at the proctor's side and then grabbed his paper. Rip. He tore it to shreds. Then, feeling a sense of release, he said, "Sorry, I'm not taking it anymore." He walked out of the examination room with Xintian under the shocked gazes of the proctor and all the students. In the corridor, 6 soldiers stood at the stairway, armed to the teeth, led by a second lieutenant. He saw Xintian and Beihou come out and saluted. "Comrade Beihou, we are here on orders. Go." Xintian interrupted him, pulling Beihou down the stairs. Beihou's expression sharpened as he walked and asked, "What's going on?" Xintian took a deep breath and spoke as quickly as she could. 5 monstrous creatures have appeared, distributed in 5 directions of Yujing. The radar didn't alert us, and our action team suffered heavy casualties, estimated to be at least above the 4th realm, possibly even the 5th realm. Beihou did not panic and immediately said, "Contact the provincial headquarters for support." The provincial headquarters is also under monster invasion and cannot provide support. They have requested help from the Central Alliance, but we don't know when it will arrive. Xintian gritted her teeth and said, "We can only rely on ourselves now." Beihou looked at the 5 rapidly moving red dots on the radar, furrowing his brow, and said coldly, "Bring up the Yujing map." Xintian quickly took out a tablet and displayed the map. Beihou focused intently for 10 seconds, his frown deepening. Xintian anxiously asked, "What's the situation? Any discoveries?" Beihou exhaled a breath of foul air and spoke each word deliberately. "These 5 monsters are all moving in the same direction. It's here. Their target is the examination point at Shizhong." Xintian was immediately shocked, incredulously exclaiming, "Have the monsters gone insane? Do they want to start a war?" Beihou ignored her. His mind was racing. He was certain that this was a trap set by the Demon Lord. It was a provocation against human demon hunters. As for why it was Yujing, perhaps it was related to his resolution of the Black Blood case. Regardless, he had to find a way to minimize the losses. The provincial department could not provide support, and the central reinforcements were uncertain in their arrival. The 5 action teams were already engaged in combat with the monsters, with 2 seriously injured. The losses from other directions had not yet been reported, but judging by the significant disparity in strength, the losses would not be small. Beihou walked out of the teaching building and onto the playground. The playground was empty. Xintian's phone vibrated. She glanced at it, and her complexion turned even paler. East of the city, Han Lai reports that the centipede has breached the first line of defense and is moving towards the city. South of the city, the giant crocodile has left Huban Road and is heading north along the main road. West of the city, the Black Panther is moving too fast. The third team lost track of it with its last known location in the commercial district west of the city, less than 50 kilometers from Yujang. North of the city, the giant wolf has descended from Beihou, traversing Beihou Park, heading towards the city center. In the city, the spider remains atop the commercial center building, not moving. Her voice grew increasingly urgent and rapid, like a tightly strung string that could snap at any moment. Beihou stood on the playground, his expression very calm. From the monster's trajectory, they intended to create chaos throughout Yujing before converging here at the examination site. Meanwhile, many videos of the monster's appearances had surfaced online. In the surveillance footage from the building materials market east of the city, the scene of the centipede breaking ground from the underground parking lot was uploaded online. The video shook violently, and the sound was chaotic, but the gigantic centipede, several meters long, could be clearly seen. Tourists in the south captured the moment the giant crocodile surfaced from the lake with their phones, the surface of Yujing Lake boiling as if it were being cooked. Residents in the west captured the Black Panther leaping across from the opposite building with their windows, its speed so fast that only a black shadow was visible in the video. The first comment section post had over 10,000 likes. Is this made by AI? It's too realistic. It must be a new work from some special effects team. AI videos are getting increasingly absurd nowadays. If you look closely at that centipede, its shadow is real. AI can't produce such realistic shadows. Upstairs now, AI can do everything. What's so special about shadows? I am from Yujing. I saw that crocodile with my own eyes. I was by the lake when it emerged. This is not fake, it's real. I stake my life on it. Another attention seeker, case closed. Fool. On the Yujing playground, Beihou turned around to look at Xintian. His expression was eerily calm, but the occasional flashes of thunder in his eyes revealed the anger. Beihou coldly said, "Now immediately order the military and city bureau to deploy all police forces and evacuate all civilians near the examination site." Xintian's finger pressed the number for the military's emergency contact. What's the reason? She raised her head, locking eyes with Beihou for a brief moment, her finger hovering over the dial key without pressing it. We need to give the military and city bureau a reason for evacuating thousands of people, otherwise it will cause panic. Air raid alert. Xintian's brow furrowed for a moment before she relaxed. I understand. Her finger pressed the dial key. The call was brief, lasting less than a minute. The response from the military was also very short, asking only one question: evacuation radius. Xintian glanced at Beihou, who extended a hand with fingers spread wide. Centered on Yujing with a radius of 5 kilometers. Xintian repeated this number into the phone, and the call was ended. While Xintian was on the phone, Beihou had already walked to the edge of the playground, turning his back to her face. Xintian's voice came from behind, carrying a cautious uncertainty that she wasn't even aware of. She knew what the answer should be, but she hoped Beihou would say a different answer. Beihou did not turn around. The examination continues. His voice came from the front, as flat as a lake. Set up a spiritual energy barrier near the examination site to prevent the monsters from discovering them. Xintian closed her eyes. She imagined those candidates sitting in the examination hall, the tips of their pens scratching across the answer sheets, completely unaware that above them, beyond the surrounding walls, 5 level 5 monsters were converging here. Many of them, after the examination today, might go out for a farewell dinner with classmates, possibly return home to discuss what majors to fill out with their parents, and perhaps see the news of unidentified creatures appearing in Yujing, while scrolling through their phones at night, commenting, "Isn't this made by AI?" They would not know that on the day of the college entrance examination, someone was blocking the darkest side of this world for them, even though they could not see it. Additionally, send all members of the action teams out. Beihou's voice continued, interrupting Xintian's thoughts. Preemptively reach the trajectories of the 5 monsters and evacuate all civilians along the way, ensuring their safety. He paused, adding, under the premise of ensuring safety, maintain confidentiality. Yes. Xintian opened her eyes. Her fingers were already swiftly sliding across the phone screen, sending out instructions one after another from her fingertips. East of the city, centipede predicted route moving north along Jiefeng Road. Immediately evacuate civilians along the way. South of the city, giant crocodile predicted route turning north along Huban Road into Zhongshan Road. West of the city, Black Panther extremely fast, unable to predict the route, accurately suggested to expand the evacuation range to the entire western commercial district. Xintian sent out the final instruction, raised her head, and found Beihou had already walked to the center of the playground, heading towards the school gate. She jogged to catch up the sound of her sneakers on the rubber track, producing short, dull thuds. Captain Gu, you've scattered our action team members. Do you plan to confront these 5 level 5 monsters alone? Gu Beihou's footsteps did not stop his strides unchanged, not even turning his head. Send someone to fetch my sword box. His voice floated back casual, as if asking for a cup of water from the classroom. Xintian slowed her steps, and then stopped. She stood on the playground watching Gu Beihou's silhouette grow more distant, his blue and white school uniform appearing particularly thin under the early summer sun. Her heart tightened, and she instinctively shouted no. Before she could finish, Gu Beihou immediately turned around. Shut up. Xintian froze for a moment, her lips trembling. Gu Beihou snapped. I don't have time to indulge you right now. Show your professional attitude, and get to work. 20 minutes later. Around the examination center of No. 7 High School, everything was operating swiftly under the orders of Gu Beihou. The military personnel arrived first with 16 military trucks driving in from the eastern garrison, setting up a security line around the examination point. Soldiers jumped down from the trucks clad in camouflage uniforms, wearing steel helmets, holding rifles, their faces devoid of any expression. They had not received any specific combat orders, only the command to assist a certain department in evacuating personnel at all costs. No one told them why evacuation was necessary. Police cars from the city bureau rushed in from all directions, their sirens glaringly bright under the sunlight, the red and blue lights flashing on every street surrounding the examination center. Traffic police directed vehicles to turn around and reroute, while security officers knocked on doors informing residents, due to air defense alerts, please evacuate immediately to the designated shelters. Someone asked what air defense alert. The response was brief, it's a superior order, please cooperate. No one continued to ask further. The military's stern attitude made everyone who saw them understand. This was not a drill, this was not a joke. Gradually guided by the military, the crowds began to move quickly along the designated evacuation routes. Some were still on the phone, others were sending messages. No one cried, no one screamed, no one ran. Because no one knew what they were fleeing from. Members of the action team from the Yujang branch, both combat-ready and non-combatants, were all dispatched. Han Lai withdrew from the front lines in the east of the city with a blood-soaked bandage wrapped around his left arm, but he did not go to the medical room. Instead, he was directly reassigned from the first team to the evacuation group, taking 2 capable team members with him to evacuate residents along the Centipede's advance route. In an apartment building lived an elderly woman in her 80s who had difficulty walking and could not evacuate by herself. A member of the Yujang branch immediately picked her up without hesitation. The elderly woman clung to his back, anxiously asking what was happening. It's okay, just a routine drill, the team member gently reassured her. South of the city, west of the city, north of the city, in the city center. Every direction of Yujang City was unfolding the same urgent evacuation scene. The deployment of the spiritual barriers was initiated simultaneously. All the spiritual barrier generators stored in the Yujang branch warehouse were brought out, totaling more than a dozen, densely arranged in various corners outside No. 7 High School. Xintian personally adjusted the parameters of each barrier generator, maximizing the coverage area, extending the duration to the longest, and minimizing the energy consumption. Virum. Dozens of spiritual barriers were activated simultaneously. Silver-white light barriers rose from all directions, merging and connecting in midair, ultimately forming a massive hemispherical light membrane that securely enveloped the entire No. 7 examination center. The light barrier appeared almost transparent under the bright sunlight, only revealing a layer of shimmering silver sheen that rippled like water when viewed from specific angles. Inside the barrier, the examination room remained calm and normal, with the examinees completely unaware. Outside the barrier, there were no signs of unusual activity. At this moment, the sturdy spiritual barrier completely isolated and concealed the entire examination venue from the crisis-ridden Yujang. Xintian stood at the school gate holding a tablet, the screen displaying real-time data on the stable operation of the spiritual barrier. Meanwhile, at the Yujang branch, investigator Xiao Zhou received Xintian's order and rushed to the training room to retrieve Gu Beihou's sword box. The box was heavier than expected, and even as a second-tier demon hunter, he could only bear it through gritted teeth, struggling to move. His heart was filled with shock. What kind of divine weapon was this to be so heavy? He could barely move it. After a long journey to No. 7 High School, he looked up to see Gu Beihou standing alone on the rooftop of the teaching building. Xiao Zhou gritted his teeth, carrying the heavy sword box step by step up to the rooftop. By the time he reached behind Gu Beihou, his clothes were already soaked with sweat and his stamina was nearly depleted. He carefully unloaded the sword box from his shoulder, propping it upright beside Gu Beihou. A dull thud suddenly echoed. The heavy metallic box struck the concrete floor, resonating in the empty silence of the rooftop. Captain Gu, your weapon. Xiao Zhou's voice trembled slightly, not out of fear, but purely from exhaustion. His arms hung weakly at his sides, beads of sweat dripped from his fingertips onto the cold concrete floor. Gu Beihou, with his back to him, did not turn, his voice calm and detached. Go rest now. Xiao Zhou opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately just nodded silently, turning to leave slowly. He walked towards the rooftop entrance, his steps unsteady, reaching out to steady himself against the iron doorframe before slowly descending the rooftop. His heart was filled with admiration. It was hard to imagine how Captain Gu could effortlessly wield such a heavy divine weapon. On the rooftop, silence returned. Gu Beihou stood alone before him, the ancient and heavy sword box beneath him, the myriad lights of Yujang City. He raised his gaze to the distance. At the end of his sight was the complete skyline of Yujang. The gray and plain buildings of the old town, the dazzling glass facades of the new district, and the bridges spanning the river, all were within view. The entire city was engulfed in unprecedented noise and busyness, with countless citizens urgently evacuating to safety. In the online world, similarly, undercurrents were stirring. The National Emergency Control was fully activated, directly blocking all online entries and hot topics related to Yujang. Videos of the monsters circulated online, deleted upon posting, with zero retention. Even if a few pieces of content slipped through, they would be automatically flagged by the system as AI effects or false creations. Beyond Yujang, no one knew that this city was facing a catastrophic crisis. Gu Beihou slowly raised his hand, his fingertips gently tapping the metal corners of the sword box, producing a faint sound. He was waiting. With his extraordinary vision, he could clearly see 5 different colored plumes of smoke rapidly approaching the No. 7 examination center under the distant skyline. Monsters were rapidly converging. His nostrils flared, and in an instant 5 intense and fierce demonic auras surged into his nostrils, clear and unmistakable. Level 5 monsters, red-scaled, 1,000-legged centipede. Level 5 monsters, Xuanjia crocodile. Level 5 monsters, Shadow/Xianfeng leopard. Level 5 monsters, Howling Moon Wolf King. Level 5 monsters, Wansixianluo spider. Whoosh! Gu Beihou bent down, positioning the heavy sword box upright before him. He pressed the lock of the sword box with his fingertips. Click! A crisp sound rang out, and the lock sprang open. He did not lift the box lid, merely releasing the confinement. Then he casually shoved his hands into his pockets, his posture relaxed and nonchalant. He did not at all resemble a demon hunter about to face 5 level 5 monsters. Instead, he appeared as though he were quietly waiting for a long-awaited old friend. No, an old foe. Waiting for the monsters to arrive, then slay them. The wind rustled on the rooftops, silent and tranquil. Occasionally, a gentle breeze passed, mingling with the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Warm sunlight poured down from behind him, casting his slender figure long against the concrete rooftop. The youth, clad in a clean blue and white school uniform, stood with his hands in his pockets amidst the cosmos. Before him lay 3 demon-slaying swords, beneath his feet the safety of the entire city. Alone, he awaited the arrival of the 5 ferocious beasts. The bell rang, signaling the end of the exam before the monsters had even arrived. A gentle and polite female voice echoed through the broadcast. The exam time is up. Please stop writing immediately, organize your answer sheets and test papers on the desk, and wait for the invigilators to collect them. The examinees hurriedly began to pack their stationery. Everyone quickly stuffed their pens into their pencil cases, carefully placed their admission tickets into transparent folders, their movements hurried yet orderly. After collecting the last paper, the invigilator meticulously counted them. Once confirmed, the teacher signed the sealed bag. The door to the examination room swung open. Countless students rushed out. Their expressions varied. Some showed joy, while others were filled with distress. However, most of them displayed a sense of relief, mixed with anxiety and tension for the next exam. But in the next moment, everyone's footsteps came to a sudden halt. At the entrance of the teaching building stood a large number of soldiers. Hundreds of military personnel dressed in orderly camouflage uniforms, wearing helmets and holding firearms, stood in formation, blocking all exits. The entire scene fell into an instant silence. All students' gazes landed on the soldiers' cold black gun barrels. What the hell? What's going on? Why is the route to the teaching building blocked? Students in the back, unaware of the situation, pushed and shouted loudly. Those in front moved forward. Why are you dawdling? Do you think someone is pointing a gun at you? The voice of a student in the front row trembled as he bitterly retorted. You're damn right. The air suddenly froze. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees in an instant, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. At the front of the line, a middle-aged man in a colonel's uniform stepped forward slowly. He was over 50, not particularly tall, but his gaze was sharp and resolute. Four stars shone on his shoulder under the sunlight, exuding a steady and intimidating aura. He stood in front of over 1,000 students in blue and white uniforms. Behind him were hundreds of armed soldiers standing like a wall. The colonel's gaze slowly swept across the young, bewildered faces, and he spoke in a deep voice. "Students, I apologize, but we are currently conducting military drills, and no one is allowed to leave the examination area." He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the numerous heads poking out from the windows of the teaching building, his tone turning unyielding. "Return to your classrooms immediately and draw all the curtains. From now on, regardless of any noise, you are strictly forbidden to lift the curtains or open the windows. Remember, this is an order." The moment his words fell, the crowd erupted into chaos. Military drills. Who conducts drills during the college entrance exam? The papers are collected. The exam is over. Why are we being kept inside the school? My parents are still waiting outside for me. If they can't reach me, they'll definitely panic. Does anyone have a charged phone? Let me borrow it. Panic and questioning voices rose and fell. Someone trembled, pointing at the guns in the soldiers' hands. "No, look at their guns, they're real guns. Drills don't use live ammunition. Did you hear the noise from the east? It sounded like something huge." No one could answer the crowd's questions. The soldiers were like an unyielding iron wall, standing silently at each entrance. The colonel quietly gazed at the restless, fearful students before him, offering no explanations or reassurances. His lips moved slightly as if he had 1,000 words, but ultimately everything was suppressed within. Even he himself knew little of the truth. All he could do was to hold his ground here. To block all students, preventing anyone from stepping out of the school, shielding them from the silver barrier above, and keeping them from seeing the terrifying entities that only existed in nightmares. The students, filled with reluctance and fear, could only dawdle and unwillingly turned back towards the teaching building. Amid the noisy crowd, Yan Lingyu remained seated in her original position, not moving an inch. From the moment the exam ended and the bell rang, she had sat motionless in her seat. As her classmates packed their belongings and left, she remained oblivious. The noisy voices in the corridor faded away from close to distant, from dense to sparse, until complete silence returned. The entire teaching building gradually quieted down. Seeing this, the invigilator quickly walked over, inquiring with confusion. "Student, why are you still here?" Yan Lingyu didn't lift her head, her expression indifferent, softly retorting, "Where to go? Where else could she go but outside?" The teacher thought she was dazed after the exam and left in confusion. Suddenly, a roar that shook the heavens erupted from outside the school. The tremendous sound echoed, causing the glass windows of the teaching building to tremble violently. Dust that had accumulated in the window frames fell in droves. Inside the exam room, screams erupted in unison. "Oh, what was that noise? Could it be that a ferocious beast from the zoo has escaped?" Panic spread instantly to every classroom. At the entrance of the teaching building, the colonel raised his arm palm, facing down, and pressed down suddenly. A simple action was the absolute command for action. The lined-up soldiers sprang into action, their movements swift and orderly. Some soldiers guarded the stairway, some sealed off the ends of the corridor, while the remaining ones stood in pairs guarding every classroom door. A lieutenant quickly entered the classroom, his voice not loud, but carrying an unyielding authority. "Everyone return to your seats, immediately draw the curtains, and do not approach the windows. Regardless of any noise you hear, you are not allowed to leave your seats." The crowd was in a panic, but no one dared to be the first to act, all of them staring rigidly at him. The lieutenant's brows furrowed, his voice suddenly rising. "I said, draw the curtains immediately. Everyone follow orders." Under the pressure, the students finally began to act in a panic. One by one, the curtains were slowly drawn shut, blocking out the light from the outside. The sunlight was completely obstructed, plunging the classroom into darkness. The harsh fluorescent lights above flickered on, glaring in the dim environment. Inside and outside the teaching building, they were completely separated into two entirely different worlds. Outside, the roars of ferocious beasts erupted continuously, one after another. No one knew what brutal scenes were unfolding beyond the walls. Yet the sounds of metal grinding, the booming of massive objects hitting the ground, and the eerie, unfamiliar roars of ferocious beasts struck straight to the heart. This was a fear stemming from the instinct of life. In the window seat, Yan Lingyu remained. The curtain was less than half a meter from her right hand. She quietly stared at the closed curtains, her gaze calm. After a few seconds, she slowly shifted her gaze away, showing no curiosity. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Beihou stood at the edge, his figure tall and solitary. The sword box stood straight before him, its lock already unlatched, the lid slightly closed, three unparalleled long swords lying quietly within, poised to strike. The smartwatch on his wrist vibrated slightly. A message from Xintian: all personnel have been evacuated. The spiritual energy barrier is operational, and the action team has fully retreated, awaiting your orders outside the examination site. Gu Beihou glanced at the message without replying. He slowly withdrew his right hand from his pocket, gently placing his palm on the lid of the sword box. In the next moment, a clear vibration traveled up from the ground beneath him. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy rhythmic tremors emanated from underground, caused by a massive creature rushing at high speed, its steps shaking the earth. Gu Beihou raised his gaze, his pitch-black eyes suddenly locking onto the direction of the school gate. They were coming. He raised his hand and slowly pushed open the sword box. Three divine swords appeared in parallel, their cold gleam piercing the edge sharp enough to cut. 9 nether / abyss wailing ghost. His fingertips gently brushed over the blades of the 3 swords, each one resonating softly under his touch. The swords had spirits. They were eager, anticipating the thrill of battle. A glimmer of fierce battle intent flashed in Gu Beihou's eyes as he whispered softly, "Old friends today, let's have a feast and kill them." Swiftly, as his voice fell, he slung the heavy sword box back onto his back, his posture fierce. Meanwhile, outside the school, 5 enormous and menacing monster silhouettes stood still, their eyes fixed on the examination site protected by the barrier. The shadow / mystic wind leopard was the first to arrive. Its gray-black body glistened like a carved piece of obsidian under the sunlight, with muscles subtly undulating beneath its fur. Its eyes were amber, vertical pupils slender and sharp, slowly rotating in their sockets, firmly locking onto the blue and white figure on the rooftop. The crimson-scaled, 1,000-legged centipede slowly crawled out from the end of the eastern street. Its body shimmered with a dark red luster under the sunlight, with delicate patterns resembling golden lines etched along the edges of each segment. It had numerous legs, so many that they were difficult to count, each one sharp and scythe-like, carving deep parallel grooves into the asphalt. The giant centipede raised its head high, and within its 2 enormous compound eyes, the entire outline of the 7th middle school examination site was clearly reflected. The Xian armor-covered river crocodile rushed in from the southern Jade River waters. As its massive body moved through the streets, the ground trembled violently, with the tiles beneath its feet shattering and sinking. Its back was covered with thick, dark green scales, each scale's edge sharp, like a blade glinting with a cold, dark light in the sunlight. The howling moon song wolf king stood at the northern position of the 7th middle school examination site. Its gray-white fluffy fur danced wildly in the fierce wind, exuding a formidable presence. Its eyes resembled 2 polished moonstones set in their sockets, with a piercing glare that could capture one's soul. The 10,000 silk heavenly spider approached rapidly from the direction of the city's commercial center. It swiftly climbed along the outer walls of the tall buildings, occasionally spinning silk to leap through the air, darting between the structures. 8 long pitch-black legs spread wide between the skyscrapers, its fearsome appearance instilling dread. Finally, it stopped atop an office building on the west side of the 7th middle school, its 8 legs curled, coiled, and ready to strike. 5 formidable 5th-tier monsters occupied 5 different positions, completely surrounding the 7th middle school. The roaring sound heard by all students within the teaching building was the momentum gathered by these 5 monsters. In the next moment, the shadow / mystic wind leopard leapt suddenly from the rooftop of a residential building. Its agile body traced a sharp arc in the air, gray-black fur whipping in the wind, resembling a black lightning bolt tearing through the sky. In an instant, it crossed 100 meters, suddenly appearing above the teaching building, exuding a murderous aura. Its sharp claws spread wide, with short, blade-like sharp claws springing forth from its pads, striking down fiercely at Gu Beihou on the rooftop. The black leopard opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp, white fangs, and a chilling, savage growl emerged from deep within its throat. Human demon hunter die? On the rooftop, Gu Beihou calmly raised his gaze just in time to meet the eyes of the leaping mystic. In the black leopard's amber vertical pupils, the figure of the young man was clearly reflected, wearing a blue and white school uniform, carrying a black sword box, with a fleeting flash of silver lightning deep within his eyes. Facing this lethal assault, Gu Beihou slowly withdrew his right hand from his pants pocket, palm facing up, fingers spread wide. ZZ. The purple gold lightning hidden within his dantian instantly surged into action, the overwhelming thunderous force rushing through his meridians and into his right arm. Endless lightning power rapidly gathered, compressed, and shaped above his palm, all in one go. A complete lightning spear formed in an instant, with a sharp spear tip, an upright spear body, and a neatly shaped spear tail. The spear's body was entirely silver-white, covered with dense and profound intricate runes that exuded an imposing might. Falling Star Lightning Spear. In midair, the shadow/mystic wind leopard clearly saw the lightning war spear and instantly sensed the destructive power contained within. Its vertical pupils suddenly narrowed to a fine line as it desperately twisted its body to evade. However, its speed was too fast, and with no leverage in midair, it couldn't avoid the impending attack. Beihou never gave it a moment to catch its breath. Whoosh! The silver-white lightning spear shot through the air, moving so fast, it left only a trail of light. In an instant, it crossed the distance between them, accurately piercing through the chest of the shadow/mystic wind leopard. Puff! The spear tip pierced through its chest and emerged from its back, trailing a spray of dark red blood. The moment the lightning spear penetrated its body, the runes covering the spear lit up abruptly. Boom! The violent, thunderous power instantly wreaked havoc, utterly destroying all the spiritual power meridians and networks within the mystic leopard. Due to inertia, the massive body of the shadow/mystic wind leopard continued to surge forward for several meters. Its claws flailed futilely, and its fangs still glimmered with a cold light. Its vertical pupils locked tightly onto Beihou's eyes, filled with utmost terror. This fifth-tier monster did not perish immediately. Its massive body, still carrying residual force, crashed heavily toward Beihou on the rooftop. Roar! Beihou stepped back half a pace with his right leg, shifting his center of gravity, twisting his waist and hips, and his right arm followed through with force. Swish! A sharp silver-white lightning blade suddenly sliced out from his palm, cutting through the air toward the falling black leopard. Hiss! In a flash, the head of the mystic wind leopard was directly severed from its body, tumbling through the air several times. Dark red blood gushed from the severed neck like a blood fountain. The headless body and the rolling head both fell heavily onto the rooftop. Bang! The heavy body crashed onto the concrete rooftop, causing the entire surface to tremble slightly. The leopard's head rolled beside its body, gently bouncing half a turn, and within its amber vertical pupils the disbelief slowly faded, ultimately dimming into lifelessness. Beihou stepped forward slightly, bending down, his fingers sinking into the thick fur of the black leopard's head, lifting the massive demon head larger than a basketball with one hand. Warm blood continued to gush from the neck wound, dripping slowly along his fingertips, palm, and wrist, hitting the concrete ground with a soft tap-tap sound. Holding the dripping demon head in one hand, he stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking down from a height, glaring at the four surrounding monsters below with a chilling aura. Suddenly, the lightning in his palm surged violently. Bang! The massive leopard head exploded in his palms, scattering blood, flesh, and bone fragments all around. Suddenly, the lightning in his palm surged violently. Bang! The massive leopard head exploded in his palms, scattering blood, flesh, and bone fragments all around. He raised his hand, casually wiping the blood and flesh stains from his palm and wrist on the leg of his school uniform. The clean blue and white school uniform pants instantly stained, with several glaring dark red blood marks. Below on the playground, the four fifth-tier monsters surrounding him immediately halted, not daring to advance recklessly. The compound eyes atop the crimson-scaled, thousand-legged centipede flickered violently, countless dark red lights flashing rapidly. It was like a high-speed precision instrument frantically processing this unbelievable scene before it. Its massive body instinctively shrank back slightly, the natural fear of a high-tier monster facing absolute suppression. A sharp, piercing sound squeezed out from its massive mouth, filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He actually killed the mystic leopard in one blow. The howling moon-song wolf king's silver-white eyes, resembling moonstones, slightly narrowed, its expression grave to the extreme. Its gaze slowly swept over the lightning in Beihou's palm and the headless leopard corpse that lay twitching at his feet. Its deep and cold voice was like the northern wind in winter, chilling to the bone. He has broken through to the fifth realm. On the rooftop of the west side office building, the 10,000 silk heavenly spider's 8 legs suddenly tightened, its body tensed, its tone chilling. That's right. The diamond eagle must have died at his hands for this reason. A clear voice floated down from above, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. I was previously puzzled. The diamond eagle was arrogant in nature, not weak in strength, and held an aerial advantage. How could it fall to a fourth realm demon hunter? Now that Beihou has broken through to the fifth realm, everything makes sense. Let's attack together. From the southern street, the Xian armor-covered river crocodile's hoarse and violent roar echoed. This child has a heaven-defying talent. In an unknown fight, none of our demons can match him. The howling moon-song wolf king nodded slightly, instantly formulating a strategy to encircle him. Crimson Centipede sneak underground for a surprise attack. River Crocodile move forward to distract him. 10,000 Silk Spider, suppress him from the air with your webs. It quickly scanned its 3 companions, speaking rapidly with clear and decisive instructions. I will circle around to the back and look for a chance to exploit his weaknesses. Let's work together to kill him. As the orders were given, the massive body of the crimson-scaled, 1,000-legged centipede suddenly sank. Clang! Its dark red shell glimmered in the sunlight, and the entire giant centipede instantly burrowed into the hard ground. Beneath the smooth concrete surface, mounds of dirt began to rise and fall rapidly, spreading toward the rooftop of the teaching building. A layer of light blue gel-like liquid slowly oozed from the seams of the scales of the Huaxia over River Crocodile. This lubricating liquid spread across the ground beneath, forming a smooth slide that allowed its heavy body to accelerate rapidly. In the high sky, the 10,000 threads heavenly web spider slightly raised its abdomen. Silver-white threads were wildly ejected from its spinneret, scattering, intertwining, and weaving in the air, quickly forming a gigantic web that could block out the sun. The ends of the fine spider silk stuck everywhere, tightly adhering to the walls of the teaching building, from below, above, the front, and the back. 4 deadly assaults erupted simultaneously from all directions, completely sealing off any escape routes. On the rooftop, Beihou strapped his sword box to his back and leaped off the tall building. At the moment his body left the rooftop, a dazzling silver lightning burst from beneath his feet. Boom! The ground in the center of the playground in front of the teaching building suddenly cracked and heaved. Bang! The red-scaled, 1,000-legged centipede burst forth from the earth, its massive head lifting the hard stones and moist soil into the air. Countless sharp legs unfolded, and its vicious mouth opened wide, charging at Beihou, who was left without support in midair. Beihou instantly cast the levitation spell. His body rose several dozen meters, steadily hovering in the air, just narrowly avoiding the deadly bite of the giant centipede. The massive jaws of the red-scaled, 1,000-legged centipede snapped shut, ultimately biting only into empty air. At the same time, the Huaxia over River Crocodile rushed forward at high speed, aided by the gel slide. Its enormous mouth opened wide, and a glaring blue demonic energy orb suddenly lit up deep within its throat. Boom! A thick and terrifying high-pressure water column erupted. This was the ultimate water technique that gathered its entire demonic power, capable of instantly shattering a heavy truck. With a thought, Beihou swiftly moved his floating form to the left. The raging water column brushed past him, closely striking hard against the spiritual barrier. Bang! The mist of water exploded, and the silver barrier membrane refracted the water mist, momentarily revealing a fragmented and resplendent rainbow. Beihou knew very well that staying in the air would only make him a live target. Therefore, he immediately retracted his spiritual energy and rapidly plummeted to the ground. At this moment, the gigantic silver web woven by the 10,000 threads heavenly web spider had already taken shape. Countless spider silks rushed in from all directions swiftly and at strange angles, tracing irregular and eerie arcs in the air like venomous snakes, twisting and writhing, locking down all the defensive gaps around him. Facing the vast web, Beihou did not dodge or evade. He reached back, and the sword box opened, automatically releasing a dark red long sword that soared into the air. Swish! The Ghost Cry sword, wrapped in a chilling aura, swept before him, landing steadily in his palm. Beihou's fingertips swiftly formed the sword incantation. The mysterious patterns on the Ghost Cry sword instantly lit up a dark red halo, spreading from the hilt to the tip like a raging inferno, sharp and bone-chilling. A rich aura of malevolence spread freely, distorting the air around him, with visible ripples cascading outward. This was the innate, soul-devouring ferocity of the Ghost Cry sword, designed to counter evil and sinister creatures. Beihou instantly employed the sword control technique, his voice deep and commanding. Hundreds of demons bear the malevolent fury of thought to sever life and death. Swift! The Ghost Cry sword turned and accurately pointed at the nearest spider silk. Buzz! The surging dark red malevolence rushed into the sword tip, and the white spider silk began to rapidly darken and deteriorate at the point of contact. The black malevolence spread rapidly along the spider silk, charging directly toward the main body of the 10,000 threads heavenly web spider in the sky. The 10,000 threads heavenly web spider's 8 legs tensed, and a sharp and piercing wail came from its spinneret. To avoid the malevolence invading its body, it decisively severed its connection to the spider silk. The spider silk lost its spiritual support and instantly disintegrated into countless fine ashes. However, just at the moment of severance, the malevolence had already spread to its body. The venomous demon body trembled violently, waves of bone-deep pain sweeping through it. At this moment, the Xiaoyu Wolf King attacked from behind. Its agile body darted past the northern bleachers, its gray-white mane flailing wildly in the wind, exuding a fierce aura. Its sharp front claws were raised high, gathering rich, silver-white demonic energy at the tips, forming several 10-meter-long razor-sharp claw lights. Wolf King's Claw. The two claw lights tore in from both sides, completely locking down all of Gu Beihou's evasive space, sealing off all escape routes. Gu Beihou was caught off guard and hastily drew the 9-nether heavy sword to block in front of him. Duong. The thick and heavy 9-nether sword defended his vital points, but the Wolf King's claw lights fragmented and dispersed, attacking from 10 tricky angles simultaneously. One claw light grazed his right shoulder, the sharp blade energy cleanly slicing through the sleeve of his uniform, breaking skin and leaving a gory wound. Swish! Another claw light swept across his left cheek, cutting from the cheekbone down to the jaw, leaving a long and vicious scar. The cold demonic energy accompanying the claw light surged into his body through the wounds, corroding the flesh like strong acid. The edges of the wound rapidly blackened and curled the flesh, sizzling and making a piercing zzzz sound. Gu Beihou gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain without changing his expression. He firmly gripped the 9-nether sword to block, while his left hand swiftly reached into the sword box to draw out the Zhan Yuan Thunder Sword to cut down the other claw lights. The power of his innate thunder surged with full force. Zzz. Dazzling silver lightning erupted, converging at the wound on his cheek, forcefully dispelling the invading evil demonic energy. Just as he was healing and blocking, the Huaxia River crocodile struck. Its massive body, covered in dark green scales, suddenly launched into the air, flipping halfway. Its huge mouth opened wide, filled with glimmering sharp teeth, locking tightly onto Gu Beihou's right leg. Crack! The giant crocodile's ultimate attack, strangulation. The moment it caught its prey, its massive body began to spin and roll at high speed. Bang! The tremendous torque sent Gu Beihou's body rolling across the playground floor. Ugh! His back, shoulder blades and back of the head slammed hard against the hard concrete ground repeatedly, each roll accompanied by extreme tearing and jarring. The ground was pounded into shallow and deep pits by the tremendous force. The giant crocodile dragged him from the center of the playground all the way to the edge, violently crashing through layers of stone steps. Dust and debris filled the air as the plastic track was violently torn apart, revealing the hard concrete layer beneath. The red-scaled, 1,000-legged centipede poked its head out, its multifaceted eyes flickering with a glimmer, its tone certain. Gu Beihou is finished. Yet before its words could settle, an extremely brilliant lightning burst forth from the tightly shut jaws of the giant crocodile. The Huaxia River crocodile's eyes suddenly widened in shock. It let out a muffled, painful roar from deep within its throat, but it could not sustain it for half a second before being completely drowned out by the deafening explosion. Boom! The extremely violent silver lightning exploded within the giant crocodile's mouth. The intense explosion instantly broke its bonds, and Gu Beihou took the opportunity to escape his aura, transforming completely. His black hair turned entirely silver white, his eyes clear as thunder, with countless tiny arcs of electricity swirling within his pupils, exuding an intimidating chill. A layer of heavy lightning armor enveloped his entire body, crackling arcs of electricity wrapping around him, causing his uniform to flutter wildly. Eternal silence, thunder ruins. Following this, the clear sky above suddenly darkened, and the gathering thunderclouds were rapidly drawn and converging and descending violently. Gu Beihou stood amidst the chaotic playground, resembling a thunder god descended to the mortal realm. With one hand, he swiftly formed the thunder technique, Thunder Dragon Descend. Roar! From deep within the clouds, a giant thunder dragon slowly emerged, its dragon might overwhelming, intimidating the surroundings. The thunder dragon twisted and spiraled within the black clouds, diving down with the force of 1,000 thunders. It locked down the massive body of the Huaxia River crocodile. Boom! The earth-shattering sound of thunder resonated throughout the campus. The Huaxia River crocodile's body trembled violently under the thunder dragon's attack, convulsing incessantly. Its once proud heavy scales were as fragile as paper in the face of the thunder dragon's might, shattering and flying everywhere. Raging arcs of electricity pierced through the scales, tearing apart the flesh, roaming every corner of its body, instantly charring flesh and bones. Roar! The giant crocodile, racked with pain, struggled desperately on the ground, but could not break free from the thunder dragon's confinement. Soon its struggles grew weaker, the movements lessening until it finally came to a complete stop. The thunderclouds slowly dissipated and the arcs of electricity extinguished. The massive body of the Huaxia River crocodile lay limp in the center of the playground, covered in charred and decayed wounds. The wounds were deep enough to expose bone, revealing skeletal remains and shriveled organs that had been thoroughly roasted by the thunder fire. Strangely, the next moment, the previously unfocused pupils regained their clarity, and the massive body shook slightly on the ground. It was still alive. P.S. In the following events, there will be a large number of monster hunters appearing in the national competition, world competition, and instances. Brothers who are interested can leave a name or their own spirit. Of course, those who wish to become monsters are also welcome. Finally, I hope everyone will give a good rating. Urge for updates. Thank you. Beihou stood on the playground holding the 9-nether sword in both hands. His silver-white hair flowed in the lightning, and his silver-white pupils gazed down at the slightly twitching giant crocodile beneath him. Ha ha ha. The giant crocodile let out a grim laugh. I have invincible defense. Your lightning can't kill me. Oh, is that so? Beihou with a cold demeanor gripped the 9-nether sword and raised it above his head. Then let's see if you can withstand this sword. Z. A purple golden thunder surged from his dantian, flowing through the meridians of his right arm into his palm, then into the sword hilt, and finally along the sword body. A layer of purple golden light patterns emerged on the broad blade of the 9-nether sword, spreading from the hilt to the tip, enveloping the entire sword in a flickering arc of electricity. The air around the sword began to distort under the scorching thunder. 9-nether, shatter the 8 desolates. Beihou held the 9-nether sword with both hands, the blade pointing downwards, cleaving downwards. Swish! Under the terrified vertical pupils of the Huaxia covered water crocodile, a purple golden sword light struck down from the heavens. Crack! The dark green scales parted like water under the sword light. The entire body of the giant crocodile was neatly cleaved in two. The playground fell silent for a moment. A scream erupted from inside the teaching building. Someone caught a glimpse of the purple golden sword light through the gap in the curtains, seeing the giant beast's body split in half beneath the sword light, and the figure on the playground completely enveloped in lightning. The military personnel sternly intervened. Though fear filled their eyes, orders took precedence over instinct. Thus 5 monsters, 2 dead and 1 injured. The shadow/Xian wind leopard died on the rooftop, its head crushed. The Huaxia-covered river crocodile died in the center of the playground, its body cleaved in 2. The 1,000 threads celestial spider was consumed by malevolent energy, unable to care for itself. On the battlefield, the only ones still able to fight were the howling moon Song Wolf King and the underground red-scaled 1,000-legged centipede. The white pupils of the Song Wolf King revealed a hint of human-like apprehension. It didn't care about the deaths of the shadow leopard and the giant crocodile, but Beihou's ability to slay these 2 companions proved his overwhelming strength. However, this was the task given to it by the Demon Lord, and it must be completed. If it failed, a fate worse than death awaited it upon return. Red Centipede, take advantage of his injury charge. The Song Wolf King called in a low voice. Boom! The red-scaled 1,000-legged centipede burrowed up from beneath Beihou's feet. Its body lifted Beihou entirely from the ground. Countless hard legs closed in around him like a giant hand, wrapping his limbs and torso between the shell and claws. Poochie! 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 The barbs on the inner sides of the legs pierced into his skin, coated with venom that began to take effect the moment it entered. Immediately after, the claws of the Song Wolf King launched another attack. The silver-white, demonic energy condensed claw strikes tore in from the north, striking Beihou's body, trapped by the centipede from behind. Slash! 5 claw strikes simultaneously slashed across his back, tearing his school uniform apart from his back, cutting from his shoulder blade down to his waist. 5 streaks of blood appeared only after the claw strikes passed, blood gushing from his back. Puff! Beihou spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He gritted his teeth, fingers forming seals, and the Zhan Yuan sword and Gui Chi sword flew out from the sword box simultaneously. The 2 swords, one to the left and one to the right, accurately struck at the body of the giant centipede under the guidance of his spiritual force. Die for me! The Zhan Yuan sword cut down from the head of the centipede. The Gui Chi sword sliced up from the tail of the centipede. Swish! Swish! The 2 swords met in the center of the centipede's body. Just like cutting tofu, they divided the giant centipede's body into dozens of pieces. But the red-scaled 1,000-legged centipede did not die. Its body continued to move. Its head bounced twice on the playground, while the remaining body parts instinctively curled up. The shattered shell fragments scattered across the ground. Countless legs crawled on the ground, attempting to piece together the severed body. At this moment, the Song Wolf King charged again. Its body began to swell as it ran gray-white, fur bristling from the roots, muscles bulging and coiling under the fur, its size nearly doubling within seconds. Roar! Its mouth opened, fangs gathering silver-white light, lunging towards Gu Beihou's throat. Gu Beihou raised his right hand. His fingers were still bleeding, stained with his own blood, but his hand continued to form seals without any hesitation, channeling all his spiritual energy. Burning thunder, cleaving slash. The thunderblade took shape, 10 meters long. Whoosh! A layer of white flames enveloped the blade. This was thunder fire plasma flames generated from the thunder power under ultra-high frequency vibrations. The air surrounding the blade emitted a sharp buzzing under the scorching plasma flames. Fear appeared in the silver-white pupils of the Tsang Wolf King for the first time. It's over. The colossal white thunderblade cleaved through its body. The Tsang Wolf King's eyes remained wide open, and as its silver-white pupils shattered, it blinked one last time before extinguishing. Boom! After an explosion of thunder and fire, the Wolf King vanished without a trace in the world. Huff! After executing this move, Gu Beihou nearly collapsed, leaning on his knees, gasping heavily. His injuries were severe, demonic energy corroding his wounds, bleeding profusely, and the centipede's venom was also taking effect. Not far away, the head of the red-scaled, thousand-legged centipede still bounced on the playground, while other body parts were moving along. The light in its compound eyes had begun to dim, growing weaker. Its mouth continued to open and close, producing indistinct, inaudible sounds. Gu Beihou struggled to walk over, lifting his right foot, taking a deep breath, and then stomped down hard on the head of the centipede. Bang! The remaining body parts slowly lost their vitality. Gu Beihou turned around and looked towards the teaching building not far away. It was gone. Where is the thousand threads, celestial spider? Gu Beihou's pupils constricted suddenly. His body shot forward, the levitation technique lifting him into the air, and the 9 nether swords soared up from the playground, following him as he dashed forward. Gu Beihou flew to the west side of the teaching building, rounding the corner of the building towards the main entrance. His gaze quickly swept across the glass curtain wall of the teaching building. Nothing. He searched through other parts of the school one by one. Still nothing. Could it have escaped? Or did it enter the interior of the teaching building? Gu Beihou was infuriated. If it truly got inside, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as he was about to charge into the teaching building, he then saw it, a massive black shadow plummeting from the rooftop of the teaching building. 8 long legs spread in the air like a black umbrella being opened. It did not struggle during its descent, make any attempt to spin silk, to hang, or perform any self-rescue actions. Silk threads hung from its abdomen, drifting in the air. It had already died before it fell. With a thud, its body crashed onto the steps at the entrance of the teaching building. Gu Beihou stood at the entrance of the teaching building, staring at the corpse of the thousand threads celestial spider. There was a wound on its abdomen, as if burned by something, with a trace of extremely fine golden flame flickering and quickly vanishing. His gaze shifted from the scorch mark, moving upward along the glass curtain wall of the teaching building layer by layer. The window on the 6th floor was open. The curtains fluttered in the wind, the white fabric resembling small flags under the sunlight. Behind the window there was no one. Gu Beihou stood motionless at the schoolhouse entrance, fixed on the open window. His spiritual energy had been drained, his hair had reverted from silver to black, and his eyes had returned to their original appearance. The levitation spell's energy ebbed at his feet as his soul settled on the steps of the school building beside the corpse of the Huaxia Tianluozhu. He bent over and pressed his hand to the spider's abdomen. The scorched patch still retained warmth, a faint heat resting in his palm. "Who?" he whispered. His voice echoed briefly across the empty school entrance, then was carried away by the wind. No one answered. "It's over. Send people to handle the aftermath," came Gu Beihou's voice through the receiver, level and unreadable, neither weary nor touched by triumph. Shen Tian tightened her grip on the phone until her knuckles whitened. Her lips trembled. Countless questions crowded her mind, but she swallowed them all down. With 1,000 thoughts entwining her, she finally steadied herself and asked, "Are you hurt?" "Minor wounds," Gu Beihou replied calmly. Shen Tian fell silent for a few seconds, then turned to the allied team behind her. Alert lifted. The city need not continue evacuations. She hung up, and her expression snapped back to cool, efficient command. "Arrange for the military to take over civilian evacuation. All other units return with me to Yujang City immediately." In less than 5 minutes, all 5 task forces in Yujang City received Shen Tian's broadcasted orders. "The monsters have been slain. Disperse and regroup. Everyone assemble at Shizhong for aftermath procedures." Those whose nerves had been stretched to snapping finally felt them loosen. Some let their weapons slip from their hands, others leaned against walls with closed eyes to catch their breath, some crouched, burying their faces in their arms silent for a long while. Facing 5 high-level beasts at the gates, every person who had rushed to the front lines to evacuate civilians had already prepared to die. They had assumed this day would be their last, yet unexpectedly the crisis drew to a close. All of it stemmed from the one who chose to confront the 5 monsters alone. Above Yujang, the air soon filled with the dense, heavy roar of rotors. Multiple military helicopters streaked in from the northeast, circled once above the Qizhong examination site, then descended in turn onto the playground and nearby clearings. The downdraft whipped dust and grass into the sky. The first helicopter's door opened, and Shun Tian leapt out. Her deep blue uniform was pressed tight by the gale hair flying wildly with a few strands stuck to the corner of her mouth. She paid them no heed and ran. She ran to the steps of the school building and finally stopped. Beihou sat there in silence, his blue and white uniform stiff with dried blood. 5 long rips tore the back of his uniform, slanting from shoulder to waist. Beneath the shredded cloth, dark red wounds still oozed. His right trouser leg was thoroughly soaked through with blood, the wound there still bleeding. He kept his head bowed, one end of a bandage clenched between his teeth as he wrapped himself. The weakness from massive blood loss made every simple movement an ordeal. His fingers trembled. Shun Tian stood at the foot of the steps, watching in silence, a tightness clamping her chest. Watching him bend to bind, grit his teeth to fix the bandage, lower his head to knot it. Each small motion pricked at her eyes with a sour ache. She climbed the steps, crouched beside him, and gently began to unwrap the bandage long since soaked through. Layer upon layer of gauze fell away, and the gruesome wound was fully exposed. A dozen or so puncture wounds, each as thick as a chopstick, were arrayed in neat rows. Flesh curled back, and from the depths a ghastly flash of bone showed. Shun Tian's gaze fixed on his battered calf, and her voice trembled despite her restraint. "You call this a minor wound? The bone is clearly exposed." Her words were equal parts reproach and tenderness. Beihou raised his eyes to her. A long scar ran from his cheekbone to his jaw, the black-red scab flecked with a faint, uncanny aura. Dried blood stained the corner of his mouth, the mark of having coughed up blood earlier. He gave a faint smile, the wound on his face tugging. "Compared to them, isn't this a minor wound?" He nodded toward the playground strewn with the carcasses of feral beasts. Shun Tian followed his gesture and felt her heart jolt. Workers were sealing each monster corpse into black bags one by one. 1,000-legged centipede had been cleaved into segments, each section differing in length, its gray-black carapace dull. The armored giant crocodile lay in 2 halves, forced together head to tail like 2 beached silent hulls. The shadow leopard's pelt had lost its color, its mane matted with congealed blood. Its headless torso had fallen from the 6th floor, flattening an entire flower bed. The Jiyo poison spider lay curled belly to the sky, though its back patterns dulled, its 8 compound eyes clouded gray, lifeless. The Azure Wolf King had vanished entirely. These were the beasts that had provoked humanity, intent on slaughtering the examination hall and devouring thousands of candidates. Yet in the end they were cut down by Beihou here. "Fetch 2 large first aid kits." Shun Tian turned and ordered in a low voice, instantly suppressing all feeling and regaining the cool decisiveness of a commander. "Prepare a fresh set of school clothes, warm water, a full set of cleaning supplies." "Shun Tian." Beihou cut her off. He lifted his eyes to the stunned Shun Tian. His gaze was calm and steady, as if the bloody battle had never happened. "Right now Yujang is in chaos. The populace evacuated, buildings damaged, public opinion spiraling. Everything needs managing. All online footage of the monsters must be purged to prevent panic from spreading. Also coordinate with the military and municipal bureau to report that the threat is fully neutralized and begin a phased stand-down of alert measures. Do not rush to return evacuated civilians. Wait until the site is completely disinfected and cleared before arranging their return. Information team, activate the highest level public opinion control plan. Scour the web for incident footage and seal off all channels of dissemination." Orders landed one by one, crisp, efficient, covering every aspect of aftermath work. Shun Tian had many things she wanted to say, but she swallowed them all back. Work first. 2 medics hurried over, spread out full emergency supplies, and immediately began treating the wounds. The doctors used tweezers to pick out grit shards of glass and broken centipede spines embedded in his flesh. With each extraction, dark red blood seeped anew. The tray rang with metallic clinks. From his legs alone the medics removed more than 10 jagged barbs. Shun Tian stood aside, watching, lips pressed tight, a heavy sourness weighing in her chest. "How are things at the provincial department?" Beihou asked quietly, his tone steady as ever. They've already been contacted, Shin Tian replied, returning to the present. Minister Luo will call personally later. The provincial department encountered a large monster incursion, but none entered the city. They were dealt with in the suburbs. Gu Beihou nodded. As his neck moved, the sutures in his back flared with a sting, and his muscles tightened once more. The faint sound of needle and thread through skin was peculiarly audible beside the quiet playground. Workers carried away the last bag of centipede remnants. A drip of blood from the bag's bottom trailed a long dark red stain across the track. Shin Tian clapped her hands, and issued final directives to the staff. Speed up, before the afternoon exams. The school must be fully restored. Clear all bloodstains, repair the perimeter walls, retrieve and inspect all barrier devices. Yes. Everyone answered in unison, their movements growing ever swifter. Helicopters rotated in and out, ferrying away the monster carcasses. Military vehicles drove slowly away, returning evacuated civilians. The soldiers on duty reformed into ranks. Some glanced once at the bloodied playground before turning away. Gu Beihou sat quietly on the steps, his severe wounds bandaged. Layers of white gauze hid beneath his torn uniform, a shocking sight. The new uniform Shin Tian offered was difficult for him to pull on. Shin Tian hurriedly said in a soft voice, "Let me help you." The school site was almost tidied up when Gu Beihou's phone vibrated and lit up. Incoming call from Luo. Gu Beihou answered the call. Minister Luo. Beihou, have you broken through to the fifth realm? Luo Cheng got straight to the point, his tone brimming with excitement and surprise. How did you know? Gu Beihou replied. Don't be silly. You single-handedly took down 5 fifth-level monsters. If you were still at the fourth realm, all the monster tamers in the world would be doomed. Gu Beihou smirked, a slight pain in his wound as he asked with some displeasure, since your provincial department is so well-equipped, why couldn't you assist Yujin? Luo Cheng chuckled helplessly. There were indeed some personnel issues, but I will rearrange the distribution of forces afterward to prevent this from happening again. However, your cultivation progress is truly astonishing. I thought you would perish together with them this time. Gu Beihou looked down at himself, wrapped in bandages, feeling a mix of emotions. The complete slaughter of 5 fifth-level monsters was at the cost of his serious injuries. Fortunately, I went to the capital earlier, he said with a hint of lingering fear. Otherwise, I might have really been done for this time. You still dare to lecture me? Luo Cheng's tone suddenly grew serious. An 8th-level monster has breached our provincial department, and all elite forces have been tied up. Gu Beihou's pupils suddenly constricted. An 8th-level monster. This was an extremely rare and terrifying existence. Did you capture it? He asked in a low voice, not daring to utter the word slay. Generally, 8th-level monsters have extraordinary means to preserve their lives. Some can even resurrect from a drop of blood, making them extremely difficult to eradicate. After a moment of silence on the line, a sigh came through. It escaped. Luo Cheng sounded filled with regret and self-reproach. Gu Beihou choked momentarily, nearly blurting out useless, but swallowed it down hard, suppressing his agitation. Luo Cheng was not a broad-minded person. If he were to curse, it would definitely lead to trouble later. All right, let's stop discussing this. Luo Cheng regained some of his excitement as he spoke. Next week, the provincial department will start a 3-day pre-competition training, and I will send the time and location to Xintian. When you come, you can also submit this battle report. Gu Beihou was momentarily taken aback. What competition? Luo Cheng was silent for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, Monster Hunter. National competition. Oh, all right. I got it. Goodbye, Minister Luo. Gu Beihou laughed awkwardly and quickly hung up. During this time, he had almost forgotten about the national competition for monster hunters while preparing for the college entrance examination. However, now that he had broken through to the 5th realm, there was no suspense in this competition. Could other provinces really have someone under 20 in the 6th realm? His phone vibrated again. This time it was Qin Yu. Old Qin, how are your injuries? Qin Yu's first question was almost identical to Shinshin's, with a similar tone. A little. If you dare to say a little, I'll fly over tomorrow to beat you up. Qin Yu interrupted angrily. Gu Beihou swallowed the word injury. It's all right, nothing serious. Qin Yu fell silent for a moment. The support from the Central Alliance is already on the way to F970S. They'll arrive at Yujin in half an hour. Gu Beihou frowned. Since everything is done here, let them go back. They've already come, let them help clean up the monsters around Yujin. Qin Yu's tone was calm, but filled with ruthlessness. We can't always let monsters invade us. We need to take the initiative and make them feel the pain. Gu Beihou nodded, saying, all right, I've been wanting to do this for a while. This time we dispatched 3 people, Qin Yu said. One of them is someone you're familiar with, so tone down your temper and be nicer to them. Gu Beihou instinctively asked who. Qin Yu chuckled twice. You'll find out when the time comes. The call ended. Gu Beihou looked at the words call ended on his phone screen and shook his head. This old man is being so... As time passed amidst the busyness after all the work was finished, the students finally walked out of the building, their faces displaying expressions of lingering shock, discussing among themselves. Has the drill ended? What exactly happened? Was there a battle? I don't know, but it seemed like there was thunder. It was loud and very frightening. Wow, the taste of freedom. Someone took a deep breath of the outside air, then frowned and coughed, saying cough, cough. What the hell? Why is there a smell of blood in the air? No one knew that just an hour ago the ground they stood upon was scattered with the remains of 5 fifth-level monsters. When Yin Lingyu walked out, the crowd had already dispersed by more than half. She wore her school uniform, carrying a backpack, and walked at a steady pace, just like after school. Her gaze swept across the playground, and then locked onto a figure on the grass at the edge of the field. Gu Beihou was lying on the grass, staring at the sky with his hands behind his head, eyes closed. At this moment he had changed into clean clothes. The injuries on his body were covered, and the wounds on his face had been treated, leaving only a faint red mark. Yin Lingyu walked over and lay down beside him. The grass on the lawn was freshly laid, the blades still tender, emitting a faint scent of grass. What are you doing here? She turned her head to look at his profile, the sunlight illuminating his face, making the scars more pronounced. Gu Beihou did not open his eyes and replied calmly, "How did you do on the exam this morning?" "I performed normally." She paused and looked at him, saying, "What about you?" Gu Beihou was silent for a few seconds. He opened his eyes and looked at the sky. The sky was blue with a few white clouds lazily drifting over the school building. The sunlight was a bit glaring, and he squinted his eyes, saying, "As for me, I won't take the exam anymore." "Oh," Yin Lingyu said calmly, "if you don't want to take it, then don't." Gu Beihou turned his head to look at her. The light of the setting sun fell on her face, turning her eyes a warm amber color. Her expression was too calm, so calm that it felt abnormal. A normal, ordinary high school student should not react this way after hearing their deskmate say, "I give up on the college entrance examination." "I give up on the college entrance examination." Gu Beihou's voice was flat, but his gaze remained fixed on Yin Linjia's face, capturing every subtle change in her expression. "You? Are you not surprised?" Gu Beihou rode his bike towards the Yujang branch. The crowd on the street was discussing the military exercise that took place this morning. Some claimed to have seen fighter jets flying overhead, others spoke of hearing explosions, and some mentioned having seen a video online that was quickly deleted. No one knew the truth. A wave of conspiracy theories swept through the hearts of the people of Yujang. Gu Beihou was the person in charge, not the mayor, so these matters did not bother him. Yujang City Military Airport. 2 silver-gray fighter jets emerged from the clouds, their engines roaring as the sound approached, causing the small stones on the runway to tremble slightly. The cockpit of the fighter jets opened and 3 individuals stepped out. 2 men and 1 woman. A military jeep drove in from the end of the runway and stopped in front of them. A young man in a Yujang branch uniform of the Demon Hunter Alliance jumped down from the driver's seat, walked quickly to them, stood at attention, and nodded slightly. "You are the leaders from the headquarters, right? Gu told me to come pick you up." Shinzei stepped forward from among them. He wore a black uniform of the Demon Hunter Alliance with the headquarters emblem, a golden dragon insignia, embroidered on his chest, symbolizing the core status of the headquarters within the entire Demon Hunter Alliance system. His hair was neatly styled, his features were well defined, but his expression carried a hint of impatience. "Gu Beihou has quite the attitude." Shunzei's voice dripped with condescension. "We came here to assist him in Yujing, yet he doesn't even bother to show up, sending a lackey to pick us up instead." Zhang Haoyu stepped out from behind Shinzei. He wore the same black coat as Shunzei, but his hair was a bit longer with bangs covering half of his forehead, making him look far more approachable than Shinzei. He patted Shinzei on the shoulder. "Stop pretending. You only dare to say this because he's not here. That guy just single-handedly took down 5 level 5 monsters. Regardless of whether he picks us up or not, if he had us walk over, wouldn't we have to bear it?" Shinzei scoffed. Who knows what the situation on site was like? He spat out through gritted teeth. What if he was just bragging? At that moment, a girl standing beside them, Tang Yutong, spoke coldly. "The Gu Beihou I know has a foul temper, but he never brags." She wore a dark gray uniform of the Demon Hunter Alliance. Unlike Shinzei and Zhang Haoyu's black uniforms, dark gray is the exclusive color for elite demon hunters in the central headquarters combat ranks. There are fewer than 20 young demon hunters in the central headquarters qualified to wear dark gray uniforms. Her hair was short, reaching just to her earlobes, the ends slightly curled inward, accentuating her delicate facial features. Her figure was the kind that would draw attention in any setting. With a slim waist and curves accentuated by the dark gray uniform, her proportions were almost exaggerated. Her long legs, even in standard black trousers, showcased a smooth and powerful silhouette. Shunzai snorted, his mouth twisting in dissatisfaction. Who doesn't know that you had a crush on Gu? A flash of silver light erupted in front of Shunzai's throat as a trident appeared in Tang Yutong's hand, the tip pressed against Shunzai's Adam's apple. The tip of the trident was less than a centimeter from his skin. He could feel the cold emanating from it penetrating through his skin into his windpipe, sending a chilling sting deep into his throat. The trident was slender and entirely silver, shimmering with flowing wave-like patterns, a manifestation of Tang Yutong's innate spirit, mist rain water spirit. A top-tier existence among water-type innate spirits known for its elusive and unpredictable nature. Shunzai's voice caught in his throat, his pupils dilated as he felt his Adam's apple roll beneath the trident, rendering him motionless. If you dare say another word, do you believe I will send you back for recreation? A bead of sweat broke out on Shunzai's forehead. Zhang Haoyu quickly stepped forward, placing a hand on the one. Tang Yutong held the trident with gently pressing down, his movements careful, as if he were soothing a wild beast ready to bite. Yutong, Shunzai is just all talk. Don't mind him. Put away your mist rain water spirit. That thing is too frightening. Look, his face is already pale. He knows he did wrong. Yet Tang Yutong remained unmoved. Her hand holding the trident did not budge, the tip still firmly against Shunzai's throat, her cold gaze fixed on his face, seemingly waiting for him to utter those three words. Shunzai's lips trembled several times before he finally spoke. I was wrong, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. I was being rude, is that enough? Only then did Tang Yutong retract the trident. The bright silver light faded from the trident, which transformed into a stream of spiritual light, merging into her palm and disappearing within her. She turned and walked towards the jeep without sparing him another glance. Shunzai stood rooted to the spot, running a hand over his throat. The icy sensation from the trident still lingered there. Zhang Haoyu sighed and patted him on the back. Let's go get in the car. Shunzai lowered his hand from his throat. He watched Tang Yutong's back as his gaze traveled from her shoulder to her waist, then to her hips, lingering for a moment. The pants of the dark gray uniform clung tightly to her, the curve from waist to hip, forming an eye-catching arc wrapped in the uniform. He thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat this woman, he would. Tang Yutong's short hair fluttered gently in the wind. Her steps paused for a moment, though she did not turn back. Shunzai quickly averted his gaze. The three of them got into the jeep. The young man from the Yujang branch returned to the driver's seat, pressed the accelerator, and the jeep drove out of the military airport, merging onto the roads of Yujang City. The jeep stopped in front of Thunder Fitness. The three of them got out of the car and walked into the gym. The receptionist saw the Demon Hunter Alliance emblem on their chests and immediately stood up. This way, please. The receptionist stepped out from behind the reception desk, gesturing for them to follow. Gu and Sister Xintian are waiting for you downstairs. She led them to the elevator and pressed the button for 1. The elevator doors opened, revealing the lobby on the basement level. Xintian stood at the elevator entrance waiting. Her gaze swept over the three faces, pausing briefly on Tang Yutong before returning. Welcome, you three have traveled a long way, you've worked hard. Gu is waiting for you in the lounge. Her tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Shunzai began to nitpick again. The lounge. What is he doing there? Xintian shot him a glance. Gu has been busy all morning replenishing his energy. Shunzai opened his mouth wanting to say something, but Tang Yutong had already walked past him. Lead the way, Tang Yutong said. The door to the lounge was half open and sounds of chewing and bones being cracked could be heard from inside. Tang Yutong pushed the door open and walked in with Shunzai and Zhang Haoyu following her. On the long table in the lounge lay a giant roasting tray covered with foil and holding a whole donkey. Gu Beihou sat in front of the roasting tray, shirtless, with white bandages crossing over his chest and back, tightly wrapping his upper body. Beneath the bandages were bulging muscles, the contours of his well-defined chest visible even through the wrapping, with abs arranged in blocks, exuding explosive power and wildness. He was holding the almost gnawed-down donkey leg in his hand, and upon hearing the door creak, he looked up, still chewing on the meat. His gaze first swept over Zhang Haoyu and Shunzai. Then it landed on Tang Yutong. His movements paused for a moment, his chewing slowed. So it's her. Tang Yutong stood quietly in place, her once ice-cold demeanor subtly cracking open. The indifference in her eyes faded, giving way to an uncontainable hint of panic and excitement. Gu Beihou swallowed the meat in his mouth and casually tossed the clean bone into the roasting pan with a... He did not stand up, leaning back against the chair. Make yourself comfortable, he said, picking up a 2-liter bottle of mineral water from the table, twisting off the cap and gulping down several large swigs. Water dripped from the corner of his mouth, flowing down his chin, gliding over his Adam's apple and collarbone, reaching the top of his chest muscles. The droplets coalesced along the bulging curve of muscle, gleaming under the light. Zhang Haoyu stepped out from behind Tang Yutong, walked up to Gu Beihou, slightly bending at the waist in a respectful manner. My lord, long time no see. Zhang Haoyu stepped out from behind Tang Yutong, walked up to Gu Beihou, slightly bending at the waist in a respectful manner. My lord, long time. Zhang Haoyu stepped out from behind Tang Yutong, walked up to Gu Beihou, slightly bending at the waist in a respectful manner. My lord, long time no see, you have become stronger again. Gu Beihou smiled faintly. You all are not progressing slowly either. Shunze's gaze swept over the messy roasting pan, the scattered tissues, and the water bottle, finally landing back on Gu Beihou's carefree face, full of sarcasm and discontent. You are Gu Beihou. The hospitality of your Yujing branch is quite unique. Gu Beihou's gaze swept over the three, looking at Zhang Haoyu and Tang Yutong, speaking casually. I am familiar with the two of them. What is your name? Gu Beihou asked. Shunze slightly raised his chin, responding with pride. Mu Bu Shunze. Gu Beihou's gaze rested on Shunze, his tone calm and certain. Oh, I understand now, you are not from our group, so you haven't received a beating, right? Shunze was taken aback, his face filled with confusion. What do you mean? Gu Beihou picked up the remaining bone from the roasted donkey leg on the table, turning it around in his hand. The bone was completely clean, not a trace of sinew left, glistening with a gray-white sheen under the light. He then placed the bone back on the table, took a tissue to wipe his fingers, doing it slowly and methodically. I don't have time to waste with you. Listen carefully. I have two choices for you. His tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable notification. Either you shut up and obediently do your job these days following me to exterminate the monsters around Yujing. Or he crumpled the used tissue into a ball and tossed it onto the table, speaking indifferently. I will break your leg, and you can stay here to nurse your wounds until we finish the extermination, then you can follow them back. After saying this, Gu Beihou leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest as he looked at Shunze. Choose. Shunze stood at the door, his face turning from green to white in an instant, blood rushing to his head, his fingertips trembling with anger. He had never been treated like this in the Central Alliance. His father was Shun Xiao, the deputy minister of Mu Bu, a 7th realm monster hunter. Wherever he went, others greeted him with smiles, courtesy, and flattery. Now in this Yujing branch's lounge, a city head smaller than him by 3 years, covered in wounds, dared to threaten him like this. He instinctively glanced at Zhang Haoyu standing nearby. Zhang Haoyu was looking down at his shoes as if there was something worth studying on the shoe surface, pretending to be very busy. He looked over at Tang Yutong again. Her eyes showed no favoritism, only a focused attention on Gu Beihou. Shunze gritted his teeth, raising his voice with a warning tinged with a hint of intimidation. Do you know who my dad is, eh? Gu Beihou nodded lightly. I know. His tone was very calm. Shunze felt a little bewildered. Gu Beihou's response completely rendered all the harsh words, hidden cards, and threats Shunze had prepared useless. Isn't your old man Shun Xiao the deputy minister of Mu Bu? Gu Beihou straightened up from the back of his chair. Minister Shun is a reasonable person. I should have no issue educating his son on his behalf. Shunze's brain went completely blank, standing there in shock. He found it hard to believe that the other party knew his background, yet was still unafraid, even openly stating he would discipline him on behalf of his father. The air in the lounge became completely still, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Zhang Haoyu stepped forward, helplessly leaning close to Shunze's ear and whispering a reminder. Don't use your dad, it's useless. The grandson of the alliance leader was once beaten by him. Your family's background really doesn't count for much. A loud noise echoed in his head. Shunze's pupils constricted, his throat rolled as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face filled with horror. The grandson of the leader, the descendant of a 9th realm powerhouse, had also been taught a lesson by Gu Beihou. He instantly figured out all the implications. Then with his neck stiffened, he forced out a phrase through gritted teeth. He'll just say less. He paused, feeling too cowardly, and added, but we are both at the 5th realm. Bang. The next second, Tang Yutong's fist slammed into Shunze's stomach. Her movements were so fast that the few people in the lounge didn't even see how she struck. Ugh. Shunze looked up at Tang Yutong in disbelief, his eyes even misted with a thin layer of water, not from pain, but from grievance. He was threatened by Gu Beihou, mocked by Zhang Haoyu, and now beaten by Tang Yutong. What are you doing? He questioned sharply, his voice high and thin. Tang Yutong retracted her fist, letting out a cold snort, her gaze shifting from Shunze's face to Gu Beihou. Brother Beihou just said either shut up or get beaten. Who told you to say more? After saying this, she sweetly smiled at Gu Beihou. Her short hair slid from her ear as she tilted her head, revealing a small section of her fair, beautifully contoured neck. Isn't that right, Brother Beihou? Gu Beihou was also a bit dazed. He leaned back in his chair, his body slightly stiffened as he watched Tang Yutong's expression shift from icy cold to sweet as honey, momentarily at a loss for words. He had met Tang Yutong during training at the base, but she had just arrived, then short and thin, with two small braids, not fond of speaking or laughing, always standing in the corner of the training ground practicing quietly on her own. Even so, she had been beaten by Gu Beihou several times. Later she began to actively seek him out for sparring, undeterred by losses, returning the next day for more training. As they continued sparring, feelings began to slowly develop. Her gaze toward him changed from, "I want to defeat you," to something else. After training ended, she stayed at the Alliance headquarters, while Gu Beihou returned to Yujing. In the past few years they had hardly kept in touch. No wonder Qin Yu called to specifically tell him to treat her better. Gu Beihou cleared his throat and shifted his gaze from Tang Yutong back to Shinzei. Shinzei was still holding his stomach, his eyes red, filled with grievance, unsure of whom to vent to. "All right," Gu Beihou said, his tone returning to the previous calmness. "You all have come a long way, so rest first. We'll discuss serious matters tomorrow." Shintian walked into the lounge, holding a tablet, her expression calm. She had seen everything that happened in the lounge, yet her expression showed no change. "Take them to their accommodation and make arrangements." Gu Beihou stood up from the chair, picking up the school uniform draped over the back of the chair. "We have a meeting tomorrow morning. Don't be late. P.S. Is anyone still signing up for the National Monster Hunter competition? I will finalize it in the next couple of days. Also, thank you all for the small gifts. I appreciate your hard work. Love you all." The next morning, in the meeting room of the Yujing branch, Shintian had worked overnight with the investigation and technical teams to compile the intelligence on the surrounding monster nests of Yujing into a complete report, which he gently placed in front of Gu Beihou. The report spanned only a dozen pages, but was extraordinarily detailed. It included coordinates of monster lairs, terrain, the quantity of monsters, distribution of levels, activity patterns, and retreat routes, all meticulously annotated. According to the investigation, 2 monster territories were discovered near Yujing: the Mire Crocodile Woman and the Blood Poplar Tree Demon, both at level 5. The first page of the document featured a remote sensing map of the Dead Marsh. A red circle precisely marked the range of the Mire Crocodile Woman's lair, densely packed with markings inside, each corresponding to the activity trajectories of the monsters. The second page was a terrain map of Tangshan. Unlike the dense traces of monsters in the wetlands, the entire map of Tangshan featured only one large red cross at the center, indicating the location of the Blood Poplar Tree Demon, with several smaller dots scattered around representing the subordinate minor demons it had subdued. Gu Beihou quickly flipped through the report, closed it with a snap, and lightly tapped the cover with his fingertips. In the meeting room, the 4 individuals took on their respective roles. Zhang Haoyu sat opposite, quietly attentive. Shinzei stared blankly, gazing out the window with a look of defiance. Tang Yutong sat beside Gu Beihou, focused on reviewing the intelligence pages of the Dead Marsh. After reviewing, Gu Beihou made an immediate decision: "We won't split our forces for these 2 monster nests. We'll deploy everyone directly for a thunderous cleanup." As his voice fell, the room fell silent instantly, and everyone snapped back to attention, ready for action. Zhang Haoyu set down his cup and pointed at the wetland map, analyzing the root system of the tree demon in Tangshan is anchored to the mountain and cannot move, so it can't escape. However, the water network of the Dead Marsh is intricate, and if we startle the creatures, the Crocodile Woman could slip away through the waterways into the tributaries of Yujing. If she gets into the main river, the vast waters will make it difficult to capture her. The optimal strategy is to tackle the wetlands first, then Tangshan, swift and decisive. "All right, well, proceed as you say." Gu Beihou nodded in agreement. Among this group of trainees, Zhang Haoyu's strength was not the highest, but his meticulous thinking and expertise in planning stood out. "Let's go in this order." Gu Beihou stood up, speaking decisively. "We depart in 10 minutes. The Dead Marsh, located 80 kilometers southeast of Yujing, is one of the most pristine and untouched marshlands in East China, yet due to its dangers it has no development value and remains in a state of lockdown. Here the reeds grow in vast expanses, with a water network crisscrossing throughout, appearing tranquil yet perilous. Millennia of decomposed organic matter have created pure black peat soil, soft and sticky underfoot, resembling a sponge that sucks in water with each step, posing a risk of sinking. Military off-road vehicles stopped at the edge of the marsh, unable to proceed further. The misty marsh seemed isolated from the world. Gu Beihou was the first to step out of the vehicle, the peat soil beneath his feet making dull sounds. Tang Yutong followed closely behind, standing just behind Gu Beihou. Her combat suit was tailored to fit the female form, perfectly accentuating her waist and hips, making her figure more pronounced. Zhang Haoyu jumped down from the passenger seat, stretching his neck, which cracked a few times. Both he and Shunzhe wore expressions of excitement. After all, at the Alliance headquarters they rarely had fieldwork, and with people supervising them at headquarters this outing felt like an adventure. Gu Beihou led the way directly into the reeds. The reeds towered over 2 meters high, completely engulfing anyone walking within, leaving only the swaying stalks visible. His pace was swift, his nostrils flaring slightly, as he sensed every unusual trace in the air. The dead marsh carried the smell of water, the acidity of decaying matter, the fragrance of reeds, and a hint of sulfur wafting from the depths of the marsh. Amid these scents he detected the aura of monsters. Not just from a single creature, but many. The monster aura drifted in from approximately 500 meters ahead, dispersed by the southeast wind, forming a faint mist of fetid odor in the air. Gu Beihou raised his right hand, clenched into a fist. The 3 people behind him simultaneously halted their steps. He crouched down, parting the reeds in front of him, peering through the gaps between the stalks ahead. The heart of the dead marsh revealed a vast expanse of open water. The surface glimmered in shades of gray-green, floating with a layer of oil slick and waterweed. Surrounding it were reeds, forming a natural barrier. At the edge of the water, several low-ranking monsters were engaged in cultivation on the gray-black mudflat. They were low-tier creatures under the Meyer Crocodile Woman's command, 3 swamp crocodiles, not very large, measuring less than 5 meters in length, their scales a gray-brown color, covered in green waterweed. There was also a water python as thick as a water barrel coiled atop a raised mud hill in the center of the water, its head held high, its tongue flickering rapidly in the air. Zhang Haoyu turned around and quietly asked, "Master, should we first plan?" Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Beihou's right hand shot out from the reeds, silver-white lightning coalescing into a blade in his palm. Whoosh! The sharp whistle of the lightning blade sliced through the silence of the wetland, moving so fast that the eye could hardly follow, leaving a trail of scorching light in the air. The lightning blade pierced effortlessly through the heads of the 3 swamp crocodiles in succession. Crack! 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 3 faint yet crisp sounds of shattered skulls overlapped in the air. The 3 crocodiles froze in that instant, their pupils dilating, the dark yellow monster light in their eyes extinguished with a puff. The lightning blade, undeterred, surged forward with residual force, striking precisely at the raised head of the water python, piercing through its skull. Sizzle! The sound of sharp flesh tearing erupted, dark red blood gushing down the snake's body, splattering onto the gray-green still water. In that singular moment, several ferocious monsters were slain by the same lightning blade. The entire wetland was left only with the fading echoes of the lightning and the gentle ripples of the water. Zhang Haoyu, having swallowed the unfinished words, revealed a bitter smile. This master truly is decisive. Gu Beihou stood up from the reeds, parting the dense stalks. Zhang Haoyu stood behind Gu Beihou, his gaze sweeping over the lifeless bodies of the monsters scattered on the ground, his tone filled with admiration. "Master, your skills are truly impressive." Shunzhe followed closely behind, stepping out slowly, glancing at the monster corpses, his lips moving, but ultimately not daring to speak. Tang Yutong was the last to emerge from the reeds, her footsteps light and silent, coming to stand beside Gu Beihou, her eyes filled with admiration. Although the 3 of them could also dispatch such low-tier monsters in an instant, Gu Beihou's precise control of the lightning blade from its launch to its trajectory required exceptionally strong mental discipline. One must understand that such techniques cannot be achieved simply through talent. They are the result of relentless daily training. The monster nest should be just ahead. Gu Beihou spoke in a low voice, turning to move steadily along the edge of the water. Ahead, the mudflats merged into a vast expanse of marshland. Gu Beihou stepped into the marsh, the cool water rising past his ankles, soaking his calves, finally stopping just below his knees. Suddenly, an unusual movement occurred deep within the marsh. A dull rumble of turbulent currents emanated from underwater, causing clusters of water lily leaves to sway as black mud churned, with murky water bubbling to the surface. A loud splash erupted with a thunderous bang. Mud, murky water, and broken grass were instantly sprayed in all directions, pattering against the vegetation on the water's surface. A colossal creature surged from the depths, the owner of the desolate wetlands, a level 5 monster, the Marsh Crocodile Woman. It broke through the surface with its massive body, creating towering waves of murky water as the muddy water cascaded down, its dark green scales returning to the swamp. A grotesque figure with a human head and crocodile body. Its narrow yellow eyes locked onto Gu Beihou on the shore, pupils suddenly contracting, then widening in alarm, filled with caution and anger. It had heard of the name Gu Beihou from Yujing and had never crossed boundaries to provoke him, but now he had dared to step into her territory. As a fellow monster, she was certainly aware of Gu Beihou's recent exploits. "My lord," the crocodile woman's raspy and sharp voice rang out. "I have no enmity with you, Yujang. Why have you come to kill me?" "No enmity." Gu Beihou stood at the edge of the swamp, gazing at the ugly crocodile woman. He retorted blandly, "When have humans and monsters ever coexisted peacefully?" The crocodile woman's vertical pupils shrank sharply. Just as she was about to argue, Gu Beihou's deep voice interrupted her coldly, as though pronouncing a final judgment. "Don't play dumb with me. Previously, one of your little monsters crossed into my territory and killed 2 people. For that alone, your death is well deserved." The crocodile woman stiffened, her heart trembling. She knew of Gu Beihou's power, and had always restrained her subordinates from entering the nearby villages, never allowing them into the city, yet one had still crossed the line, and had brought her a death sentence. She glared fiercely at Gu Beihou. "Don't think you are invincible, Gu Beihou, if you want to kill me. This is my territory, and you will pay a heavy price." Instantaneously, the entire swamp erupted in chaotic turmoil. Countless swamp crocodiles, water pythons, poisonous toads, and toxic lizards surged from their muddy nests, dozens of monsters breaking through the murky water. Pairs of various colored monster eyes lit up on the gray-green water's surface, all fierce, gazes locking onto the 4 people on the shore. Zhang Haoyu stepped forward first, flicking his wrist to reveal a short stick that instantly elongated, a metallic click echoing as the shiny silver staff glimmered in the daylight. Shenzhe hesitated briefly, then stepped forward, his palms surging with spiritual power, as a long, sharp azure wooden whip coalesced with a soft hum, the energy flowing continuously. Tang Yutong stood behind Gu Beihou, a faint light flashing in her palm. Buzz! The sound of vibrating water waves emerged as she firmly grasped the smoke rain water trident, its body shimmering with flowing water light, cold silver glints flickering as her gaze remained steadfastly on Gu Beihou, waiting for the signal. Gu Beihou raised his palm forward, fingers together, his voice calm and resonant. "Leave the small ones to you. Let none escape. Annihilate them all." Before his voice faded, his figure suddenly surged forward. Boom! The muddy water beneath his feet exploded with incredible force, a loud sound, sending plumes of black mud flying in all directions. He shot towards the crocodile woman in the center of the swamp like a bolt of lightning. Zizi! A torrent of silver lightning erupted from his palm, rapidly coiling along his arm, the crackling thunder resonating throughout the swamp. Seeing the lightning attack coming, the crocodile woman's vertical pupils narrowed to thin lines, a sense of impending crisis engulfing her. Splash! Her massive tail swung violently in the deep water, creating gigantic waves, using the water's force to propel her immense body upwards. Her enormous mouth opened wide, a deep rumbling emanating from her throat as dark yellow demonic energy surged violently. Mud water cannon. Countless corrosive droplets of murky water exploded forth like thousands of miniature bullets, shooting towards Gu Beihou with a piercing sound. The water vapor carried a fierce toxic energy charging forward. Gu Beihou did not evade, his eyes sparkling with silver light. The lightning around him instantly solidified into a lightning armor as the toxic water bullets rained down incessantly upon his barrier. The high-temperature lightning instantly vaporized the corrosive droplets, waves of white steam rising as the demonic energy was crushed and obliterated by the lightning, leaving not a trace behind. He stood upright, piercing through the cloud of water mist and steam, breaking through all barriers of demonic energy. In the next instant, Gu Beihou transformed his palm into a fist, the lightning suddenly changing. ZZ boom! Burning thunder fist. A violent tempest of lightning surged forth from his fist, engulfed in pale flames. The thunderous flames surged, scorching the air around them, twisting the surrounding airflow violently, instantly evaporating all the moisture in the swamp. The burning thunder fist shot through the air, striking the crocodile woman's chest with the force to incinerate everything. Boom! The sound of searing flesh tearing apart echoed resoundingly. His fist pierced through the crocodile woman's torso, entering from the front and exiting from the back, scorching a hole the size of a bowl in her central body. Not a single drop of blood spilled, as all bodily fluids evaporated the moment they came into contact with the lightning flames. Only the sound of sizzling flesh remained. The crocodile woman hung stiffly in midair, staring blankly at the transparent hole in her chest, through which the flowing clouds of the sky were clearly visible. Thud! The massive demonic body lost all strength and crashed heavily into the swamp's surface, the loud sound stirring up towering waves of murky water splashing in all directions. At this moment, the battle among the little monsters downstream in the swamp continued unabated. Zhang Haoyu swept horizontally with his staff, smashing 2 10-meter-long water pythons, breaking their spines, and collapsing their skulls, killing them on the spot. Shunze's azure whip was agile and fierce, darting through the air, accurately stabbing and cutting down a series of poisonous toads, their demonic bodies collapsing into the water. The little monsters, having lost their leader, were utterly scattered, some fleeing in all directions, others charging blindly, while a few remained suspended in confusion on the water's surface, creating utter chaos. The sounds of water weapon clashes, monstrous roars, and echoes intertwined. The entire battle in the desolate wetlands, from the onset to the crocodile woman's fall and the extermination of the little monsters, lasted less than 5 minutes. Gu Beihou stood on the muddy bank, raising his hand to check his smart device, his gaze directed towards the direction of Tang Mountain in the northwest. Let's go, next stop. The group immediately gathered themselves and set off. The dense forest of Tang Mountain was deep and mysterious. The blood-red Tang tree demon that had cultivated for 500 years was uprooted by Gu Beihou, staining the soil with blood. Dozens of mountain gnomes, wood spirits, vine demons, and flower spirits were effortlessly slain by Tang Yutong and the others. Corpses of little monsters were strewn across both sides of the mountain ravine. Zhang Haoyu wiped the blood from his staff, his eyes filled with excitement. Shunze leaned against a tree, breathing heavily, exhilaration evident in his breaths. Tang Yutong stood atop a large rock, pulling the trident from the roots of a 4-realm flower demon as the mountain wind tousled her short hair, her clothes fluttering lightly. Note, this segment of the story, supported by the Alliance headquarters, was mainly to introduce Tang Yutong. Originally, I had written quite a bit about clearing the monsters, but to save everyone time, I directly cut it. If anyone enjoys such plotlines, feel free to mention it, and I will pay attention to it in the future. The task of eliminating the monsters in Yujing has come to a complete end. The Bloodsugar Tree Demon and the Swamp Alligator Woman have been thoroughly cleared, and the demon nests that have lingered around Yujing for a long time have been wiped out in one go, ensuring that there will be no large-scale demon disasters in the near future. Zhang Haoyu leaned against the off-road vehicle, leisurely polishing his spiritual staff. Tang Yutong sat quietly in the back seat with the door wide open, not saying a word. Before long, Gu Beihou walked out from the ravine. He had just made another round to ensure that there were no fish that got away. The group immediately straightened their demeanor. Zhang Haoyu stood upright, put away his weapon, and walked up to Gu Beihou, speaking very politely. "Master, how is the situation?" Gu Beihou nodded and said there are no issues. "The execution of this mission was commendable. You all have..." Zhang Haoyu chuckled. "We haven't worked hard at all. To be honest, with your current strength, you really don't need our help." Gu Beihou shot him a glance, not engaging in his pleasantries. These few were sent by Qin Yu. Although they were indeed not very useful, they were better than nothing, serving as a distraction on the road. Everyone thought the mission was over, and there would at least be a celebratory meal. After all, they had traveled a long distance to help fight, working hard all day, and by convention the Yujing branch. Everyone thought the mission was over, and there would at least be a celebratory meal. After all, they had traveled a long distance to help fight, working hard all day, and by convention the Yujing branch should arrange a meal. Just as a few were waiting to wrap things up, Gu Beihou spoke up, his tone somewhat awkward. "Well, the Yujing branch has limited funds, so we won't keep you for a meal." The moment those words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Zhang Haoyu was stunned for a second. He had heard countless rumors about Gu Beihou at the central headquarters, saying he was powerful, proud, and had a commanding presence, looking down on everyone, yet he had never heard of Gu Beihou being short on money. How could a dignified city branch managed by a prefecture-level powerhouse not be able to afford a meal for a few people? In reality, Gu Beihou simply found it troublesome, and with Yujing having recently experienced the chaos of the 5 monsters, where many areas were still under repair, leaving him truly unable to entertain them. Zhang Haoyu found it somewhat amusing, but he didn't show it on the surface and immediately smoothed things over. "Master, you're being too polite. We came to carry out a mission. We weren't here for the meal, so there's no need to be so formal." After saying that, he glanced at Shunze. Although Shunze was somewhat dissatisfied, he didn't want to stay in Yujing any longer, so he quickly nodded in agreement, not daring to say another word. This time out, he witnessed Gu Beihou's thunderous methods, and he was genuinely amazed. This young man, who was only a few years younger than him, possessed such terrifying power. Thunder spirits are inherently destructive, and Gu Beihou's innate spirit is top tier among the top tier. It's no wonder he is called Master. Both of them could tell that Gu Beihou was too lazy to socialize, yet only Tang Yutong took it seriously. She was young and naive, without so many twists and turns in her thinking, truly believing that the Yujing branch was so poor that Gu Beihou really couldn't afford to treat them. In her eyes, Gu Beihou was the sole guardian of Yujing, dealing with demon disasters and cleaning up messes every day. Oh, it seemed glamorous, But in reality, the branch's funds were tight, and they couldn't even afford a celebratory feast, which must be quite difficult. She felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. After everyone exchanged pleasantries, they prepared to get into the car for the return journey. Gu Beihou opened the driver's door and casually gave an order. You know the way back, so I won't see you off. Just send me a message when you arrive. Jiang Haoyu and Shunzhe quickly got into the car. However, Tang Yutong didn't rush to get in. She leaned against the car window, moved closer to Gu Beihou, and spoke to him in a low voice. Others thought Gu Beihou was stingy, but she foolishly believed he was genuinely poor. Brother Beihou, if your branch is really short on funds, you don't have to force yourself. Her voice was very low, audible only to the two of them. After saying that, she quickly slipped her deep brown leather wallet into Gu Beihou's pocket when no one was paying. This is my saved lucky money. The password is your birthday. After she finished, she ran away, dashed back to the jeep, opened the door, and bang, slammed it shut. Gu Beihou held the deep brown leather wallet somewhat dazed, then smiled helplessly. This little girl was indeed adorably foolish. Upon returning to the Yujing branch, Gu Beihou handed the wallet to Xintian. Xintian was in the monitoring room looking at the radar screen and was momentarily stunned when she received the wallet. Distribute the money inside among the brothers, Gu Beihou said, while stretching lazily. The brothers worked hard during the 5-monster raid on Yujing. Everyone has it tough, so let's give out some bonuses. Xintian, somewhat puzzled, unzipped the wallet and pulled out a bank card. The signature field of the card read. She looked up, squinting at Gu Beihou. Was this given to you by Tang Yutong? Gu Beihou casually nodded. Yeah, I didn't want to treat them to a meal, saying our unit was out of money. She actually believed it and contributed a bit. Xintian responded sarcastically. Oh, our master is capable. You have the potential to live off a woman. Gu Beihou rolled his eyes. Xintian lowered her head and checked the balance on that bank card on the computer. Her fingers tapped a few keys, and then she seemed to be frozen, dumbfounded. Gu team, do you know how much money is in there? Her voice was somewhat bewildered. How much? Gu Beihou's body, which was leaning against the door frame, straightened slightly. 5 million. Tang Yutong said it was her saved lucky money. He thought it would just be a few tens of thousands, at most a bit over 100,000. How much could a little girl save from her lucky money since childhood? He never expected it to be so much. She was a hidden little rich girl. Shinshin's gaze shifted from the screen to Gu Beihou's face. So, are we still dividing it? She asked cautiously with a hint of expectation. After all, the Yujing branch's funds were indeed limited, and they hadn't issued bonuses for a long time. Gu Beihou straightened up from the door frame, walked over, took the bank card from Shinshin's hand, remained silent for a moment, flipped it in his hand, and then returned it to her. Keep 2 million as reserve funds, and distribute the remaining 3 million. Shinshin's eyes lit up. Boss is generous. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Yujing branch had just settled down when the formal notification from the provincial department arrived. Xintian found Gu Beihou with a tablet and handed it over for him to see. It was a red-headed training document from the provincial department, and the content was very clear. To prepare for the national hunter competition, the East China Provincial Department would hold pre-competition training. Those who advanced in the elite competition would concentrate for 3 days of training at the provincial capital's training center. After training, they would directly go to the imperial capital for the national competition. The time was tight, and the intensity was high, with closed-off training throughout. Only Gu Beihou from the entire Yujing branch was ranked first and must participate. The end of the document clearly stated that failure to arrive on time would result in disqualification. Gu Beihou scoffed. If they cancelled his qualification, wouldn't Luo Cheng explode? After scanning through the content, he pondered for a moment and said, make arrangements, I'll set off tomorrow. Xintian looked at him and asked a very realistic question. How do you plan to explain to your mom when you go out for training this time? Gu Beihou casually replied while stretching his shoulders, I've thought it out long ago. I'll just say I'm going on a graduation trip. Xintian raised an eyebrow. You haven't even finished your college entrance examination. Where's the graduation trip from? My mom doesn't know I've given up the exam. Gu Beihou's tone was flat. All right, you go. They'll keep an eye on things here in Yujing, and nothing will go wrong. Gu Beihou didn't say much, packed up his things, and went directly home. When he got home, his mother Qin Diyun was on the balcony folding clothes. The early summer sunset cast a gentle light in the house, quiet and warm. Leaning against the door frame, Gu Beihou spoke. Mom, I arranged to go on a trip with my classmates tomorrow. Qin Diyun had no doubts. In her eyes, after the child had worked hard for so long for the college entrance examination, it was perfectly normal to relax with a trip after the exam. Go ahead, it's good to relax a bit. As she folded the clothes, she added, is the money enough? If not, I can transfer some to you. It's enough. Gu Beihou replied. Just as he finished speaking, his phone vibrated. Qin Diyun directly transferred 3,000 yuan to him. Take it, you're a boy. I don't always think about saving money when going out. Spend freely. Gu Beihou looked at his mother's gentle expression, said nothing in explanation or rebuttal. He silently accepted the transfer and nodded in agreement. The next day Gu Beihou arrived at the provincial training center. The main entrance of the training center was large with double glass doors wide open. He walked inside where the reception desk featured a curved white artificial stone countertop. Behind the countertop sat a staff member in a deep blue uniform around 30 years old with meticulously combed hair. His name and position were displayed on the badge on his chest. He was looking down at the computer screen, typing something on the keyboard. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, his gaze briefly resting on Gu Beihou's face. His gaze then quickly shifted to the Demon Hunter Alliance badge on Gu Beihou's chest. Hello, are you here for the training camp? The staff member stood up slightly, bowing, his voice professionally gentle. Gu Beihou Yujang branch. He took his training notification from his pocket and placed it on the countertop. Sorry, I was delayed by some family matters and arrived a day late. He paused and looked at the staff member, saying, if my qualification for the competition needs to be cancelled, that's fine, or I accept it. The staff member picked up the crumpled notification and unfolded it, glancing at the name on it. Then he raised his head to look at Gu Beihou's face, his expression suddenly turning a bit strange. He coughed lightly, neatly folded the notification, and handed it back to Gu Beihou. A team leader, Gu, his voice was softer than before, as if he were sharing a secret that shouldn't be heard by others. Department Luo has already informed us, your qualification will not be cancelled. Gu Beihou took the notification and casually stuffed it into his pocket. Alright, then I'll head in. Take care. The interior of the training center was much larger than Gu Beihou had imagined. The first floor consisted of the reception hall and office area. The second floor was the physical training area. The third floor was the magical training area. The fourth floor was the accommodation area. He took the elevator to the fourth floor and found his room according to the number given by the staff. The room was small with a single bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and a private bathroom. The sheets were white, and there was a fresh scent of laundry detergent on the quilt. The pillow was neither too soft nor too hard, quite similar to his usual sleeping habits. He leaned his sword box against the head of the bed and tidied up his luggage a bit. Actually, there wasn't much to tidy up. He had come with just a sword box and a backpack. The backpack contained 2 sets of change of clothes and toiletries. After changing into his training outfit, he took the elevator down to the second floor. The physical training area was a vast open space. The floor was covered with deep blue sports matting, making no sound when stepped on and providing a slight bounce. There were 2 people in the physical training area. One was stretching in front of a mirror. His physique was of the type that would catch anyone's attention in any setting. Standing over 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and thick-backed, he looked like a wall standing there. He wore a dark gray training outfit, the fabric's elasticity clearly outlining his muscular form. The triangular muscles on his shoulders, the biceps on his arms, and the latissimus dorsi on his back each displayed a full and powerful curve under the training suit. At that moment, he had his right leg propped up on the horizontal bar in front of the mirror, leaning forward with his forehead nearly touching his knee. Songguofu. The other person sat on a long bench against the wall, head down, flipping through a book in his hands. His physique was in stark contrast to Songguofu's. He was a handsome and slender youth. His training outfit was the same style as Songguofu's, but it appeared with long hair that partially covered his forehead. The strands fell down, obscuring most of his face, when only a section of his fair, delicately shaped nose and slightly pursed thin lips were visible. When Gu Beihou entered the physical training area, Songguofu immediately turned around. Upon seeing Gu Beihou, a huge smile burst forth on his honest, round face. Master Gu. He strode over, grinning widely. It's good to see you again. I heard you accomplished something big a couple of days ago. Killing 5 demons single-handedly, that's impressive. Gu Beihou scanned him from head to toe, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Oh, you've broken through to the 4th realm. Songguofu scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. Thanks to Master Gu, I was able to get promoted this time. Department Luo approved some pills for me. His voice lowered slightly. My innate spirit, Hutu Shirlene, you know, has been as slow as a snail in the early stages. Without the pills, I wouldn't have made it to the 4th realm even with another year. I was lucky this time. The 3 people you defeated ahead of me withdrew, so I got to move up. Department Luo probably thought that I couldn't embarrass East China Province in the national competition, so they provided some resources, huh? Gu Beihou nodded. Hutu Shirlin is a high-level innate spirit in the Earth category. Its defensive power is astonishingly strong, but its cultivation speed is extremely slow. For Songguofu to break through to the 4th realm at this age, the catalyzing effect of the pills cannot be overlooked. However, his foundation is also not weak. The pills are merely a catalyst. Without good ores, even the best catalyst cannot produce quality steel. Not bad. Gu Beihou patted him on the shoulder. Your innate spirit is considered strong in the later stages. Now that you've broken through to the 4th realm, you should shine in the national competition. Song Guofu quickly waved his hands. Master Gu, don't tease me. With you around, just getting a team competition first place would be good enough. And not to mention, he turned slightly, nodding towards the bench. Xizjiang is stronger than me. Gu Beihou finally directed his gaze at the cool youth sitting on the bench, half of his face obscured by his bangs. The youth's gaze shrank for a moment when it met Gu Beihou's. He seemed shy, and he closed the book in his hand, stood up from the bench, his movements a bit stiff. He walked up to Gu Beihou, stood still, his lips moved a couple of times, and his voice squeezed out from his throat. Master Gu, hello. Gu Beihou raised an eyebrow. I haven't seen you before. Xizjiang's face turned slightly red. Song Guofu spoke up for him. Xizjiang entered the field a year later than us, but his talent is truly impressive. He quietly broke through to the 4th realm. If it weren't for this elite competition, I doubt anyone would know that East China has such a powerful genius. Gu Beihou looked at Xizjiang with interest. What is your innate spirit? Xizjiang raised his hand palm, facing up, and Azure's spiritual power began to condense. Buzz, a long bow materialized in his hand. The bow was long and entirely azure, with faint white light patterns flowing along the bow's body. The bowstring was transparent, almost invisible under the lights. Only when he hooked the bowstring with his finger and pulled it back could the outline of the string be seen in the air. Wind system, wind chasing Silver Falcon. Xizjiang's voice was slightly louder than before, seemingly infused with newfound confidence and pride. Gu Beihou gazed at the azure longbow in his hand. The wind-chasing Silver Falcon is a type of innate spirit in the wind category that excels in long-range attacks and speed. Its arrows have a long range and strong penetration, with an additional wind attribute cutting effect, making it an ideal long-range firepower point in team battles. However, this type of innate spirit has weaker close combat abilities and physical strength. Once an opponent gets too close, it essentially loses its fighting capability. Not bad. Gu Beihou nodded. Our team is quite complete now. Guofu can act as a tank, and you provide long-range attacks, but it mainly depends on Master Gu to lead us. While the three were exchanging pleasantries, a figure walked in from the entrance of the physical training area. The newcomer appeared to be in his 30s, wearing a black training suit adorned with the badge of a provincial instructor. His stature was not particularly tall, but he exuded a steady presence as he stood there. His facial features were sharp, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes. The lines of his jaw were as sharp as if chiseled by a knife. When he entered, his gaze fell directly upon Gu Beihou, momentarily taken aback. Then the corners of his mouth curved into a smile as he strode over. You must be the first genius of East China, Gu Beihou. He approached Gu Beihou and extended his hand. I am Yujang City, your instructor for this training session. Gu Beihou shook his hand and immediately sensed a 6th-realm demon hunter. The caliber of the instructors sent by the province was quite impressive. Have you finished dealing with the matter in Yujian? The incident in Yujian was now common knowledge throughout East China. Gu Beihou single-handedly killed 5 powerful demons. When Zhang Shoyue learned of this, he fell silent for a long time, contemplating whether he could have achieved the same feat. The answer was yes, but he wouldn't have done it faster than Gu Beihou, and might have even sustained greater injuries. Yet an 18-year-old youth had accomplished what even a 30-something 6th-realm demon hunter like him would need to exert full effort to achieve. Gu Beihou nodded slightly apologetically, saying, Sorry, Teacher Zhang, I've taken care of everything. Zhang Shoyue smiled and shook his head. It's fine, I understand your responsibilities. He paused, looking into Gu Beihou's eyes. In fact, given your current cultivation level, this training is merely a drop in the bucket for you, just a little enhancement. Upon hearing this, the corners of Gu Beihou's mouth twitched slightly. Then I will trouble Teacher Zhang for guidance moving forward. Zhang Shoyue's heart skipped a beat at those words. He gazed at Gu Beihou's youthful, smiling face, a thought flickering through his mind. Is he challenging? Many talented students tend to do one thing when facing instructors: challenge them, defeat them, and prove themselves stronger. Zhang Shoyue had been a specially appointed instructor at the Provincial Training Center for 3 years and had encountered many such talents, dealing with numerous of them. But never before had he felt such pressure from anyone as he did from Gu Beihou. He quickly waved his hand. It's not about guidance, we're just exchanging ideas. You can just call me brother or Lao Zhang, no need for formalities. Seeing this, Song Guofu and Ci Jiu stood nearby, their expressions somewhat peculiar. They had been at the training center for a day and had been thoroughly exhausted by Zhang Shoyue the day before. Yet Gu Beihou showed up late by a day, and not only did Zhang Shoyue not chastise him for his tardiness, but he also took the initiative to be friendly. Comparison is truly infuriating. In the center of the training area, a large space had been cleared where an iron rack held a row of black metal vests. These were locking spirit armors. Gu Beihou had seen such items at the training base. Locking spirit armors were made from special alloys and rune technology. When worn, they form a closed field of spiritual energy, suppressing the wearer's innate spirit and internal spiritual power. The wearer cannot use any techniques or mobilize any spiritual power. Such equipment is typically used for the physical training and close combat training of demon hunters. Zhang Shuiyue took the locking spirit armors from the rack and distributed them to the three. Put on the locking spirit armor, and then we'll begin today's training. Gu Beihou took the armor. The black alloy plates were sewn onto black fabric, cool and hard to the touch. He donned the locking spirit armor and secured the side buckles. The moment the plates pressed against his body, he felt the purple gold lightning in his dantian, as if it were being suppressed by something, its brilliance dimming. The arcs of electricity shifted from lively to subdued, like a ferocious beast trapped in a cage. His spiritual power was drawn from his meridians, retreating into his dantian, like a river receding at low tide, sealed deep within by the locking spirit armor. Zhang Shuiyue instructed warm up first, then head to the training field 10 kilometers. The training field was located to the north of the training center, featuring a 400-meter track. Zhang Shuiyue stood at the starting line, timing with a stopwatch. Start. Gu Beihou took the lead in the run. His breathing synchronized with his strides, and the weight of the locking spirit armor was nothing to him. His physical body had become incredibly strong through the long-term tempering by the nine heavens' extermination thunder. The density of his muscles, the strength of his bones, and the functionality of his heart and lungs far exceeded that of an average person. After completing the 10 kilometers, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead and nose. His breathing slightly accelerated, but nowhere near panting. He pulled open the front of the locking spirit armor a bit, allowing the wind to rush in and carry away the heat from his skin. Cijiao and Song Guofu lagged far behind him. By the 5th kilometer, Song Guofu's speed began to decline. His stamina had always been his weak point. The Earth Spirit Lin granted him immense defense and attack power, but did not bestow him with lasting endurance. His body resembled a fortress, solid, heavy, and hard to destroy, but moving this fortress required a tremendous amount of energy. In the final kilometers, he nearly dragged his legs to finish. He leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for breath, nearly on the verge of collapse. Cijiao fared even worse. His physique was frail, and by the 3rd kilometer his face had already begun to turn pale. By the 5th kilometer the color had drained from his lips. In the last few kilometers, he was almost holding on by sheer willpower, battling against his body's instincts with every step. After finishing, he collapsed onto the grass beside the track, head down, hands propping himself up on the grass, behind him gasping for breath. Zhang Shuiyue observed the state of the three, nodding secretly in approval. Gu Beihou's physical prowess was indeed impressive. His physical condition was comparable to that of a full-fledged demon hunter. Rest for 10 minutes. Zhang Shuiyue's voice was unyielding. After 10 minutes, the three stood in the center of the physical training area. Zhang Shuiyue took 3 iron knives from the weapon rack and handed them to the three. The blades were dark gray, unsharpened, and weighed around 20 pounds. He turned and took an iron sword from the weapon rack, holding it in his hand with the blade facing down, the tip touching the ground. We only have 3 days, and 1 day has already passed. Zhang Shuiyue's voice echoed in the spacious training area. During these 3 days, if we focus solely on cultivating spiritual power and techniques, we might not achieve much. Spiritual power and techniques require time to accumulate. 3 days is insufficient. Therefore, we need to focus more on the control of our bodies. As demon hunters, our innate spirits are our source of power. Without our innate spirits, the gap between us and ordinary people is actually quite small, but, he emphasized the word but. When we suppress our innate spirits, we can better perceive the meager spiritual power that barely exists. Through this training, you will enhance your control over your innate spirits. He walked up to Song Guofu, holding the iron sword with the tip pointed down. Come, you go first, attack me with the iron knife in your hand. Song Guofu gripped the iron knife with both hands, the hilt seeming somewhat small in his large palms. He took a deep breath, parted his feet, slightly bent his knees, twisted his waist, exerted force with his arms, and swung the knife towards Zhang Shuiyue. Zhang Shuiyue slightly tilted his body, the iron sword slipping from his right hand, the blade horizontally positioned before him. Song Guofu's iron knife struck Zhang Shuiyue's iron sword with a clang, sparks flying everywhere. In the next second, the iron knife flew from his hand, flipping several times in the air before landing on the deep blue floor, bouncing twice. Your strength is too scattered. Zhang Shuiyue shook his head, speaking coldly. I told you to seal your life essence, not to rely solely on your physical body, but to feel the scattered spiritual energy. What good does it do to come at me like this? Come again. Song Guofu gritted his teeth, picked up the iron knife from the ground, gripped it tightly with both hands, and charged at Zhang Shuiyue once more. Clang! The iron knife flew out again. Continue. Clang. Waste. Where's your brain? Slowly, after dozens of attempts, Song Guofu's hands gripping the knife began to tremble. His entire arm from shoulder to fingertips shook, the muscles protesting silently under the restraint of the locking spirit armor. He was exhausted. With his last bit of strength, he swung the iron knife towards Zhang Shiyue. Clang. The iron knife flew out, and Song Guofu stumbled 2 steps in the direction the knife had gone. Then he sat heavily on the deep blue floor, gasping for breath. Huff, huff, huff. His iron knife lay 3 meters away on the ground, covered in blood seeping from his palm, where it had been scraped. Think it over, Zhang Shiyue's voice came down from above, dissatisfied. You didn't use any spiritual energy, just now. Zhang Shiyue stepped forward, holding the iron sword with the tip pointing down. You come. Cigio hesitated, glancing at the iron knife in his hand, which felt excessively heavy for him. He had never touched any weapons before entering the profession, and since then had only dealt with longbows. He felt no connection with the knife. Holding it felt like grasping a dead weight, lifeless and heavy. Teacher, his voice was small, my weapon is a bow. Shut up. This training is meant to push you out of your comfort zone. Still want to use a bow, eh? He snorted through his nose, the iron sword shaking slightly before Cigio. Hurry up. Cigio forced a bitter smile, gripping the iron knife and approaching Zhang Shiyue. The weight of the iron knife was too much for him. Lifting it with both hands was laborious, and the blade wobbled throughout the motion. As expected, it wasn't long before Cigio collapsed onto the floor, lying side by side with Song Guofu. His face was as pale as paper. Zhang Shiyue shook his head in disappointment and walked up to Gu Beihou. His steps were lighter than when he approached Song Guofu, and Cigio, and his expression softened somewhat. Beihou, it's your turn. Gu Beihou had watched it all closely from the side. Zhang Shiyue's training methods for Song Guofu and Cigio were not merely torture, they were coercion. He pushed Song Guofu and Cigio to their limits, forcing them to seek another kind of strength when their physical power was exhausted. That thread of spiritual energy suppressed to almost non-existence by the locking spirit armor. However, even without using spiritual energy, his physical body was strong enough. The 9 heavens demon-suppressing thunder had honed his body in every aspect. Muscles, bones, tendons, and organs. Every inch of tissue became more resilient than an ordinary demon hunter through relentless tempering by thunder. Thinking of this, Gu Beihou effortlessly picked up the iron knife with one hand. The 20-pound knife felt as light as a twig in his grasp. He approached Zhang Shiyue, the blade pointing down, body slightly leaning forward, weight shifted to the front of his foot, with knees slightly bent. Please instruct me. In the next moment, the iron knife sprang from his hand, sweeping upward from below the tip, drawing an arc from Zhang Shiyue's waist to his chest and neck. Whoosh! The speed created a sharp tearing sound in the air. Zhang Shiyue's pupils contracted sharply the instant the blade light flared up. The iron sword slipped from his right hand, the blade vertical before him. Clang! The sound of blade clashing erupted in the spacious training area, louder, crisper, and sharper than any previous encounter. Sparks erupted from the point of contact between the knife and sword. Gu Beihou was pushed back 3 steps, his feet leaving 3 black marks on the deep blue floor. His right hand's tiger mouth felt numb from the impact, yet he still held onto the iron knife, firmly unmoving. Zhang Shiyue was secretly astonished. He had instinctively infused spiritual energy just now. Yet Gu Beihou had not used any spiritual energy. That strike was purely physical strength. How could a demon hunter from the Thunder Division's body be this strong? Gu Beihou steadied himself, glancing at his right hand gripping the iron knife. He looked up at Zhang Shiyue, a slight smile forming on his lips. Come again. His body surged forward again. This time his steps were faster, switching the iron knife from his right hand to his left, slashing diagonally towards Zhang Shiyue's waist. The techniques of blade and sword have their interconnected principles. Especially in the act of slashing, the method of force application, shifting of body weight, and twisting of the waist and abdomen share many similarities. Gu Beihou had practiced swordsmanship for many years, performing thousands of slashing motions daily. Although those actions were executed with intent, the perception of the blade and sword trajectory, judgment, and timing, all these abilities were interconnected. Zhang Shiyue's iron sword slipped from his right hand, the blade slanting to block at his waist side. Clang! The iron knife then sliced upward. Clang! The sounds of blade meeting blade resonated throughout the physical training area. Sparks flew between the two as Gu Beihou grew increasingly fluid in his strikes. His body found a certain rhythm in battle. That rhythm was not something he consciously controlled, but rather emerged naturally from deep within his body. Like spring water bubbling up from the earth, no one needed to dig a well, Just provide the water a channel to flow out. His iron knife became faster and smoother in its movements. Gradually a subtle sheen began to appear on the blade. It wasn't light reflecting off it, but rather a faint silver-white glow emanating from within the blade. Spiritual energy. Zhang Shuyu's pupils constricted sharply. Gu Beihou had managed to seep out a thread of spiritual energy from the depths of his dantian under the suppression of the locking spirit armor. He succeeded. Zhang Shuyu immediately sheathed his sword, leaping back and creating a 3-meter distance between himself and Gu Beihou. A smile he couldn't suppress appeared at the corner of his mouth. You actually sensed the sealed spiritual energy so quickly. His voice carried surprise. Is this what an extraordinary genius is like? To comprehend on the first attempt at cultivation. Gu Beihou felt it too. When that thread of spiritual energy seeped out from deep within his dantian, the iron knife in his hand was no longer a lifeless mass of iron. He looked up at Zhang Shuyu, his smile widening, the grip on the knife tightening. Refreshing. Teacher Zhang, let's continue. I haven't reached my limit yet. Zhang Shuyu hesitated. He was somewhat reluctant to continue. If this continued, it wouldn't end well. His spiritual energy had already risen to the 5th realm, while Gu Beihou's spiritual energy had just barely seeped out a thread, not even reaching the 1st realm. He could only match Gu Beihou because of his 5th realm spiritual energy. If they continued, he would have to elevate his spiritual energy from the 5th realm to the 6th realm. Could it be that he had to use his full strength to suppress Gu Beihou, who was not using any spiritual energy? That would be too embarrassing. Ahem, it's enough, Beihou. Zhang Shuyu retracted his iron sword to his side, the tip touching the ground. You've completed your training in this regard. There's no need to continue. Upon hearing this, Gu Beihou stopped and looked at Zhang Shuyu. Zhang Shuyu felt his back tighten under Gu Beihou's gaze, quickly adding, "We are short on time. It's time for the next phase of training." Gu Beihou nodded, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. All right. Song Guofu sat on the floor, drenched in sweat, his training clothes soaked through. He looked at Gu Beihou and sincerely gave him a thumbs up. Young master, you are amazing. The last day of the 3-day training camp has come to an end. Over the past few days, Zhang Shuyu has been intensively honing their combat skills. But tonight all training has been suspended. Zhang Shuyu called Gu Beihou, Song Guofu, and Ci Jiu to the center of the training ground, instructing them to sit down while he settled across from them. Tomorrow morning, we will set off directly for the imperial capital. Zhang Shuyu spoke with a serious and earnest tone. The National Demon Hunter competition will officially commence the day after tomorrow, and the teams from various provinces will gradually arrive in the imperial capital tomorrow. We will take the high-speed train, which will take about 4.5 hours. After we arrive, a designated person from the event committee will come to pick us up. Through the training over the past few days, I personally believe that your strength has improved to a certain extent. This is due to your hard work, and as your teacher, I am gratified. You have all worked hard these days. Song Guofu grinned and said, Teacher Zhang, you are the one who worked the hardest. Zhang Shuyu laughed and scolded him, don't think I don't know that you secretly curse me behind my back. Song Guofu scratched his head and grinned foolishly. Zhang Shuyu stood up and reminded them, make sure to rest early tonight and recharge your spirits. Gather in the lobby at 7 in the morning, and we will depart punctually at 7:30. No tardiness allowed. In the evening, as the sun set, Zhang Shuyu led the 3 to the rooftop of the training center. The view here is extremely expansive, allowing for a complete overlook of the night scene of the entire provincial city. The setting sun hung behind the tall buildings in the west, slowly sinking down, and the sky was filled with rosy hues, dyeing the bustling provincial city in warm orange. The wind on the rooftop was strong, whipping at Zhang Shuyu's clothing and tousling Jiu's hair, causing strands to dance wildly in the breeze. Zhang Shuyu leaned against the protective railing of the rooftop, gazing at the distant sunset. After a long silence, he finally spoke. This national competition is on an entirely different level compared to our provincial elite competition. During the provincial competition, you faced local competitors from East China, and you all had some understanding of their cultivation systems, the attributes of their innate spirits, and their combat tactics. You had some familiarity, so you were not anxious when fighting. But the national competition is different. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the 3 young people before him, his tone growing more serious. This time you will confront top-tier experts from all over the country, with competitors from the north, southwest, and east gathering together. Each person's fighting style is vastly different, and their innate spirits are diverse. There will be many tactics you've never seen, spells you've never heard of, and strategies you've never encountered. Do not become arrogant. Just because you have gained recognition and achieved good results in the provincial competition does not mean you can dominate in the national arena. Everyone who stands on the national competition stage is no weakling. They are all top talents selected from their provinces. Song Guofu, standing to Zhang Shuyu's left, used his sturdy frame to shield the others from the strong wind. He scratched his head and couldn't help but ask Teacher Zhang, "Where do you think our East China province ranks among all the provinces nationwide?" Zhang Shuyue glanced at him, then turned to gaze at the vibrant sunset, replying candidly, "In the last national competition, our East China province's team event ranked 7th, and the best individual result was 4th nationwide." The rooftop fell silent, and the atmosphere became slightly tense. Gu Beihou stood to Zhang Shuyu's right, silently watching the sun gradually sink. The orange glow illuminated his face, softening the sharp lines of his features, even making the scars on his face appear much fainter. His voice was not loud, yet every word was firm and resolute. "In the individual competition, I will take 1st place nationwide. As for the team competition, just follow my lead, it will be fine." In just 2 short sentences, he expressed absolute confidence, without any embellishment, each word striking like steel nails hammered into the air. Zhang Shuyue turned to look at him, the golden rays of the setting sun casting a glow on Gu Beihou's profile. The young man's posture was upright, his gaze sharp and resolute, devoid of any arrogance. He didn't offer praise or consolation. He simply withdrew his hands from the railing, faced the 3, and spoke in a low voice, "Remember what you said here tonight. Tomorrow we embark on our journey to the imperial capital." As night deepened, the 4 returned to their quarters to prepare for their trip to the imperial capital the next day. The next morning at 7, the dawn light began to break. Gu Beihou slung his sword case over his back, holding a backpack in his hand, as he took the elevator from the 4th floor down to the lobby of the training center. Zhang Shuyue was already waiting there. He had changed out of his stern instructor's uniform and was now dressed in a dark gray jacket, black pants, and casual sneakers, resembling an ordinary middle-aged traveler, lacking the usual authority but exuding a more approachable demeanor. Following him, Song Guofu emerged from the elevator, dragging an oversized suitcase that was roughly 1/3 the size of his own body. The last to emerge was Cigio. His luggage was notably simple, consisting of just a thin backpack that appeared to hold only a few sets of clothing and toiletries. He carried the backpack on his back and held a book in his hands, exuding a quiet and cool demeanor. At the entrance of the training center, Luo Cheng had been waiting for quite some time. He was dressed in a neatly fitted uniform of the Demon Hunter Alliance, his hair meticulously styled, standing tall, with a straight back, exuding a calm and steady aura. His gaze slowly scanned over the 4 as they exited, finally landing on Gu Beihou. He stepped forward, looked seriously into Gu Beihou's eyes, and earnestly advised, "Beihou, am confident in your strength. I have no worries about the individual competition. But you must take the team competition seriously and work closely with Guofu and Cigio. The province's ranking in the team competition is crucial, directly determining the allocation of cultivation resources distributed by the Alliance each year. The high-level resources and cultivation benefits you desire all depend on tangible rankings." Gu Beihou set down his backpack and sword case at his feet, his expression calm and determined. "Don't worry, Luo Bu, I will give it my all." As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of a calculating smile appeared on his lips. "But if we achieve good results this year, won't you have to express something extra, Luo Bu?" Luo Cheng's previously official and composed expression cracked instantly, his eyes filled with helplessness, clearly having anticipated that Gu Beihou would take the opportunity to seek benefits. His face darkened slightly, and he sighed helplessly. "Don't worry, you won't miss out on your share." Gu Beihou's smile grew wider, looking as if he had gotten his wish. Seeing this, Song Guofu immediately perked up, intending to chime in and ask for some benefits. Luo. Before he could utter more than one word, Luo Cheng seemed to anticipate his move and swiftly turned to head for the door. His footsteps hurried as his voice echoed back, "Hurry up," and set off. "Don't miss the high-speed train." In the blink of an eye, he was far away. Song Guofu stood there with his mouth agape, dazed, unable to react for a long time. He turned to Gu Beihou, filled with confusion, not understanding why only Gu Beihou could seek benefits while he didn't even get a chance to speak. Gu Beihou, uninterested in explaining, bent down to pick up the sword case and grabbed his backpack, saying nonchalantly, "Let's go." At the high-speed railway station in the provincial capital, the crowd is not overly dense. The cool morning breeze sweeps through the platform, carrying the unique chill of the railway tracks, refreshing the mind. For people hurriedly drag their luggage across the platform, finding their respective carriages. Zhang Shuyue walks in the lead, holding 4 train tickets in his hand. After checking the seat numbers, he realizes that the seats are quite scattered. Gu Beihou sits alone in a business carriage, while Zhang Shuyue, Song Guofu, and Cigio are in the first-class carriage behind. Unlike the noisy and crowded ordinary carriages, the business carriage is exceptionally quiet. The dark gray high-end seats are spacious and soft, with independent partitions for each seat, creating a private space. Inside the carriage, soft warm yellow lighting contrasts sharply with the glaring white light of ordinary carriages. The seats can recline completely, maximizing comfort. Gu Beihou enters his seat, stabilizing his sword case against the window and placing his backpack by his feet, slowly sitting down. He adjusts his posture and closes his eyes to rest. Next to him sits a young woman in her early 20s, looking like a university student. The girl is dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt and light blue jeans with shoulder-length chestnut curls. Her features are pleasant, her skin fair, and she wears a light-colored lip gloss that appears particularly gentle under the warm light. She holds a cup of coffee in one hand and a fashion magazine tucked under her arm. After sitting down, she places the coffee on the armrest and opens the magazine, preparing to flip through it. Soon the high-speed train slowly starts moving. The platform and buildings outside rapidly retreat, gradually giving way to rolling fields and villages. The morning sun rises from the eastern horizon, casting golden rays across the land, creating a particularly healing view. The girl flips through a few pages of the magazine, takes a couple of sips of coffee, and gradually loses interest in reading. The carriage is sparsely populated with less than half of the seats occupied, making it exceptionally quiet. Her gaze wanders aimlessly across the carriage, eventually landing on the resting Gu Beihou. Under the warm yellow light, his profile is particularly well defined. With a high nose bridge and long eyelashes, his features soften when his eyes are closed, exuding a calm demeanor and exceptional attractiveness. The girl quietly closes the magazine, hugging it to her chest, slightly tilting her body to look at Gu Beihou, clearing her throat before softly initiating conversation. "Hey handsome, where are you headed?" The carriage is too quiet, and her voice carries clearly. However, Gu Beihou remains with his eyes closed, silent, as if he hasn't heard her. After waiting several seconds without a response, her smile fades slightly. She comforts herself, thinking he might be too tired to talk, or perhaps didn't hear her, so she decides not to disturb him further. Pretending to browse through her magazine, her peripheral vision continues to sneak glances at the boy beside her. For a full half hour, Gu Beihou remains completely still, his attention never straying toward her. The train stops at a small station mid-journey, and a few passengers board before it sets off again. Feeling a bit bored, the girl stands up, taking her coffee and magazine, intending to head to the bar at the front of the carriage for hot water. She walks quietly, her footsteps barely making a sound on the carpet as she passes by Gu Beihou. Just as she passes by the previously relaxed Gu Beihou, suddenly opens his eyes. With a swift motion, his right hand rises quickly, fingers spread wide, accurately and firmly grasping the girl's wrist. The grip is not tight, yet it firmly locks her in place, rendering her immobile. Caught off guard, the girl leans to the side and lets out a soft, surprised gasp. "Aunt." Taking advantage of his grip, she gently turns her body, her bottom landing firmly on Gu Beihou's thigh, her upper body leaning directly against his chest. Her left hand instinctively rests on Gu Beihou's shoulder, her fingertips lightly tracing the contour of his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with a hint of flirtation as she speaks in a soft, delicate voice. "Handsome, what are you doing? You're hurting me." Gu Beihou remains expressionless, raising his left hand simultaneously, fingers firmly gripping her throat, not applying force to choke, but securely trapping her. Two cold words suddenly pierce the air, "Come out." The girl shows no fear, and instead leans in closer, her warm breath brushing against Gu Beihou's ear, her tone teasingly coy. "What do you mean by come out? You're so naughty, wanting your sister to help you. Come out." As her words fall, a flash of fragmented silver lightning suddenly darts through the depths of Gu Beihou's dark pupils. This lightning does not manifest outwardly, but condenses solely at the depths of his eyes, intensely refined, carrying an aura of terrifying yang energy. Simultaneously, a domineering, scorching spiritual force erupts explosively from within him. This is not ordinary spiritual energy, nor is it a deliberate release of killing intent. It is the primal aura of his innate spell, the Nine Heavens Demon Exterminating Thunder. The Nine Heavens Demon Exterminating Thunder is the most extreme yang, inherently restraining all evil entities, exerting absolute suppression over monsters and spirits. While monsters may have physical bodies to resist, spirits are entirely reliant on their ethereal forms, making them particularly vulnerable to this pure yang thunderous energy. In the next second, the girl's complexion changes dramatically. Her fair skin visibly turns gray, blue, and black at a rapid pace, and the charming smile on her face vanishes without a trace. The hand resting on Gu Beihou's shoulder feels as if it has been scorched by fierce flames, suddenly recoiling. Her entire body trembles, causing her to slide off Gu Beihou's thigh, her legs giving way as she kneels heavily on the carpet of the carriage. She supports herself on the ground, her head bowed, her whole body uncontrollably shaking violently. Her originally delicate voice turns hoarse and dry, filled with extreme fear as she stammers from deep within her throat, "Great Demon Hunter. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the mountain and I offended you." After speaking, she immediately lowers her head, her forehead heavily knocking against the carpet, filled with trepidation. Gu Beihou looks down at her, his gaze cold and sharp. He can keenly sense that within this seemingly normal girl's body resides a thick thread of Yin energy. At this moment, that thread of Yin energy is wildly surging and dissipating under the suppression of the thunderous aura, like smoke teetering in a fierce wind. He stands up, bending down to seize the girl by the neck, lifting her entirely off the ground. With his fingertips pressing against her neck, he can clearly feel the muscles jumping beneath her skin along with the thread of Yin energy on the verge of collapse, desperately struggling. Gu Beihou's voice is icy and his words cutting. "A perfectly healthy human body casually desecrated and occupied by you. What gives you the audacity?" The revealed spirit is utterly panicked. Her neck is restrained, her breath obstructed, her soul trembling violently, her tone filled with dread. "Great Demon Hunter, Gu Beihou's palm tightens slightly. A thread of fragmented silver lightning shoots out, instantly wrapping around the Yin energy within her. The lightning is not lethal, but carries an extreme yang pain, specifically tormenting the Yin spirit. The spirit emits a suppressed, anguished scream, her body convulsing violently, her wretched voice dripping with threat. "I am the spirit servant of Lord Tiger. If you kill me, Lord Tiger will never let you off." Gu Beihou's lips curl into a cold arc, showing no sign of fear, but rather a hint of anticipation. "Perfect, let him come see me." As the words fall, the lightning in his palm suddenly surges violently. The originally fragmented electric light instantly transforms into a raging inferno, no longer a probe or punishment, but a direct strike aimed at the soul. Hiss! A piercing, chilling scream erupts from within the girl, not from human vocal cords, but the final wail of a spirit's collapse. A cloud of pitch-black smoke erupts furiously from the girl's mouth and nose, twisting, struggling, and rolling in the air like countless insects writhing. Yet under the suppression of the nine heavens thunder, the black smoke struggles for only a moment before completely dissipating into the air. The second realm spirit, which had been haunting her body, is instantly scattered, utterly annihilated. In the moment the ghost completely dissipated, the girl softened and lost all support. She stood there, her gaze hollow, her face as pale as paper, her lips devoid of color, her strength completely drained, rendering her utterly weak. During the time she was possessed by the ghost, a significant amount of her yang energy had been consumed, leaving her body severely depleted. At this moment, with the ghost leaving her body, her mind was blank, completely forgetting the earlier flirtatious scenes, only left with a sense of weakness and disarray. After a few seconds, the girl slowly regained her senses. Looking at her disheveled appearance, her clothes, open hair messy, kneeling in front of a strange man, her pupils constricted as her mind subconsciously conjured the worst images. "What did you do to me, eh?" she exclaimed, both shocked and angry, her voice sharp and trembling. Did you drug me?" Gu Beihou was about to explain, but the words hadn't left his mouth. Instantly the girl's eyes turned red, filled with tears, as she suddenly raised her voice and shouted, "Help! Someone is harassing me. Save me!" The quiet atmosphere of the business carriage was shattered by her cry. Hearing the commotion, the railway officer at the front of the carriage quickly approached. He was a middle-aged man in a standard uniform, standing tall with sharp eyes. He quickly scanned the scene and immediately spotted the girl, disheveled, pale-faced, tear-stained, and trembling. Then he looked at Gu Beihou, who stood upright, expressionless, and bearing a sword sheath, and immediately inquired, "Lady, what happened?" The girl pointed firmly at Gu Beihou, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, choking out, He drugged me and touched me." The officer's expression grew stern as he turned to Gu Beihou, his tone fair and serious. "Sir, please show me your ID and train ticket." Gu Beihou complied without hesitation, pulling out his identification from his pocket and handing it over. After verifying the information and confirming everything was in order, the officer continued in a professional manner, "Please accompany me to the service room for an investigation." Gu Beihou made no unnecessary movements, simply taking out a deep blue official identification book, opening it, and presenting it to the officer. The gilded national emblem shone brilliantly under the warm yellow light, eye-catching and distinct. This was the national security identification exclusively for the Demon Hunter Alliance. The officer took it, scrutinizing it closely, examining the steel seal texture and craftsmanship, confirming the document was genuine, but still hesitated. "The document is real, but I don't have the authority to handle such special incidents. Please accompany me to the service room, and we will hand it over to the police station after we arrive at the station." The call connected quickly, and a surprised voice came from the other side. "Team Gu, why are you suddenly calling me?" Director Liu Im on the high-speed train to the The call connected quickly, and a surprised voice came from the other side. Team Gu. Why are you suddenly calling me? Director Liu Im on the high-speed train to the imperial capital. Gu Beihou's tone was calm, straightforwardly explaining the situation. Something unusual has happened here, and the railway officer needs me to cooperate with the investigation. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Director Liu of Yujang understood Gu Beihou's identity and was aware of the special powers of the Demon Hunter Alliance, immediately saying, hand the phone to the railway officer. Gu Beihou passed the phone over. The officer took the call, listening quietly for half a minute, responding only with, okay, understood throughout. After hanging up, he immediately returned the phone and identification to Gu Beihou, sincerely apologizing. I'm sorry, comrade, I was presumptuous and disturbed you. After saying this, he turned and quickly approached the girl, whispering a few explanations. The girl's expression transformed from grievance to disbelief, ultimately morphing into unwillingness and anger. She glared at Gu Beihou, her eyes red and full of frustration. You are all in cahoots. Not daring to linger, she grabbed her luggage and quickly walked away in her high heels, sitting down in a distant empty spot, turning her back to everyone, her shoulders slightly trembling, filled with grievance and confusion. Gu Beihou watched her back, not approaching to explain. In the understanding of ordinary people, they never believe in the possession by ghosts or the malice of the supernatural. With blank memories and gaps the brain automatically fills in the most logical misunderstandings, the more you explain, the less clear it becomes. The subsequent journey was uneventful. 4.5 hours later, the high-speed train arrived punctually at the south station of the imperial capital. Gu Beihou slung the sword sheath over his back, carried his backpack, and followed the crowd out of the business carriage, passing through the bustling and crowded platform, reaching the exit. Zhang Shuyue, Song Guofu, and Cigio were already waiting there. Zhang Shuyue leaned against a pillar holding a cup of coffee and stood straight upon seeing Gu Beihou emerge. Song Guofu dragged his enormous suitcase, standing beside it, craning his neck to look. Cigio remained quietly at the back holding a book, but his gaze was fixed on Gu Beihou. Seeing Gu Beihou approach, Song Guofu immediately lowered his voice, indignantly leaning over to say, Brother Beihou, I just overheard the railway officer in the ordinary carriage chatting, saying someone harassed a girl on this train relying on a strong background, but nothing happened in the end. This is outrageous. He was furious, his face reddening, veins bulging on his neck, fists clenched in anger. If I encounter this person, I will break his 3 legs and teach him a good lesson. Gu Beihou looked at him, stern and filled with righteous indignation, and spoke flatly, that person is... In an instant, all the surrounding sounds seemed to vanish. The platform announcements, the conversations of passers-by, the rolling of suitcases, all became blurry and distant. Song Guofu stood frozen, mouth agape, eyes glazed over, his brain completely malfunctioning. That arrogant remark was stuck in his throat, echoing repeatedly, contrasting with Gu Beihou's words, appearing utterly ridiculous. After being stunned for a good 10 seconds, he slowly regained his senses, his complexion shifting from red to pale, cold sweat almost breaking out. He opened his mouth awkwardly, his tone filled with extreme embarrassment and fear. Lord Ho, I didn't know it was you. Next time you do something like this, let me know in advance, and I will help you keep an eye out. Gu Beihou, too lazy to engage in further conversation, gently kicked, accurately landing on Song Guofu's stomach. The robust body of over 200 pounds instantly took flight, tracing an arc on the platform, directly flying over 20 meters, crashing heavily onto a luggage cart. With a loud crash, the cart toppled over. Song Guofu rolled onto the ground, lying on his back with his feet in the air, dazed, his head buzzing. Zhang Shuyue, holding his coffee, calmly watched this scene, shaking his head helplessly as he turned to Gu Beihou and asked, What happened? I know your character. You wouldn't do something outrageous. Gu Beihou took out his phone, opening the surveillance screenshots sent by the railway officer. In the photo, the girl was on her knees, disheveled, while he had his palm pressed against her neck, clearly exhibiting silver-white lightning. He simply and straightforwardly explained, this girl was possessed by a second-level ghost, which had been lurking on her, consuming her yang energy. When I passed by, the ghost maliciously tried to test me, so I directly eliminated it. After she woke up, her memories were fragmented, and she remembered nothing, leading to this misunderstanding. Zhang Shuyue looked at the lightning in the photo and instantly understood. Over the years, he had encountered many ordinary people possessed by ghosts and understood the aftereffects of such memory gaps, fully comprehending this blunder. On the other side, Song Guofu clutched his stomach, wincing as he got up from the ground, limping back, his face filled with embarrassment, no longer daring to speak recklessly. Gu Beihou put away his phone, slung the sword sheath over his back, picked up his backpack, and looked at the others. Let's go head to the hotel to rest and prepare for the national competition. The four of them packed their belongings and followed the event staff towards the designated competition hotel in the imperial capital. The ultimate arena for the National Demon Hunter competition was just ahead. The tournament organizing committee arranged for all contestants to stay at a hotel adjacent to the Fengchao Gymnasium. Beihou stood by the window of his room gazing at the gymnasium's silhouette, its avionist-like structure, its silvery steel framework gleaming like solidified flame suspended in the night sky. It was the nation's largest martial arena capable of seating tens of thousands. Yet tomorrow's individual competition would be closed to the public. Only provincial delegation leaders, instructors, and staff, some 200 or 300 in total, would attend in person. Beihou leaned his sword case against the headboard, took a brief shower, changed into fresh clothes, and prepared to rest when his phone vibrated. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered immediately. Tang Yutong's voice came through, light, buoyant, brimming with unmistakable joy. Brother Beihou, you've arrived in the imperial capital, haven't you? Yes. Beihou replied, calm and understated. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I found an extraordinary restaurant just minutes from your hotel. He looked out the window at the scattered lights of the city night, then answered simply, all right. The restaurant Tang Yutong chose nestled in a narrow alley behind the hotel. Its facade was unremarkable: gray concrete walls, a slim glass door, and a faded red sign taped crookedly across it, utterly inconspicuous. Yet stepping inside revealed another world entirely. A dozen tables filled nearly to capacity. The air hung thick with the pungent aroma of chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, the clatter of woks, the murmur of diners, all fused into a vibrant, harmonious hum. Tang Yutong sat at the farthest corner table, wearing a plain white t-shirt and black casual trousers, her short hair ending just beneath her chin, delicate and quietly composed like a well-behaved cat. Spotting Beihou enter, she rose instantly and waved with a bright smile, Brother Beihou, over here. He walked over and sat opposite her. The table was already laden: husband and wife, lung slices, garlic-infused boiled pork, crisp pickles, and a steaming, generous basin of spicy boiled fish. The basin was immense, occupying nearly half the tabletop. Its surface shimmered with glossy red oil, crowned with toasted Sichuan peppercorns and dried chilies. Tender fish fillets lay submerged beneath, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Did you order all this? Beihou asked, eyes sweeping the feast. Yes, all your favorites, she replied, handing him chopsticks with a soft smile. I remember from training camp, you always loved spicy boiled fish. He accepted the chopsticks and lifted a slice. It melted on his tongue, silky, fiery, numbing, savory, exquisitely balanced. Delicious, he said, nodding with quiet approval. Her smile deepened at those words. She too picked up a slice, but paused before eating, her gaze gently settling on the faint pink scar along his right cheek, studying it for several silent seconds. Your wound is nearly healed. The ointment issued by your provincial division truly works wonders. He murmured, returning to his meal. Tang Yutong set down her chopsticks, cradling her water glass in both hands, watching him eat in serene stillness. After a while she sipped water and asked softly, Brother Beihou, tomorrow's individual match, you'll surely claim one of the 6 platforms, won't you? Yes. Then, what place do you think you'll take? He swallowed the fish, set down his chopsticks, and drank a sip of water. His tone remained utterly calm, devoid of arrogance, yet saturated with absolute certainty. She offered no flattery, no doubt, only met his gaze with unwavering sincerity and nodded gently. So do I. I truly believe you'll take first. He glanced at her once, said nothing more, and resumed eating. She sat in tranquil silence watching him, her lips curved in a quiet, contented arc. After dinner, Beihou returned to the hotel. The pre-match tactical briefing was scheduled in Coach Zhang Shuyue's room, on the same floor, just 2 doors away. When he entered, Song Guofu and Cijo were already present. Song Guofu sat on the edge of the bed, his massive frame sinking the mattress deeply. Cijo occupied a chair nearby. Zhang Shuyue stood by the window holding freshly printed tournament schedules. At Beihou's arrival, he cut straight to the point. Tomorrow's individual match follows last year's format. He spread the schedule across the table and pointed to its regulations. 6 platforms will activate simultaneously. Contestants may freely mount any platform to defend or challenge others at will. The entire contest lasts precisely 1 hour. When time expires, the 6 individuals still standing atop platforms advance directly to the semifinals. Reaching the semifinals secures national representation at the World Tournament, where champions, runners-up, and third-place finishers will ultimately be decided. Song Guofu frowned, immediately spotting the flaw. Only 1 hour. That puts early entrants at a severe disadvantage. Later competitors can observe earlier matches, Gauge opponent's techniques, spiritual energy expenditure, and physical condition. Then strike with perfect timing. Zhang Shouyue shook his head lightly. True masters fear no counterplay. With overwhelming strength, mounting early and defending decisively will deter all challengers outright. He swept his gaze across the three young warriors, then emphasized tactics with deliberate gravity. Guofu Cigio, your priority tomorrow isn't ranking. Conserve energy. Stabilize your state. Everything serves the team competition the following day. Guofu, you excel in brute force offense and innate defensive spirit, but your speed is your weakness. In individual matches, opponents will exploit mobility-based attrition, never force prolonged engagements. Cigio, you're a long-range marksman. Platforms constrain your advantage. Once an opponent closes distance, after weathering your initial volleys, you'll lose initiative entirely. Don't strain for results. Finally, his gaze settled upon Gu Beihou, firm solemn. Tomorrow's individual match belongs to Gu Beihou. Gu Beihou leaned back, arms crossed, silent and unshaken. Song Guofu rose and turned to Gu Beihou. Lord Ho, you'll take the first platform tomorrow, won't you? Gu Beihou sat upright, hands resting on his knees, concise, decisive. Yes. I see no reason to wait. 6. The next morning, the tournament bus departed punctually and arrived at the Fengchao Gymnasium within 10 minutes. Last night's distant view had been awe-inspiring. Up close, the scale was staggering. Its silvery steel skeleton glowed with a soft golden luster in the dawn light, a colossal metallic beast awakening, majestic and commanding. Inside, the arena unfolded with breathtaking vastness. Tier upon tier of spectator seats spiraled upward, their crimson upholstery arranged like orderly scales across the grand staircases. From the highest balcony, dozens of meters above ground, the competitors below appeared no larger than ants upon the platforms. Today's event was closed to the public. Within the immense hall, only 200 or 300 people sat in the stands. Provincial delegation heads, instructors, and tournament staff, creating an atmosphere of solemn reverence. On the elevated stage before the field stood 2 hosts, one man, one woman, both cultivated to the 4th realm, their auras poised and dignified. The male host wore a navy blue ceremonial uniform, his features square, his voice resonant and commanding. The female host wore a silver white fitted gown, her voice clear and warm. Both senior announcers from the Alliance's public relations department. The male host raised a hand, silencing the hall. His voice, amplified by formation arrays, boomed across the arena. Distinguished leaders, esteemed instructors, and outstanding demon hunting cultivators of the Huaxia Alliance. Welcome to the National Youth Demon Hunter Individual Tournament. Having passed rigorous selection rounds, the nation's most gifted prodigies have converged upon the Fengchao Gymnasium. Today's 6 platforms ignite simultaneously, a 1-hour Defensian Challenge trial to determine semi-final qualifiers and secure spots at the World Tournament. The female host stepped forward with a gentle smile, her gaze sweeping across the contestant rest zone. This tournament adopts the free Defensian Challenge format. 6 platforms activate concurrently. Competitors may mount any platform to defend, or select opponents to challenge directly. Those remaining atop platforms, when time concludes, advance to the semifinals. Now let us witness genius collide. A thunderous roar echoed as 6 colossal circular platforms ascended smoothly from the arena floor. Each platform surface was lined with specialized spirit energy absorbing material, designed to dissipate overflowed chi and prevent structural damage from combat surges. A low hum resonated. The platforms stabilized at their designated height, and silver-white runes blazed to life along their rims, flowing with luminous energy. The arena was ready. The National Individual Tournament has officially begun. Gu Beihou was the first to step out of the contestants' resting area, walking steadily up to the No.1 arena. He moved with a calm demeanor, standing in the center of the stage with his hands in his pockets, exuding a relaxed and indifferent attitude. All eyes in the venue, numbering around 200 to 300, instantly focused on him. The stands erupted with murmurs of discussion, rising and falling like a tide. It's Gu Beihou from Huadong Province. At 18 years old, he possesses the 5th realm of cultivation, making him the hottest contender to win this competition. No wonder he dares to take the stage first. Such confidence is not something an ordinary contestant can possess. I've heard he has killed a level 5 monster. I wonder if he can maintain his position today. The female host timely introduced. The first contestant to ascend to the No.1 arena is from Yujang City, Huadong Province, Gu Beihou. With 5th realm cultivation controlling the 9 heavens mystic art, as his innate spirit, he is well balanced in both offense and defense, ranking among the top contestants in this competition. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. The No.1 arena remained quiet, with no challengers stepping forward. Gu Beihou slightly raised his eyes, scanning the stands, then closed them again, quietly guarding his position. Meanwhile, challengers began to take the stage at the other 5 arenas. The Guardian of the No. 2 arena was the genius, Li Fugui from the Northwest Province. He wore a pure white combat suit, the exclusive color of the Northwest Province. The Northwest, located in a harsh desert region, produced fierce and battle-hardened monster hunters. Li Fugui, a recognized first among the younger generation in the Northwest, stepped onto the stage, eliciting a round of genuine applause from the stands, an honor reserved for the strong. The male host immediately commented, "The Guardian of the No. 2 arena Li Fugui is a top genius from the Northwest Province. His innate spirit, the profound gold-devouring blade, possesses incredible armor-piercing capabilities and is rarely challenged in close combat." The Guardian of the No. 3 arena is the female contestant Su Yuhan from Nanhu Province. She wore a dark blue combat suit similar in design to Gu Beihou's dark gray outfit, with the emblem of the neighboring province embroidered on her chest. Su Yuhan is a body cultivator, with her innate spirit being the sky, wielding a tang knife as her primary weapon. Tall and athletic, her high ponytail was neatly secured, exuding a cool and composed aura on the stage. Su Yuhan from Nanhu Province is a strong body cultivator. Her innate spirit, the sky, grants her exceptional insight, enabling her to instantly perceive her opponent's weaknesses and counter speed and ambush tactics. The female host slowly introduced. The No. 4 arena saw the fastest entrance. A fiery red figure suddenly dashed out from the resting area, flipping midair and landing steadily in the center of the stage. The newcomer was Li Qing, a fire element cultivator with the innate spirit of the 8-wheeled fire. His black hair had a faint dark red sheen at the tips, an effect of the fiery energy emanating from within not died. Li Qing crossed his arms, slightly lifted his chin, and his gaze was rebellious, exuding a domineering aura. Li Qing, a fire element genius at the No. 4 arena, his innate spirit 8-wheeled fire has fierce explosive power, and his flame energy boasts intense burning capabilities, making him formidable in close combat. The Guardian of the No. 5 arena Luo Kaisen had the most casual demeanor. He leaned against the arena railing, legs stretched out, hands in pockets, reclining as if sunbathing on his own balcony, completely devoid of any tension from the competition. Luo Kaisen is an earth element cultivator, with his innate spirit being the 7 Wounds Demon Spear. This is an extremely domineering and extreme innate spirit, incredibly powerful, but each use backfires, injuring the user. The male host exclaimed with a hint of awe, "Luo Kaisen at the No. 5 arena possesses the rare innate spirit, the 7 Wounds Demon Spear, with killing power surpassing his peers, but the innate spirit's backlash requires precise control during battle, putting immense pressure on his own strength." The Guardian of the No. 6 arena was the petite Yu Mao Mao. She is a body cultivator, with her innate spirit being the unfeeling Wangchuan, wielding a 3-pronged double-edged spear as her primary weapon. She was the smallest among the 6 guardians, yet her weapon was the largest, creating a stark contrast. The spear stood on the ground, towering over her, appearing extremely heavy, yet she wielded it effortlessly, displaying no signs of struggle. Yu Mao Mao at the No. 6 arena is a body cultivator. Her innate spirit, the unfeeling Wangchuan, grants her elusive movement, and her spear is both offensive and defensive. Beneath her petite frame lies considerable combat strength. The 6 top geniuses settled in their respective arenas, marking the grand opening of the national competition's peak showdown. In the stands, people whispered to each other, their eyes darting between the 6 arenas, eagerly anticipating the upcoming battles. A quarter of an hour later, the first challenge commenced. The first challenger headed straight for Gu Beihou's No. 1 arena. The newcomer was a young contestant from the Northeast Province at the peak of the 4th realm, with a water element innate spirit. He stepped forward confidently, locking eyes, with Gu Beihou signaling to the referee that he was ready. The referee waved to signal the start of the battle. The Northeast contestant crossed his arms, and icy blue energy surged forth instantly. Chilling air enveloped him. Tiny ice flowers began to form in midair, and 2 sharp ice blades coalesced in his palms, emanating a bone-chilling cold as he crouched low and charged toward Gu Beihou at full speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The stands fell silent, all eyes glued to the No. 1 arena. The water element innate spirit's low temperature suppression. This contestant's advanced speed is astonishing. How will Gu Beihou respond? It appears he hasn't yet adopted a serious posture. Gu Beihou he slowly drew his right hand palm facing forward as a silvery, white lightning burst forth, crackling arcs of lightning dancing and roaring in his palm, the aura of the electricity fierce and domineering. It was merely the simplest palm lightning, its power less than 1/10 of his peak state. Yet this simple lightning bolt accurately struck the opponent's chest. Bang! A light sound resonated as the ice blades shattered into countless ice shards, the immense impact force sending the challenger reeling. The opponent stumbled, losing balance, and fell onto the arena floor, his combat suit scorched black by the lightning's high temperature. Large areas of his skin burned, and a piercing numbness spread throughout his body, rendering him unable to rise for a moment. The referee immediately stepped forward, loudly declaring, "In the no. 1 arena, Beihou wins." Medical personnel rushed onto the scene to carry the contestant off for treatment. The female host on the high platform expressed her astonishment. With just a single palm lightning, he defeated a peak 4th realm ice element contestant. Beihou's thunderous innate energy truly surpasses the standard for his level. The stands erupted into low murmurs of amazement. This is simply too strong. A casual strike severely injures the opponent. The difference is evident. Ordinary contestants cannot shake his position as the guardian. No wonder he can maintain his top-tier status at such a young age. His strength is genuinely solid. I've heard he is known as the most monstrous genius in the history of the Monster Hunter Alliance. So ruthless. So cool, exclaimed a girl. Meanwhile, challenges at the other arenas also commenced in succession, the sounds of energy collisions ringing out continuously. In the no. 3 arena, Su Yuhan faced off against a wind element contestant from Huanan province at the beginning of the 4th realm. Surrounded by swirling green wind blades, the opponent's figure transformed into numerous afterimages, using the wind's speed to dart and ambush. The sounds of slicing wind blades filled the air, densely enveloping Su Yuhan. The wind element's agile movement excels at dragging out and exhausting opponents. "Can Su Yuhan sky I counter this tactic?" murmured the instructor in the stands. Su Yuhan's eyes shimmered with a faint white glow as she activated her innate spirit, the sky I, perceiving every movement and attack trajectory of her opponent. Her tang knife was drawn in an instant, gleaming coldly, leaving behind a flash of silver light. Swish! With a single slash, she precisely cut through the opponent's form, cleanly slicing the surface of their combat suit, severing the wind blades surrounding them, without harming the skin, leaving only a faint white mark, effectively dismantling all of the opponent's offensive actions. The wind element contestant found their energy flow obstructed their assault, completely collapsed, realizing they could no longer fight and could only concede. The male host commented, "The sky I foresaw the opportunity cutting through the swift wind assault. Su Yuhan's battle control is truly exceptional." On the 4th arena, Li Qing faced off against the wooden defense contestant from the Southwest province. The opponent's innate spirit, the evergreen armor, represented the pinnacle of wooden defense, capable of summoning endless vine armor that was self-sustaining and unyielding, focusing on a war of attrition. Vines surged wildly around the contestant, layers of thick green wood armor enveloping his body, solid as a fortress, attempting to exhaust his opponent's spiritual energy. Li Qing's gaze turned defiant as he stepped forward, unleashing the full force of the 8-wheel fire prison. A dark red flame of spirit ignited at his fingertips, and a scorching wave swept across the entire arena. The moment the flames touched the wooden spiritual energy, the special effect of the flame was instantly triggered. The blazing fire surged wildly, igniting the opponent's innate core directly through the wooden spiritual energy. The heavy vine armor instantly withered and cracked, shattering into pieces, and the wooden defense completely collapsed. The opponent suffered a backlash from his own spiritual energy, blood surging, and a metallic taste filling his throat as he staggered back several steps, defeated in panic. Fire overcomes wood. Coupled with the flame effect, a dual pressure of attributes and spiritual energy. The audience erupted in applause. On the 5th arena, Luo Kaisen faced off against a muscular contestant from the 4 realms body cult. The opponent's physique was robust, with his innate spirit the petrified giant strength, showcasing heavy and domineering power. His fists infused with earthy yellow spiritual energy, accompanied by a massive wind pressure, he launched a fierce punch, determined to break the deadlock. Luo Kaisen did not dodge or evade, raising his hand to condense a dark golden spear. The moment the 7 wounds demon spear took shape, dark red patterns swirled, and an overwhelming aura of slaughter filled the arena. Without even launching a strike, the terrifying aura emanating from him felt like a mountain pressing down. Faced with this terrifying presence, the muscular man stiffened, his spiritual energy stagnating, completely intimidated. The originally certain heavy punch was forcefully halted in midair, and he dared not continue fighting, voluntarily bowing out in defeat. The audience nodded in agreement. The aura of the 7 wounds demon spear is too terrifying. It directly shattered the opponent's fighting spirit. Psychological pressure exceeds combat power pressure. This innate spirit is too incomprehensible. On the 6th arena, Yu Mao battled against a heavyweight contestant standing at 1.9 meters. The opponent's steps were heavy, each stride causing the arena to tremble slightly. His innate spirit, heavy mountain body, activated, increasing his weight and strength as thick spiritual energy gathered at his fists, a fierce wind howling towards Yu Mao. At the moment the fist wind approached, Yu Mao activated the heartless forgetting river shadow. His figure suddenly blurred, teleporting away, completely evading the heavy strike, leaving only a shadow behind as his true self circled behind the opponent. With the spear sweeping horizontally, it struck precisely at the opponent's knee joint. Boom! The muscular man lost his balance, letting out a cry as he knelt on one knee. A smile crept onto Yu Mao's lips as the spear tip hovered just beneath the opponent's chin, completely locking the situation. The opponent, unable to turn the tide, reluctantly conceded. As the tournament progressed, the challenges on each arena grew increasingly fierce. Contestants from the 4 realms and 5 realms took turns on stage, with various innate spirits clashing in a display of diverse tactics. On the first arena, 3 high-level contestants challenged Beihou in succession. The water type, Boundless Sea Shield; the earth type, Thousand Mountain Armor; and the wind type, Torn Wind Blade, took turns to attack, either defending or launching rapid strikes. However, Beihou's 9 Heavens Demon Thunder featured both offense and defense, easily neutralizing all attacks. The 3 challengers found it difficult to get close and were all defeated. Su Yuhan, Li Qing, Luo Kaisen, Yu Mao, and Li Ludiao also successfully repelled multiple rounds of challenges. The arena was a whirlwind of blades, flames, spear shadows, thunder arcs, and wind blades, with each clash eliciting gasps from the audience. The 1-hour limit for defending the arena quickly came to an end. On the 6 arenas, 6 figures stood firmly unshaken. Beihou, Li Ludiao, Su Yuhan, Li Qing, Luo Kaisen, and Yu Mao successfully advanced to the semifinals, securing their spots in the World Championship. In the vast venue, a heavy and prolonged applause gradually sounded. The male host spoke with fervor, loudly announcing, "The 1-hour fierce battle has concluded. The 6 top talents have emerged. Congratulations to them for successfully advancing to the semifinals, aiming for the national championship and competing in the World Championship." The audience's gaze focused on the 6 arenas, eagerly anticipating the upcoming pinnacle showdown. The individual competition will take place after the team competition. The following morning, the draw ceremony for the National Demon Hunter Team competition was held as scheduled at the Phoenix Nest Sports Center. The arena underwent overnight renovations. 5 of the 6 arenas from the previous day were dismantled, leaving only a giant main arena in the center. The area of the team competition arena was larger, with denser runes significantly enhancing the absorption of spiritual energy and explosion resistance, capable of supporting violent clashes of 3-person teams. In the center of the arena stood a draw box containing 13 numbered ping-pong balls corresponding to the 13 participating teams from various provinces. Beihou stood with his hands in his pockets at the bottom of the arena, calmly observing the captains of the other 12 teams sequentially take the stage to draw lots. The talents from various provinces showed different states of mind. Some were nervous, some indifferent, while others prayed not to face strong teams. As the 12 captains drew their lots one by one, the host reported the matchup information in real time. The audience erupted in soft cheers for those who drew weak teams. When strong teams like those from the Northwest, East China, and South Lake were drawn, the crowd gasped, fully aware that they faced formidable opponents. Finally, it was Beihou's turn to take the stage and draw lots. He walked up to the main arena, reached into the box, and pulled out the last ping-pong ball. The number on the ball was clear, 7. The amplification array immediately announced 7th draw, East China Provincial Team. In the first round, they will face the 2nd draw, Southwest Provincial Team. Beihou pocketed the ball, turned calmly, and stepped down from the stage, his expression calm and unperturbed. The rest of the teams breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad to have avoided facing the East China Yujang and the monstrous Beihou in the first round. Everyone understood that Beihou could single-handedly slay level 5 monsters, and no peer could match him. Encountering him in the first round was tantamount to elimination. Returning to the resting area, Song Guofu and Cijiao were already waiting there. Song Guofu sat on a long bench, leaning forward, his expression tense and filled with anxiety. Cijiao stood beside him, his fingers repeatedly gripping the seams of his pants, his normally calm eyes filled with gravity. Beihou twisted open a bottle of mineral water, downed it in one go, and spoke softly. "The overall strength of the Southwest Province is average. For this match, you should focus on practice." "Shall we go on first, Lord?" Song Guofu immediately looked up. Yes. Gu Beihou set down the water bottle, his tone relaxed. You two will lead the entire match while I stand back and observe. I will step in if necessary to finish things off. The two nodded earnestly, quickly calming their minds, adjusting their spiritual energy states, and preparing to take the stage. Half an hour later, the team competition officially commenced. All the leaders and instructors in the audience sat up straight, their gazes locked onto the central arena. The giant arena was illuminated brightly, as if it were daylight, with the referee in black standing in the center, his expression solemn. The contestants from both teams ascended the stage in turn. The East China team, led by Gu Beihou, was at the forefront. The deep gray standard battle uniforms were dignified, and steady the sword case slung behind him, with 3 spiritual swords lying quietly in wait, exuding an aura that was deep and restrained. Following closely was the representative team from the Southwest Province. The 3 were dressed in matching army green uniforms, simple and heavy in style. The team captain was a sturdy, dark-skinned young man built like a boulder, calm and powerful, serving as the core Earth-type contestant. The tall and slender boy in the team had long limbs and thick knuckles, being a typical wind-type speed attacker. The petite girl sported red pigtails, her figure agile and her aura mysterious. The 2 teams stood on opposite sides of the arena waiting for the starting signal. The referee cast a glance at the 6 contestants, then shouted in a deep voice, "Team competition, first round. East China Province versus Southwest Province. The match begins." Song Guofu was the first to step forward, his heavy footsteps causing the platform to tremble slightly, firmly holding the left flank. Ancient fossil-like scales appeared on his body. His innate spirit Ho Tu Shi Lin provided supreme physical defense, fortified by the dense spiritual power of the earth element, excelling in both offense and defense, adept at direct confrontation. Xiaijio swiftly moved up, positioning himself in the right rear. A green glow concentrated in his palm, his innate spirit weapon, the Zhu Feng Yinhuan longbow, took shape, its entire body gleaming with a radiant luster. The innate spirit Zhu Feng Yinhuan specialized in long-range precision strikes, with an extremely far-shooting range, and cunning arrows, excelling at locking down movements and long-range suppression. The 3 from the southwest instantly entered combat mode, their gazes wary of Gu Beihou, who was positioned behind them, daring not to launch a reckless attack. After a brief hesitation, the Southwest team leader took the initiative. "Damn it. What's there to be afraid of? Let's take them down." He formed seals to channel his spiritual power, his earth-colored spiritual light surging as his innate spirit Pan Shixian Tai Kai fully activated. Buzz. Heavy rock armor enveloped his entire body, the armor plates densely patterned, pushing his defense to the peak as he charged directly at Song Guofu, ready for close combat. At the same time, the tall, thin wind-type competitor advanced sideways, activating his innate spirit Luan Feng Qian Rening. Dozens of razor-sharp wind blades coalesced in midair, flickering and obscuring vision, angled sharply, completely locking down Xiaijio's movements, using the wind's momentum for a rapid face-to-face assault. The girl in red at the back stood quietly, her hands forming seals rapidly. Buzz. Spiritual power surged as her body's innate spirit Shihun Shuizhong activated. A faint blood-colored mist gradually spread across the arena, capable of siphoning the errant spiritual energy in the air and suppressing the opponent's spiritual recovery, continuously weakening the enemy's endurance. The dual-line battle on the arena unfolded simultaneously. On the left flank, Song Guofu faced off against the Earth-type team leader Hedon. The opponent's rock armor had extremely strong defenses, and each heavy punch against Song Guofu produced a muffled thud, yet it could only stir a ripple of spiritual energy. Song Guofu, with his Ho Tu Shi Lin, was robust and unyielding. He retaliated with a heavy punch, the immense force overwhelming. Bang! The opponent's dark iron armor instantly cracked with fine lines. The two continued their clash, with the Earth-type team leader aware that he could not prevail in a direct confrontation, immediately switching tactics. Throw a punch, retreat 3 feet. The entire process involved Hitandran tactics, specifically targeting the depletion of Song Guofu's spiritual power and stamina, never engaging Hedon. On the right flank, Xiaijio maintained pressure on his opponent. The wind-type competitor was extremely fast and agile, but his shooting range was far inferior to Xiaijio's. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiaijio unleashed his Zhu Feng Yinhuan at full power, green arrows flying in succession, silver-white tails slicing through the air, precisely locking down all of the opponent's advance routes. The wind-type competitor was forced into a passive dodge, with several advances being repelled by the arrows, never able to close in on Xiaijio. However, as time passed, the situation on the arena quietly reversed. The girls, Hun Shuizhong, had already covered most of the arena. Within the blood mist, the errant spiritual energy was continually siphoned, causing Song Guofu's recovery speed to plummet and his stamina consumption to increase exponentially. Cigio's long-range output was already high in mana consumption. Under the suppression of the blood mist, the spiritual energy concentration of the arrows continually diminished and the suppression strength gradually weakened. The audience's murmurs grew increasingly dense. The Southwest team's tactics are too stable. The blood mist continues to suppress and deplete. The Huadong duo's shortcomings have been exposed. Song Guofu is slow, and Cigio fears close combat. Why hasn't Gu Beihou made a move? If this continues, they'll really be in a passive position. On the arena, the three from the Southwest remained vigilant against Gu Beihou, maintaining a defensive position for the first 10 minutes, afraid to launch a full-force assault. But after 10 minutes passed, Gu Beihou remained still, showing no signs of engagement. The three instantly confirmed that Gu Beihou was there to train and would not easily intervene in the battle. In a moment of eye contact and tacit communication, the Southwest team completely changed their formation. They abandoned the defensive tactics and shifted to an all-out assault. The Earth-type team leader activated all his spiritual power, doubling the thickness of his Pan Shi Xiantai Kai, increasing the strength of his punches by 50%, no longer evading, but charging straight at Song Guofu, the force of his punches shaking the heavens. Thud, thud, thud. Song Guofu's spiritual power could not keep up, retreating step by step under the relentless assault, relying on his physical strength to hold on, sweat beads covering his forehead, breathing increasingly rapid. The wind-type competitor Luan Feng, Qian Ren Ying, erupted with full power. Swish, swish, swish. Countless wind blades filled the sky, completely blocking all of Cigio's dodging and retreating angles. Taking advantage of the wind blades sealing off the arena, he accelerated to the extreme, instantly closing in on Cigio. Once a ranged shooter was in close combat, their combat power would be halved. Cigio's expression darkened slightly, having no choice but to abandon his bow to block. The longbow was unsuitable for close combat, and the block was stiff and awkward, instantly forcing him to the edge of the arena with no retreat possible. The entire situation on the arena had completely reversed, with the Huadong duo falling into a state of total passivity. Gu Beihou stood quietly at the edge of the arena, observing all the changes in the battle. He clearly saw the two's fatal weaknesses. Song Guofu was invincible in body and had top-notch defense, yet was slow and most fearful of continuous depletion and attrition. Cigio had no solution for long-range suppression, yet lacked any close combat escape, means falling into a desperate situation once pressed. Seeing Song Guofu once again knocked back by a heavy punch, staggering and nearing depletion, Gu Beihou finally made his move. He slowly withdrew his hand and stepped forward. Boom! Without any overwhelming momentum or frenzied spiritual power, the six battling on the arena instantly froze in place. The air suddenly grew heavy and stagnant, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire arena. The Southwest team leader's heavy punch was frozen in midair. The wind-type competitor's assault instantly skewed, and the blood-type girl's sealing fingers suddenly froze. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Gu Beihou faced forward with his palm-open fingers together. A pale flame quietly rose, transcending the conventional lightning and fire attributes. The extremely compressed, thunderous spiritual power fused with the pale flames, seemingly containing destructive temperatures and penetrating power. Whoosh! The air was violently distorted and shaken by the intense heat. Burning thunder, slash. In the next instant, a 5-meter-wide pale lightning fire slash took shape. It swept across the arena, instantly sweeping through the three from the Southwest. The white light was blinding, moving at breakneck speed, leaving no room for evasion. The three from the Southwest instantly activated their ultimate defenses. The Earth-type team leader poured all his spiritual power into reinforcing his Pan Shi Xiantai Kai, the armor plates glowing with golden light, vowing to withstand it. The wind-type competitor abandoned his assault, diving at full speed to evade. The girl in the back dispersed her remaining spiritual power to form a protective blood shield, bracing against the impact. But all was in vain. In the moment, the burning thunder slash swept by the heavy dark iron armor was torn apart like thin paper, and the Earth-type's spiritual power was utterly incinerated. The wind-type competitor was sent flying by the terrifying shockwave, his battle suit scorched, and torn spiritual power in disarray. The protective blood shield of the girl in the back shattered instantly, her entire spiritual power drained by the burning thunder, stumbling against the arena's barrier, utterly exhausted and limp. In just 1 second, the tense standoff that lasted 10 minutes was completely concluded. The referee immediately stepped forward, loudly declaring the winner of this match, Huadong Province. The audience erupted with thunderous applause, gasps of amazement echoing. A match decided in a second. This is the true power of Gu Beihou. The previously tense match was directly crushed to a close. The gap is simply absurd. Gu Beihou's palm thunder and fire gradually extinguished his expression calm. He glanced at the panting, exhausted Song Guofu and Ci Jiu, saying nothing more, merely nodding before turning and walking down the arena with composure. Song Guofu and Ci Jiu exchanged glances, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. The two had exhausted their strength, struggling in a grueling battle, barely maintaining the situation. Yet Gu Beihou, with just one move in a second, easily crushed the conclusion. At this moment, the two completely recognized the huge gap between themselves and the top peers. What is absolute power? What is crushing the situation? It was all clear at a glance. The victory of the East China province does not stem from the weakness of the Southwest province's forces, but rather from the presence of a top-tier powerhouse within the East China army, Gu Beihou, who can end the battle in an instant. On the arena, the three competitors from the Southwest province stood in silence, no one immediately stepping down from the stage, the atmosphere stifling to the point of suffocation. The Southwest team leader lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the shattered rock armor on his chest. The massive gash that extended from shoulder to abdomen was torn apart by Gu Beihou's pale flame. Deep within the crack of the armor, tiny sparks continued to flicker, and the lingering sensation of searing heat refused to dissipate. The tall and slender team member crouched down to pick up several charred and hole-filled fragments of battle gear from the ground, his fingertips trembling slightly, a face full of helplessness. The female team member with two small pigtails looked as pale as paper, her lips devoid of color. She slowly walked back to her teammates, attempting several times to offer words of comfort, only to swallow them all back down. In the face of absolute disparity in strength, any words seemed pale and unnecessary. If it weren't for Gu Beihou's final restraint, the three of them would have perished simultaneously under that strike. The three remained silent as they lined up step by step, walking off the arena and through the narrow contestant passage. On both sides of the passage, all the contestants waiting to take the stage turned to watch. In the gazes of the onlookers, there was a mix of sympathy and regret, but more than that, a strong sense of fear. It was too tragic, completely crushed throughout the match with no chance to fight back. It's really unfortunate to run into Gu Beihou. This is not even a fair match. Fortunately, we didn't draw East China in the first round. This is simply a dimensional crush. The fragmented voices of discussion constantly penetrated their ears, causing the heads of the three from the Southwest to droop even lower, their steps becoming heavier. The first match concluded entirely, and after a 30-minute break for the arena, the audience's enthusiasm showed no signs of waning, everyone eagerly anticipating the next duel. Soon the host's impassioned voice echoed throughout the stadium. Second match of the team competition. Northwest Province versus Northeast Province. The competitors from both sides entered the arena, and the duel commenced immediately. The spotlight on the arena suddenly brightened, blinding white light enveloping the entire competition stage, instantly heightening the atmosphere. On the left side, the three from the Northwest Province stepped onto the stage with steady strides. The team leader Li Fugue exuded a powerful aura, his presence commanding respect, embodying the pressure of a top-tier powerhouse. His innate spirit was the Xianjin spirit-devouring blade, a top-tier legitimate gold-type spiritual vein, and he was a frontrunner for the championship on the #1 arena of this individual competition, boasting formidable offensive capabilities and terrifying potential. Behind him were two teammates, one a shield and the other an assassin, their roles clearly defined, working in perfect harmony. On the right side, the three from the Northeast Province entered the arena simultaneously. Dressed in dark green battle gear adorned with the black and white emblem of mountains and rivers, their style was fierce and rugged, highly recognizable. The Northeast team leader was exceptionally robust, nearly 2 meters tall, his body a mass of muscle, and his tight battle gear almost tearing apart, emanating a wild and potent aura. His innate spirit was the top-tier physical spirit vein, giant bear spirit, focusing on pure physical strength with an incredibly terrifying destructive power in direct confrontations. Behind him, one teammate wielded fire-type wildfire pattern, skilled in widespread fire suppression. The other was a rare wood-type green vine vitality, extremely scarce within the monster hunting system, lacking top-tier explosive power, but serving as an exceptional support in team competitions, continuously replenishing teammates' spiritual energy, healing injuries, and enhancing their conditions. The two teams positioned themselves on opposite sides of the arena, their gazes colliding across the space, intense battle intent erupting instantaneously. Match start. As the referee's command echoed, a loud buzz sounded. Two surges of overwhelming spiritual power erupted simultaneously, and the air in the arena became hot and tense in an instant. The Northeast team leader showed no hesitation and charged forward at full speed. Roar! The giant bear spirit within him was unleashed instantly, his physical form swelling from 2 meters to 2.5, his limbs thickening by more than double, and a layer of gray-white rocky patterns surfaced on his skin, hard as steel. Boom! The heavy sound of footsteps caused the arena floor tiles to tremble slightly. He charged like a rampaging armored vehicle heading straight for the North China front. The Northwest Earth-type competitor responded swiftly, slamming his hands onto the ground. Wall of stone. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the arena. Massive earthen walls shot up from the ground several meters high, firmly blocking the frontal assault. The next second, bang. The mighty iron fist smashed directly into the center of the rock wall. The sound of the collision shattered eardrums. Wow! The hard rock wall instantly caved in, creating a massive black hole, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the entire wall, and debris and dust soared into the air, obscuring vision. The audience in the stands erupted in excitement. My God! This physical power is too exaggerated. The Northeast team leader is incredible, directly challenging the Earth-type defense with pure physical strength. It's just like a fierce beast of pure strength. While the main battle was ongoing, the side battle erupted simultaneously. The Northwest Wind-type female competitor's figure flickered, and with a whoosh, she launched into action. A blue-green afterimage streaked across the arena, moving so fast that the naked eye could only catch a fleeting glimmer. Her fingertips trembled, unleashing a flurry of sharp wind blades that sliced through the air, precisely aimed at the Northeast Fire-type competitor. The Northeast Fire-type competitor spread his arms wide, a wave of heat surging from his palms. Firewall. Whoosh. The blazing red flames surged upwards, engulfing everything in their path. All the wind blades collided with the high-temperature firewall, instantly being burned to fine spiritual energy, evaporating completely. In the back row of the arena, the Northeast Wood-type competitor quickly formed hand seals. A rustling sound echoed as countless green spiritual threads burst forth, each delicate thread precisely connecting to the dantian of his two teammates, continuously supplying spiritual energy, sustaining their endurance, and stabilizing the battlefield. The Wood-type support is too critical. The Northeast lineup is both resilient and sustainable. This match is definitely a tough nut to crack, far more exciting than the last one. There's no way around it. In the last match, Gu Beihou's final strike was a one-hit kill. Although it was thrilling, it lacked the spectacle of this match. In the center of the arena, the North China Gold-type team leader Li Fugue officially struck. He raised his long sword high. The Xianjin's spirit-devouring blade shone brilliantly, with golden light, the long sword's body glittering under the lights, emanating a chilling glare, its sharpness imposing. He did not recklessly charge into the fray. Instead, he pointed the sword tip straight toward the heavens. Buzz! The golden spiritual power erupted skyward, exploding above the arena, transforming into a rain of golden light that cascaded down upon the three competitors from the Northwest. Xianjin's spirit devouring, golden spirit blessing. The moment the golden light entered their bodies, the defense of the Northwest Earth-type competitor doubled, and the speed of the Wind-type competitor surged by a factor of 2. The overall combat power of the entire team instantly elevated to a new level. The host shouted passionately, "Key team enhancement." This is the value of a top-tier captain. Not only is his personal strength formidable, but he also possesses support skills that directly invigorate the entire team. With the buff complete, Li Fugue charged into the fray. The metallic clang of swords rang out densely. The arcs of golden light crisscrossed, each slash carrying immense suppressive force, the offensive, overwhelming, and domineering. The Northeast team leader, empowered by the giant bear spirit, abandoned defense for attack, his rock-patterned iron fist clashing directly with the edge of the golden sword. Bang! The ultimate collision of fist and sword erupted in a shower of sparks. The violent shockwave swept across the entire arena. Both top-tier powerhouses were pushed back half a step, and the stalemate of the situation was firmly established. The cheers, shouts, and discussions from the audience intertwined the excitement, far surpassing the previous swift victory. At the moment when the situation reached a deadlock, Li Fugue no longer hesitated. Seizing the instant when the captain of the Northeast Bear Spirit team missed his heavy punch, and a gap appeared in his defense, the golden sword light of the Nine Heavens mystic art suddenly flashed, precisely penetrating through the gap. With a sharp swoosh, the sword's edge pierced into the captain's right shoulder in an instant. The golden spiritual power swiftly sealed his meridians, overpowering his physical strength with sheer force. The captain of the Northeast team immediately lost all strength in his right arm, letting it drop heavily, completely incapacitated for battle. Almost at the same time, the side battle was also breaking through. Taking advantage of the team's amplified extreme speed, the members from the Northwest Wind team executed a swift flank attack, instantly breaking through the firewall of the Northeast Fire team. The dense wind blades exploded in succession, precisely striking towards the rear row of the Wood team. The green spiritual threads maintained by the Northeast team were completely severed by the wind blades, causing an instant interruption in their spiritual power. The Wood team members, stripped of their protective support, had no time to react and were violently knocked to the ground by the shockwave of the wind blades. Their hand seals completely disintegrated, and the vibrant green spiritual light extinguished in an instant, leading to the complete collapse of the Northeast's rear line. The outcome of the battle was determined in an instant. The referee rushed to the center of the stage, raised his right arm, and declared loudly to the audience, "This match, the victor is the Northwest Province team." The audience erupted in cheers, applause thundered. On the stage, the captain of the Northeast team stood quietly, blood continuously seeping from his right shoulder, staining large areas of his combat uniform. His limp right hand was powerless, but his left hand clenched into a fist tightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness and stubbornness. He looked up at Li Fugui across from him, who met his gaze calmly, without arrogance or mockery. After a brief moment of eye contact, Li Fugui slightly nodded, turning to walk down the stage with composure. For a long while, the captain of the Northeast team finally withdrew his gaze, looking down at his bleeding shoulder, pressing his left hand firmly against the wound, gritting his teeth in silence as he exited the arena. In fact, his combat power should rank within the top 10 in the entire arena. However, only the top 6 in the individual competition could advance to the semifinals or even the world competition. He originally thought that with their perfect trio they would shine in the team competition, but unexpectedly they were defeated in the first match. Truly, Li Fugui was deserving of his qualification for the world competition. The 2 morning team matches concluded and the audience dispersed significantly. Some went to eat and rest while others chatted and observed in the spacious corridor. The corridor of the Phoenix Nest Sports Center was wide and bright, with clean and tidy light gray marble flooring and a high ceiling that was open and atmospheric. The walls on both sides were adorned with old photographs from the past decades of the Hunters Grand Tournament in black and white and colored, documenting the rise and glory of generations of hunters. Beihou walked out of the contestants' resting area alone, taking slow steps down the corridor. His gaze slowly swept over the old photos on the walls, finally stopping in front of a yellowed color photograph. In the photo, Qin Yu appeared youthful and exuberant, wearing an old-style hunting battle uniform, holding the championship trophy high, with a radiant and unrestrained smile, a stark contrast to Beihou's usual calm and serious demeanor. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Beihou withdrew his gaze and continued to walk slowly. By the water dispenser around the corner of the corridor, Tang Yutong was filling her cup. Hearing the footsteps, she looked up, her brows curving slightly, revealing a hint of a gentle smile. "Beihou, are you watching the competition this afternoon?" Beihou stopped his steps, responding lightly, "If nothing comes up, I will take a look." Tang Yutong held the water cup, her expression serious, as she earnestly reminded him, "You should have seen the match between Huabai and Dongbei in the morning. The Northwest captain, Li Fugui's 9 Heavens Mystic Sword, is perfect for team battles. Although he is strong in individual matches, he is not the most top-tier crusher. In the team match, he can directly double the entire team's combat effectiveness. This kind of core that can invigorate teammates is much harder to deal with than those who can only fight solo." He nodded slightly. "I understand. True formidable enemies are not lone wolves, but top-tier cores capable of leading the entire team to rise." In the afternoon, the audience gradually returned to their seats, and the afternoon matches began on time. The host announced loudly, "The first match of the afternoon. Huabai Province team versus Huazhong Province team. The match begins." The captain of Huabai Province is also a metal-type spirit named the Weighty Star Heavy Sword, but his style is completely opposite to Li Fugui's, focusing not on support and armor breaking, but on ultimate brute force, heavy and domineering, pressuring like a mountain. The Huazhong Province team wore light blue battle uniforms with fresh and lively wave and coconut tree emblems, controlling water type, Kanglan water, and wind type, Qingyao wind dust, adept at maneuvering and guerrilla tactics. As the battle commenced, the atmosphere shifted entirely. The captain of Huabei's heavy sword team was not fast, but every swing of the sword shook the earth. Boom, boom. The heavy sword struck down, creating a deep fissure on the stage, with rocks flying and shaking the sky. The Huazhong team, relying on their extreme agility, continuously maneuvered, never engaging Hedon, dragging the battle into a prolonged fight. This battle lasted a full 30 minutes, becoming the longest duel of this round. The audience gasped in astonishment. Huaxong's maneuvering is too stable. They can't catch anyone at all. Northwest's power is unbeatable, but they just can't hit. At the stalemate, a wind-type member from Huaxiang launched a side attack, and a wind blade cut across the back of the Northwest captain, leaving a streak of blood. But the Huabe captain countered with a heavy sword, striking with tremendous force. Bang! The tremendous power hit the chest squarely. The Huaxiang wind-type member was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily against the stage barrier, completely losing combatability. The battle shifted dramatically. The subsequent Huaxiang water-type captain fought alone, his spiritual power, exhausted, outnumbered, and ultimately surrounded and overwhelmed by the three members of the Northwest team. The referee declared loudly, "The victor is the Huabe province team." The Huaxiang captain, depleted of spiritual power, knelt on one knee, and two teammates quickly came to support him as they silently exited the stage. With the afternoon matches concluded, the situation in the first round of elimination became crystal clear. This team competition follows a single elimination format. A losing one match means direct elimination. Huadong Huabe Northwest, Huaxiang South Lake North Tibet, and South Frontier successfully advanced. Among them, Huadong has Gu Beihou. Northwest has Li Fuguwei, South Lake has Su Yuhan, North Tibet has Luo Kaisen, and Li Qing, and South Frontier has Yu Mao Mao. On the next competition day, the audience in the sports center surged again, with many veteran hunters coming from the imperial capital specifically to witness today's team semifinal. The second round of matchups began with the first match, Huadong Province Team versus Huaxiang Province Team. The captain of the Huaxiang Province Team, Shen Huairo, is a female body-type powerhouse with the spirit, Water Moon Mirror Flower, possessing top-tier illusion mirroring and dual defense abilities, making her offense and defense unpredictable. As the match began, Gu Beihou continued to lead the charge. Song Guofu unleashed a heavy punch with all his might, smashing down on the water mirror barrier formed by Water Moon Mirror Flower. Bang! A muffled explosion erupted, the force sinking deep into the sea, entirely dissipated by the waves, and the recoil left his arms numb, causing him to stagger back repeatedly. Ci Jiu drew his bow and knocked an arrow shooting directly into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But they were deflected off course by the myriad reflections, ultimately nailing into the stage barrier. The entire stage was filled with indistinguishable illusions. The figures of the Huaxiang team were everywhere, completely locking down Huadong's offensive. The audience gasped. This illusion is unbeatable. It's impossible to find the real body. Huaxiang's spirit is simply a bug in team battles. The battle stalemated for a full 5 minutes, with Huadong being thoroughly suppressed. Just when everyone thought Huadong was stuck in a deadlock, Gu Beihou stepped forward slowly, raising his right hand gently. Boom! A terrifying pale flame erupted from the heavens, distorting the air with its high temperature, the thunderfire light blindingly dazzling. A massive arc-shaped thunderfire slash over 10 meters wide formed in midair, with flames rolling and thunderous, might overwhelming. Gu Beihou lightly pushed with his fingertips. Swish! The overwhelming wave of fire swept across the entire stage. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The myriad illusions shattered like bubbles in an instant. The hard surface of the Water Moon Mirror Flower rapidly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks under the extreme heat. Crack! The mirror surface shattered completely. Shen Huairo was violently pushed away by the terrifying shockwave of the flames, directly pushed to the edge of the stage. A moment of dead silence enveloped the arena, followed by thunderous applause. Another one of those moves. So powerful, violently shattering illusions. Unbeatable output. With Gu Beihou in play, all suspense is directly terminated. Can someone force him to use a second move? I really want to see it. The referee immediately declared this match. The victor is the Huadong Province team. In the same round, the Northwest Province team battled against the North China Province team. Li Fuguwei fully amplified the entire team's strength with the Xianjin Spirit Devouring Sword, filling the Gold Spirit Blessing to the maximum, crushing the North China team effortlessly and advancing strongly. The second round of the tournament has concluded, and the draw for the semifinals has officially begun. Gu Beihou, representing the East China Province team, took the orange competition ball from the draw box. Flipping it over, the matchup information emerged. East China Province team versus South Lake Province team. The other semifinal matchup was also locked in Northwest Province team versus North Tibet Province team. The South Border Province team received a bye, directly participating in the competition for the top 3, but the 4th place had a chance for a rematch. The moment the semifinal draw results came out, the atmosphere in the entire player resting area changed completely. During the first 2 rounds of group matches, all the provincial teams were quite relaxed. The resting area was crowded with people, some leaning against the wall with their eyes closed, some huddled in small groups, quietly discussing tactics, while others sat on benches eating and drinking to replenish their spiritual energy. The entire venue was laid back, devoid of any tension. But now it was completely different. The teams that advanced to the top 5 each occupied a corner of the resting area. There was an empty aisle between the teams. Everyone understood in their hearts that once they reached the semifinals, the strength difference wouldn't be too significant, and there was no room for error. In the resting area of the East China Province team, the atmosphere was relatively relaxed. Zhang Shiyue stood in front of the whiteboard, holding a black marker. The whiteboard depicted a neatly drawn square arena marked with the 4 positions: front row, back row, left side, and right side. He carefully outlined the movement paths, attack angles, and blind spots of the arena with lines. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the whiteboard. Zhang Shiyue spoke. The next opponent, South Lake Province team, consists of 3 people. Team leader Su Yuhan, with 5 realms of cultivation, a physical practitioner. Her innate spirit is the heavenly eye, and her weapon is a Tang Dao. Her 2 teammates are 1 male and 1 female. The male is Thunder-type Peak of the 4th realm with the innate spirit of the frenzied thunderstorm. The female is Fire-type Peak of the 4th realm without a specific innate spirit name, but should be a pure area suppression type. He heavily marked 2 horizontal lines under Su Yuhan's name. The focus is on Su Yuhan. The heavenly eye is one of the most troublesome innate spirits for physical practitioners, specifically designed to see through everyone's actions, weaknesses, and trajectories. Her Tang Dao has a fast attack speed and a wide attack range. Combined with the heavenly eye, there are almost no weaknesses in close combat. Her 2 teammates are pure firepower. The Thunder type will lay down thunder fields, and the Fire type will unleash a fire sea. Once both unleash their domains simultaneously, the entire arena will be enveloped by fire and thunder. At that time, your movements will be restricted, spiritual energy will be chaotic, and arrows and strikes will be disrupted. Song Guofu sat on the bench, leaning slightly forward, his hands resting on his knees, his expression serious. He looked up at Gu Beihou, who was leaning against the wall. Lord, should we send someone to restrain first? Gu Beihou crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, his gaze calm and steady. No need to restrain. This time, all 3 of us will go together. Having made it to the semifinals, we should have the cooperation and understanding we need, all of which we have practiced. He pointed at the whiteboard. The tactic is very simple. Guofu Cijio, you 2 will directly advance into the area between the opponent's thunder and fire types at the start. Cut off their field connection, preventing the fire sea and thunder field from overlapping. Leave Su Yuhan to me. Her team's fighting style is very rigid. She is the close combat core, while the other 2 are purely support. As long as we isolate the 3 of them and cut off their fire support, no matter how strong Su Yuhan is, she won't be able to withstand our triple assault. Nearby, Cijio nodded gently, his voice soft yet firm. I have a question. Once the fire and thunder domains are laid out, the spiritual energy on the arena will be chaotic. My wind-chasing Silver Hawk arrows will be affected by the air currents and lightning, causing deviations in trajectory and significantly lowering hit rates. Gu Beihou spoke calmly. Therefore, we absolutely cannot allow the 2 of them to unleash their domains simultaneously. He stepped forward, took the marker, and drew a thick circle in the center of the arena. Start quickly, disrupt their rhythm. This time we will win. Soon the first match of the semifinals of East China Province team versus South Lake Province team. The Fengshao Sports Arena's lights were fully lit, blindingly bright. The central arena was completely shrouded in white light. The audience in the stands had doubled compared to the previous 2 days, reaching 700 to 800 people. Many veteran demon hunters from the capital city arrived dressed casually and scattered throughout the stands. Everyone's eyes were glued to the arena. No one chatted or lost focus. The referee stood in the center of the arena, looking towards the 2 contestant passages. The 2 teams stepped out one after another. The East China Province team, led by Gu Beihou, took the lead, his deep gray combat suit appearing cool under the lights. Song Guofu, with his robust physique, followed closely behind, while Cijio Slender walked in last. On the opposite side, the South Lake Province team. Su Yuhan walked at the forefront, dressed in a dark blue combat suit, her high ponytail swaying as she moved with a brisk and decisive stride, exuding a strong aura. Her gaze was calm, fixed on Gu Beihou across from her, showing no sign of underestimating him. The 2 teams stood on either side of the arena, poised for action. The referee raised his hand and swung it down sharply. First match of the semifinals. East China Province team versus South Lake Province team. The match begins. At the moment the words were spoken, the fire-type female contestant from the South Lake Province team immediately took action. She raised both hands, palms facing upwards. Dark red flames erupted instantly from her palms, resembling two blooming fire lotuses. The flames quickly spread outwards, wildly engulfing the arena floor. Whoosh! The sizzling sound of burning echoed continuously as the spiritual energy runes on the arena floor flickered wildly in the heat. In just a second, half of the arena was completely covered in a sea of flames. The audience erupted into a flurry of discussions, starting with a fire sea. That's decisive. The South Lake fire type employs a standard area suppression strategy, not giving East China any room to maneuver. As the fire sea surged in, Song Guofu's figure moved slightly. His skin sprouted stone-like scales, quickly spreading over his limbs, torso, and cheeks. A thick hard rock armor firmly enveloped his body. The Earth-type innate spirit-back Earthstone scale activated full defensive mode. The blazing flames scorched the surface of the rock armor, sending sparks flying, the temperature extremely high. Yet standing amidst the fire sea, Song Guofu remained completely still, feeling not a hint of the heat. "Sijio," Song Guofu called out in a deep voice. Sijio leaped lightly, landing steadily on Song Guofu's broad shoulder, his stance as firm as if rooted to the ground. Song Guofu raised a hand to steady his calf, helping him maintain his position. Sijio condensed his palm, and a blue longbow formed instantly. Drawing the bow, gathering the arrow, and aiming was done in one smooth motion. Buzz! A spirit energy arrow interwoven with blue and silver settled firmly on the bowstring, its arrowhead sharp, locking onto the opposing fire-type contestant. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth in an instant. The blue light tail cut through the fire sea, ignoring the distorted airflow from the high temperature, charging directly towards the fire-type contestant's face. Just as the arrow was about to hit, the male thunder-type contestant from the South Lake Province team suddenly flashed out. He waved his right hand, unleashing a silver-white thunderbolt. The thunderbolt collided directly with the flying arrow. Bang! A cloud of light mist exploded in midair. The arrow intercepted and detonated. The audience in the stands gasped in astonishment. What swift coordination! The synergy between the thunder and fire types is incredible. Taking advantage of the explosion that obscured the view, Song Guofu charged forward amidst the fire sea. His rock armor glowed red from the fire, yet he showed no sign of slowing down, rushing directly towards the thunder-type contestant. In close range, he charged his right arm and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The heavy punch carried the immense power of the Earth-type, striking with great force. The Thunder-type contestant reacted swiftly, dodging to the side at the last moment. The punch swept just past his shoulder, crashing heavily against the protective barrier behind, creating a massive wave of force. The Thunder-type contestant, having avoided the punch, chose not to engage in close combat. He raised both hands high above his head. Wind and Thunder Domain. Countless silver-white lightning bolts shot up from his palms, exploding above the arena. The fragmented arcs of electricity densely rained down across the entire arena. The sizzling sound of thunder was piercingly loud. The audience erupted in chaos. Fire Sea plus Thunder Field. The dual domains are established. Now East China is in trouble. The spiritual energy is in disarray. Long-range attacks are basically nullified. Indeed, the lightning field has formed, and the spiritual energy on the arena is completely chaotic. Cigio's second arrow, originally locked on target, was directly disturbed by the lightning, causing a deviation in its trajectory, grazing past the fire-type team member and embedding itself into the shield. However, Cigio remained unhurried. His gaze was calm as he quickly adjusted his angle. The next arrow intentionally arced along the gaps in the lightning, bypassing the chaotic spiritual energy, and accurately locked onto the back of the lightning-type team member. Just as the arrow was about to hit its mark, ding! A flash of bright blade light suddenly appeared. Su Yuhan shot out in an instant, swiftly slashing with her Tang Dao, accurately splitting the arrow that was flying through the air into two segments. The spiritual energy arrow instantly dissipated. The entire arena fell silent for a moment. Such a fast blade. Su Yuhan's reaction is simply monstrous. The Tianqiong Eye truly lives up to its reputation, completely predicting the trajectory of the arrow. Just as the three from Nanhu were perfectly synchronizing their rhythm, Gu Beihou moved. He walked steadily out from the side's blind spot. Each step was precisely placed in the empty spaces of the fire, stepping between the gaps of the lightning, unhindered by any interference from the domain. In just a few steps, he walked directly in front of Su Yuhan. The two stood facing each other less than 5 meters apart. Su Yuhan held the Tang Dao horizontally, the tip pointing upwards, her posture guarded. In the next second, her pupils subtly changed. The black pupils faded, transforming into deep, gray, intricate patterns slowly circulating in her eyes. The Tianqiong Eye fully activated. She fixed her gaze on Gu Beihou, her voice cold and clear. Gu Beihou, I acknowledge your strength, but even the strongest have weaknesses. For instance, when you exert force, your right shoulder is always slightly lower than your left. At the moment of punching, your center of gravity shifts forward by 0.3 seconds. Your every offensive flaw is visible to me. Gu Beihou remained expressionless. Oh, so what? He slightly bent his right leg, twisted his waist, and suddenly unleashed a powerful right punch. There was no lightning power, no techniques, just pure extreme physical strength. The sound of the punch cutting through the air was sharp and piercing. Su Yuhan's eye patterns flashed, preemptively capturing the entire trajectory. She deftly dodged, perfectly avoiding this punch. The force of the punch brushed past her, crashing violently against the shield. In the next moment, Gu Beihou's left fist struck again. Faster, heavier. Su Yuhan dodged once more. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Beihou's fists rained down in a flurry like a torrential downpour, each punch more powerful than the last. The arena was filled with the sound of explosive impacts. Su Yuhan continuously sidestepped, retreated, and swung her blade to block. The Tang Dao's blade repeatedly absorbed the impacts of the heavy punches. Clang, clang, clang. The dense sound of metal clashing resonated throughout. Everyone in the stands felt their scalps tingle. Too fast. The speed of this exchange is simply absurd. Did Su Yuhan evade all of them? Is the Tianqiong Eye truly unbeatable? No, wait, she's retreating. She's been retreating. Su Yuhan could see all the flaws, predicting every punch. But she couldn't keep up with Gu Beihou's speed. She understood the movements, yet her body always lagged just a bit. Gu Beihou's strength was terrifying. Every punch that struck her blade sent vibrations through her hands, causing her arms to tremble. Her blocking became increasingly strenuous, her breathing completely disordered. Her originally composed gaze gradually turned serious. The 100+ exchange of punches came to an end. Su Yuhan was forcibly pushed back to the edge of the arena, her back nearly pressed against the shield. Her right hand gripping the Tang Dao trembled slightly. Gu Beihou halted his assault, his hands hanging down as he gently moved his fingers. He looked at Su Yuhan in front of him, his tone flat. Your swordplay is quite impressive. Who taught you? Su Yuhan bit her lip, staring at him. My master, someone you don't know. Gu Beihou nodded slightly. If it weren't for the fact that this swordplay is somewhat interesting, I wouldn't have kept you around this long. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuhan suddenly lunged forward. Her high ponytail fluttered in the wind as her Tang Dao shifted from a vertical slice into an offensive stance. The blade tip slashed upward from below, aimed directly at Gu Beihou's chest and abdomen. The Tianqiong Eye operated at full capacity, locking onto all of Gu Beihou's subtle flaws. Gu Beihou raised his right hand, a flash of lightning appearing in his palm. In an instant, the lightning erupted. Boom! The lightning clashed with the blade's force, violently deflecting its trajectory. The blade grazed past his shoulder, cutting a shallow line in his clothing. Su Yuhan did not halt her offensive, following up with a second downward slash aimed at his head. Gu Beihou sidestepped to evade the blade's energy, grazed past him, opening up an even longer gash. Taking advantage of the moment while dodging, Su Yuhan spotted an opening at his left waist, and her blade suddenly redirected, launching a horizontal slash. This strike was both quick and cunning. Someone in the stands couldn't help but exclaim, she's going to hit. But in the next second, Gu Beihou's left fist suddenly shot out. The speed of his fist surpassed that of the blade. Bang! The fist accurately collided with the blade. The hard Tang Dao was directly bent slightly by the impact, then suddenly snapped back. Boom! The dull trembling sound echoed across the arena. The massive recoil instantly shattered Su Yuhan's grip. Blood dripped from her fingertips onto the arena floor. Su Yuhan's hand holding the blade abruptly loosened, then she forcefully tightened her grip again. Gu Beihou looked at her bleeding right hand and calmly spoke, that's enough. Su Yuhan did not retreat. She raised the Tang Dao, the tip firmly aimed at Gu Beihou's chest, her gaze resolute. Even injured, her fighting spirit remained undiminished. But at that moment, Gu Beihou's figure suddenly vanished from his position. It wasn't teleportation. He was moving too fast enough that even the Tianqiong Eye could barely capture his trajectory. Everyone felt their vision blur for a moment. In the next second, Gu Beihou had already appeared behind Su Yuhan. His right palm gently pressed against her back. The warm sensation was clear. Palm lightning. A sudden explosion of silver-white lightning. The powerful lightning instantly engulfed her entire body. Su Yuhan felt as if she had been struck by a cannon soaring into the air. Her body traced a parabolic arc, crashing heavily against the opposing spiritual energy shield. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. She heavily fell to the ground, the Tang Dao slipping from her grip and landing with a crisp clang. The arena fell into silence in an instant. Meanwhile, the other two sides of the battlefield were also coming to a close. The moment Su Yuhan fell, the fires of the Nanhu and the lightning field both weakened significantly. In the instant, the fire-type team member lost focus. Song Guofu charged forward through the remaining flames, delivering a punch to her shoulder. The fire-type team member was directly pushed back several steps, her vital energy tumbling. With the lightning field in disarray, Jiao seized the opportunity and accurately shot an arrow into the right arm of the lightning-type team member. The lightning-type team member's movements froze. Beihou walked back to the center of the arena, his steps steady, neither rushed nor slow. He approached the lightning-type team member and said lightly, "Playing with lightning in front of me." Zizizi. A flash of silver lightning flickered in Beihou's eyes, an overwhelming aura bursting forth. Boom. The lightning-type team member seemed to encounter a natural enemy, her innate spirit instantly retreating back into her body, completely losing the strength to continue fighting. On the arena, all three members of the Nanhu team lay on the ground. Su Yuhan propped herself up on the ground, looking at her bloodied hand before raising her gaze to Beihou, who stood confidently in the center of the stage. She remained silent for 2 seconds before softly speaking. "We lost." The referee stepped forward, raising his right hand high. "The winning team for this round, Huadong Province." The audience erupted with warm applause. After a brief break, the second semifinal began. Northwest Province versus Northzong Province. The arena lights remained bright, the remnants of battle still lingering in the air, with faint runes flickering. The audience on the stands had not left, instead more and more gathered. Everyone knew that the clash between Northwest and Northzong would be fiercer and more brutal than the previous match. The Northwest team donned white combat uniforms, with Captain Li Fugue leading the way. His innate spiritual weapon, the Xianjin Spirit Devouring Sword, was recognized as a top-tier auxiliary combat spirit for this tournament. In the previous 2 rounds, they had crushed the competition without a single defeat. On the opposite side, the Northzong team wore deep blue combat uniforms. Captain Li Qing walked at the front, his black hair tinged with a faint dark red glow, exuding a cold and domineering aura. His innate spirit, the 8-wheel leaving fire, was a top-tier fire-type innate spirit. Luo Kaisen stood in a very relaxed posture, his weight shifted to one leg, his entire demeanor loose, yet emanating a sense of danger. His innate spirit, the 7 Injuries Demon Spear, was a self-harming high-damage Earth-type weapon. The 2 teams stood on opposite sides of the arena, the atmosphere tense. The referee raised his hand and brought it down. Second semifinal. Northwest Province versus Northzong Province. The match starts. At the moment the match began, flames spiraled around Li Qing, and he charged forward explosively. Boom! The speed was outrageous. Gasps erupted from the audience in an instant. So fast. Wasn't that starting speed a foul? Li Fugue didn't even have time to activate the golden spirit blessing of the Xianjin Spirit. The dark red flames exploded, and the terrifying shockwave forced Li Fugue to stagger backward. The soles of his shoes left long black marks on the arena floor. As he steadied himself, Li Fugue summoned a golden longsword in his palm. Xianjin Spirit Blade. The slender golden sword shimmered with brilliance, its spiritual light, heavy and majestic, exuding sharpness. Almost simultaneously, Luo Kaisen's figure darted out to the side. He gripped his right hand, and a dark golden spear took shape. The spear was covered in dark red patterns, and with each flicker of the patterns, Luo Kaisen's complexion paled further. The 7 Injuries Demon Spear harms the enemy while injuring oneself. In the next instant, both launched a fierce attack. Li Qing's 8-wheel, leaving fire, and Li Fugue's Xianjin Spirit sword collided heat-in. Boom! The golden sword light and dark red flames erupted in a dazzling explosion, causing the audience to squint their eyes. Both retreated half a step. The sword's blade was marked with large scorch marks, and the flames were filled with shattered golden spiritual light. Before the standoff could end, Luo Kaisen's demon spear lunged out with precision. The tip of the spear, imbued with a strange dark golden glow, aimed directly at Li Fugue's vulnerable side. Kill! Li Fugue decisively collected his sword to block. Clang! The spear and sword clashed, sending sparks flying. All eyes in the stands held their breath. In the next moment, a bizarre scene occurred. The patterns on the spear began to crack, a fine fissure spreading from the tip along the shaft. Luo Kaisen's face turned ashen. The power of the 7 Injuries instantly transmitted. Li Fugue, although not pierced or cut, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. It felt as if an invisible hammer had shattered his ribs, his body trembled violently, and his vital energy became chaotic. Before he could steady his breath, Li Qing's 8-wheel, leaving fire, erupted completely. Whoosh! A sea of dark red flames converged into a massive fireball, instantly enveloping Li Fugawei. The intense heat washed over him. Li Fugawei gritted his teeth and summoned a golden light armor to protect his entire body. At the same time, he activated the golden spirit blessing with all his might. His speed, strength, and spiritual power surged dramatically. The sword light slashed wildly, forcibly, cleaving a golden fissure through the sea of flames. Li Qing was forced to take a step back. But at that moment, the most ferocious killing move descended. In the center of the arena, Luo Kaisen's gaze turned as fierce as possible. He gripped the spear with both hands and thrust it forward. PFF. The dark golden spear tip stabbed directly into his own chest, piercing through to the back. Blood instantly soaked the spear shaft. The entire audience fell silent in shock. He stabbed himself. Is this the full power use of the 7 injuries demon spear? Self-harm for extreme lethality. Luo Kaisen's face turned paper white, his lips devoid of color. He drained all his vital energy, life force, and spiritual power, condensing all injuries onto the spear tip. The spear's dark red glow surged several times. Li Fugawei's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively conjuring a golden light shield. Bang! The moment the demon spear struck the light shield, the golden shield shattered instantly. Without any obstruction, the dark red spear tip pierced through Li Fugawei's right shoulder, emerging from the other side. PFF. Blood spurted forth. Li Fugawei's body froze instantly, and the golden sword's spiritual light extinguished completely. Immediately after, the sea of 8-wheel, leaving fire, completely engulfed his body. Boom! The flames erupted. Li Fugawei was blasted away, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. The audience was dead silent. The referee hurriedly approached, confirming the state, and raised his hand to announce loudly. The winning team for this round, North Zong Province. Although Luo Kaisen was gravely injured, his spirits were high as he smiled broadly, not caring that blood stained his teeth. On the other side, Li Fugawei propped himself up from the ground. His right shoulder was pierced and bleeding profusely, with the demon spear stained with both their blood still lodged in the wound. He raised his hand, gritting his teeth as he forcefully pulled out the long spear. Blood poured down his arm, dripping onto the arena floor. The other 2 members of the Northwest team stood in place, their expressions dazed. In less than a minute, their captain had been defeated. The 2 semifinal matches concluded. Huadong North Zong and Nanjiang successfully advanced to the finals. After the team semifinal was finished, the audience in the stands began to leave one after another. Minutes later, all sounds gradually dissipated, and the crowd exited through the doors, leaving the vast stadium suddenly empty. Beihou stood alone at the entrance of the rest area, facing away from his 2 teammates, looking out into the one hand in his pocket and the other holding his phone. The screen displayed a message from Qin: "You play well in the individual competition. He'll come to watch your match the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is a day off, and the day after is the individual finals. Do you 2 have any plans?" Song Guofu twisted the bloody bandage he had removed into a ball and accurately tossed it into the trash, grinning as he said, "No plans, just resting in the hotel tomorrow." "That's perfect, let's go out for a nice dinner tonight." Beihou walked back and sat down. "Since there's nothing to do, we should treat ourselves." The 3 of them packed their things and left the stadium directly. The night in the imperial capital was a world apart from Beihou's hometown Yuliang. Yuliang's night scene was full of fireworks, with the dim street lights of the old town, bustling barbecue stalls on the streets, and the gentle humid breeze from the river warm and down to earth. But the imperial capital was different, filled with high-rise buildings, glass facades reflecting the city lights, and the wide roads bustling with traffic. The air was crisp and dry, with neon lights shimmering on fine dust, vibrant yet distant. Beihou stood at the hotel entrance waiting for a taxi, looking up at the sky, which was dark and oppressive, barely revealing any stars. The city's lights were too bright, completely overshadowing the faint starlight in the night sky. Before long, Song Guofu and Cijo came out in casual clothes. Song Guofu wore a black t-shirt, gray long pants, and sports shoes. Without the tight combat uniform, his robust figure was fully revealed. The oversized black t-shirt was stretched tightly by his solid chest and shoulders. Cijo wore a simple white short-sleeve shirt and light blue jeans. This time he had made an effort to groom himself, tying his bangs back, with a black hairband revealing a clean and handsome face. His features were well-defined, with relaxed eyes, a straight nose, and a clear lip line. He wasn't the kind of stunning beauty that caught the eye at first glance, but he grew more pleasing the longer one looked. A warm and enduring presence. Beihou hailed a taxi, sitting in the front passenger seat, while Song Guofu and Cijo settled in the back. to Xuanxiang Tower. The driver acknowledged and pressed the gas. The car weaved through the streets of the imperial capital from the high-rise-filled new district all the way to the quaint, quiet old district, finally turning into a narrow old alley. Xuanxiang Tower was hidden deep within the alley, a three-story building designed in a traditional style, with gray bricks, black tiles, and a red lacquered wooden door. A plaque with golden characters on a black background hung above the door, inscribed with the three characters, Xuanxiang Tower. Two red lanterns at the entrance swayed gently in the wind, casting two flickering red lights on the gray brick wall, creating a rich atmosphere. The taxis stopped at the mouth of the alley, and the three of them got out and walked in. However, upon reaching the entrance of Xuanxiang Tower, they were stopped. Two young men in black uniforms stood at the door, standing tall, with sharp eyes, clearly not average security. "Sorry, the restaurant is fully booked for tonight and not open to the public." Song Guofu frowned instantly, his face filled with disappointment. Having come all this way only to be turned away, who wouldn't feel uncomfortable? The aroma of food wafted from the door, and voices and clinking dishes could be heard inside, making one's heart itch. At that moment, a familiar figure walked out from inside. It was Li Qing. He wore a black casual jacket and gray long pants with the tips of his black hair, carrying a hint of dark red, holding a cup of hot tea. Upon seeing Gu Beihou and the others at the door, he paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Gu Beihou, are you here for dinner?" "Yes, we came on a recommendation, only to find out it was fully booked," Song Guofu replied honestly. Li Qing smiled broadly, glanced at the three, and said generously, "This place is booked by us, so don't stand outside. Come in and eat, the more the merrier." Song Guofu instinctively turned to look at Gu Beihou. This was his natural habit. On the competition field, he watched Gu Beihou's gestures for offensive and defensive maneuvers. Outside the arena, he observed Gu Beihou's expressions and actions. Gu Beihou nodded slightly, his demeanor casual. "All right, since someone's treating, we might as well enjoy it." Li Qing immediately burst into laughter, his hearty laugh echoing in the quiet alley. "Ha, brother Beihou is indeed straightforward. Let's go in and have a drink." The Xuanxiang Tower looked small from the outside, but the interior space was exceptionally spacious. Li Qing led three others to the end of the corridor and pushed open the door to the largest, luxurious private room. Inside the room sat a person none other than Luo Kaisen. He wore a loose dark hoodie, the drawstrings hanging down to his chest, one leg casually draped over the other, holding a teacup with one hand. He looked lazy and youthful, completely devoid of the sharpness he had on the arena. Upon seeing Gu Beihou enter, Luo Kaisen immediately straightened up, lowered his legs, and raised his glass in greeting. "Brother Beihou, good to see you again." On the large round table, several plates of cold dishes were already laid out: marinated platter, cold, mixed black fungus, and sweet and sour peanuts, all rich in color and aroma. The group took their seats in turn, with Gu Beihou sitting in the middle, Song Guofu and Cijiao on either side, and Li Qing and Luo Kaisen across from them. Li Qing picked up the wine jug on the table and poured a full glass of homemade osmanthus wine for Gu Beihou. The wine was clear and bright, shimmering with a warm glow under the light. As soon as it was poured, the rich aroma of the wine, mixed with a hint of osmanthus, filled the entire room, pleasant and not overpowering. This is Xuanxiang Tower's signature osmanthus wine. The alcohol content is low, but the aftertaste is incredibly fragrant. Give it a try, brother Beihou. Gu Beihou lifted the glass, taking a light whiff where the floral and wine aromas intertwined. He took a small sip. The tip of his tongue tasted sweetness with a hint of bitterness, and after swallowing, a lingering sweetness rose in his throat, creating an excellent mouthfeel. "Not bad." Song Guofu followed suit and took a big gulp, instantly reddening his face. Cijiao merely dipped the rim of his glass and set it down. He never drank alcohol, as it would scatter his mental energy, directly affecting his archery accuracy. He couldn't afford to slack off during competitions. The group chatted while eating, and after several rounds of drinks and dishes, the atmosphere became increasingly relaxed. Li Qing had consumed quite a bit of wine. His face remained unflushed, his speech coherent, but his gaze slowly became hazy. He pulled his chair closer to Gu Beihou, resting his elbows on the table and lowering his voice so only the two could hear. "Brother Beihou, both of us are the top contenders for this personal competition, but I've recently heard a piece of news. There's someone among the contestants who has already broken through to the sixth realm." Gu Beihou's hand, which was picking up food, paused slightly, his expression unchanged as he leisurely finished his meal, took a sip of wine, wiped the corner of his mouth, and casually said, "Oh." Li Qing's eyes flashed with urgency. "Aren't you curious who it is? It's been years since the league has seen anyone under 20 break through to the sixth realm, and now another one has emerged." "Not curious." Gu Beihou drank his glass in one go, his tone calm. Li Qing grew anxious, the effects of the wine amplifying his gestures, the chair legs screeching against the floor. He stared intently into Gu Beihou's eyes filled with confusion. But it's the sixth realm. Why do you have no reaction at all? Gu Beihou set down his glass and softly replied, I'm not curious because I already know who it is. Upon hearing this, Li Qing was completely stunned. He sobered up quite a bit, disbelief plastered across his face. He had pieced together this confidential news through contacts and countless drinking sessions, and Gu Beihou had known all along. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice to inquire, how do you know Yu Mao Mao has broken through to the sixth realm? Gu Beihou's lips curled into a slight knowing smile as he raised his glass to indicate, so it's Yu Mao Mao. In that moment, Li Qing was utterly perplexed. He realized he had been played by Gu Beihou. Gu Beihou didn't know who it was. He was deliberately trying to fish for information. Luo Kaisen across the table could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter, doubling over with amusement, spilling wine onto the tablecloth, and creating a large wet spot. Li Qing, you really have been completely played. Li Qing was stunned for 2 seconds before helplessly laughing, as well feeling no anger. He poured 2 glasses of wine again, and clinked glasses with Gu Beihou vigorously. Brother Beihou, you're quite something. The two drank it all in one go, and the subsequent drinking session became completely relaxed, with Li Qing no longer holding back, revealing all the information he had gathered. Li Qing leaned back against the chair, twirling the empty wine glass in his hand, looking at Gu Beihou. Brother Beihou, actually Yu Mao Mao's innate spirit Wuxin Wanchuan is not so simple. He set the glass down, crossed his hands on the table. Wuxin Wanchuan, the innate spirit of the body, superficially functions to enhance physical agility and reaction speed, but that is merely the surface. He lowered his voice. The real power of Wuxin Wanchuan is that it can influence something. Fortune. The room fell silent for a moment. Fortune? Song Guofu's voice carried a drunken slur. Isn't that just a joke? Li Qing shook his head. Fortune does indeed exist, but ordinary people cannot perceive it. Legend has it that those who possess Wuxin Wanchuan will find their cultivation path much smoother than others. When breaking through bottlenecks, while others might struggle for years, she could simply take a nap and break through. When going out, while others might encounter nothing, she could casually stroll and pick up a 1,000-year spirit herb. Do you really think it's just her talent that's good? Many people have good talent, so why is it that only she can break through to the sixth realm? Li Qing traced a straight line on the table with his finger. Her cultivation path has been smooth sailing from the beginning to now, without any obstacles. Gu Beihou raised his glass and took a sip. Song Guofu's eyes widened. His drunkenness faded significantly upon hearing 1,000-year spirit herb. As a demon hunter who had been worried about resources since entering the profession, the statement, casually strolling, could yield a 1,000-year spirit herb, struck him harder than anyone else. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately just swallowed. No bottlenecks, no stagnation, a smooth journey all the way. Her luck was even more extraordinary. She could pick up 1,000-year spirit herbs when going out, and always won battles at minimal cost. No matter who faced her, they could only concede. She was simply the daughter of heaven. We used to not believe in such intangible things as fortune. Cultivation relied entirely on talent, effort, and resources. Li Qing sighed, but with Yu Mao Mao you have no choice but to believe. Everyone who had fought her said her victories were half due to strength and half due to extraordinary luck. After he finished speaking, Luo Kaisen set down his chopsticks, looking directly at Gu Beihou, his tone straightforward and serious, with no hint of probing. Brother Beihou, in the finals of the personal competition, we will eventually face Yu Mao Mao. Confronted with this young sixth realm genius, how confident are you? The room fell silent, all eyes on Gu Beihou. Gu Beihou lifted his glass, taking a light sip, his expression calm. On the arena, victory and defeat will be determined naturally, how everything will be revealed on the arena. In the deep of night, a few people finally concluded their drinking session and stepped out of the Xuanxiang building. The night breeze in the alley was slightly cool, carrying the unique, dry chill of autumn in the imperial capital as the lanterns swayed in the wind, casting dappled shadows. Li Qing, reeking of alcohol, patted Gu Beihou's shoulder to bid farewell, reminding him to compete well in the finals, and exchanged a few pleasantries with Song Guofu. Luo Kaisen remained taciturn, merely nodding slightly at Gu Beihou as a farewell. The three walked along the alley toward the street corner. Song Guofu's drunkenness had not completely faded. His face remained flushed, but his steps were quite steady. He was stoutly built, and with a similar alcohol tolerance, the alcohol in his body would be significantly diluted, having minimal effect on him. Cijiao, who had not touched a drop of alcohol the entire time, was completely sober, light on his feet, as he quietly followed behind, silently noting down the words, actions, and expressions of everyone at tonight's gathering. Master, Song Guofu could not help but speak. Li Qing and Luo Kaisen are quite loyal, willing to share such core intelligence with us. Gu Beihou did not slow his pace, his gaze fixed ahead at the streetlight, his voice cold and clear. They do not have good intentions. These two are not to be underestimated. Song Guofu was momentarily stunned, his face a mask of confusion. Tonight the two had been treating them and revealing top-secret information, their attitudes warm and generous. How could there be a problem? C.I. Ju nodded slightly from the side, clearly agreeing with Gu Beihou's assertion. Gu Beihou was too lazy to explain further. In the martial world, there was never goodwill without reason. Tonight's dinner and information, seemingly a gift, were in fact a test. Li Qing and Luo Kaisen did not care whether Yu Maomeo's intelligence would help him. Their true aim was to observe his reaction. They wanted to see his panic or calmness upon learning that his opponent was a Six Realms genius, to gauge his true strength and confidence, and to ascertain his mindset and hidden cards. All of his expressions, tone, and reactions earlier would be meticulously analyzed by the two upon their return, used to assess the situation for the finals. The three exited the alley and took a taxi back to the hotel. Gu Beihou leaned against the passenger seat, watching the rapidly retreating neon nightscape outside the window, closing his eyes to rest, having already formed a clear judgment about the final situation in his mind. In the blink of an eye, the highly anticipated individual competition finals officially commenced. The Fengxiao Sports Center was filled to capacity, the atmosphere electrifying. Unlike the audience scale of several hundred before, today there were over 1,000 people seated. Local demon hunters from the imperial capital, representatives from various provinces, and high-ranking officials from the Demon Hunter Alliance were all present to watch the battle. The stands were abuzz with excitement, a chorus of discussions rising from all directions. Finally, the individual finals are here. This generation's experts are clustered together. I wonder who will ultimately take the championship. I heard there are quite a few formidable characters hidden among them. They didn't even reveal their full strength in the team competition. In the most prestigious VIP section of the stands sat several high-ranking figures. In the center was Qin Yu, his head full of white hair, dressed in a classic dark blue traditional outfit. To his left sat Lu Shaoxiang, the minister of the physical department, a tall and robust man in a silver-gray uniform sitting with the steadiness of an iron tower. To his right was Zhao Jie, the minister of the fire department, clad in a dark red uniform, his eyes sharp and his aura imposing. In the center of the arena, the host held a microphone, his booming voice resonating throughout the venue. Welcome leaders and guests to the finals of the National Demon Hunter Individual Competition. After multiple rounds of fierce competition, the 6 finalists have all been determined. They are Gu Beihou from the East China Province, Li Qing and Luo Kaisen from the North Tibet Province, Su Yuhan from the South Lake Province, Li Ludiao from the North China Province, and Yu Maomao from the South Frontier Province. As each contestant's name was announced, applause erupted from the audience, the sound growing louder. Gu Beihou is truly impressive. His individual strength is unquestionable. North Tibet Province has 2 contestants in the finals, and both Li Qing and Luo Kaisen are favorites to win. Among them, the applause for Yu Maomao was the most enthusiastic and sensational. Last night, the Alliance headquarters released the Realm of Knowledge for this final. Everyone who paid attention saw Yu Maomeo's glaring 6 realms. As an 18-year-old 6 realms genius and a core contestant of the physical department, she was the most popular person in the venue. She was also the biggest favorite to win in everyone's hearts. The popularity of the contestants was instantly recognizable. With a stable ranking at the top was the 6 realms Yu Maomao, followed by the miracle maker Gu Beihou. Third was the steady Luo Kaisen, while the remaining 3 contestants lagged far behind in terms of support and enthusiasm. Yu Maomao, petite and dressed in a silver-gray combat suit, stood tall and straight, showing no signs of stage fright. Her gaze swept across the entire VIP section before landing briefly on Gu Beihou, then moving away. Gu Beihou stood on the opposite side of the arena, hands in his pockets, relaxed, yet composed, his aura steady and self-assured. The host exited the stage, and the referee stepped onto the platform, raising his right hand high. The atmosphere in the arena instantly tensed to the extreme, the murmurs of the audience gradually lowering as everyone focused intently on the stage. Within the Demon Hunter Alliance, there was an unofficial betting rule. No cash gambling was allowed, but rare resources could be used to bet on the outcome of the matches, with winners receiving precious treasures. A tacit enjoyment between the higher-ups and the contestants. In a corner of the arena, a temporary betting table was set up with the names of the 6 contestants written on a whiteboard, establishing exclusive odds based on popularity and strength. Yu Maomao, with her 6 realms and reverse luck, maintained the top popularity with the best odds. Gu Beihou, growing stronger with each battle, had a strong demeanor, placing second in odds. Luo Kaisen's innate spiritual kill was terrifying, placing third in odds. The last three contestants had higher odds, generally not favored by the crowd. Many spectators gathered around the betting table, discussing fervently while placing their bets. I'm definitely betting on you, Mao Mao. Her 6 realms realm guarantees a win. I think Gu Beihou also has a chance. His battle experience is profound, and he performs particularly steadily under pressure. Luo Kaisen is quite hidden. Perhaps he can pull off a surprise performance at a crucial moment. Countless spectators lined up to place their bets, debating animatedly. Many young demon hunters were particularly resolute. Even if the odds weren't in their favor, they decisively placed their bets on Gu Beihou simply because he had the biggest reputation and had never been defeated. Just as everyone was placing their bets, 3 high-ranking officials from the headquarters stood up in succession and walked to the betting table. The entire venue fell silent, all eyes instantly focusing on them, the previously noisy discussions abruptly stopping. First was Qin Yu, who took out an exclusive black card and directly wagered a top-grade healing spirit jade, a priceless treasure, betting it all on Gu Beihou's victory. The crowd erupted in an uproar, gasps of surprise ringing out. My goodness! Minister Qin actually bet heavily on Gu Beihou. This spirit jade is a rare treasure. It's clear he holds Gu Beihou in high regard. Next, Zhao Jie, the minister of the fire department, stepped forward, taking out a rare fire spirit pearl, far superior to ordinary competition, rewards, its entire body glowing red with rich spiritual energy, betting it all on Luo Kaisen. The stands erupted once more, people speculating eagerly. Minister Zhao is quite generous. The fire spirit pearl is not an ordinary item. It seems Luo Kaisen has some powerful hidden cards, otherwise he wouldn't be given such importance. Finally, Lu Xiaoxiang, the minister of the physical department, who was Yu Maomeo's direct superior, confidently pulled out a bottle of century-old qi condensation elixir. This was a rare treasure that was hard to come by in the cultivation world, with potent medicinal properties rarely seen. A heavy bet placed on his genius Yu Mao. 3 valuable treasures were bet on 3 popular contestants, instantly igniting the crowd, various discussions rising and falling once more. Minister Lu is fully supporting his disciple. The value of this elixir is impossible to estimate. The 3 big shots each have their favorites. This makes the final situation even more enigmatic. On one side are the seasoned experts' endorsements, while on the other is the 6 realms genius holding the fort. This will be quite a spectacle. It's truly hard to judge the outcome now. It all depends on who can maintain their composure and display their strongest capabilities on the stage. The 3 big shots completed their bets and returned calmly to their VIP seats. The situation in the audience was tumultuous, but the 6 contestants on the platform remained entirely unaffected by the external noise. The referee raised his right hand high, then suddenly brought it down forcefully. The National Demon Hunter Competition Individual Finals officially begins. In the center of the arena, the referee slowly stood upright. His expression was serious, his right hand raised high above his head, while his left hand cradled a completely transparent acrylic draw box. Unlike the white ping-pong balls from the previous team match, 6 solid gold ping-pong balls lay inside the box today. The golden spheres reflected light, intensely shimmering with a warm, yet dazzling glow under the bright lights of the arena, exuding an air of elegance and grandeur. The 6 balls were paired in duplicates engraved with 1 1 2 2 3 3. The rules were simple and brutal. Matching numbers would face each other, with the outcome determining life or death. The loser would be directly eliminated, while the winner would advance to the national top 3, competing for the championship and runner-up tomorrow. The 6 contestants stood in a semicircle along the edge of the arena, each exuding a distinctly different aura of pressure, instantly filling the entire arena. The atmosphere in the venue reached a peak. The audience's murmurs finally erupted into a chorus, filling the arena with a dense buzz. My God, this lineup is simply the pinnacle of celestial battles. Just draw randomly whoever faces whom. It's all hellish difficulty. Don't let Gu Beihou and Yu Mao meet too early, that would be a shame. Luo Kaisen's 7-wound spear, Su Yuhan's Tang Dao, a close quarters duel will definitely explode. The referee no longer waited, tightening his grip on the draw box and shaking it vigorously. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The 6 golden ping-pong balls collided wildly within the transparent box. Everyone's hearts raced, holding their breath as they awaited the final draw for life and death. After shaking for 3 seconds, the referee raised the box high, displaying it for everyone to confirm that the number of balls was complete and thoroughly mixed, with no tricks involved. He then stepped forward, allowing the 6 contestants to draw lots in turn. The first to step up was Luo Kaisen. He appeared casual, reaching into the box and pulling out a ball, opening his palm to reveal a large one engraved on the golden surface. The second was Su Yuhan. Her long, slender fingers paused slightly inside the box, precisely pinching out a golden ball. The moment she opened her hand, the audience gasped. Also a 1. Boom. The stands erupted with the first wave of excitement. Wow. They are direct rivals. The first match is Luo Kaisen versus Su Yuhan. A peak close combat showdown. This is a spectacular start. The two fiercest close combat fighters among the 6 are set to fight to the death in the first match. This is going to be thrilling. One wields a swift and precise blade, the other grows stronger in battle with a gun. They exchanged a glance, no extra words needed. The moment their eyes met, sparks flew and their battle intent surged. The third to draw was Beihou. He lazily reached in, casually pulling out a ball, without even looking, flipping it over directly. A clear number, 2. The fourth was Li Qing. He smirked slightly, drew a ball, turned to face Beihou, and opened his palm. 2. At that moment, the entire gymnasium erupted in a frenzy. Cheers, gasps, and discussions layered upon each other, nearly lifting the dome of the venue. This match is going to be wonderful. The VIPs straightened in their seats, their eyes sparkling. Li Qing's 8-wheel fire faces Beihou's thunder secret technique, the pinnacle of fire versus the pinnacle of thunder. The last ball needed no draw. 3 battles were conclusively settled. The first match, Luo Kaisen versus Su Yuhan. The second match, Beihou versus Li Qing. The third match, Yu Maomao versus Li Fugui. The referee collected all the golden balls, handing them over to the staff for safekeeping, then turned and strode back to the center of the arena, his voice booming, resonating throughout. 6 into 3 finals. The first match. Luo Kaisen Su Yuhan. Step onto the stage immediately to begin battle. The lights of the entire venue suddenly focused on the center of the arena, a dazzling brilliance enveloping the battlefield. The first peak blood battle officially commenced. The instant the referee's words fell, over 1,000 audience members fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Everyone fixed their gaze on the two figures in the arena, their smartphones, eyes, and attention all locked onto them. This was the most anticipated close combat showdown. Tang Dao, extremely fast and precise, versus the magic spear, growing stronger with each battle. 2 completely opposite extreme fighting styles locked in a deadly confrontation. Su Yuhan moved first. Swish! A sharp, piercing sound of a knife cut through the arena. Her deep blue figure suddenly shot forth, moving so fast that it almost left an afterimage. Her Tang Dao was drawn from her waist in an instant, the silver blade reflecting bright light, a brilliant arc of the knife slicing through the air with precision, smooth, decisive, devoid of any unnecessary movement. Su Yuhan's grip on the knife was incredibly elegant, her fingers long and delicate with distinct knuckles exuding a cool and dignified aura. But her strike was devoid of elegance. Fast, ruthless, accurate, deadly. There was no probing, no holding back. The opening move was a full-force killing strike. Her entire body leapt into the air, the deep blue combat suit trailing a smooth line in the air, the Tang Dao slashing horizontally from above the tip, aimed directly at Luo Kaisen's vital area, heading straight for a lethal blow. In the same instant, a layer of deep gray patterns rapidly expanded and circulated in the depths of Su Yuhan's pupils. Celestial Eye, activate. The wind speed, air resistance, the opponent's muscle movements, the flow of spiritual energy, cracks and blind spots. Every piece of data instantly flooded into her mind, laid bare. The stands erupted with a chorus of gasps. She's going all out from the start. Su Yuhan isn't planning to hold back at all. With Celestial Eye fully activated, this strike will absolutely lock onto any flaws. There's no way to dodge. Luo Kaisen is in danger. That strike is too deadly. Faced with this inescapable blow, everyone believed Luo Kaisen would have to dodge, block, or retreat. But Luo Kaisen stood still, not moving an inch, completely unyielding. Buzz! A dark golden stream of light erupted explosively from his palm, trembling the void as a long and domineering spear materialized out of thin air. The 7 Wounds magic spear. The dark golden spear body swirled with dark red patterns covered in sinister light patterns, flickering ominously, exuding a terrifying aura. This spirit weapon, which grew stronger with each injury, was the most enigmatic weapon of the entire league. Luo Kaisen didn't need to block with the spear tip. He simply rotated the spear horizontally, taking Su Yuhan's lethal strike heat with the solid shaft. Clang! The deafening clash of metal erupted. The immense sound penetrated the entire gymnasium, making people's ears ring. Blinding sparks instantly erupted, filling the space between the two with a dazzling visual effect. Su Yuhan's fully powered Tang Dao struck fiercely against the spear body, creating a deep white gash on the hard spear shaft. The terrifying impact instantly rebounded. Luo Kaisen was knocked back half a step, his shoes scraping harshly against the hard floor of the arena, leaving 2 long dark streaks. In that moment of collision, everyone saw it. Luo Kaisen's face turned pale, not from the pain of the hit, but from the backlash of his spirit weapon. The VIPs immediately discerned the essence of the situation, one commenting solemnly, "The Seven Wounds magic spear has rebounded." Su Yuhan's celestial eye captured this extremely subtle moment, without missing a detail. She saw clearly blood was crazily seeping from the wound in Luo Kaisen's right hand beneath the bandage of his tiger's mouth, as old injuries tore open his chi and blood, quaking the flow of spiritual energy reversing. A flaw. A huge flaw. Seize the opportunity. Su Yuhan's gaze turned cold, her foot stepped again, her figure surged forward. The second strike fell instantly. Swish. This strike was faster, more cunning, and more ruthless than the first. Leveraging the foresight of the Tianxiong Eye, the tip of the knife precisely locked onto the old wound on Luo Kaisen's right shoulder, heading straight for his Bodis' most vulnerable vital point. The audience erupted in excitement. They found a flaw. Su Yuhan is about to take it. The old wound has flared up. Luo Kaisen can't withstand a second hit. It's stable. This wave will definitely secure the kill. Everyone believed victory was assured. But in the next moment, Luo Kaisen unleashed an extreme on-the-spot reaction. His body abruptly darted left, evading the lethal strike of the knife. At the same time, he switched guns with one hand, instantly transferring the Seven Wounds demon gun from his right hand to his left. Kill. The gun rose swiftly from below. Another hard collision of extremes. Clang. A tremendous sound erupted. The terrifying impact exploded in both directions. Su Yuhan was jolted back 2 steps, her stance slightly unsteady. The price, however, fell once again on Luo Kaisen. The tiger's mouth of his left hand suddenly shattered, blood gushing forth. Both hands suffered cracks, old and new wounds, overlapping, blood dripping down his fingertips, splattering on the body of the Seven Wounds demon gun. A bizarre scene unfolded instantly. The demon gun, tainted with warm blood, saw its dark red patterns surge violently and swirl crazily. The once dim, malevolent aura suddenly doubled in ferocity. The exclusive characteristic of the Seven Wounds demon gun was fully activated. Blood enhances its power, injuring oneself amplifies the strength. The heavier he was hurt, the more blood he lost, the more painful the backlash. Consequently, the gun's lethality, penetration, and explosive power became stronger. Luo Kaisen's face turned as white as a sheet, his life force rapidly dwindling, his entire being appeared on the verge of collapse, as if he would fall at any moment. Yet the demon gun in his hands grew increasingly terrifying and domineering. The audience was instantly baffled. Here it comes. The more he gets hurt, the stronger his true spirit. What kind of freakish true spirit is this? Self-harming to grow stronger. This is unbeatable. He isn't afraid of getting hurt at all. This is a trap. All his flaws were intentionally exposed. Su Yuhan's Tianxiong Eye operated throughout, instantly seeing through all the truths. She finally understood completely. All of Luo Kaisen's pallor, all his wounds, all his flaws, all his disarray were merely bait. He intentionally revealed his weaknesses, luring his opponent to attack with full force, crazily outputting, injuring himself, and then using his injuries to amplify the demon gun for a counterkill. The more you strike him, the faster you lose. In an instant, Su Yuhan's movements froze. The knife tip hung in midair, forcibly pausing, afraid to strike a single blow. Her rationality peaked, seeing through the trap. She instantaneously withdrew, not wanting to fall into the opponent's rhythm. But just this second of hesitation completely altered the outcome. Luo Kaisen was waiting for this moment. Swish! The demon gun lunged forward instantly. The speed reached its pinnacle, the tip of the gun precisely pierced through the gap in the Tang knife's defense, the angle extremely cunning. Puffed! The gun tip precisely pierced through Su Yuhan's left shoulder flesh. Not too deep, just enough to penetrate the surface muscle, getting stuck before the scapula, not killing her outright, but enough to declare her severely injured. Warm blood immediately gushed out, soaking the dark blue battle suit, the deep-colored fabric stained black, with blood, a shocking sight. Su Yuhan's right hand, which held the knife, slowly dropped, the tip of the Tang knife lightly touching the ground, the originally bright blade light completely dimmed. Her entire aura plummeted. Victory was determined. Luo Kaisen stood in the center of the arena, his hands bloodied and dripping, old wounds all ruptured, his face pale as paper, his body swaying unsteadily. Yet his eyes shone with a terrifying brightness, filled with indomitable fighting spirit. Bloody droplets dripping from the gun tip splattered on the arena floor, blooming into tiny blood flowers, bizarre yet majestic. The entire arena fell silent for a second, then, boom! The deafening applause, cheers, and screams shattered the venue. So cool. Luo Kaisen's desperate counterkill. This tactic is too freakish. using injuries as bait, a lethal trap. Su Yuhan's loss is not unjust. Anyone would fall for this trap. The 7 Wounds Demon Gun lives up to its name. The more damage, the fiercer. The referee quickly stepped forward, raised his right hand high, and announced loudly. The first duel. The victor, Luo Kaisen, successfully advanced to the top 3. Luo Kaisen slowly retracted the gun, silently walked back to the side of the arena to rest. Even covered in injuries, he still exuded an undefeated aura. The first blood battle concluded, an extreme reversal filled with high energy throughout. The aftershocks of the first battle had not yet dissipated. The audience's emotions remained fervent. Everyone was still frantically discussing the extreme reversal from earlier. No one could have anticipated that the calm and composed Su Yuhan would fall prey to Luo Kaisen's cunning tactics. But the next duel made the entire audience stand up again. The second match, highly anticipated. Thunder System Ceiling versus Fire System Ceiling. Gu Beihou versus Li Qing. The audience was completely stirred up, cheers rising higher and higher. Finally here, the marquee is invincible. Whoever loses this round will be regrettable. Oh, both are the top talents in the nation. The distinguished guests in the VIP seats wore solemn expressions focused on the arena. This round is an all-round competition of talent, spiritual power, control, and trump cards. Li Qing's 8-wheel fire is the most ferocious true spirit of the fire system, nearly unbeatable at the same tier. But Gu Beihou's thunder power counters all fire elemental powers. Attribute suppression is in play here. On both sides of the arena, 2 figures stepped onto the stage simultaneously. Gu Beihou walked out slowly, his steps neither hurried nor slow, each footfall landing steadily like a rock, making no sound. His deep gray battle suit darkened under the lights, emanating a cold and indifferent aura. On the opposite side, Li Qing moved swiftly and lightly, his steps quick and rapid, the restless fire spiritual energy nearly spilling from him. He stood 5 meters away from Gu Beihou, a faint smile on his lips, but his gaze was extremely serious. Brother Beihou, how was the drink the night before yesterday? Gu Beihou's expression remained unchanged as he replied lightly, not bad. Li Qing's smile revealed a chilling grin. Then if you lose in a moment, I'll treat you to another drink. Gu Beihou calmly replied. Then it seems that drink won't happen. Let's give it a try. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, in the next second the atmosphere of the world suddenly changed. Whoosh! Dark red flames erupted violently from Li Qing's palm. The color was as dark as congealed blood, the heat extreme, wild, and domineering. In all previous team matches and individual matches, Li Qing had held back, but today he finally let go of all restraints and revealed his true power. The dark red flames burned fiercely, the air distorted and scorched, the temperature on the arena suddenly skyrocketed. At the same moment, Gu Beihou raised his palm. Sizzle. Silver-white thunder erupted explosively. The blinding lightning light was crazily compressed, condensed, and shaped in his palm. A long spear covered in runes, the Starfall Thunder Spear, slowly took shape. The spear was straight and sharp, the tip as fine as a needle, covered in dense white lightning runes, each rune flashing wildly, the lightning dazzling, the pressure explosive. Gu Beihou held the Thunder Spear, but did not throw it, instead positioning it horizontally in front of him. The audience felt their scalps tingle, screaming madly. A Thunder System Demon Hunter exclaimed, the Starfall Thunder Spear. A long-range lethal ultimate move. He actually took a long-range skill and used it in close combat. He's gone mad. This is going to crush Li Qing's, leaving fire directly. Li Qing's pupils suddenly constricted, an expression of extreme seriousness appeared on his face for the first time. He had studied all of Gu Beihou's intelligence and knew that the Starfall Thunder Spear was invincible and could kill instantly, but he had never considered that the opponent would use this move as a close combat weapon. In the next instant, Gu Beihou's figure vanished instantly. The speed broke through the limits of vision. The audience only saw a silver-white shadow flash, by unable to catch the trajectory of movement. In the blink of an eye, Gu Beihou closed in. The Starfall Thunder Spear swept up from below, striking fiercely, aimed directly at Li Qing's vital chest. So fast, there was no time to react. The entire audience gasped in astonishment. Li Qing's extreme reaction saw his hands cross in front of his chest. Boom! The 8-wheel fire erupted with full force, condensing into a thick and massive dark red fire shield. The flame stacked layer upon layer, maxing out the defensive power. In the next second, the Thunder Spear viciously struck the center of the fire shield. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Silver-white lightning and dark red flames clashed, tore apart, intertwined, and exploded wildly. The arena floor shook violently, the surrounding spiritual energy protection runes flashing and pulsating frantically. Fire and lightning filled the sky. The entire arena was completely enveloped in a blend of bright colors. Just 1 second later, crack! The indestructible 8-wheel fire shield shattered instantly. Flame fragments scattered in the sky, instantly burning out and extinguishing. Li Qing was blasted back 3 steps by the terrifying impact, leaving deep black marks on the soles of his shoes. His breathing became noticeably rapid, his chest slightly heaving, his gaze turned gravely serious. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was utterly shocked by this scene. The 8-wheel fire shield, instantly shattered. Gu Beihou's thunderous suppression is simply outrageous. The strongest defense of the same rank in the fire element shattered upon contact. Before Li Qing could catch his breath, he proactively launched a furious counterattack. Both palms pushed forward, unleashing all his spiritual power. 2 giant fire serpents, dark red all over, erupted from his palms. The fire serpents had clear scales and claws, their red eyes gleaming, sharp fangs, and agile, cunning bodies. One to the left and one to the right, arcing around to completely seal off all escape routes for Gu Beihou, an inescapable encirclement. Double fire serpent fatal strike. No way to dodge. As the audience shouted, the battle situation was once again crushed. Gu Beihou switched to a spear with his left hand and slashed horizontally. Crack! The head of the left side fire serpent was directly severed, its body twisted twice before collapsing with a loud bang. At the same time, his right hand brought his fingers together, and a sharp silver-white lightning blade shot out in an instant. Whoosh! The right fire serpent was cleaved in half, exploding into a shower of sparks. 2 seconds. Double kill. Effortlessly countering a fatal attack. The entire venue went completely wild. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. This is the power of the #1 in East China. Li Qing's big move is as fragile as paper. Li Qing's face darkened, no longer holding back any trump cards. With his 10 fingers spread, his spiritual power surged wildly. A dense dark red flame armor covered his entire body, fully activating the spiritual armor. The armor plates burned layer by layer, with red light gushing from the gaps, maximizing his defense. Gu Beihou's body was enveloped in surging lightning. The silver-white thunder armor formed in sync. Arcs crackled and exploded, the lightning dazzling, its thickness, pressure, and texture completely overwhelming the fire armor. One silver, one red, the 2 top-tier armors stood opposed in the air, creating a suffocating sense of pressure throughout the venue. Then Li Qing's ultimate trump card was activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 gigantic fire wheels, each over a meter in diameter, spun rapidly around his body. The 8-wheel fire, the complete form of his innate spirit. The 8 fire wheels were layered in formation, 4 layers up and down, forming a deadly fire array. Endless flames surged into the sky, condensing into a canopy of fire clouds that obscured the sun, carrying a destructive pressure as it violently descended upon the arena. The overwhelming flame pressure, akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, enveloped the entire venue. Everyone's hearts raced, not daring to breathe. Gu Beihou looked up at the oppressive fire clouds, slowly raising his right hand. From his palm, a pale flame ignited amidst the lightning. Burning thunder. Extreme compression. It exploded instantly. A 5-meter-wide white cutting wave shot through the air, directly clashing with the sky of fire clouds. Boom! Red and white flames wildly consumed, exploded, and annihilated. The 4 fire wheels in front were instantly shattered. The remaining 4 fire wheels circled behind for a sneak attack, closing in on his back. At the moment when the fatal blow was imminent, Gu Beihou's lightning flickered and he vanished in an instant. Whooshed! He reappeared, already behind Li Qing. With a warm palm, he precisely pressed against Li Qing's back. Close range, palm thunder. Boom! The domineering lightning exploded instantly. There was no earth-shattering roar, yet it directly shattered all spiritual defenses. Li Qing's mind went blank in an instant, consciousness severed. His entire body flew off the arena like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily outside the barrier. The venue fell into a deathly silence for 2 seconds. Then, boom! The thunderous cheers completely overturned the arena. Crushed. Total domination. Gu Beihou is too strong. No suspense. The ceiling is broken and leads the way. The referee announced loudly, second match. Winner, Gu Beihou. Advancing to the top 3. Li Qing below the arena had a face full of unwillingness, casting a fierce glance at Gu Beihou, his eyes filled with apprehension. He knew that the opponent hadn't even used his full strength. At least Gu Beihou's transformation skill had not been employed. Even so, he was still crushed. Too strong. The 2 peak blood battles have concluded, and the audience's emotions have been completely ignited, cheers echoing endlessly. Gu Beihou and Luo Kaisen successfully advanced with only one last spot in the top 3 remaining to be decided between Yu Miao and Li Fuo. Everyone immediately focused their attention on the arena, eagerly awaiting the final showdown. On the arena, the two entered one after the other. Yu Miao, holding a 3-pronged double-edged spear taller than herself, stood in the center of the arena, her silver-gray combat suit neat and tidy, her big eyes sparkling, looking soft and harmless. But her gaze was focused and her fighting spirit was fierce, her small hand holding the spear steady without a hint of panic. Opposite her, Li Fuo, dressed in dazzling white combat attire, had bandages on his right shoulder that were glaringly worn. His old injury was not healed, and exerting force with his right hand still caused sharp pain, greatly limiting his sword control speed and spiritual power endurance. He raised his hand to gather spiritual power, and the Xianjin devouring spirit sword shot out. Clang! The golden sword glimmered with light, runes flashing suspended in midair. His face was filled with seriousness as Yu Miao was the only one in the arena at the 6th realm. The referee raised his hand and suddenly brought it down. Third match begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fuo took the lead and attacked without delay. His sword path was all about speed and precision, never probing. Whoosh! The golden sword light shot straight through the air, a perfectly accurate straight-line fatal strike aimed at Yu Miao's chest. Extremely fast, with an extremely tricky angle sealing off all escape routes. The audience in the stands held their breath. It's a guaranteed hit. This sword cannot be dodged. But at the moment the sword light was about to pierce her body, Yu Miao executed a micro-level sidestep. Just a centimeter away, the golden sword light grazed her clothing and barely missed. The entire venue erupted in astonished gasps. My goodness! An extreme 1 centimeter dodge. This reaction speed is simply inhuman. Li Fuo's gaze sharpened, not pausing for a moment, controlling the flying sword to spin back. The sword light changed direction, aiming directly for her back. Yu Miao leaned slightly forward, her hair brushing against the sword tip as she narrowly dodged again. In the following seconds, the audience was completely stunned. Li Fuo's golden sword light danced through the air, slashing horizontally and vertically, spiraling around, crossing in a dense net that covered the entire arena. Each sword light was a meticulously calculated and repeatedly deduced trajectory of fatal strikes, sealing off all escape routes in the arena. A normal person in this storm of swords would undoubtedly be instantly pierced and severely injured. But Yu Miao moved like a small fish weaving through dense grass. Her movements were light and agile, each shift perfectly landing in the gaps between the sword lights. Not a step too far, not an inch too much. Each dodge was just right, perfectly on the edge of survival. The storm of swords could not touch her at all. The audience screamed continuously. So smooth. This movement is simply cheating. Li Fuo is fighting in vain. All his attacks are empty. All fatal strikes missed entirely, and his mentality was about to collapse. The continuous high-intensity sword output was draining Li Fuo's spiritual power rapidly. His already injured body was growing more fatigued, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The golden sword light visibly dimmed its trajectory, starting to become rigid, deformed, and less precise. A flaw was completely exposed. Yu Miao's eyes lit up, seizing the only chance to attack. Her figure suddenly surged forward. The 3-pronged double-edged spear switched between her left and right hands rapidly, the spear body glowing with cold light, moving so fast that it left afterimages. Li Fuo preemptively predicted and dodged the direct fatal strike. But Yu Miao's spear anticipated his anticipation. The spear tip swept across, harshly grazing his old injury on the right shoulder. The old injury was thoroughly torn, new wounds erupting, blood instantly staining the white bandage. A sharp pain engulfed him in an instant. Li Fuo's right hand went completely limp. The spiritual power controlling the flying sword was instantly interrupted. The Xianjin devouring spirit light extinguished, and the long sword slipped from his hand, falling onto the arena. The outcome was decisively determined. The entire venue erupted with thunderous applause. Yu Miao wins. A stunning counterattack. Her movement is godlike. She managed to evade until her opponent's spiritual power was exhausted. So steady, using softness to overcome hardness. She didn't even use the power of the 6th realm. The referee quickly stepped forward and announced loudly. Third match winner, Yu Miao, successfully advancing to the national top 3. The 3 bloody battles concluded. The final list for the 6-3 has been announced. Top 3 advancing: Gu Beihou, Luo Kaisen, Yu Miao. Eliminated: Li Qing, Su Yuhan, Li Fuo. The cheers, applause, and shouts of the crowd echoed endlessly, resonating throughout the Fengchao Sports Center. On the arena, the three young talents stood at three corners. The lights were dazzling, and all eyes were on them. The three bouts of the arena competition have all concluded, and the thousands of spectators in the gymnasium began to stream out. Holding a bottle of mineral water, Song Guofu immediately handed it to him as he approached, speaking gravely. My lord, tomorrow is the final round of the personal championship. Rest early today and conserve your energy. Ci Jiu stood behind his bangs, covering half of his eye, revealing little of his emotions. In this national martial arts competition, the Eastern Province had secured one of the three final spots. As a teammate, he felt reassured. Gu Beihou twisted open the bottle, tilted his head back, and took a sip of cool water to moisten his throat before handing the bottle back. All right, let's head back. Exiting the main door of the gymnasium, the evening breeze instantly dispersed the lingering heat and noise from inside. The night had fallen, and the commercial street of the imperial capital was lit up with traffic flowing swiftly. Just then a hurried figure rushed out from within. It was Tang Yutong. Her steps were quick, the soles of her shoes striking the marble floor, producing a series of urgent, crisp sounds. Her brows were tightly furrowed, lips pressed into a straight line, eyes fixed on her phone screen, her face etched with seriousness and anxiety. What's wrong? Why the rush? Gu Beihou stepped forward just in time to block her path. Tang Yutong looked up abruptly, her expression momentarily stunned upon seeing him. Anxiety froze on her face, quickly followed by a flicker of surprise, a hint of panic, and a complex emotion that was difficult to articulate. After a brief pause, she softly spoke. Beihou Gu, congratulations on making it to the finals. After saying this, she hesitated, noticeably lightly tapping the black screen of her phone before continuing. Our headquarters just received a warning about a monster. I was preparing to lead a team to address it. Gu Beihou raised an eyebrow slightly. Monster. What level? Tang Yutong bit her lip, avoiding. Gu Beihou raised his eyebrow. Oh right, I almost forgot about your headquarters' strict discipline. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to say anything. Tang Yutong hesitated, then said earnestly, well, as fellow monster hunters, there's nothing we can't share. The radar has detected a level 5 monster, but its aura is extremely unstable, flickering in and out, making it impossible to lock onto an accurate location. Our team has been instructed to investigate and eliminate it first. Upon hearing this, Gu Beihou's expression darkened. An unstable aura and no radar detection. He had encountered this situation more than once in Yuliang. Bone demons, giant-mouthed frogs, rocky armored serpents. All monsters capable of masking their aura from monster hunting radars concealed that strange drop of black, demonic blood within them. Gu Beihou pondered. I have nothing going on right now, I'll go with you to take a look. Tang Yutong immediately waved her hand, urgency in her tone. No way, Beihou Gu. You have the finals tomorrow. You can't waste spiritual energy tonight. Our team of 3 is sufficient to handle a level 5 monster, really no need for you to come along. Her tone was firm, fearing any delay might affect his upcoming match. Gu Beihou gently shook his head, his tone calm, yet firm. During the last Yuliang mission, your entire team came to help me out. I haven't thanked you all yet. He looked into her eyes. Don't be polite with me, let's go. But, don't worry, it won't affect tomorrow's Tang Yutong found it hard to refute him. She stared at Gu Beihou for 2 seconds, slowly lowered her head, her bangs covering her eyes, obscuring her expression, but her ears were quietly flushed. Her voice was soft. All right then. The two turned to walk towards the parking lot. Tang Yutong's pace was much slower than when she had first come out. In the parking lot, a black, unmarked SUV was parked. Zhang Haoyu sat in the passenger seat, looking down at the flat radar map. When he heard the sound of the door opening and looked up, he was stunned to see Gu Beihou bending down to sit in the back seat. He glanced back and forth between Gu Beihou and Tang Yutong, his face filled with surprise and relief. My lord, what brings you here? Tang Yutong explained briefly. Zhang Haoyu quickly said, with my lord's help, our mission is secured. In the back seat on the right side, Shen Zhe was leaning against the window. His hair was cut short, looking much neater, but when he saw Gu Beihou enter, he instinctively shrank towards the... It was purely a reflex. The psychological shadow left by Gu Beihou during the last battle in Yuliang had not yet faded. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but upon seeing Gu Beihou's calm and indifferent profile, he ultimately fell silent. The back seat was already cramped, and with 3 people squeezed together, shoulders brushing against shoulders, arms touching arms. The car fell into a sudden silence. The vehicle started and drove out of the parking lot, merging into the nighttime traffic of the imperial capital. Outside, the neon lights blurred past rapidly, the colorful lights flowing across the window like a moving river of colors. Inside the car, there was only the low rumble of the engine and the soft sound of the air conditioning. Gu Beihou sat in the middle with Tang Yutong on his left and Shen Zhe on his right. The car swayed slightly, and with every bump he would lightly brush against Tang Yutong's body. Tonight she wasn't wearing combat long pants, but dark shorts, her fair legs exposed. In the dim light of the car her skin glowed pale. Their legs touched the sensation, slightly cool, reminiscent of a soda, just taken from the fridge, in summer, refreshing and cool. Tang Yutong kept her gaze fixed outside the window, pretending to be calm. But with every touch her body would stiffen momentarily before slowly relaxing. They drove for nearly an hour. The bustling high-rises gradually disappeared, the city lights becoming sparser asphalt roads, giving way to concrete, finally turning into a bumpy gravel road. Completely away from the urban area, they entered the suburban countryside. Eventually the SUV came to a slow stop at the entrance of a village. At the village entrance stood an old stone tablet inscribed with 3 characters, Lushu Village. The writing was weathered and faint, reduced to shallow traces. The entire village was eerily silent. The outer walls were splattered with glaring red demolition characters, and the old brick houses stood mostly in ruins with tiles missing and walls cracked, fissures crawling from the base to the eaves like countless silent gaping mouths. Few people still lived in the village, only a handful of lights flickering. Zhang Haoyu enlarged the flat radar. The warning point is nearby. The radar only briefly captured the monster's aura, likely leaking when the monster attacked. Now it is completely dormant with no signals at all. Gu Beihou raised his hand to check the smart wrist detector. The screen was clean with 0 red dots, 0 monster aura, and 0 abnormal fluctuations. Indeed, it was completely blocked. His expression darkened. Not this type of monster again. Split up and search. Gu Beihou pushed the door open and stepped out, the evening breeze carrying the scent of grass from the fields and a faint trace of charcoal smoke. Gu Beihou walked alone, stepping towards the deep north of the village. The gravel path rustled underfoot. The entire willow tree village was terrifyingly silent. There were no barking dogs, no human voices. It was as quiet as a desolate graveyard. Gu Beihou's nostrils flared slightly, keenly sensing the scents in the air. Soon he caught a faint whiff of a blood scent, almost dissipating in the night wind. Following the scent of blood, he stepped deeper into the dark village. The night was growing increasingly heavy. Dark clouds enveloped the entire sky, completely obscuring the moon, plunging the whole willow tree village into darkness and silence. Gu Beihou walked steadily along the village path, his pace calm and unhurried. The deeper he went into the village, the stronger the scent of blood became. The first house. The iron door was half ajar, and the faded spring couplets were pale and curled. Pushing the door open, the yard was empty, with everyday clothing hanging on the clothesline, swaying gently in the wind. Traces of life were clear, yet not a hint of human presence could be heard. Stepping into the main room, the scent of blood rushed towards him. A large area of dark red dried blood stains covered the floor, hardened and clumped, making a faint cracking sound when stepped on. The bloodstains spread from the main room to the kitchen and the bedroom. The whole house was in disarray, and the scene was brutal. For sets of vomited clothing were piled on the floor. A flicker of severity crossed Gu Beihou's eyes. The entire family of 4 had perished, but there were no bodies. Gu Beihou stood in the center of the main room, his expression cold and solemn. Murder, blood-sucking, devouring corpses. He did not pause, continuing his search into the second house, the third house. Every house had blood, every house was empty. Each home bore signs of life that had no time to be tidied up. Bowls and chopsticks on the table, clothes beside the bed, and children's toys were all still there. Yet the people had completely vanished. A surge of anger slowly welled up in his chest. A 5th-level monster was hiding in the demolished village, secretly slaughtering the residents. Radar shielded breath, hidden, hunting silently. This was clearly a deliberate ambush, a calculated massacre. As he reached the 6th house, Gu Beihou suddenly halted. The scent of blood wafting from this house far surpassed that of all the previous ones. It was strong, viscous, and acrid. He raised his hand to push the door. In the yard, a redanned white school uniform hung on the clothesline. The night wind gently stirred the edges of the uniform like a faded little flag fluttering alone in the darkness. The floor of the main room was almost entirely covered in dried blood. Gu Beihou stared silently for 2 seconds before turning and exiting the yard. He looked up at the sky. The dark clouds were as heavy as iron, pressing down on the village, enveloping the entire area like a suffocating black shroud. His wrist sensor remained clean and blank, but his nose had already locked onto a direction, his gaze cold as he looked toward the south. There a faint, elusive aura of demonic energy was subtly swirling. In the next second, an extremely shrill scream